Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 92. The Dragon Slayers were collectively dumbfounded at this moment. Except for Sting and Rogue, who have already assumed that the dragon that raised them is dead. Whether it's Natsu, Wendy, or the normally indifferent Gajeel. All three of them want to find their parents all the time. But, it's been so many years. No matter how many places they walked through, they could not find any trace of the giant dragon. As a result, I now know that the giant dragon turned out to be in my body all along. Surprise, horror, shock, a variety of emotions are intertwined deep in the hearts of dragon slayers. After a brief period of sluggishness, it immediately turned into great excitement. Dragneel! Dragneel! Are you there? Can you hear me? Answer me quickly! Natsu yelled into his chest like crazy. He even kept beating his chest with his fists. Tears also fell down at this moment. Dragneel! Answer me! Answer me quickly, BD, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Natsu, calm down. Gray on the side couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but admonished. I can't calm down, Dragneel, come out quickly, come out. Natsu roared with all his strength. The other two dragon slayers on the side were not much better. At this moment, they were all calling the names of Dragneel and Metallicana crazily. Everyone in the guild looked at each other in confusion. Looking at the three dragon slayers who were going crazy, they didn't know what to do for a moment. Looking at this situation, Makarov couldn't help but sigh deeply. Well, after all, the parents who raised me have been missing for so many years. It's not surprising that they would be so excited after receiving news for the third time. But, having said this, Makarov paused slightly. Since those giant dragons have not chosen to appear or tell them their whereabouts over the years, they must have their own reasons. They may not be able to get a response if they call now. Then, shouldn't they collapse now? Myra Jane looked at the three dragon slayers with some worry. But, just at this moment, a crimson light that no one could have predicted flickered on Natsu's body. Immediately afterwards, red light condensed on Natsu's head, gradually transforming into Dragneel's appearance. The helpless tone also came out, stop yelling Natsu, why are you still so irritable after all these years? Dragneel! Dragneel! The moment he saw the shadow, Natsu immediately jumped forward. But it came to nothing. What exactly is going on? Are you really going to tell them now? Dragneel! At this moment, another sky blue light gradually emerged from Wendy's body. The shadow of Dragneel also appeared. Immediately afterwards, Metallica emerged from Gajeel's body. Makarov's eyes widened and he looked at the three shadows. He murmured, the dragon, actually appeared. Well. Dragneel sighed. I didn't plan to show up originally, but now that the light curtain has exposed us, there's no point in hiding. Dragneel also nodded slightly. Dragneel! Wendy's weak cry came from below, and Dragneel looked at Wendy with some distress. Child, you have suffered over the years. Hey, what's going on with you? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Also, why did you enter my body and make me look for you so hard for so many years? Gajeel looked at Metallicana with anger on his face. However, those eyes were already filled with water. A tough guy also has his own tenderness, but he doesn't show it very much. In response, the three dragons looked at each other. Then Dragneel spoke slowly, the ins and outs of the matter are a bit complicated. Aren't you looking at this sky? I think Black Natsu over there will give an explanation. I can only say that there are two reasons why it has been hidden in your body and not told to you. It is to suppress the budding dragon seeds in you to prevent you from transforming into dragons. During this period, we can respond to you, but we cannot do it even if we want to. It's possible now just because the work is done. The second reason is actually very simple. If you keep relying on our words, you will not be able to grow. Grandigny also answered, as for the rest, let's talk about it after watching the sky. On screen. After 5 balls of light submerged into the bodies of 5 dragon slayers. Anna used magic to wrap the bodies of the 5 children, and then took them flying. Turns around, Anna opens her hands. The huge magic power continues to condense, and then 12 golden rays of light fly out. Lucy, that's Emerald e Fiori, Celestial Spirit Magic. Sword-biting Tiger, Yukino Agulia, or the 12 Keys of the Zodiac. Celestial Spirit Magic, a magic that belongs to the holding system, uses keys as a medium to summon celestial spirit to fight. Among them, the most powerful and rarest is the key to the Zodiac. And now, these 12 keys are actually in the hands of this Anna. Lucy, could it be that this Anna is also an extremely powerful celestial spirit mage? With the appearance of the 12 golden keys, the celestial spirits of the 12 houses also appeared around Anna one by one. Then, Kikai rushed towards the door. Open it, the door that spans time and space. Anna whispers softly. And it was this sentence that caused the entire world channel to explode. Brain, I see, the key of the Zodiac, is actually the door to open the door of time and space. Hades, so, those dragon slayers were actually people from 400 years ago, and they came to our era just because they crossed the door of time. Altair, then, this makes sense. Why is Irene from the previous world worried that we won't be able to meet again? Is it because she's afraid of the dark? Natsu went to an extremely distant future, and she can't live to that time. Myra Jane, if you put it this way, that Irene is just taking a risk, it's like betting her whole life on whether they will meet in the future. Urza, how infatuated do you have to be to make such a decision? However, why am I still disgusted? Why is this? On screen. Accompanied by Anna's soft murmur. The closed door was opened by 12 rays of light, and the holy white light gradually radiated from the door. Looking at this scene, Anna understands that this is the divine brilliance of time and space. Similarly, this is also the brilliance that changes destiny. Anna looks back at the 5 children behind her. The unknown future depends on you, let's really show your brilliance in that world, in order to hit acknowledge. Without hesitation, Anna led the 5 children directly across the door, and disappeared here. The screen of the sky screen also rotates accordingly. And marked the date X777 in the early morning of July 7th. On the other side of the door, a woman who looks exactly like Lucy, almost exactly the same, is panting heavily, and her forehead is already covered with sweat. Out of the sky. Lucy was struck by lightning again. This is my mom. The door, really opened? The ancestors didn't lie to me. Layla finally showed a smile, looking at the white light emanating from the door. Layla Hartfilia, also a descendant of Anna. An ancient book has been handed down in her family, which is said to have been handed down from 400 years ago. According to the records, it seems to come from the ancestor of the Hartfilia family, Anna Hartfilia's ancestral training. Let your descendants gather 12 keys of the Zodiac in an era of abundant mana, and then open the door to the solar eclipse. Layla doesn't know if the era she lives in is an era of abundant mana as mentioned in the ancestral teachings, but Layla doesn't want her next generation, that is, Lucy, to shoulder such a mission. Therefore, choose to open the solar eclipse in this era, and thoroughly understand the mission of the Hartfilia family. That's. Layla's eyes gradually locked on the figure slowly stepping out of the light. Are you the eclipse opener of this era? Anna's voice came out. The connectors of the 2 eras met at this moment. Boom 1. At this moment, there was an obvious vibration from the eclipse gate behind Anna. Then, 5 beams of light flew straight out from the door of the solar eclipse. This night, all the people in King Fiori's capital saw the 5 rays of light that suddenly appeared and flashed like comets. It is a symbol of the new era, but at this moment, no one can understand it. In a primeval forest, light engulfs Black Natsu and lands towards this forest. Boom! The roar of the huge 703 alarmed the birds in the forest and all nocturnal creatures. However, it is very strange that no creature can set foot on the center of the roar. For all the creatures in the forest, they smell a dangerous breath that must not be approached. It's as if a giant dragon landed here. And at the landing point, the light dissipates, revealing Black Natsu's intact figure. He sat up from the ground and rubbed his head with one hand, as if sorting out the chaotic thoughts in my mind. In the end, it turned into a long sigh. Finished. He strokes his chest. The keen senses allow him to clearly feel the warmth in his chest. That's Dragneel's temperature. Recall all the information collected before in my mind, for example, the scene where Metallicana's dragon claws are blurred. He seems to have understood something. The giant dragons, some unknown situation has occurred, making them no longer able to survive in the world. So, I chose to hide in the Dragon Slayer's body and continue my weak life. And, according to what Dragneel and Anna said, there is another reason for them to go to the future, which is because of Acknowledge. Why, go to the future and deal with Acknowledge again? Obviously, at that time, it was already impossible to fight, so such a plan was thought of. In the era of high concentration of magic energy, to cultivate Dragon Slayers, so that they can eventually grow to the point where they can defeat Acknowledge. Then, is the appearance of the bodies of the giant dragons related to Acknowledge? Probably yes. After a series of analysis, most of the reasons are already clear. Then, the next purpose is also very clear. First of all, find a way to restore the bodies of the dragons, so that Dragneel and other dragons can be revived again. XX. Acknowledge. Black Natsu stood up, looked at the sky, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The fist is clenched unconsciously, the goal is also set at this moment. Chapter 93. Brain, ah! This is how it was analyzed. This kid really has something. As the director of the Magic Development Bureau, Brain himself is also a person with such a high IQ. And it can be seen from his code name. The leader represents extremely high wisdom. Therefore, if the analysis of everything just done is really carefully scrutinized, Brain can roughly guess everything that Black Natsu analyzed. However, time definitely doesn't move that fast. Just now, Brain himself was still sorting out information from various clues. Black Natsu has already reached a conclusion and set a goal for it. This is a bit scary. Just imagine, how terrifying is a character with a perfect IQ and a perfect combat power. It's like the product of the complete fusion of two different personalities, Brain and Wu. Absolutely beat the single Brain. The kind that is beaten in every aspect. A very simple truth is that if you play tricks, you can't beat others. Even if you lift the table, you can't do anything to others, that's how desperate you are. Hades, I'm not surprised anymore. Anyway, whatever happens to Black Natsu, I think it's reasonable. After all, this guy is an outrageous person himself. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. After watching everything analyzed by Black Natsu in the sky screen, Natsu quickly turned to look at Dragneel's shadow. Dad, is that true? Hearing this, Dragneel nodded slightly, that's basically it. Of course, there is one more thing that Natsu doesn't know, that is, there is another reason for us to sneak into the Dragon Slayer. As I said before, it is to help you suppress the growth of dragon seeds. However, we have not mentioned this matter, so it is normal that he does not know. Having said this, Grandigny couldn't help but speak out. It's just that I didn't expect that Natsu from another world could even analyze all of this. This calmness is indeed a bit shocking. Dragneel sighed helplessly, it's harmful. Who says it's not? As it said that, it looked at Natsu in front of it. If you look at other people, they were already thinking about it at that time. But if you look at you, you still haven't figured out what's going on. Why is the gap so big? When Natsu heard this, he immediately said unconvinced. Isn't that because I was completely asleep at the time? Gray crossed his arms, his eyes lost in thought, and said. I remember, Natsu sensed something was wrong, so he pretended to sleep on purpose, right? You were different. You were sleeping soundly at the time, and you didn't seem to notice anything was wrong. Natsu's tone faltered. In the end, he shrank his neck and couldn't refute. Dragneel also shook his head helplessly, then he said, as I just said, now that it has been exposed, we can't hide it anymore. However, fortunately, the work of suppressing the dragon seed has been completed, so in the next time, we can all appear as phantoms and communicate with you. With that said, Dragneel bowed slightly towards everyone in the guild. Thank you for taking care of this brat Natsu all these years. Makarov, hey! This can't be done, this can't be done. You know, this is the top being of the dragon clan, Fire Dragon's king. Such a being bows to himself. I'm afraid I'm not going to flash my old waist. It doesn't have to be like this. Natsu is also our family. It's normal to take care of your family. Makarov dissuaded. Haha, that's true. For my family, this is nothing. I'm also very lucky that Natsu can meet a group of people like you. I have watched many things over the years. Saying that, Dragneel immediately turned his head. He looked at Natsu with a stern look, but do you know how much I've worried about you and how many times I've worried about you over the years? Can you please stop relying on your reckless personality every time? Also, you are really too lazy in your cultivation. You are too lazy, do you understand? Look at Natsu in another world. He has grown so much in a short period of time. He is the same person with the same talent. Why are you still so incompetent now? I'm so unbearable. Natsu retorted weakly. Many things are not done right. Dragneel's eyes widened and he stared at Natsu. As if remembering something, he then pointed to the sky. By the way, won't the marquee show the events of your childhood and the childhood of Natsu? This is a good opportunity to review the past. During this process, I will completely correct your reckless behavior. Natsu seemed to recall something, holding his head in his hands and looking at Dragneel in horror. Do you have to be so strict after just meeting? No way. Dragneel spread his hands. I originally thought that these were nothing to worry about. Although you are not very good in many places, overall you are still improving steadily and are positive. Natsu's face lit up and he nodded quickly. But Dragneel changed the subject. Now that a black Natsu appears and beats you crazily in all aspects, you will appear to be a waste, do you understand? As my Dragneel's child, how can you be such a waste? Natsu was stunned again. Dragneel ignored Natsu's actions and looked at the sky. As Natsu finished his last words, the scene in Inaba also froze. Black Natsu's story comes to an end. At the same time, on the other side, the white-framed screen gradually lit up. In the World Channel. Dragneel, this should be playing your picture, right? Natsu, well, it should be. Anyway, it was like this before. Why Slogia, Dragneel? Long time no see. Skiado Ramel, did you show up too? Grand Igni, it seems that everyone has the same idea. Metallicana, after all, since you've been exposed, there's no point in hiding, so you might as well come out for some air and let me talk. Why Slogia, yeah, anyway, it's impossible to come out for the time being, but at least I can talk to these children. Not bad. In the World Channel, look at the speeches of the 5 giant dragons above. Countless people were shocked. Although it is known from the previous canopy that the 5-headed dragon also followed the dragon slayer to this era. But no one has ever actually seen a giant dragon. Therefore, it can be said that the giant dragon is an extremely rare existence in everyone's heart. Although I can't see the majestic true face, I can chat and fart with him on the World Channel. It is also a great honor. After all, where is the opponent's strength? Normally, a super strong person of this level would not be so easy to talk to in the World Channel. Dragneel, the screen is about to come out, so let's continue watching. I want to see what Natsu is doing at this point in time when we can't notice it. Natsu, well, I just joined the guild and practiced seriously. Dragneel, it's useless to talk more, it's better to watch the video. The picture continues from the end of the last video. Dragneel, Dragneels. Where are you? Don't leave me alone. Woo. At the beginning of the video, when the scene was still frozen in the sky, bursts of crying could be heard. As the screen zooms in, Natsu's figure also appears on the screen. The disappearance of Dragneel and the complete disappearance of the smell seemed to make Natsu understand the fact that Dragneel was no longer there. Now he doesn't know why such a thing happened. He can only sit under the tree trunk alone, crying and waiting. I hope Dragneel can come back. However, the fact is cruel, Dragneel has no way to respond to Natsu's call. Until the sky gradually darkens. Natsu's stomach began to growl unsatisfactorily. Natsu, who has been crying all day, seems to have completely accepted this fact. Rubbed his eyes that were a little swollen from crying. Natsu got up from the ground, the after effects of crying made him still sobbing from time to time. However, he still started to take action. At least, you have to provide food and clothing for your own stomach. Outside the sky, Dragneel, whose face turned dark after hearing the half-hearted voice, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, at least I know how to find something to eat. Mavis, but, it's already dark. At this time, we should be in danger, right? Hades, indeed, at this time, more people will take advantage of the cool weather to come out and do activities. The two are not wrong to worry. Natsu's hunting trip did not go smoothly. Natsu originally planned to catch some small animals, but accidentally broke into the territory of World of Warcraft Vulcan. That is a gorilla whose whole body is filled with explosive muscles. Also, it is worth mentioning that the living habits of this type of gorilla are that they have a strong body and strength. They like human women, but hate human men extremely. 1. Even small children. Therefore, the moment he discovered Natsu, Wall launched an angry attack on Natsu. With just one punch, Natsu was knocked away and several large trees were broken. The roar continues to echo in the forest. Outside the sky, Dragneel closed his eyes helplessly. Can't even defeat a gorilla. Even in the era where Dragneel lived, there was no such monster as Vulcan. However, to that extent, Dragneel can see it at a glance, which is just a little better than an ordinary magician, but not too much. Anyone with some experience can easily kill this kind of monster. As a result, Natsu, who had learned dragon slaying magic from him for so long, couldn't defeat such an orangutan. Who let all men die, Wall is willing to accept no man, no man. Seeing that the hit was successful, Wall was dancing excitedly. Wang does, Natsu, who was blown away, also slowly got up from the ground with difficulty. The huge pain had already brought tears to the corners of his eyes. However, Dragon Slayer's physique is indeed strong, and Natsu was not actually seriously injured. Seeing that Natsu was still able to get up, Wall also frowned. He frowned and shook his disproportionate fists angrily. Then he started running towards Natsu, raising his huge fist high. Looking at this scene, Natsu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately raised his arms to protect his head, then closed his eyes tightly and screamed. Call out! A sudden white light flashed, and the next moment, a huge explosion occurred on Walken's body. Kicked Walken straight up into the sky until he completely turned into a meteor and disappeared. With his eyes tightly closed, Natsu couldn't wait for Walken's attack. Then he opened his eyes with some confusion. Come. Suddenly, I discovered that there was another Walken somewhere in front of me. There is only one short old man who is about the same height as himself. Will Wall still transform? Natsu seemed to understand something, and suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, Makarov's palm stretched out towards Natsu froze in midair. The old face that was originally smiling was also twitching crazily. Ahem. Introduce yourself, kid. Makarov coughed twice, breaking the deadlock, and then looked at Natsu. My name is Makarov, and I am the president of Fairy Tale, the Magisters Guild. Chapter 94. Makarov? So you're not that gorilla just now. It seemed that Natsu had put his mind down a little bit, and Natsu looked at Makarov in front of him curiously. Isn't this obvious? Makarov blinked his eyes, looked down at himself, and seemed to be curious why this kid in front of him would associate himself with a creature like Walken. Forget it, let's not talk about that. A child as young as you, how will you appear in this forest by yourself? As soon as I mentioned this, Natsu couldn't help it, puffed up his mouth, and tears began to roll in his eyes. Dragneel disappeared, he completely disappeared. I can't find him. Dragneel? It should be your family, right? Makarov frowned slightly, then do you have any other family members? Others? Here, Natsu frowned slightly. It seems that he is trying to recall something, but finally shook his head. I don't know, I only remember Dragneel, the others are vague. What's going on here? Damn. Natsu scratched his head, looking a little crazy. Watching this scene, countless doubts appeared in the World Channel. Hades, hey, doesn't he remember Anna? Doesn't he remember the other partners? Brain, it shouldn't be. Speaking of which, for him, it was yesterday's event. Why can't he remember it? Mardgear, this is human beings. Memory is as fragile as a piece of white paper. Can you forget it if you say forget it? Natsu, speaking of which, I seem to have really forgotten teacher Anna, Dragneel, Wendy, and the others. At that time, I always thought I only saw Dragneel. Dragneel, it seems, that's what happened. Wendy, I don't remember Natsu and Dragneel at the time. Irene, so, from this point of view, what seems to have affected your memory, maybe it's because of the dragon, or maybe it's other 490, similar to the sequelae of time span. Dragneel, this matter has nothing to do with us, we have not imposed any memories such as forgetting. As a result, you will lose the memory of meeting each other when you were young, which is beyond our expectations. Dragneel, it's very likely that it's because of other things, spanning time, or the soul dragon technique we performed, etc. Metallicana, but, Black Natsu over there remembers, so what's the matter? World Channel then stagnated. Yeah, the Black Natsu over there remembers all this clearly. Even the dialogue can be clearly recalled. What's going on here? Irene, there's no point in discussing it, Black Natsu. When has he ever been reasonable? Hades, yeah, that's Black Natsu, what's so weird about remembering a memory? On the contrary, I think it would be really strange if the fire had been forgotten. The speeches of the two also received everyone's approval at this moment. So far, unreasonable questions about what happened to Black Natsu. Everyone was almost numb. Therefore, I just remembered a memory and got used to it. In the sky screen. After learning about Natsu's life experience, Makarov couldn't help but sighed softly. I feel sympathy for what happened to the child in front of me. At present, it seems that this child was thrown by his parents in the wilderness, and there is still some problem with his memory. If such a child is left alone, he may lose his life. Thinking of this, Makarov has also made a decision. He intends to take this child back to the guild and let him join Fairy Tale, so that he can grow up safely. Anyway, Fairy Tail doesn't do this kind of thing once or twice, a deck. Up to now, the guild has taken in several homeless children, and not many Natsu won. It's nothing more than an extra mouth to eat, Makarov said, it's still very easy to feed. Moreover, as a powerful magician of the Holy 10 level, there are only 10 people in the whole continent who can obtain such an honor. Makarov can naturally see the magical power possessed by Natsu. And not low. Of course, for Natsu's age. There is no doubt that this is a genius. If he is kidnapped, if he is taken into the Fairy Tail Guild, it will be able to strengthen the guild's strength in the future. Why not do it? Thus, Makarov invited Natsu to join the guild. Although I don't know exactly what the guild is. However, Natsu didn't feel any malice. Or, it's because the old man just saved his life, and he has nowhere to go. Natsu decided to follow Makarov to join that fairy tale. Thus, the old man and the young man made a decision. That night, Makarov treated Natsu to a big meal. At this time, Natsu obviously didn't eat too much, but he ate much more than Makarov. However, Makarov doesn't care about this, how much? Even if you can eat more, how much can you eat? I mean, even if you can really eat a lot, Makarov can afford it. The president of a guild can't afford to raise a child? Are you kidding me? Eat more if you can. Besides eating, what else can such a brat spend? Makarov said, even if it wasn't for fear of developing Natsu's bad habit of getting something for nothing, he would have no problem raising him until he died, just sprinkle water on it. Makarov, have plenty of money. Afterwards, after nearly a week's journey, Makarov finally arrived at the destination of this trip with Natsu. The town of Magnolia. I also came to the tallest and most conspicuous building in this town. Young Natsu has lived in the forest since he was a child. When has he seen such a tall and gorgeous building? Dang even exclaimed excitedly, it's so big. Is this the Magister's Guild? Haha, kid, what do you think? This is Fairy Tail. Makarov's proud voice came from behind. Hearing this, Natsu also focused his attention on the plaque above the building. Falriedel. Is this what Fairy Tail means? What a strange name. Makarov put his hands behind his back and came to the front of Natsu. Raised his head and stared at the plaque above. Muttered softly. Do fairies have tails or do they not have tails? Or in other words, do creatures like fairies exist in this world? These are unknown existences and will always be a mystery. This requires us to continue to explore and take risks forever. Makarov turned around and looked at Natsu seriously. The name of the guild has such a meaning. Outside the sky. Hearing these words again, Makarov still couldn't help but sigh. Mavis, I miss you so much, the eternal adventure. Hades, yes, hearing this sentence again seems to remind me of the time when Fairy Tail was founded more than 100 years ago. Mavis proposed this. Mavis, Makarov is performing very well now. I saw the existence of this belief in the guild. Makarov, I heard you right. I was praised by the first generation. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. Macau, President, are you too excited? Natsu seems excited. I don't know what it means, but it's so cool. Looking at Natsu's appearance at this moment, Makarov couldn't help but shook his head. Forget it, it's too early for a brat like you to say such things. Speaking, Makarov took steps towards the guild. Come with me. Everything in the Fairy Tail Guild seems to have opened the door to a new world for young Natsu. He met many different kinds of people here and witnessed many incredible things. I also met many new companions. When Macau and Waka were young, they also had the advantage of having a good figure. Already a young man, Laxus is extremely aloof. Still a lady, Kana who doesn't know how to drink. And the destined enemy, the perverted naked man Gray. Gray, hey! Why does even Tianmu call me a perverted naked man? Ulu, pft. Gray, what bad habits did you develop when you were a child? Gray, you still have the nerve to say that you taught me this, Xia. Erdia, Gray? Is this the attitude you and your master should have? Hey! Gray, just think that I didn't say anything. Natsu, haha, are you scared now? Gray, shut up. On screen. Natsu and Gray are indeed rivals. When they first met, they started having S*X because they were unhappy with the way they looked at each other. At this time, another heavyweight of the guild appeared on the scene. Urza with crimson hair appears on the battlefield between the two. Urza, who has an extremely strong sense of justice, did her part to prevent the conflict between the two. Of course, Natsu is fearless at this time, so how can he be afraid of Urza? Then Natsu got angry and even Urza wanted to fix it. The result was obvious. Natsu was severely repaired. Urza clapped her hands, looked at Natsu who was holding his head in pain and narrowed his eyes slightly. No fighting. Do you hear me? Gray apologized like he was seeing a god or demon. As for Natsu, he was trembling all over as he looked at the monster Urza. Listen. Urza speaks sternly. Now that we have come to Fairy Tale, we are all companions. This is everyone's home. Home is not a place for fighting. Natsu looked confused, but he didn't dare to disobey Urza. He could only lower his head and remain silent. Urza didn't notice, but smiled. My name is Urza, please give me some advice. Urza. Natsu shrinks his neck. Very scary. The scene freezes at this moment. The white-framed picture gradually dimmed. Immediately afterwards, the black-framed screen lit up again. At the same time, at the moment of lighting up. Ding! There will be a question and answer session with prizes below. Question: will Black Natsu join Fairy Tale next? Chapter 95. Makarov, the quiz is here again. Irene, it's just that I don't know what kind of situation this time will be the answer to. Jura, I hope it's still a guild competition. After all, the answer card situation is really hard to get. Yee, men, Mr. Jura said it right. There are too few opportunities for answering questions. The most important thing is that it is completely random, which is very helpless. Erdia, stop talking, look at the sky, all the options are already out. As Ursha said. Within the black screen border, the text refreshed again. I heard about the reputation of Fairy Tale, so I took the initiative to join Fairy Tale. B. Makarov took the initiative to find Black Natsu and begged him to join Fairy Tale. See, if you choose to be alone, you will not join any guild. D. Not interested in the guild, but joined the Magic Council and became a high-ranking member. This question answering will continue to be conducted in the form of guild answering. All forces are asked to choose an answer within 3 minutes. At that time, the curtain will continue. The sound that echoed in everyone's ears disappeared. The debate between the parties also kicked off. Hades, haha, it's really the guild's way of answering questions. In this way, my chances of being resurrected are much greater. Brain, not bad. The guild's answering method is good. The guild's answering method is really good. Erdia, that's right. Brain, you'd better resurrect as soon as possible. I can't wait to kill you. Ulu, I agree. After my resurrection, my strength seems to have improved a step further. I urgently need someone to give it a try. Gray, I say, Master, you better not expect them to be resurrected. These idiots, did they answer the question correctly that time? As soon as Gray's words came out, Brain's eyes widened instantly. If it had an entity, a mouthful of old blood would probably spurt out on the spot. Who is he? Codename, Leader. The Dark Guild, the wise man in Oration Cease. To be called an idiot. What a joke. Gray, are you not convinced? If not, please answer the question correctly. Brain, a hole, just wait for me. Midnight. I'll leave it all to you this time. Midnight, yes, father, but, what do we choose? Brain was also stunned by this question. Yes, what to choose? The previous options at least have something to refer to, such as how far things have happened. Let them guess what will happen next. This kind of question tests the most, just the understanding of the question. Use what you think is the character of the protagonist to describe what is happening now. Then it is easy to guess what the protagonist will do next. But, it's different now, the picture hasn't even started playing yet. They don't even know what kind of attitude Black Natsu has towards the guild. Let them guess whether they will join Fairy Tale. If you can really deduce it, then there is a ghost. Mavis, so, this time it's really a blind choice. Makarov, anyway, we must have guessed to join, there is no doubt about it. Urza, so, is it A or B? This time, Makarov was stumped. A. It's possible. After all, Fairy Tale was still very famous in the era of Tianmu. Therefore, it is not impossible to attract Black Natsu. As for B. Makarov immediately became unhappy. When did I, Makarov, ever ask for help? Still a kid in his teens? Are you kidding me? I was already in my 60s or 70s at that time. How could I be so shameless? Yajima, Lao Ma, you still have the nerve. Bob, it's a bit strange, indeed strange. Gold mine, haha, stop pretending, old Ma. We still understand you. When it comes to critical moments, when have you ever cared about your own face? Makarov, forget it, I will tell you clearly at that time, I didn't even know who Black Natsu was, let alone his record of slaying dragons. So what could I do? Maybe you'll beg others to join. Please, although our guild is in dire straits now. Speaking of this, Makarov thought of the billion before and felt confident. No, I made a mistake. It was because I was in trouble before. But at the beginning, it was a well-known guild in the entire kingdom of Fiori. As the president of such a guild, would I ask someone I don't know to join the guild? Makarov's words made everyone watching the live broadcast nod secretly. Indeed, it would be impossible for them to do this otherwise. Bob, then, let's choose A. After all, Lao Ma is half of the party involved. I trust him after many years of friendship. Gold mine, since Bob chose this way, then I will also choose A27. In the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov nodded in agreement. Right, how is that possible? Then he turned around and whispered softly in Marajana's ear. Go ahead and choose B, don't be aggressive, just report it carefully. Myra Jane looked at Makarov in shock. What are you looking at? Go quickly. Have you ever thought about it? If the reward for each answer is a fixed number, then if there are more people with correct answers, wouldn't we get less rewards? Go quickly. After saying that, Makarov turned around again and started bragging to his old friends on the World Channel. On the spot, Myra Jane was still a little confused, but she still listened to Makarov's words and chose B on the light curtain of the sky. In the World Channel. Hades, Rusty Rose, choose C. I decided to do it the other way around this time. Anyway, that guy is so unexpected every time. Brain, this time, we are determined to choose C. August, Your Majesty, then we. Ziref, I don't know about this either. It's just a matter of guessing. It's up to you to decide. August, then, let's spin the roulette, and we will choose whoever it turns to. Soon, the answer of the Alvarez Empire was decided by random roulette. Irene, we choose D. Mardgear, we will follow Ziref to the death, they choose D, we also choose D. Mardgear got the benefit of the doubt last time, so this time he decided to follow Zeref. Freshman Magic Council, Durambart, I must choose D for this question. Anyway, this is what our members voted for, so we choose D. By the way, maybe Black Natsu is interested in the Magic Council. After all, their personalities are different. Jalal, then let's choose A. After all, President Makarov himself said so, so I just believe him for once. The debate in the World Channel ended with the 3-minute countdown. After answering the questions, the party that fails to answer the questions within the specified time will be deemed to have given up the opportunity to answer the questions. Next, the sky screen starts to play, and the answer is revealed. The picture inside the black frame also gradually lights up. The screen continues from the end of the last time. It was still nighttime at this time, and the surroundings were dim, visible to the naked eye. After making up his mind, World Natsu has no intention of staying in the forest. His first priority is to search nearby. After all, there were 5 children who crossed the door at that time, as well as Anna's. If he is the only one now, something must have gone wrong. Although, Black Natsu doesn't get along well with other people. But I still care about Sister Wendy and Teacher Anna. So I immediately started searching around, trying to find other people, especially Wendy. That little guy will definitely collapse. It may even be dangerous. 0, please give me flowers. So it was best to look for it, so Black Natsu took action. However, it is a pity that there is no one around, even because when I landed, I was wrapped in Igneel's magic and also took on Igneel's aura. Therefore, there is no wild beast in the vicinity. At least, this dragon's aura will not dissipate until tomorrow morning. In other words, at night, the other little guys should still be in no danger. After thinking about this, Black Natsu did not hesitate, but gradually explored outside the forest. The top priority is to find out the surrounding situation as soon as possible and leave this deserted forest as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you get lost here, you will really look like a savage. Huang Tian paid off, and before the sky was completely bright, Black Natsu had already left this small forest. Arrived in a town on the edge of the forest. At this moment, although the sky is not completely bright, the time is estimated to be around 6 to 7 o'clock. Therefore, there is already some noise in the town. The smell of steamed buns gradually came from the distance, making World Natsu salivate after being hungry all night. Swallowing secretly. Without hesitation, Black Natsu walked towards the town. At the entrance of the town, Black Natsu was rushing on his way anxiously, completely unaware of the little old man in front of him who was also rushing out of the city. Unexpectedly, the two of them bumped into each other. In other words, the little old man was knocked away unilaterally. Makarov felt very depressed. He was in a hurry to investigate the comet crash that occurred in the forest outside the city last night, and he was thinking about whether it might be a sign. Immediately I felt as if I had hit a wall. I was completely off guard and was knocked over. It even seemed to have reached my waist. Ouch, what did I hit? Makarov rubbed his waist and took a closer look. My eyes widened. It was a young man who was much taller than me, but looked extremely young. Juvenile. The hand that was rubbing his lower back immediately dropped, and he jumped up from the ground. Feng Qingyun patted his trousers calmly. Oops, why don't these shoes fit? Look, I accidentally ended up with myself, haha, I'm sorry, I didn't hurt you, did I? Black Natsu twitched the corner of his mouth and moved towards Makarov's lower back with a worried look. Ahem. Well, it's fine, it's not hurt. I have something to do. Let's meet you next time, kid. After saying that, Makarov crossed Black Natsu and walked towards the city gate. Until he looked back and couldn't see the figure of Black Natsu at all. Makarov's steps faltered, and his old face instantly wrinkled. My face turned as red as pig liver. Ouch, ouch, my old waist. What on earth is that BD made of? Why is it so hard? Hiss. The severe pain caused Makarov to take a breath. Originally, as I got older, my waist got worse, and now I got hit by something. Makarov feels that he is very unlucky today. As for, why didn't you say it just now? Please. A holy magician was knocked over by a child. Do you dare to believe it? When the news spreads, how can I, Makarov, still hang out in the magic world? No, I have to go over quickly and have a look. What is that comet? After the pain subsided, Makarov remembered the business and immediately rushed towards the forest, then dove in. At this moment, outside the sky, Makarov was dumbfounded. Staring blankly at himself in the picture, this is missing death. Chapter 96. At this moment, there were also waves in the world channel. Gold mine, ha ha ha, this old horse, indeed, face is very important. Yujma, I didn't expect that after so many years, he is still the same as before. When I was in the Senate before, I thought you had become smoother. Bob, I really miss my youth. At that time, the old horse had a tougher mouth. Obviously he was seriously injured, but he still insisted on saying that he was fine, and insisted on drinking and joking with everyone. As a result, he ended up in the hospital that night. Makarov, what kind of thing is this, and you still explain it? Gold mine, that's good. I was a little worried that Makarov would sacrifice his dignity to ask others to join him, but now it seems that it is impossible. Bob, then, we can almost congratulate us on getting the reward. Hades, why are you panicking? Who said Black Natsu has to join the guild? Isn't there an option not to join? Brain, yes, don't forget, every time this Black Natsu is always unexpected, I believe this time will be no exception. August, anyway, this time we are purely betting. Whether it succeeds or not depends on luck. Durambalt, I must join the Magic Council of Magic, I must. In the screen. Black Natsu didn't pay attention to the old man who just passed by. Now he, 800, is filled with the word eating. Obviously, Makarov didn't care so much about the past. Although, I did have the idea of apologizing just now. However, I easily saw Makarov's little thoughts. Since no one else wants to expose him, Black Natsu is happy with it. The beauty of adulthood, since you said it's okay, then I will follow your wishes. Anyway, it's not me who suffers. Soon, Kuronatsu came to the source of the fragrance. A bun shop selling steaming buns. Hey, little brother, how many are here? The stall owner also noticed Black Natsu and asked with a smile based on the principle of doing business. How many are coming? I want them all. Black Natsu smashed his mouth, then pointed at all the buns in the steamer and said. The stall owner was stunned when he heard this. Ah? Did you mean everything? Of course, don't worry, I can afford it. Speaking, Black Natsu took out the bag of golden beans that Anna gave him before from his pocket. It turns out that Black Natsu had already returned the unused ones to Anna at the end of his last trip. However, when parting, Anna still did not accept it. According to her, since she gave it to Kuronatsu, she has no intention of getting it back, and it might be needed later. Also, at that time, Anna proudly patted her chest and told Black Natsu. Just take it and use it with peace of mind. Your teacher Anna still has a lot of things like this at home, well. I guess I won't be able to use them all in a few lifetimes. About this, Black Natsu also knows that Anna did not lie. During his travels, although he stayed in the kingdom of Dragneel, he still heard rumors about the richest family of that era, the Hartfilia family. That is a real, extremely wealthy existence. This bag of golden beans that has not been used up is really nothing. Thinking returned, Black Natsu immediately took out a golden bean from the bag and handed it to the stall owner. Although they are said to be golden beans, they are actually big and small. The small ones were almost used before, and now the rest in the bag are golden beans about the same size as marbles. Looking at the golden thing in his hand, the stall owner's eyes widened. Although there is a gap of 400 years, gold, as the universal currency, is still extremely valuable. He is a bun seller, when has he ever seen such a battle? Even the hand holding the golden beans is trembling. This guest, do you want to buy all my stalls? No, this is enough to buy several stalls. I really can't make up for it. Black Natsu raised his eyebrows slightly. There is no need to make up, you can just keep it. The value of money itself is determined by demand. Now I need these buns very much. This is the only one I can exchange with you. But I can't live with my conscience. The stall owner still looked confused. But Kuronatsu can't wait any longer. That's it, I'm about to starve to death, so I'll start first. Immediately afterwards, Black Natsu picked up the steamed bun and ate it like a whirlwind. The speed and appetite almost astonished the shop owner. Soon, all the food on the stall went into Black Natsu's belly. He rubbed his belly with some unfulfilled interest. Black Natsu waved to the stall owner. What are you staring at? It's just that I haven't seen anyone with such a big appetite for a long time, so I'm a little surprised. The stall owner wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he said, no matter what, you should keep the money. Just pay it when you have change. I really don't dare to take it, you golden bean. As he said that, the stall owner pointed in a direction. Little brother, that's the city lord's mansion over there. There is a foreign exchange window there. If you take this golden bean, you can exchange it for the corresponding banknotes. You can't throw out a golden bean every time you eat, right? That way you will inevitably be targeted by some interested people. You are very dangerous at your age. Following the stall owner's fingers, Black Natsu could see a tall building standing in the distance. Then he nodded slightly. He had no idea of throwing out a golden bean without eating a meal. That would be pure stupidity. He was just too hungry just now. Thank you, boss. As for this, you don't have to give it back to me. Just treat it as a reward for showing me the way. Pushing away the boss's hand that handed him the golden beans, Black Natsu strode towards the city lord's mansion. Soon, Natsu arrived near this tall building. Even though it is very early now, the various businesses of the city lord's mansion have already been carried out. Among them, what attracts Black Natsu the most are the various receipts posted in a building. I used 2 golden beans in exchange for 1 million. If I use them sparingly, I can use them for a long time. Afterwards, Black Natsu came to this building where various documents were posted. Mission: help catch the perverted pervert who often haunts West Street and bring him to market. Task: help pick an herb called phlox in the mountains, reward 200,000 J. Mission: defeat the bandits who often attack the only way outside the city, reward 500,000. Black Natsu raised his head. It was obvious that there were various task orders posted here. After asking someone carefully, I realized that this is the mission hall specifically used to release and receive missions. Because there is no such organization as the Magisters Guild in this town, but in the world of magic, there are many needs for magisters. So, this town set up a hall to issue tasks in the city lord's palace. At the same time, use these tasks to attract the wild magicians wandering here to complete 0. One party made money, and the other party solved the difficulty, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Black Natsu looked at the mission above and fell into deep thought. Touched his cloth bag, there were still more than 20 golden beans in it. However, if you don't make money, it's obvious that sooner or later these 20-odd golden beans will be used up. It's not Black Natsu's character to sit back and eat nothing. You have to make money, then. Soon, Black Natsu's eyes were fixed on the task list at the top of the task bar. The layout of the task orders here is also very particular. The tasks with the simplest evaluation will be placed at the bottom, and then increase in sequence. At the top, it is obvious that that is difficult task. However, difficulty also means that the rewards will be high. For example, what World Natsu is seeing now. Mission: defeat the flying dragon entrenched in the northern mountains. Reward: 2 million. 4 golden beans. Black Natsu smiled, and then took off the task order form at the top. Outside the canopy. Watching this scene, Goldmine, Bob, even Makarov, Jalal, and others all felt excited at this moment. It's over, it's over. Could it be that Black Natsu really doesn't join any guilds and chooses to live alone? At the same time, on the other side, Makarov also came to the place where the comet fell last night. However, when he first arrived, Makarov was completely dumbfounded by what he saw in front of him. The surroundings are intact, and even the ground is not scorched. No trees were set on fire or destroyed. Everything seems so normal. However, for Makarov, this is the most abnormal thing. You know, a comet landed here last night. That's a comet. A celestial body. Is it possible for such a thing to fall without causing any damage? In disbelief, Makarov immediately started searching around. Soon, he discovered something unusual. This feeling. Makarov came to the tree stump where Black Natsu leaned against last night and squatted down. Brows wrinkle slightly. 1.0 There are still weak magic fluctuations in the air, but why is it so familiar? Makarov was very puzzled, and kept thinking about the various magicians he had seen in his mind. Suddenly, the boy I bumped into not long ago suddenly came to mind. I got it. Makarov stood up suddenly. A holy 10-level magician's sense of magic is indeed not false. At least, Makarov recalled where he had felt this magic power. That's the boy from before. The moment Makarov bumped into the boy, he could clearly feel that at that moment, the boy's muscles tensed almost out of instinct, and his magic power briefly rioted. This is also the true fact that Makarov, a holy man, was knocked away by a child without any precautions. It's just that it was so fast that Makarov didn't even notice. All I could think about at that time was how embarrassing it would be to be knocked away by a child. I don't recall that much at all. But now that I think about it carefully, I can understand. That child's vigilance is unexpectedly high. Not even compared to Makarov. However, what followed immediately was full of curiosity. What on earth is going on with that boy? Chapter 97. The screen then changed again. Above the mountains in the north. Due to the high altitude here, it has been covered by wind and snow for many years, gradually forming a snow-capped mountain standing here. Originally, it was a snow-capped mountain that no one would ever set foot on, but because of the extremely precious medicinal materials that can increase magic power grew on it. It's called Bingling Cao. It is said that crushing it, making soup and drinking it can directly and permanently increase the magic power in the body. It is a rare treasure in the practice of many magicians. However, because of its scarcity and extremely harsh growth conditions, there is not much production in the entire kingdom of Fairies. Therefore, the price is also extremely high. In the town, there are many magic merchants who make a lot of money by going up to the mountains to pick ice spirit grass and sell it. However, not long ago, a bipedal flying dragon discovered that there was ice spirit grass here, and settled on this mountain. Furthermore, taking all the ice spirit grass as his own has also led to the loss of money for the magic merchants. So, a mission was issued to the city lord's mansion, trying to find a powerful magician to drive away the flying dragon. Wooloo, ice spirit grass? It is indeed one of the few things that can directly help a magician's practice. Erdia, I remember seeing this thing when we lived in the north, right? Gray, not only have I seen it, I remember that when I was a disciple of Ulu, this herb was grown in my backyard. Leon, yeah, we didn't eat less of this stuff at the beginning, but unfortunately, this herb has little effect on people with relatively large magic power in their bodies. Jalal, however, it is undeniable that this thing is extremely attractive to those weak magicians, or those who have just learned magic. Black Natsu accepted the mission. Although, when accepting the task, it was not so smooth. The cause of the incident was that the person who registered the mission became suspicious after seeing the age of Black Natsu, and persuaded him to give up. After all, the flying dragon is not something to be trifled with. It would be bad if you lose your life because of those 2 million. At that time, almost everyone believed that Black Natsu was actually a child from that family who ran away because he was naughty and wanted to take on a mission for fun. Therefore, it is naturally impossible for Black Natsu to really complete this most difficult task at present. The commotion was very fierce at that time, and even attracted a large number of people to watch and persuade. What? Children should go home and play, this is a place for adults only. What? A brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Blah blah blah, anyway, Black Natsu's ears are going deaf. In the end, the helpless Natsu chose to kill the 2 people who yelled the most fiercely on the spot. After proving his strength, everyone's doubts were dispelled. The mission was successfully accepted. Hurrying quickly, we soon arrived at the Snow Mountain certificate. The nose twitched slightly, and Black Natsu clearly caught the faint aroma floating in the air. Before coming, in order to save time and to quickly find the location of the flying dragon. Therefore, Black Natsu went to smell the ice spirit grass, which is currently one of the few in the town. The purpose is to record this taste. After all, since the flying dragon is guarding the ice spirit grass, as long as the location of the ice spirit grass is found, there is no need to worry about the flying dragon doing anything wrong. In fact, Black Natsu's guess was not wrong at all. The dragon's keen sense of smell allowed Black Natsu to easily follow the smell and find the cave where the ice spirit grass was piled. The strong medicinal fragrance fills this cave. What is placed in front of me in the darkness is a pile of hay half as tall as a person. These are all Bingling Tang. Black Natsu took steps and looked around with doubtful eyes. Where's the wyvern? At this time, Black Natsu is still vigilant. After all, we are fighting against an unknown creature. Black Natsu doesn't know how strong this flying dragon is. But, after all, he still bears the title of dragon, so he is probably not a character to be trifled with, so it's better to be careful. At the same time, on the road up the snowy mountain, a short old man is climbing slowly towards higher ground, one step at a time. Because I am relatively short and this is halfway up the mountain, the snow is already about 1 meter deep. Therefore, the old man really stepped into a deep hole step by step, and his whole body fell into the snow with one step. Then he struggled to climb out, and then continued to repeat. Old man, it is Makarov. Speaking of which, Makarov has indeed been unlucky recently. I originally came here for vacation, but a comet fell from the sky last night. As one of the only 10 holy 10 magisters on the entire continent, Makarov is enjoying the various benefits brought by the title of Holy 10. It is inevitable that you must also perform corresponding duties. And the matter of the comet landing cannot be treated as normal, so at the moment of the comet landing, the people from the Magic Council contacted Makarov, who was on vacation nearby, and asked him to investigate. This is how Makarov went deep into the mountains early in the morning without even getting enough sleep. What's even more surprising is that Makarov discovered that the comet that fell last night might be related to the kid he met this morning. So, Makarov rushed back to the town without stopping, trying to find the kid again. However, nothing was found. Makarov, who originally planned to go to the city lord's palace to find someone sent by the city lord to help find him, accidentally overheard people around him talking about the monster boy who appeared in the morning. With one person, he easily defeated 2 magicians who were both famous in the area. Such compliments made Makarov immediately think of the secretive young man he met in the morning. So, Makarov, unable to hold himself back, immediately asked everyone around him for information about the young man. The moment I learned that the young man had no idea how high or low he was to challenge the flying dragon. Everyone in Makarov is numb. That is a two-legged flying dragon, although it is nothing to holy 10-level magicians like them. However, even if an S-class magician wants to win, it will take a while. Ordinary magicians even have their lives in danger. Why is that kid so reckless? Do you really think you can withstand the attack of the flying dragon with that terrifying defense? So Makarov had no time to hesitate and immediately set foot on the road to the northern mountains. At this moment, things like comets are no longer a big deal. Makarov only hopes that a young boy will not really die under the claws of a wyvern, and that would be worthy of him. So, before he had time to rest, Makarov began to trek across mountains and rivers non-stop. Even though he was in a world of ice and snow, Makarov still felt extremely hot. Alas! It seems that my body is really old, and my physical strength is gradually, wow! Before he finished speaking, Makarov fell into the snow with a step. The words he just poured out of his mouth were covered by the white ice and snow, and could only be reduced to a whimper. Not long after, there was movement from the snowdrift, and Makarov struggled to climb out of the snow pit. I haven't had time to pat the snow dregs on my body. You can feel that there is some huge creature speeding past above your head. The wind brought along the way blew Makarov's few pale hair on the edge of the Mediterranean Sea. That's a flying dragon. Looking at the huge body flying over his head and flying rapidly towards the top of the mountain, Makarov's eyes widened. Damn it! You have to hurry up, the flying dragon is back. If you don't do 923, that boy will be in danger. Thinking of this, Makarov also immediately started using his hands and feet to climb quickly towards the top of the mountain. On the other side, in the cave on the top of the mountain, Black Natsu is holding a piece of ice spirit grass and smelling it. And had a little taste. Well, it's useless. My magic power is too high. Is it that the magic power added by this leaf can no longer make waves? Black Natsu murmured softly. However, although it is of no use to myself, but it can be considered an unexpected gain. After all, its value is high. In the outside market, one piece can be sold for 10,000 to 30,000 yuan. The ice spirit grass here has been piled up to my waist, at least thousands of pieces. Even if it is sold, it can be sold for a lot of money. The mission I took on was just to chase away the flying dragon. I didn't say who would give these trophies to so-and-so. Since you have discovered it, it is yours. 076. Just when Black Natsu was about to take them all away, a deafening roar came from the outside of the cave. The sound resounded throughout the snow mountain, and even the snow surrounding the cave shook violently. Countless broken ice cubes fall from the top of the head. Black Natsu turned his head when he heard the sound, and his eyes met the flying dragon flying outside the cave. Are you here already? Magic power gradually begins to boil in Black Natsu's body. A wisp of flame seeps out from the corner of his mouth. The surrounding temperature gradually increased. Not far from the cave, Makarov's face looked extremely ugly. From his perspective, he can already see the cave on the top of the mountain. You can also see that the bipedal flying dragon stopped in front of the cave, grinning and roaring at the cave. That little guy, was he discovered? Chapter 98. No. We can't let that monster succeed. Thinking of this, Makarov frowned instantly. The powerful magic power belonging to the Holy 10 level throughout his body began to surge. But at this moment, Makarov was keenly aware that the surrounding ice and snow seemed to be melting. Makarov's brows furrowed involuntarily at this discovery. Hey! The temperature has started to rise. An indescribable magical storm gradually condenses in the sky. What on earth is going on? This magic power! He couldn't help but look upward again, at the bipedal flying dragon flying at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, as a beast, it can instinctively feel a hint of danger. Fatal danger. Such a feeling made the flying dragon start to feel a little uneasy. Its ferocious head looks around. It seems that he directly ignored the small human being in the cave. Perhaps, in its subconscious mind, it hardly thinks that such a small human being can be capable of making it feel threatened. Definitely. There must be someone around. At the end of the scene, the eyes of the flying dragon were locked on Makarov, who was also filled with magic power below. Short body, old face. Obviously, this kind of person should be a human being at the level of a great mage. Almost subconsciously, the flying dragon judged that all this came from the old man below. So, he yelled at Makarov angrily. The flying dragon spreads its wings. Obviously, he planned to force his way into the cave, recapture the ice spirit grass, and then escape. Roar! A deafening roar resounded at this moment. The two-legged flying dragon looked up to the sky and howled, its wings also flapped. The entire huge body is like an arrow leaving the string. With a roar, head towards the black Natsu in the cave. Close. In the eyes of the wyvern, the human kid is getting closer and closer. However, as the flying dragon gets closer and closer, the surrounding temperature is also soaring crazily. The red light completely covered up the pure white color of all the ice and snow in the cave. The flying dragon's inner alarm bells ring loudly. The pupils are shrinking crazily. At this moment, it seemed to understand how wrong it was. The source of the fatal crisis is not the old man outside at all, but this human imp in front of you. It was a roaring sound caused by a huge amount of flames spurting out. Like a furious ocean, the flames intertwined with each other, forming a spectacle like a wave. Crazy, completely submerging the flying dragon. Outside the cave, Makarov is running hard towards the cave. Unlike the previous difficult walking, Makarov has begun to use magic at this moment. The magic is wrapped in his legs. With every step he takes, the surrounding snow is instantly cleared by the light. A road was created for Makarov that leads directly to the top of the mountain without any obstacles. And Makarov's short body was running wildly on this road. Even though his legs are not too long, Makarov has exploded with speed that is unimaginable to ordinary people. In just a moment, he had already rushed to the cave not far away. But, it was at this moment, unimaginable magic bursts out. Makarov can clearly see that the entire cave is completely covered in flames. Furthermore, the flames also took on the form of extremely thick pillars of flame, spurting out at the entrance of the cave. The strong storm that arose along the way directly knocked Makarov's short body into the air. Is that possible? Makarov makes a horrified sound. His face was full of deception. Sweat. At this moment Bukarov's forehead. I don't know whether it's because of fear or because it's too hot. Boom boom boom. The angry flames were roaring crazily, and the terrifying flame beams spurting out of the cave were streaking through the air at extremely fast speeds. Hit directly on the three heads of another piece. The huge mountain peak begins to show countless cracks visible to the naked eye. Like a spider web, it began to spread crazily. In the crack, a red color like magma is shining. I don't know if it was Makarov's illusion, but he actually heard a roar like a giant dragon in the terrifying roar of flames. How is it possible? Wasn't the giant dragon completely extinct 400 years ago? Makarov fell from mid-air to the ground. The surrounding air is filled with a large amount of water mist. That is the product of ice and snow melting or even being vaporized after encountering high temperatures. The extremely thick flame pillar was slowly shrinking until this moment. Finally, it turned into a thin embers of fire and completely dissipated. However, what was immediately followed was an earth-shaking roar coming from the top of the mountain on the other side. Makarov's eyes widened and he looked at all this in shock. The mountain peaks in the distance just exploded under his gaze. The explosion soaring into the sky directly caused half of the mountain to disappear. Countless rubble was thrown up into the sky, followed by wisps of black smoke, falling towards the earth. Makarov opened his mouth and looked at all this, and an unknown sound came from his mouth. Ah, ah, ah. He blinked, then stood up from the ground and moved towards the entrance of the cave. Then, he cast his disbelieving gaze into the cave. A huge charred body, covered in black smoke, stood motionless. And in the shadow behind the charred figure, Makarov saw it, a pair of eyes shining with golden light, so conspicuous. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the figure stood upright. The golden pupils disappeared, revealing that delicate face. And, in the open mouth, there is a trace of flame left. Black Natsu reached out and wiped the corner of his mouth, then blew out a puff of smoke. With the breath exhaled by Black Natsu, the bipedal dragon, which had been completely burnt to charcoal, slowly moved towards the rear. A dull sound came out, seeming to wake up the stunned Makarov. It also woke up everyone watching the live broadcast outside the marquee. Hades, hey, didn't you say that your strength is much smaller than when you slayed the dragon before? For this kind of power, you told me it was much smaller. Irene, it's much smaller. If it had the full power when it slayed the dragon, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough to blow up a mountain top. August, I guess the entire mountain range is gone. Brain, hiss. This is simply a human-shaped super magic cannon. It destroyed a mountain top just by spitting it out. Jalal, I'm getting goosebumps. This guy's strength is something that even the current Natsu can't do, right? Mirti, it's amazing. But, to deal with a bipedal flying dragon, is this level of magic output necessary? J is Black Natsu after all, and, judging from his appearance, he doesn't seem to have consumed much. Ulu, yes, his face is completely normal, and he doesn't see any discomfort. This is the scariest part. With this level of magic output, even I have to breathe for a long time. Natsu, so, the Black Natsu over there is the same as me. He loves to cause destruction. It's really an exaggeration to destroy a mountain so easily. Dragneel, this Black Natsu, is really exaggerated. By the way, what are you doing at this time? Dragneel suddenly remembered this question. Happy, the blue kitten, raised his hand. At this time, Natsu is still on par with Grey. Dragneel, look, this is the gap. Others are destroying the mountain, but our Natsu is still fighting on par with a Grey. Grey. I feel insulted. In the screen, Makarov swallowed secretly. He stared intently at the two-legged flying dragon that fell in front of him. It had completely lost all vitality. Even its body was exuding bursts of fleshy fragrance. He raised his head again, and the face of Black Natsu was deeply engraved in Makarov's heart. That face is so young that it is even very immature, and that height is not even much taller than myself. These all illustrate one thing. At this moment, the person standing in front of Makarov is just a child. Child. Hiss. Even as a holy 10-level magician, Makarov couldn't help but take a deep breath. He only felt that his mind was shaking. What kind of monster is this? Makarov's heart is roaring crazily. On the old face, the wrinkled flesh is also shaking. It seems that Makarov's existence has been discovered. Black Natsu waved his hand to disperse the smoke and dust in front of his eyes. The aggressive old man during the day. Now Makarov no longer has any intention to care about the title of Love to Show Off County. 3 steps and 2 steps, Makarov quickly arrived in front of Black Natsu. Looking up and down, left, and right, front and back, looking at the current Black Natsu from all aspects. There are no wounds, his face is rosy, and he is extremely energetic. Hiss. Makarov took a breath of cold air again. Oh, no, it should be said to be hot air. Boy, did you really only use one blow? Hearing this, Black Natsu raised his eyebrows slightly. Said, I originally thought that with the title of dragon, it should have strong strength, so I prepared to say hello to it, but... Speaking of this, Black Natsu spread his hands helplessly. Who knew that guy couldn't even say hello? Chapter 99. As soon as these words came out, Makarov was stunned on the spot. Numb. Totally numb. Listen to what exactly this is saying. Can't even say hello? You actually call this saying hello? That is a bipedal flying dragon. Although its strength is not as strong as an S-level magician, it can still fight against an S-level magician several times, and even win in some cases. The presence. As a result, you can't even say hello here? Besides, who can destroy a mountain top as soon as they say hello? Makarov's mind was spinning crazily. Thinking back to the scene just now, the desire to complain in his heart was almost uncontrollable. It's not just Makarov. Even the people outside the sky were stunned. Good guy, why didn't this guy realize that Versailles was like this before? Everyone here can be regarded as someone who has watched Black Natsu grow up slowly. However, I have never noticed before that this Black Natsu can be so Versailles. Mavis, have you ever thought that maybe this is Black Natsu's truest thoughts? Ziref, I feel, it's indeed possible. After all, he has dealt with dragons before. Black Natsu has always been wary of the existence of dragons, but today he suddenly discovered it. The so-called bipedal flying dragon cannot actually be regarded as a dragon at all. At most, it can be regarded as having a trace of dragon blood. August, so, Black Natsu regarded the opponent as an enemy of the same level that he had faced before. As a result, he never expected that this flying dragon would be so weak. Hades, the case is solved. The case is solved. To put it simply, you mean I didn't expect you to be so weak. Sure enough, a monster is a monster. He can kill others with one move, but he still blames others for not being strong enough. Why, didn't you enjoy yourself to the fullest? I don't understand, I really don't understand. In the sky screen. Black Natsu shook his head, then turned around and put the ice spirit grass on the ground into his backpack. At the beginning of the battle, Black Natsu destroyed all these money-making things before they could start a fight. Therefore, a layer of defense is added to it. That's right, it's the additional magic from Irene, the additional magic learned in the past few months of practice. Although, to ordinary people, a long time has passed, but for Kuronatsu, it has only been less than a month. At the end of several months of training, Black Natsu participated in the battle with the dragon, and then fell into a coma for another month. Not long after he woke up, he returned to Dragneel's side, and the next day, he was sent to this era. So, all things considered, less than a week has passed in Natsu's consciousness since the last time he said goodbye to Irene. Therefore, at this time, Black Natsu is not yet proficient in additional magic. However, if it is just to protect the ice spirit grass, I will use it. After finishing packing, Black Natsu put on his backpack and waved his hand in front of Makarov's eyes. Hey, old man, I'm leaving, do you want to come with me? At this moment, Makarov is having a fierce ideological struggle in his heart. The moment I realized that what happened just now was just an ordinary blow from the boy in front of me. Makarov admits that he is tempted. Of course, not that kind of temptation, but that kind of temptation. A kind of extreme desire for talents. As the president of a guild, this has almost become an occupational disease for Makarov. In order to fulfill the grand ambition of the first president, Makarov had to strengthen Fairy Tail. And if you want to make a guild strong, what is the most basic thing? Of course it's because of the strength of the members. But in this world, how can a powerful magician join your guild for no reason? Therefore, it can only be cultivated from an early age. And now, Makarov can see it. I saw a little monster with exaggerated strength and certainly exaggerated talent. Yes, in Makarov's view, genius is no longer enough to describe a being like Black Natsu. At such a young age, he possesses such powerful magic power. It's hard to imagine where this guy will go when he grows up. The strongest in the world? That's just around the corner. Thinking of this, Makarov's breathing became rapid. Listening to Black Natsu's voice, his eyes also focused on Black Natsu. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Black Natsu can see it clearly. Makarov's eyes are red. Twitching the corner of his mouth, Black Natsu frowned slightly. By the way, what is that look in your eyes? Haha, little brother, it's nothing, nothing. Makarov was not embarrassed after being ordered to wear it. He smiled and put his hand on Black Natsu's shoulder, looking familiar. By the way, have you heard of fairy tale? Fairy tale? What a strange name, I've heard of it before. Speaking, Black Natsu shook off Makarov's arm. After tidying up his clothes, he walked outside. This kid. Looking at the back of Black Natsu leaving gracefully, Makarov obviously never thought that someone would reject him so simply and neatly. Shaking his head, Makarov quickly followed Black Natsu's pace. Wait for me, if you don't understand, how about I introduce it to you? No need, I'm not interested in fairies or anything like that for the time being. Speaking, Black Natsu came to the body of the wyvern, holding the burnt tail with one hand, and walked out of the cave with great difficulty. Hiss, such a heavy thing doesn't have any sluggishness at all? How strong is this guy? Looking at the extremely powerful scene in front of him, Makarov was once again frightened. Bite. However, this also strengthened Makarov's idea of blacklisting Natsu from joining the guild. Such a genius, such a monster, if we let him go. I'm afraid I will regret it for the rest of my life. The determined Makarov seemed to have determined a certain attribute, and quickly moved his short legs to catch up with Black Natsu. This fairy tale is a good place. Do you want to come and see it? Not interested in? Hey, listen to me, it's like this. This guild can almost be said to be the strongest guild in the entire kingdom at present. Oh, no, it should be said that it is the strongest guild in the entire Ishgar continent. No other guild can compare with us. Outside the canopy. Gold mine. Jalal. Yajima. Almost everyone who chose A now had questions all over the world channel. Bob, damn Makarov, are you too shameless? Gold mine, good guy, luckily we believed you just now and thought you really had character. Is this the result? Yajima, old ma, aren't you too shameless? At that time, I remember that fairy tale was only famous in the southern part of Fiori. How could it become the strongest in the Ishgar continent? Jalal, that's right. You can't brag like that, right? Bob, also, didn't you say that you can't put down your dignity and ask others to join the guild? Then tell me, what are you doing in the sky? Makarov, well, you also know that people in the two worlds may have different personalities. Maybe this Makarov is the thick-skinned Makarov. Anyway, if it were me, it would never be like this. Gold mine, you'd better shut up, Lao Ma, if I believe you again this time, I'll be a fool. Bob, that's right, Lao Ma, you have betrayed people's trust in you. Jalal, look at Makarov's posture in the sky. Sigh. I really don't know what to say. Ursha, this is totally a licking of a feather, always bragging about how strong others are and how powerful your own guild is. Mirti, what does licking a dog mean? Ulu, Mirti is still young, you will know when you grow up. Mirti, I'm young. He straightened his back in dissatisfaction, highlighting his majesty. Mirti, are you kidding? I'm not young now. Wendy? Who are you talking about? In the picture. Soon, the Black Natsu carrying the wyvern and the chattering Makarov arrived in the town. And, he walked towards the city lord's mansion with a clear purpose. The small body is carrying a behemoth that is dozens of times bigger than him. Such a shocking scene has almost refreshed the outlook of the people in the town. Hey? Am I right? That is a flying dragon. The wyvern entrenched in the mountains to the north? Has it been caught? What on earth is going on? Is it because of that old man? Still the same child? Just by looking at the child, I recognize him. He is the one who accepted this commission in the city lord's palace. There was a lot of commotion at the time, but it turns out that this kid really has some abilities, but I didn't expect that he even defeated the two-legged flying dragon. Countless voices of discussion echoed on both sides of the street. Almost everyone has their eyes fixed on the extremely unusual Black Natsu, and voices of surprise, astonishment, admiration, and confusion resound continuously. Oh, by the way, there's also Makarov's voice beside him that keeps boasting about fairy tale. It's very annoying. It wasn't until Black Natsu entered the city lord's mansion that these voices gradually became less frequent. The body of the bipedal flying dragon was thrown on the ground, making a dull sound. Under the gaze of all the bounty hunters, Black Natsu raised his head and looked towards the young lady at the front desk. The flying dragon has been eliminated, when will you pay the reward? Chapter 100. Really solved the wyvern. And it didn't just drive it away, this guy directly killed this monster. Isn't this too exaggerated? That's a bipedal flying dragon. The incredible sound resounded throughout the entire mission hall. Even the girl at the front desk who registered the mission seemed to be frozen in place at this moment, looking at Natsu in front of her in disbelief, who was much smaller than herself. Until Black Natsu waved his hand, Tuan's attention was drawn back. Oh, okay, I will settle the task for you now. Without waiting long, 2 million in cash was handed over to Black Natsu. Excuse me, do you still want to accept the mission? Looking at the 2 million in his hand, plus the 1 million he exchanged before, and in the backpack, each leaf can be exchanged for 20,000 guaranteed, with a total value of tens of millions, as well as the golden beans given to him by teacher Anna, this series of strong assets. Black Natsu smiled with satisfaction, no need for now, come back if you need it. After that, he turned around and left the mission hall. Makarov, who had been following behind him, was not willing to let go of this opportunity, so he quickly joined in. How about I treat you to dinner to celebrate your first pot of gold in life? Black Natsu stopped, turned his head away, and said in a weird tone. You sure? For some reason, Makarov always felt a little panicked from being stung. However, when I thought about my inner goal, I patted my chest confidently. Of course. You choose the place. Black Natsu shrugged his shoulders and did not refuse. Anyway, he happened to be hungry now. Then he pointed to a shop not far away that looked luxuriously decorated. How about somewhere, whichever is closest? TKQB Restaurant. Looking at the name of the restaurant, Makarov frowned slightly and couldn't help but complain. What the hell is your name? If the old man doesn't want to, I can do it. Anyway, I have a lot of them. 1. Looking at Makarov's expression, Black Natsu kindly dissuaded him. Makarov immediately became unhappy when he heard this. Are you kidding me? I said I'm going to ask, just I'm going to ask, let's go. Let's go now. Black Natsu shrugged his shoulders, then took the lead and stepped forward. Makarov follows closely behind. Soon, 2 people, one large and one small, entered the restaurant. Makarov looked left and right, and couldn't help but sigh. This does look a bit high-end. I have never been to a restaurant with such luxurious decoration. Black Natsu is non-committal, it doesn't make any difference to me whether it's luxurious or not, as long as it tastes good. That's the way too. Makarov nodded, and under the guidance of the waiter, the 2 of them sat down. A beautiful waiter brought a menu. Do you need me to recommend something to you? What do you recommend? Just go here. You can buy whatever is delicious in your store. It's not a waste of money, you understand. Makarov directly pushed away the menu, then patted his pocket and raised his eyebrows at the beautiful waiter. Just kidding, what time is it now? Now is the time to show off the powerful strength of our guild. How can we attract talents like World Natsu if we don't show some background? Go. Go hard. How much can you eat in one meal? It seems that the Black Natsu in front of you is a foodie. Pinch his stomach and show your personality charm at the same time, and the recruitment plan will be one step closer. The waiter's eyes lit up when he heard Makarov's heroic words. Quickly put away the menu and bow deeply. Okay, please wait for a moment, the two distinguished guests. The food will be served soon. The beautiful waiter's compliment almost made Makarov float to the sky. Although I am the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, I basically get scolded. When have I ever enjoyed such treatment? Makarov nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. Hurry up, we are already hungry. Okay. After the beautiful waiter left, Makarov gave Black Natsu a cup of tea. Then he looked at Black Natsu with a smile. Hey, can you come up? How about I continue to talk about the guild? I'm so hungry that I don't have the energy to listen. Okay. Makarov slapped his mouth with a shy smile. Soon, a dazzling array of meals were served. As for the restaurant, the treatment of the two of them can be said to be full of benefits, and all the chefs are working hard. It is as if the entire kitchen is serving two people. Thus, the serving speed is unexpectedly fast. In less than 5 minutes, 20 dishes were already placed on the table. Looking at the delicacies on the table, Black Natsu's eyes lit up several degrees. My stomach growled very cooperatively. Eat, eat. Come on, try this. Makarov speaks as a guest. Then, I won't be polite. Black Natsu smiled politely, then completely focused on the food in front of him, and a smokeless battle began. At the beginning, Black Natsu's bold eating appearance and fast eating speed surprised Makarov. But, that's it. But, as the meal progressed, Makarov gradually realized that something was wrong. In 10 minutes, almost all the food on the table has been swept away. Even Makarov himself didn't eat much food. Looking at World Natsu, who still has some unfinished thoughts, Makarov naturally knows what he is thinking. So, in order to keep up the show, Makarov greeted the beautiful waiter not far away. Add more food. As long as you see us still eating, just keep adding more food. The beautiful waiter's body tensed up, and then she nodded excitedly. Okay, don't worry, I won't make you wait any longer. Makarov nodded happily. Then he looks at Black Natsu. Well, I haven't eaten enough yet, so I don't have time yet. Black Natsu raised his head, said something vaguely, and then continued to fight with the food in front of him. All right. Anyway, it took me so long to come here, so it's okay to wait for a while. Makarov knows that this kind of thing cannot be rushed. Just let him eat, it should be quick, right? Makarov sat on his seat, folded his arms, and waited quietly. But, gradually, Makarov couldn't sit still. Time, half an hour has passed, and this guy in front of me is still eating. He just watched helplessly as the plates in front of Black Natsu gradually piled up. It's like stacking blocks. Makarov sweat drops as he watches. Behind him, there is food, which is being served in a steady stream. The sweat on Makarov's forehead began to increase. Guest, would you like to help you clean up here? The beautiful waiter came to Black Natsu's side and asked politely, pointing to the mountain of dinner plates. Take it away, there is almost no more space left. There will be new plates to pile up soon. When Makarov heard this, his hand that was holding the cup to drink water to soothe his throat couldn't help but tremble. Besides, What is this guy? A bottomless pit? It can't even be filled. Makarov was roaring crazily in his heart, but he still put on a smile on his face. Haha. I didn't realize that you are so good at eating. Black Natsu raised his head. Of course, I'm different from you. After saying that, Black Natsu buried his head in eating again. Makarov took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. As if recalling something, Makarov waved to the beautiful waiter. What's the matter, sir? Show me your menu. Makarov points to the menu on the other table. Okay. Soon, the menu came into Makarov's hands. He calmly opened the menu, intending to estimate how much the meal would cost. But the next moment, Makarov's pupils suddenly widened. My body jumped up all of a sudden. Everyone present looked at Makarov in astonishment. Even Black Natsu is like this. It's nothing, there's static electricity. Makarov shook his head, then sat on the chair and carefully opened the menu again, fearing that he had just read the decimal point wrongly. But, obviously, this is not the case. Just one roast chicken costs 20,000. Just such a chicken, I just blacked out Natsu. 100,000 was gone immediately. You know, at this stage, the fairy tale dormitory only costs 100,000 a month. In other words, Kuronatsu ate up one member's accommodation fee for a month in one fell swoop. Makarov's gaze continues. One barbecue leg, 3. Damn. Is it made of gold? A vegetable salad, 9,000 J. How dare you break vegetables? The more he looked, the darker Makarov's face became. The more I read, the more my hands shaking when flipping through the menu became more and more trembling. Blood pressure continued to rise. Makarov quickly closed the menu and took a few deep breaths. Bloodshot eyes have already appeared in his eyes. I don't dare to watch it, I don't dare to watch it at all. If I continue to watch it, Makarov is afraid that his heart disease will be angered. Please give me flowers. The sound of Black Natsu eating was still heard from the front, reaching Makarov's ears. It's like eating gold. No kidding, this guy is really eating gold. Sir, are you okay? The beautiful waiter seemed to notice something was wrong with Makarov and asked worriedly. Look at your appearance, right? Low blood sugar? How about trying one of our store's signature desserts to replenish your sugar supply? Makarov held his forehead and waved his hand towards the beautiful waiter. No need, you are not supplementing sugar, you are supplementing my blood pressure. Finally. Under Makarov's flawless eyes, Black Natsu finally had enough. Makarov's fists, which had been clenched so tightly that they were dripping with sweat, relaxed at this moment. Finally it's over. Give me another, no, 10 desserts. Black Natsu's voice sounded again. Makarov's steps to prepare for the settlement moment softened and he almost fell to the ground. Soon, this time the bill came out. The moment Makarov saw the numbers above, I felt my heartbeat quicken for a moment, my blood pressure surged, and the world seemed to be spinning. F***ck. More than 1.7 million. Makarov's steps faltered, and he couldn't help but hold on to the bar, staring at the cashier in front of him with bloodshot eyes. Can you discount? Once a Saint 10 level magician gets angry, his aura is indeed very powerful. Soon after many difficult discussions with the store, a fruit plate was given as a gift. Outside the restaurant, Makarov seemed to have completely lost his soul, wandering on the street. The money I originally planned to spend on vacation for 2 months has been spent on this meal. Makarov even offered a magic ring, which was enough. Otherwise, Makarov would have to wash dishes in someone else's kitchen now. Arrived outside the restaurant, Makarov looked back at the sign that he couldn't understand before. For a moment, the whole person seemed to be enlightened. So, is this what this sign means? So, is that so? Sure enough, this sign is really good, really good. Makarov muttered like crazy. Completely opposite to him is the Black Natsu on the side. The current Black Natsu seems to be in good spirits. The kind that carries the wind when you walk. Makarov tugged at the corner of his mouth. Although his heart was bleeding, he still managed to hold on as if nothing was wrong and asked Black Natsu. We should be able to talk about it now, right? How about it? Do you want to join Fairy Tale? This time, Black Natsu stopped, turned around, and his eyes became serious. I only have one question, what can the guild bring to me? Makarov frowned slightly, and his whole person seemed to have a different temperament. Looks at Black Natsu without hesitation. The meaning of guild needs to be experienced by yourself, whether you are happy, sad, etc. I cannot guarantee you this, but what will what you want to say bring you? First, you need work and money. You can't rely on the fragmented tasks of the city lord's mansion forever. Those tasks with a reward of 2 million J, are already closed. Upvoted. But joining a guild is different. You can get access to more tasks and more rewards. I believe that it is not your character to sit back and take the cake. Second, challenge. As a mage, although you are already very strong now, it is precisely because you are very strong that people like you shouldn't be willing to stagnate, right? Participating in various difficult jobs can allow you to grow enough, see more things, challenge more impossibilities, and thereby break through yourself and reach a higher level. The point. 1. Third, companions. If you are a loner, you may not be able to understand the meaning of this yet, but believe me, this is something worth experiencing. 1. Finally, perhaps for me, or perhaps for many guild members, it is adventure. The world is so big that many people will never be able to reach it in their lifetime. Don't you want to set foot there? There are many unknowns in the world, and there are also many beauties, all of which are waiting for you energetic young people to explore. This is adventure. After taking risks, you have a home to return to, a place to belong to, a group of friends and relatives waiting for your return, etc. Are these enough? 1. Makarov's words made Black Natsu fall silent. After a while, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Old man, you have convinced me. Besides, you're not a bad person, so I'll go take a look with you. Zhang. Chapter 101. The picture has played to this point, and the answer is already obvious. Countless people in the World Channel also sighed. Blue Pegasus, Bob, oh, I didn't expect it, that Lao Ma would be so humble as to beg a kid, what a harm. Quattro Cerberus, Gold Mine, who says otherwise? This time, even Lao Ma himself misjudged himself. Hades, something is wrong. Why didn't you do it the other way around this time? Is it possible that this is targeting me? Brain, Hades. I finally believed you once, but, you made me lose so completely. Hades, can you blame me? Who can guarantee that you can do this kind of question that relies solely on guessing? Irene, this time, even we are in trouble. By the way, it seems that no one chooses B this time, right? Mardgear, anyway, we followed Zeref and chose D. Derumvault, I just don't understand. The Magic Council is such a good place, why would you go to Fairy Tale? What's so good about that crappy place? Makarov. Durambart, please pay attention to your words. Jalal, then, this time the choice should be 520, so no one is correct, right? Erdia, after all, who would have thought that a mage of the Holy 10 level would actually beg others to join his guild? Mirti, in other words, we all underestimated Makarov's face. Makarov, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Think about it for yourselves, if you had seen the scene I saw in the sky, wouldn't you do this? Humph. A group of people who can't eat the grapes and say the grapes are sour. No one paid attention to Makarov's rebuttal. After all, everyone guessed wrong this time, so there's nothing more to say. Just settle the account quickly and continue playing. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the beep from the sky screen also rang loudly. Ding! The correct answer to this prize-winning quiz is B. Makarov took the initiative to find Black Natsu and begged him to join Fairy Tail. Congratulations to Fairy Tail for winning this round of prize-winning quizzes. Rewards will be distributed soon. 5. Gold Mine. Jalal. Yajima. Hades, what's going on? There's something wrong with the marquee? Why did Fairy Tail win the prize? Brain, wait. Wait. Something's wrong. Fairy Tail? How could it be them? Bob, what happened? I remember, didn't Makarov say he chose a gold mine? Yet, what else did he say? Judging from the fact that it's impossible for him to do something B, how could this happen? Is there really something wrong with the sky screen? Yajma, something is wrong, something is really wrong. Jalal, Fairy Tail? What on earth did you choose? Makarov, ha. Of course I chose B. Don't you have a choice? Bob, ah? But didn't you mean? Inside Blue Pegasus, Bob, who was completely bewildered, froze on the spot. It made Yi and others beside him a little panicked. President? President Bob? President? Don't worry if you go, men. The shouts from his companions did not wake Bob. At this moment, he just stood there blankly. My mind was spinning wildly. Yes. All this. This is what Makarov is talking about. He said himself that he would never put down his face and do such a thing. But it turned out that Makarov was wrong. When it comes to big things like talent, face is of no importance to Makarov. So, how could Makarov himself not know this? Pony. That BD, me. Countless people in the World Channel seemed to understand. Suddenly, the faces of all those who were deceived into choosing A suddenly turned dark. Gold mine, shameless. This is really extremely shameless. Bob, Pony. You are so good, you all made a fool of yourself. Jalal, what the hell? Why on earth did I believe such an old fox at that time? Yajima, old ma, it has to be you. If it had been anyone else, how could you be so shameless? Porushika, Makarov like this makes me feel sick. Hades, it's hard to imagine that the stupid guy who used to be stupid and full of muscles could actually know this skill. He's really an idiot. I don't know who he learned it from. Makarov, what? This is called tactics, do you understand? Besides, is it possible that we made the wrong choice here? I was originally going to choose A, but my hands shook and I chose B, ha. Everyone, shut up. Bob, no. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Lao Ma, just wait in the guild for a while and I'll give you some souvenirs. Gold mine, wait, take me one. Yajima, I really miss it, then I will also participate in it a little bit. Jalal, I think so, forget it, I won't show up for now. Makarov, hey, this is just a tactical level, don't escalate it to a personal attack. Barusika, you'd better stop talking, even I can't help but want to flatter you. Makarov. Amidst the sounds of chatting and spanking, rewards from the system also gradually began to be distributed. Ding! Congratulations to Fairy Tail, for gaining the entire lifespan and increasing it by 30 years. Congratulations to Fairy Tail, for getting a weapon, Zanpakuto Haranmaru. Remarks: Haranmaru is the strongest ice and snow Zanpakuto from Otherworld. It is a weapon made of soul. The user can have a spiritual dialogue with it to know its name, thus unlocking the power of the Zanpakut. It has two forms, Shija and Swastika. Note 2, when the owner is selected, Harinmaru will be bound to the owner's soul and cannot change owners, so please choose carefully. A series of rewards have landed on Fairy Tail's head. The eyes of countless people in the world channel turned red. Hades, 30 years of life. 30 years. These guys spent 30 years of their life in vain relying on Makarov. Brain, this is not even the most important thing. The most awesome thing is probably the Zanpakutt named Harinmaru. Good guy, the strongest ice and snow power in the world. Fairy Tail is making a lot of money this time. Irene, the strongest power of ice and snow in the world, this makes me excited. Unfortunately, this thing needs to be soulbound, which means that it cannot be snatched away. August, I don't know if this kind of reward will be available next time. Bob, damn Makarov. I can't take it anymore. Gold mine, I can't stand it anymore. Jalal, jealousy gives me the urge to get involved, how do I go about it? Ulu, ice and snow. I'm starting to feel a little envious. Makarov did not respond to anyone's remarks. This old man is still laughing wantonly in the Fairy Tail Guild. Looking at Makarov's appearance, Myra Jane couldn't help but twitch her lips. President, we seem to have become public enemies, and you still laugh like this. Makarov waved his hand indifferently, what are you afraid of? The most that those old guys can do is beat me up. What else can they do? In exchange for me being beaten up, the strength within the guild will increase, which is already pretty good. Makarov looked at everyone in the guild and said with a smile. That face just lacks the word great written on it. Guildarts seemed to be completely moved by Makarov's fearless spirit. Patted Makarov on the shoulder. President. Well done, I really don't know how to express my gratitude. You really sacrificed too much for us. Makarov heard this and looked at Guildarts. Oh, so Guildarts still feels sorry for me, the president. Guildarts, what are you saying, president? You are my godlike figure. How can you not feel sorry for me? Makarov nodded happily. In that case, when those old guys come, it's all up to you to resist them. I'll get out of the way first. After saying that, Makarov ran towards the outside of the guild in a hurry. He looked like he wished he had 2 more legs. Guildarts was left standing with a bewildered expression on his face, looking at the place where Makarov had just been standing. What happened? The other side of the guild. A group of people were whispering around the sudden appearance of Tachi. Kana, speaking of ice and snow abilities, isn't this just for Grey? Grey, who said that? There are quite a few people in our guild who can use ice and snow abilities, and. As he spoke, Grey looked up and down at Harinmaru in front of him. Finally, he said helplessly, I don't know how to use a knife. As he said that, he took it, waited twice, and placed it on the table helplessly. No, I can't use this thing. I'm not a swordsman. I don't know how to fight with this thing. It would be better to choose someone who can use ice and snow abilities and is a swordsman. Grey's voice just finished. Everyone present turned their attention to the figure in the back who was eating strawberry cake. Me. Urza bit her spoon and blinked blindly. Chapter 102. In the sky screen. As the Black Natsu agreed to Makarov's invitation, it gradually dimmed. Then, without the slightest hesitation, another white-framed screen slowly lit up with color. Dragneel, has the scene of World Natsu started? Grand Igni, I don't know, how did Bai Natsu behave when he was young? Dragneel, it's really exciting. When Natsu was young, he should have gotten along well with everyone in the guild, right? Natsu, well, in a sense, it should be pretty good, right? The white-framed screen lights up completely. Within Fairy Tail Guild, Natsu, who has just joined the guild, seems a bit familiar and can talk to anyone. Seeing this, Dragneel nodded happily. Well, that's right. When you have just integrated into a new group, the most important thing is to establish a good relationship with the people in the group. This way, when you have difficulties in the future, others will help you. The screen changes quickly. A boy with his upper body naked walked into the guild. Unintentionally, Natsu and Gray's eyes met. The uncle in the guild, Wakaba, sighed helplessly, then shook off the ashes from his pipe and said, "It's about to start again, those two little guys." As Wakaba said, in the next moment, the two little guys quickly crossed a distance of tens of meters with lightning speed, and their heads were pressed together. The two of them stared at each other. There are even electric lights flashing in the air. "Hey! Isn't this a perverted naked man? What brought you here?" Natsu was the first to attack. "Humph! I can go wherever I want in the guild, and whenever I want. If you don't accept it, will you bite me?" Gray replied, not to be outdone. "Are you so arrogant now? Have you forgotten who was beaten so much that he cried for his father and mother last night? Of course it's you, you snot-nosed BD. It's you, right? The underwear is perverted. Lower eye. Up the hammer eye. The guy who loves to breathe fire. The guy who loves to play with ice and wets his pants. Both sides, you say something, and I say something." Lan gets angry. Outside the sky, countless people were speechless. "Jalal, speaking of which, isn't this too nutritious?" "You are you, haha, it's still interesting." "Erdia, I didn't expect that Gray's verbal skills are not weak. Look at how unpleasant the curse is." "Ulu, I'm a little curious. I didn't ask Gray to tell you this. Where did you learn it?" "Gray, haha, that, maybe it's talent." "Igneel, so, I taught you so many great principles, and this is how you use them?" "Natsu. Natsu, well, I've defeated Gray many times with these." "Igneel, are you quite proud?" "Grand Igni, just now we said we wanted to live in peace, why did it suddenly develop like this?" "Happy, maybe they are natural enemies. Anyway, this kind of scene happens every day. People in our guild are used to it." "Indeed," just as Happy said. After a few minutes of yelling at each other with useless words, the two little guys finally couldn't hold it any longer and started fighting. Everyone in the guild is not surprised by this. Anyway, there won't be any problems in the fight between the two brats. It will be much better after the two energetic guys lie down from exhaustion. The intervention of another person. Bang bang! 2 consecutive explosions were heard in the guild. Natsu and Gray, who had looked ferocious just now and were about to beat their opponents down, also crawled to the ground after the 2 loud noises. Their eyes were filled with stars, and they looked at the man in the clothes with fear. Armored figure appeared. "Urza!" Macau screamed in horror. "Ai Urza!" Natsu held his head in his hands, with tears in his eyes, and couldn't help but shrink down. The same goes for Gray on the other side, as if he is something terrifying. Outside the curtain, Lucy couldn't help but laugh out loud as she watched this scene. It seems that the fear of Urza has existed since childhood. Happy, that's not true. When I was young, no matter how violent Natsu and Gray were, Urza would always suppress the situation once she appeared and give them a good beating. Gray, Happy, you don't need to talk about this kind of thing, right? Natsu, that's right, I'm telling you, it's not like I haven't challenged Urza before. Igneel, oh? Do you still dare to resist? Natsu, of course. I'm Igneel's child. Gray, of course, after I resisted, I was beaten even worse. Metallicana, haha, it's quite interesting, these brats. I remember, Natsu and Gajeel often fought when he was young, right? Gajeel, more than that, even now, but I am the one who wins most of the time. Natsu, what nonsense are you talking about? It's obviously me, okay. Gray, stop talking, I am the strongest. Urza, hey. Gray, well, Urza doesn't count, that counts as a dimensionality reduction blow. In the scene, Urza joins in to suppress the noisy Natsu and Gray. And in a sisterly tone, he scolded the two of them again. Although they were very dissatisfied in their hearts, the two of them had no way to resist, so they could only swallow their anger and felt extremely aggrieved. The days passed in such a noisy atmosphere. For Natsu, every day's life is simple and fulfilling. I got up in the morning, arrived at the guild early, and then started to fight with Gray. At noon, after lunch, Gray came to fight. In the afternoon, Natsu, who had nothing to do, continued to fight with Gray, and then met Urza, and then the two of them were beaten together. In the evening, Natsu, who had been struggling all afternoon, found Urza with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Immediately afterwards, he was beaten again. Finally, I went back to sleep with a bruised nose and a swollen face. On the way, Natsu also met a new member, a guy named Laxus. That guy is more powerful than Urza, and has become the target of Natsu's challenge. Although, the other party doesn't want to talk to Natsu. Every time I encountered Natsu's provocation, I would give him a clean blow and knock him down. After mocking him, he disappeared from Natsu's sight. If he doesn't defeat Laxus, Natsu will feel uncomfortable inside. Thus, the feud between Natsu and Laxus also began, although they were beaten badly every time. Laxus doesn't seem to be merciful to Natsu like Urza. Many times when he is annoyed, he will give Natsu a hard beating, which can make Natsu unable to get out of bed for 3 days. However, Nake never tires of doing this. After watching it for a long time, Dragneel could only shake his head helplessly. He said to Natsu, "Did you feed the dogs everything I taught you before? Just like the scene in the picture just now, why don't you use your backhand to grab it? For example, many times before, why didn't you dodge sideways, but instead like Lang Toking, you forcibly received other people's attacks and attacked them? The playing method of exchanging injuries for injuries is based on the situation that you are strong enough. At that time, you were as fragile as a piece of paper. Why did you still fight like this?" Natsu, "Well, that's what instinct is. I think I can hit people this way." Dragneel sighed helplessly and shook his head again. However, the spirit used to challenge is good, but it is only spirit. The curtain continues. On this day, melodious bells sounded throughout Magnolia. Through the introduction of his companions, Natsu knew that it was the bell that came from the return of Fairy Tale's strongest magician. The whole town makes way for it, and this card is worthy enough to be the strongest of Fairy Tale. The word strongest obviously caught Natsu's attention, so he moved closer. I also saw the grace of Gildarts, the strongest magician in Fairy Tale. That is an old man with a stubble on his face who is willing to help others and sometimes seems a bit silly. The appearance of Gildarts seems to have opened a door to a new world for Natsu. Let him see that human beings can be so strong. Thus, there is one more person on Natsu's challenge target, and that is Gildarts. Unexpectedly, Gildarts seems to be very optimistic about Natsu. Not only are they not as impatient or ruthless as Laxus, Gildarts seems to be more inclined to cultivate teacher Natsu. It can be said that when he was young, Gildarts was almost Natsu's second combat teacher and taught Natsu a lot of experience. But unfortunately, as the strongest mage in the guild, Gildarts also has a very full schedule and will be away from the guild for a long time. Thus, Natsu's dream of challenging Gildarts every day was shattered. Time goes round, and 1 year flies by in a blink of an eye. This year, Natsu's progress has been obvious, and Makarov has successfully approved Natsu to carry out the mission. This is a very big improvement for Natsu. Similarly, it was also in this year that the 3 Myra Jane sisters joined the guild. Natsu seems to be very interested in Myra Jane, who wears a hood and has a devil's palm. So, Natsu thought about challenging Myra Jane. However, things that hit people also happened. At this time, Myra Jane didn't even know what magic was. I don't know how to use my magic. This is how Myra Jane managed to defeat Natsu easily with the help of that demonic arm. At this time, Natsu realized that Myra Jane is also a monster like Urza. In the following days, Natsu's thoughts were also confirmed. With Makarov's help, Myra Jane quickly mastered the principles of magic. The demonized arms can also be retracted and released freely. Then, not long after, Myra Jane was able to compete with Urza. The strong strength made Natsu speechless. It seems that there is one more person who cannot be messed with. Look at everything displayed on the sky. Dragneel had already fallen silent. Until this moment, he couldn't help but hold his forehead with one hand. Looking at Natsu, he said in disbelief, "So, you can't beat anyone?" Natsu refused. "Who said that? I can beat Grey." "Grey, you're just farting. Obviously you can't beat me, right? Dragneel, you're 250 to 50, you don't know what you're arguing about, hey." Chapter 103. The appearance of Myra Jane also seemed to stimulate Natsu. Let him understand one thing, even Urza is not necessarily invincible. So, Natsu started a training for this purpose. The training project hung the annoying portrait of Urza and the portrait of Grey on the tree trunk and beat them crazily. Outside the curtain, Dragneel twitched the corner of his mouth. "So, this is how you practice? Tree King." Natsu scratched his head and said with an awkward smile, "Hey, that's what I thought at that time. It can be regarded as practicing punching." Dragneel was speechless, but chose to continue reading. Natsu seems to have poured all his resentment into his fists. While striking, he was still chattering angrily. But, at this moment, from the top of the lush branches, due to the vibration of the big tree, a giant egg fell and hit Natsu's head hard. The reason why it is called a dome is because the size of this egg is indeed beyond everyone's imagination. Even Natsu now is only one head taller than this egg. Just when Natsu was about to get angry about who sneaked up on him, he saw the egg. The pattern above that is very similar to a dragon's claw attracted Natsu's attention. Having been raised by dragons since he was a child, he immediately thought that this was probably the dragon's egg. So, I excitedly carried the dome back to the guild. And it attracted ridicule from a lot of people, because in everyone's minds, things like dragons obviously don't exist. So dragon eggs are naturally nonsense. However, Natsu still insisted on hatching the dragon to open everyone's eyes. Makarov also agrees with this. The reason is that I want to make brats like Natsu realize the value of life. After a series of events, the blue dome finally lived up to Natsu's expectations and began to move. The eggshell was on the verge of breaking, and then, in everyone's eyes, a blue light broke out of the shell. "That's a cat. A cute blue cat with wings." It was precisely because of the appearance of the blue cat and its cuteness that it attracted the attention and smiles of everyone present. It was like a mascot that brought happiness, so Natsu named the blue cat Happy. Translated as, happiness means. According to Natsu, it's Totoro happy. And take it to your home and raise it by yourself. This year, something happened that made Natsu very envious. S-Class Mage Upgrade Assessment. The so-called S-Class Mage Assessment is the standard for judging whether a person is qualified to become an S-Class Mage. This can be said to be a watershed for a magician. Only those above S level are qualified to be called strong. After becoming an S-level mage, you will be eligible to take on ultra-difficult tasks classified as S level, and the rewards will also be significantly increased. Of course, this S-Class Mage is not a rigid requirement. Each guild evaluates S-Class Mage differently. But what is certain is that the Fairy Tale Guild is definitely the most stringent guild in judging S-Class magicians. Those who can become S-level magicians in other guilds will most likely be rejected in the Fairy Tale Guild. Just like the current Laxus, it is no exaggeration to say that he is powerful enough to crush Blue Pegasus S-Class Mage overnight, but Laxus has only just obtained the qualification. This is the first assessment that has appeared in the year since Natsu joined. At the same time, it is also an assessment specifically for Laxus. There is no way, throughout this year, only Laxus has the strength to reach this level. Therefore, the S-level assessment, which has not been held for several years, will also be held this year. Obviously, the only candidate selected is Laxus. For this reason, Guildarts rushed back to the guild from other places, and personally served as the examiner for the S-class magician assessment. The content of the assessment is unknown, but after this time, Laxus successfully became the second S-wizard in Fairy Tail. It was at this time that Guildarts told Natsu very seriously, "If you want to become stronger, then become an S-class mage. Only by truly becoming an S-class mage can you be qualified to truly explore the world." At that time, Guildarts' words left a deep impression on Natsu. "And work hard for it." However, after a few days, Natsu seemed to have returned to his usual life, fighting with Grey from time to time, and then being dealt with by Urza. Or maybe being taken care of by Myra Jane, or sometimes, becoming the victim of a fight between Urza and Myra Jane, and being beaten away by the aftermath. Dragneel said he was not surprised by this. "All I can say is, this stupid guy has no pressure at all, and he doesn't have much ambition." Not only did this make Dragneel a little suspicious, was it really a good idea to keep Acknowledge a secret from Natsu for so many years? What if Natsu knew about Acknowledge's threat from the beginning? So, will he work as hard as Natsu? None of this is known. However, no matter what, Natsu finally had a happy childhood. From this point of view alone, it is pretty good. Time is still flying. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed by. Natsu has also grown a lot in the past 2 years and has become a young man. However, if you should be abused, you will still be abused. I'm still the same as Grey. I can only say that both of them have grown up. This year, 15-year-old Urza and 15-year-old Myra Jane were selected for the S-class wizard examination. The competition between the two rivals ended with Urza winning with a slight advantage. Became the third S-class mage in the guild. At the same time, it also created a record for the youngest person to become a level 5 mage. Talent is so strong that you can see it with the naked eye. However, what is surprising is that even though she has become an S-class mage, Urza is still a 50-50 draw in the battle with Myra Jane. It makes people sigh. If 2 S-class wizards can pass in 1 year, it will definitely be Urza and Myra Jane. These two people are truly geniuses among geniuses. It's jaw-dropping. In X781, Myra Jane, who had been ridiculed by Urza for a year, finally got her chance. In this year, she became an S-class mage in one go. 1. For a time, I felt proud, and the scenery was endless. Well, Natsu, who has always been transparent, is envious. He began to fantasize about becoming an S-class mage, but, unfortunately, until now, the selection of an S-class mage was still a long way off for him. Year. Confident Myra Jane accepted the S-class mission to defeat the Beast King. Originally, she wanted to train her younger siblings, so she refused Natsu's request to go with her. It was this arrogance that led to the tragedy of my sister Lysina. The rampaging Beast King injured Myra Jane. In order to protect his sister, Elfman, the younger brother, chose to take the Beast King by force. As a result, he went on a rampage and killed his sister Lysina with his own hands. That day, the whole sky seemed to darken. Lysina's departure has dealt an extremely heavy blow to everyone at Fairy Tail. Afterwards, Elfman, who had always been extremely quiet, began to realize the importance of strength and exercised like crazy, turning himself into a muscular man. And Myra Jane also had her magic power blocked due to her intense self-blame. From then on, she was unable to use magic. Eventually became the poster girl in the guild. Inside the Fairy Tail Guild, Lysina, who had returned from the world of Edelas, looked at her sister with some worry. At that time, I was really sorry, Sister Myra. It turns out that your character became like this because of me. No need to say more. Myra Jane responded with a smile. Then he looked at the sky and whispered softly, that is a thing of the past. I am very satisfied with my life now. Lise Zhao. Another 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Natsu has truly grown up. Strength has also been greatly improved, and he has become famous throughout the Fiori kingdom by relying on his chaotic and often destructive behavior. On this day, a Baoyanan found Natsu and informed Natsu of the appearance of a dragon in Harjan Port. Harjan Port. Natsu narrowed his eyes, and then picked up his luggage without any hesitation. Happy, let's go. Oh. Behind him, the blue kitten spread its white wings, and followed Natsu as he flew out of the guild. At this point, the white-framed screen gradually dimmed. On the contrary, on the other side, the black border gradually lights up. Countless people opened their eyes and sat upright. Here it comes. The story of Black Natsu. Compared with Bai Natsu, he is plain and indifferent when facing difficulties. More people will look forward to what Black Natsu will do when facing these problems. Will you experience the same pain and regret a second time? No one knows the answer. But what is certain is that with Black Natsu's character and strength, things are definitely not that helpless. Chapter 104. The black-framed screen gradually gained color under the spotlight. The beginning of the screen. Black Natsu and Makarov are standing at the entrance of the guild. The two of them stared at the word Falriedel on the plaque above. After Makarov introduced the origin of the name Fairy Tale like a program, he looked at Black Natsu beside him. Raised his head proudly, how is it? Eternal adventure. Black Natsu murmured softly, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It feels pretty good, it should be a good place, right? Of course. Makarov straightened his chest. The previous humility seemed to have completely disappeared. Makarov took the lead and arrived at the gate. Then I pushed the door open with my palms forcefully. Call out. A dinner plate was aimed at Makarov's head at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, and exploded straight towards him. Makarov's eyes flashed. The powerful reflexes of a holy 10th level magician are fully demonstrated at this moment. Tap your steps backward slightly, and the whole person will do a backflip on the spot. The next moment, the speeding dinner plate was perfectly dodged by Makarov. Makarov, who somersaulted to the ground, fell to one knee in an extremely handsome posture. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. It's just a small skill, but you actually dare to do the same thing. When I was carrying out sneak attacks, these little guys didn't even know where they were born. Makarov just stood up, snorted coldly, and stepped on his feet. Well, you stepped on a banana peel. Black Natsu's reminder came from behind. Before Makarov had time to react, the next moment, his footsteps slipped and he fell to the ground like a wolf. There was a dull muffled sound. BD. This is that guy's sudden attack. 047. The furious Makarov stood up suddenly, his eyes filled with anger. It was just thrown out along with the dinner plate. Black Natsu said, then looked towards the open door. Black Natsu's brows frowned slightly. It's really, a little too messy. Looking inside through the open door, you can clearly see countless people fighting together. Smoke and dust spread to every corner of the building. Dinner plate, wine glass. Even the seats and benches, all kinds of food are flying around in this small space. Occasionally, you can see a naked boy wandering around, fighting with other people. Noises, curses, and the shattering of wine glasses and plates intertwined together, like a piece of passionate music, so lively. Is this, an enemy has invaded your guild? Such a scene was seen by Black Natsu more than 400 years ago. When the dragon attacked, that village was in such chaos. No. Strictly speaking, this place seems to be countless times more chaotic than the panicked people at that time. That's why World Natsu asked like this. Makarov's face has already turned the color of pig liver. Enemy invasion? Makarov hopes that this is really an enemy invasion. But I definitely know my own affairs. What kind of enemy invasion is this? This is just a group of brats in the guild fighting again. Although, it is normal in normal times. Although Makarov will stop it, he will not interfere too much. But what time is it now? I finally managed to convince this monster boy to join my guild by trying every possible means and blowing my cover a lot. As a result, I just arrived at the door and haven't even entered yet. Are these people going to dismantle themselves? Isn't this, bitch, a pure slap in the face? Makarov is completely angry. A deafening roar instantly spread throughout the guild. Stop it quickly! You bastards! Makarov is worthy of being the president of the guild. The entire guild fell completely silent under Makarov's voice. A pair of eyes looks at Makarov at the gate. One after another they immediately escaped from the melee, and then became honest, acting like it had nothing to do with them. Damn! Who took my underwear? A naked guy is covering his vital points and yelling with a red face. Are there any perverts in your guild? Black Natsu looks at Makarov. A look of embarrassment appears on Makarov's face. Haha, his name is Grey, but he's definitely not a pervert. Okay, a little bit, but not much. Under Black Natsu's disgusted gaze, Makarov's voice gradually lowered. Outside the sky. Grey's eyes widened and he looked at the sky. Then he immediately turned around and looked at Makarov. President? In your eyes, I am a pervert. Makarov, isn't that what I said? Just a little, but not much. Grey, can you blame me? Someone in the sky clearly snatched my underwear. Can you say I'm a pervert? Carla, even if you put on underwear, you're still a pervert. I can only say that everyone who joins the guild has an amazingly consistent evaluation of Grey. Wendy, that seems to be true. When Carla and I first joined the guild, we really thought Mr. Grey was a pervert. Grey, how did you do it, say such a thing in front of me so happily? Lily, I felt the same way when I first joined. Grey, even a cat. Gajeel, second. Grey, you. Lucy, I felt the same way at the time. Grey, you guys are really enough. Wooloo, alas, I didn't expect that after I left, my apprentice would embark on such a path, alas. Grey, you are you. Even you. The chaotic guild finally returned to normal under Makarov's power. Countless people looked curiously at Black Natsu who was following Makarov. Grey found a pair of pants from the milk and put them on, and moved the Lady Kana next to him. Hey, that guy over there should be the guy who's joining the guild, right? If you ask me about this kind of thing, how do I know? Kana, who was drinking juice, shrugged. Grey didn't care about Kana's attitude and said minding his own business. Haha, there is a high probability that a new person will join. You seem very excited. Kana asked curiously, seemingly noticing the smile on Grey's face. Of course, aren't newcomers bullied? This is the right of an old man. Look, when I first joined the guild, wasn't it that those old guys from Macau teased me for a long time? Looking at Grey who was taking it for granted, Kana frowned a little. You don't want to fight with that newcomer, do you? Hey! How can we call it a fight? This is called a trial to test his strength and let him know who he cannot mess with in the future in the guild. Grey straightened his back, as if he imagined that he would dominate the entire fairy guild in the future. Starting from the newcomer in front of him, he would defeat those guys with strong scientific backgrounds step by step. By the way, especially Laxus. I must beat that guy in the future and let him know how powerful I am. As he kept fantasizing in his mind, Grey seemed to have remembered something again. By the way, it seems Laxus is back. No, it's over there. Kana pointed to the figure sitting alone at the bar not far away, drinking fruit sweat. He has blonde hair that stands up, with mechanical earphones hanging on his neck. He is wearing a yellow t-shirt, and his eyes are full of impatience with everything. 1. Laxus, currently the strongest young guy in the guild. Gray spoke with some envy. Then, that envy instantly turned into a strong fighting spirit. However, one day, I will definitely surpass that guy. I wish you good luck. Kana shook her juice glass and said nothing more. Gray is also not surprised. Every time when the issue of strength is discussed, Kana will always be so depressed and seems to be uninterested. Ahem. Everyone, look over here. At this time, Makarov came to stand on the guild stage, and his loud voice attracted everyone's attention. I believe you are all curious about the boy next to me, right? Makarov looks at Black Natsu, who is carrying a shoulder bag behind him. I won't be too pretentious, he is a new member of our guild. Everyone, my name is Natsu, Natsu Dragneel, please take care of me later. Black Natsu politely introduced himself briefly. I won't say much else. In short, he is a very strong young man. Makarov received a glass of wine from nowhere and raised it above his head. Let's cheers to welcome Natsu. Oh. Welcome to Fairy Tale. A neat and loud voice echoed through the entire guild at this moment. Even Black Natsu felt a bit harsh. And shocking. Yes, when hundreds of people cheer for you and celebrate you, you will also feel an unparalleled shock, just like Black Natsu now. Ha 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 ha. Welcome, a new person has joined. Although he is still just a child. Haha, by the way, our guild has almost become a nursery, right? What do you guys know? This is a very strong boy. Pay attention, he is very strong. Gray in the crowd frowned slightly as he listened to the discussions around him. He is very strong, your idea seems to be in vain. Kana looked at Gray with a smile and said. Hearing this, Gray immediately became dissatisfied. Stand up directly from the chair. Patted his chest. What? Words. Aren't I, Gray, strong? As he spoke, he looked at Black Natsu on the stage, feeling extremely confident. That guy is as big as me, no matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? So. Kana looked at Gray. So, I want to challenge him. The words fell. Gray stood directly on the table, looking directly at Black Natsu. Hey! That phoenix-eyed brat, I want to have a fight with you, do you dare? Phoenix eyes, brat! Black Natsu's eyes were locked on Gray's body. Narrowing his eyes slightly. Old man, fighting is allowed in the guild, right? Outside the sky. Gray's face instantly turned pale. Looking at the sky screen in disbelief. It's over, it's over. Why am I so arrogant in that world? He held his head, his face full of despair. That Black Natsu, couldn't he have punched me to death in that world? Chapter 105. In the picture. Want to fight? Macau put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at the two of them with interest. Let's fight, ha ha ha, let's see how strong this little guy who is called very strong by the president is. Wakaba shook the ash from his pipe and shouted loudly. Kana in the crowd stroked her forehead helplessly. Do a bunch of disrespectful guys like to watch the fun that much? After all, old men rarely say that a person is strong, so everyone is more interested. A deep voice came from behind Kana. Kana turned around in surprise. Laxus. No wonder Kana is so surprised. You know, in the guild, as the strongest of the younger generation, Laxus often prides himself on being arrogant. You should not participate in the banter of everyone in the guild. Why is Laxus joining us now? It's just that I'm also a little curious. This guy is said to be very strong by the old man. After all, the old man has never said that about me. Laxus put his hands in his pockets and said lightly. So, you've been jealous for a long time. Kana turned to look at Laxus. Hearing this, Laxus laughed disdainfully. Hey, are you kidding? It's just a compliment. I don't care about it at all. I even hate these so-called compliments. Looking at the Black Natsu's eyes narrowed slightly, Laxus continued. After all, they are all a bunch of brats. I just want to see how high this brat is blown. It's just a little diversion in a boring life. Kana shrugged his shoulders, non-committal. Anyway, you yourself know whether this is the case, so it's useless to explain so much to me. TCH. Believe it or not, I really don't like this kind of petty fuss. Outside the canopy. Except for Grey, who was in a panic. Inside the fairy tale guild. Another figure also became unusually panicked. Freed, Laxus. Why are you sweating? Laxus, yes. Evergreen, of course. It's all dripping on the floor. Is it too hot? Big Slow, I think you are a little panicked, right? As he spoke, Big Slow looked at Grey on the other side. No, that guy over there is exactly the same. He's sweating like rain. Laxus opened his mouth, but finally sighed helplessly. Nodding, okay, I am indeed a little panicked. After all, my temper didn't seem to be very good at that time. I always felt that the me in that world needed to be repaired. As the saying goes, one's own people know one's own people. Therefore, Laxus knows very well. What on earth was Laxus thinking when he was still in the rebellious stage in another world? If he looked at it based on his previous thinking, then there is no doubt that Laxus would be very unhappy if he asked himself. He even regards Black Natsu as a thorn in his side. And defeated him severely, which was also a slap in Makarov's face. Didn't you say that this boy is very strong? Sorry, let me tell you, he is weak in front of me. The one who is really strong is your biological grandson who you have never seen with your eyes. This is the mentality of Laxus in his rebellious phase. I can't wait to show my power to people all over the world, and let everyone worship myself and fear myself. Freed, but, that's just that world? It has nothing to do with you in this world, right? Laxus shook his head, you don't understand. This is a matter of face. Just imagine, if the same person in the world over there gets me beaten up by Natsu, I won't be able to save my face in the world over there, right? After all, in this world, I have always been beating up Natsu. Speaking of this, Laxus sighed helplessly. I just hope that I won't be so stupid as to challenge Black Natsu, otherwise, I feel like I will be laughed to death. The other side. Listening to Black Natsu's inquiry, Makarov's body became a little stiff. Logically speaking, Makarov will never stop people from his guild from engaging in friendly challenges. This is a good thing for both parties. With opponents, the team will have the motivation to progress. Therefore, most of the time, Makarov will not prohibit fighting within the guild. At most, it was only when those bastards destroyed a lot of things that they stopped the fight-loving guys out of the mentality of stopping losses in time. But, this one seems a bit ineffective when it comes to Black Natsu. To this day, Makarov can still recall it. The scene on the snowy mountain before. The red bursting flame defeated the flying dragon with just one blow and shattered half of the mountain. The terrifying scene. Of course, what was even more explosive were Natsu Kuro's words later. That's just a hello. In other words, Black Natsu has such destructive power before he even takes it seriously. Then if there was a fight, wouldn't Grey be beaten to the hospital in one fell swoop? Even if it's more serious, Grey may become the second person who cannot bear the call of Black Natsu and ascends to heaven. Thinking of this, Makarov couldn't help but shudder. Old man. Black Natsu's confused inquiry came from beside him. Makarov was awakened and immediately shook his head crazily like a rattle. No. Absolutely not. At least, Black Natsu is not in a position to accept your challenge for the time being. Makarov said this in front of everyone. The guild suddenly fell silent. Ah! What's going on? What's wrong with not being able to accept the challenge? Could it be that that young man has something unspeakable to hide? Gray, who was standing on the table and receiving all the attention, also frowned slightly, a little confused as to what kind of medicine Makarov was selling in the gourd. So he quickly asked, "President? What are you talking about? It's just a fight. Don't we fight every day? This is different, you don't understand the seriousness of this matter at all." Makarov still shakes his head, disagreeing life and death. However, this attitude aroused even more confusion among everyone in the guild. Gray blinked, his not-so-smart mind was running wildly, thinking about the meaning of Makarov's words. Ultimately, Gray believed that Makarov was worried that he was too persistent and that it would be bad if he and Black Natsu ended up in a lose-lose situation. So he nodded understandingly. Said to Makarov, "I understand, President, don't worry, this is just a discussion, I will keep it. After all, we are all companions. After all, we should know what this companion is capable of, right?" Gray's words also made everyone in the guild couldn't stop nodding. Yes, yes, we need to know what this new companion's magic is and how strong it is, right? What if we just let the two of them fight? Aren't our guilds fighting every day anyway? Yes, yes, President, please don't be a spoiler, okay? The voices of everyone in the guild continued to ring in Makarov's ears. Listening to the sounds, Makarov sighed helplessly. Gray, this is not a matter of whether you can hold back or not, it is a matter of which you will definitely not be able to defeat. Do you understand? What I actually don't want to say is that I'm afraid of hurting you, but you insist on joining in. Hey! When Gray heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a short time. What does it mean to be afraid that you cannot beat the opponent? What does it mean to be afraid of hurting yourself? No matter how you say it, you can still be considered a god. Please give me flowers. After all, if we really talk about it, Gray can now compete with the older generation of wizards like Macau. This speaks volumes. Gray is a genius. There is no doubt about it. But, precisely because he is a genius, Gray cannot accept Makarov's words. How much do you look down on me? Gray, listen to my advice. You are not a match for Natsu now. Really, let's talk about it in a few years. With your talent, you should be fine in a few years. Looking at the stunned Gray, Makarov comforted him softly. To be honest, Makarov really doesn't want to say this. Gray is indeed a genius, so Makarov doesn't want Gray to be hit by this kind of thing, and he will be ruined after a setback. Are you kidding? Gray reacted and then roared angrily. Clenching his fists tightly, Gray was very dissatisfied. Don't underestimate me, President. I am also very strong. Looking at Gray at this moment, Makarov is even more helpless. Why is he getting more and more energetic? You. Just when Makarov was about to say something else, another voice came from the corner of the guild. Old man, if Gray can't do it, what about me? Do you think I can? 0. Everyone in the guild turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. Laxus. Oh. Things are starting to get interesting. Is even Laxus going to get involved? It seems that this newly added boy is very eye-catching. Everyone wants to challenge him. To be honest, I really want to see how much this boy weighs, so that the president is so wary. Kana looked at Laxus walking past her and heading to the front of the crowd, and couldn't help but curled her lips and complained. You still say you are not jealous? Oh, you are a duplicitous guy. Ahead, on the speech stage. Looking at Laxus walking out of the crowd, Makarov was even more helpless, his old face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. Laxus? Why are you here to join in the fun? Laxus comes to the front of the crowd, hands surround. Looking past Makarov, he fell on Black Natsu. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. I'm just very interested in him, and I also want to experience how strong he is. Hey! Laxus, what are you doing? I initiated the challenge first. Seeing the situation becoming more and more complicated, Grey couldn't sit still anymore and immediately jumped out to question Laxus. Hearing this, Laxus glanced at Grey. You'd better forget it. After all, the president has said that you are no match for the newcomer. Go back and take a closer look. You. Grey gritted his teeth, but thinking of Laxus's power, he forcefully swallowed the words that came to his lips. Ahole, don't be so arrogant, I will catch up with you soon. Then work hard. Laxus smiled nonchalantly, and then locked his eyes on Black Natsu. How's it going? Are you confident enough to fight me? After looking at Kuro Natsu for a long time, he could still not understand the situation in front of him. Therefore, when Makarov looked over anxiously, Black Natsu cast a reassuring look. I am sensible, President. Makarov opened his mouth, but it eventually turned into a sigh. Puzzled, really? Don't cause any big trouble. Don't worry, I have often competed with guys like this before, so I have experience. Black Natsu smiled and said. Gajeel, is this guy talking about me in another world? He must be talking about me, right? Grey, okay. From this point of view, I won't face Black Natsu in that world. Otherwise, I will have mental problems fighting with that kind of monster. Laxus, hey! What's going on? After watching it for a long time, how come I turned into another world and Black Natsu fought against a mortal? Chapter 106. Since Black Natsu has agreed, there is no need for Makarov to stop him. After all, Laxus is strong enough. Makarov is still confident about this. So, Makarov nodded slightly and then said. If that's the case, then you can go to the guild's backyard. It's wide enough with the sea at its back, and you can do whatever you want. I have no problem, besides. Black Natsu nodded, and then looked at Grey who had retreated into the crowd. You can come too. Grey was stunned. Everyone present was stunned. What did he just say? When facing Laxus, you don't want to let Grey join in. Hey! Isn't this a little too arrogant? Even Grey was like this, pointing his finger at himself in surprise. You mean, let me come with you? Black Natsu nodded as expected. Certainly. Ha, Grey, you have been underestimated. Isn't this enough? If it were me, I would definitely not be able to bear it. Grey, don't be a coward, teach this newcomer a lesson. Everyone in the guild was completely excited at this moment. Countless voices of booing can be heard. Grey, who felt that he had been underestimated, looked a little unhappy. Clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' danger. A one-on-one fight is a one-on-one fight. I don't even bother to fight two people against one person. Laxus also shrugged, me too. Then he looked at Grey, then you should be next in line. If that guy can still stand up after fighting me, then it will be between you and him. 1. At this point, Laxus paused slightly. He smiled nonchalantly and said, although, I don't think he can still stand after that. After saying that, Laxus took the lead and walked outside the guild. Black Natsu did not hesitate, and came to the backyard of the guild surrounded by a group of guild members. Not long after coming out of the back door of the guild, everyone walked to a beach. Next to it is the blue sea. It's far enough away from the guild. After arriving here, Makarov nodded with relief and began to act as the referee for this competition. It's not just a matter of clicking, Makarov is really afraid of the dark. Natsu can't control it at that time, so he just blows up everything here, and the fun will be great. Therefore, it would be more comfortable to be the referee yourself. At least, when things go wrong, Makarov thinks he is still capable of forcibly stopping the two of them. The crowd in the guild has also gathered around. 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside surround Black Natsu and Laxus, who are looking at each other. The bustling sounds continue to be heard. I'm so looking forward to it. One seems to be called the strongest newcomer, and the other is the strongest demon king of the younger generation. 1. However, it seems that the two parties are not of the same age. Laxus is obviously much older than Natsu. Yes, from this point of view, Laxus has a much greater chance of winning. It can't be calculated that way. In the world of magic, the most important thing is strength. Older age does not necessarily mean you will be stronger. Just like Macau and Wakaba, isn't Grey about to catch up with them? Hey, just say it, why did it involve us so suddenly? Everyone in the guild is chirping and analyzing. Grey is also standing in the crowd, looking nervously at the two people looking at each other in front of him. Regarding what Makarov said before, he will never be able to defeat Natsu. Grey is very unconvinced. You know, that Natsu looks to be the same age as me, and he has spent about the same amount of time practicing, so how can he be stronger than me? Although geniuses and ordinary people practice at the same time, the results are completely different. Grey is also very clear about this. But Grey considers himself a genius. No matter which guild you go to, they are all beings who have been trained intensively. Laxus is powerful, Grey recognizes it, but after all, Laxus is bigger than him, so Grey can accept it. But, if it's Natsu, it's different. Everyone is a genius, but who is willing to admit that he is worse than others? Hey, Grey, who do you think will win? At this moment, Kana's voice came from beside Grey. Grey turned his head when he heard this. Does this need to be said? Of course it's Laxus. Grey responded matter-of-factly. After all, I have truly experienced how powerful Laxus is. At least for now, I can't catch up with him. Kana heard this, nodded slightly, and then asked, then, if Natsu loses, will you still compete with him? What are you talking about? I'm not taking advantage of others' danger, right? Grey curled his lips, the competition is to wait until the guy's injury is better next time. I will compete with him. We must defeat him in his prime, so that the guy named Natsu can be convinced. As for just now, I just agreed casually, but in fact this is not fair at all. No matter who wins the battle between the two of them, a lot of magic power will be consumed. 1. Therefore, it is impossible for me to do such a thing. Hey, you're pretty good at this. Okay, thank you for your analysis of the results. I'm going to place a bet. With that said, Kana turned around and prepared to leave. Place a bet? What happens? Grey stopped Kana with a puzzled look on his face. Kana pointed in the direction of Macau, not far away. At this moment, this guy had set up a stall. He was still shouting something, quick, it's a buy-in, a buyout, a buyout, Natsu vs Laxus, the odds are 2 to 1, if you beat Natsu, you'll win double. Everyone in the guild is rushing around Macau. The bright banknotes were thrown in front of Macau one after another. Grey can even see Makarov, the president and referee, also gathered there. Throwing a huge amount of money in front of Macau. Isn't it? President, you are the referee, so there are referees involved in betting. Macau looks at Makarov with a grimace. You care about me? I am still the president of the guild. If you say more, I will confiscate your stall. You must know that stalls are not allowed on the land near the guild. 1. Hearing Makarov's threat, Macau immediately raised his hands in surrender. Okay, Okay, you are the biggest, you are the biggest, you have the final say. Press Laxus, right. With that said, Macau took Makarov's money and prepared to register. Unexpectedly, Makarov immediately shook his head. Are you kidding? I'm going to beat Natsu. Beat Natsu. Don't regret it at twice the odds. Macau looked at Makarov with some confusion. Don't you even support your own grandson? Don't worry so much, just wait and lose money. After watching Macau's assistant Wakaba register his bets, Makarov left here with satisfaction and went to fight. DC. Now, you should be able to win back the money you spent treating that boy to dinner, right? With this illusion, Makarov came to the center of the battlefield. Remember, click as far as you want. After confessing still uneasily, Makarov took 2 steps back. Then the raised arm suddenly waved down. Game start. As Makarov's voice fell, the scene that was noisy just now also became quiet at this moment. Countless eyes are staring at the 2 people who are motionless on the field. Should I not be merciful? While looking at each other, Laxus was the first to speak out. Of course, you can use all your strength. Black Natsu's face did not change much. Then, in this case, I won't be responsible for anything that happens. Laxus slowly took out his hands from his trouser pockets. Golden thunder began to flash around him. Black Natsu raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't you need to use that power? As soon as these words came out, Laxus's brows frowned instantly. Looking at Black Natsu again, his eyes started to look a little different. I don't understand what you are talking about. In this regard, Black Natsu is not persistent, just think I'm talking nonsense. Boom! With a violent roar, the blazing flames instantly climbed up and completely enveloped Black Natsu's entire figure. Boom boom boom! The flames roared, and the crowd around them couldn't help but exclaimed. Flame! It feels so hot, it seems like it's not an ordinary flame. Oh, that's what makes it more exciting, isn't it? Fire versus thunder and lightning. Who is better? The magic power of both parties is constantly rising. The explosion of thunder and the roar of Bai Lion spread crazily around. A drop of sweat gradually seeped out from Kana's forehead, and then slowly slid down her cheek. What an amazing sense of oppression, the magic power of both sides is unexpectedly strong. It's really nerve-wracking. I admit, I seem to have underestimated this newcomer before. Macau's brows furrowed into a 0.4 shape. It feels like they are evenly matched. The one who moves first will definitely lose, right? Wakaba bit his pipe, not even noticing the burnt tobacco above. 1. The moment Wakaba whispers softly. Laxus was the first to take action as he couldn't hold himself any longer. Under the package of thunder, Laxus' figure suddenly exploded. Concentration is good, but it's of no use. Laxus's figure is like lightning, spanning a distance of tens of meters in an instant. Black Natsu's face is now in front of you. The warehouse has the upper hand. The win is certain. A thought flashed through Laxus's mind. Next moment, the fist suddenly falls. Boom! At the critical moment, Black Natsu turned slightly sideways, dodging Laxus' fist by a hair's breadth, and then swung his right fist down. A loud noise followed. Under the stunned gaze of countless people, the golden thunder and lightning wrapped around Laxus disappeared instantly. The whole person was like a vegetative person who had lost consciousness, and fell straight to the ground. The ground was smashed into a human-shaped hole. A wisp of green smoke gradually emerged from the top of Laxus' head. The whole person has completely stopped moving. Chapter 107. Quiet. A deathly silence spread throughout the guild's backyard. Countless people are staring at the scene in front of them with their eyes widened and their mouths widened at this moment. Incredible. This is really unbelievable. The pipe that Wakaba had been holding in his mouth like a treasure fell to the ground at this moment. Wakaba didn't care at all. The scene just now is still replaying in my mind. Obviously both sides are evenly matched. Obviously, the magic power erupted from both sides was enough to make everyone feel frightened. 8989. How could this happen? Macau couldn't help but rub his eyes. I even started to think I was dreaming. That's Laxus. Makarov's grandson, the grandson who inherited Makarov's powerful magic power. At such a young age, the monster has already completely surpassed himself and others. However, such a monster was actually killed instantly with one blow. Are you so outrageous? Kana couldn't help but cover her mouth with both hands. However, the trembling pupils betrayed her. Too strong. Is this why the president has been persuading you not to challenge? Gray is already 18 and can no longer respond to Kana's words. Cold sweat covered Gray's forehead. For the first time, the ice mage actually felt a chill in his heart. So much so that he began to tremble a little without his shirt on. At this moment, even Makarov couldn't help the horror in his heart and opened his mouth. Although I have thought about it, Laxus cannot be the opponent of Black Natsu. But, isn't this too straightforward? When he didn't see the terrifying roar last time, Makarov thought that Black Natsu had already begun to let off steam and planned to fight Laxus, but he was defeated in one blow. Outside the canopy. Inside the fairy tale guild. Laxus couldn't help but hold his forehead. It's hard to look at the sky. It's just too peaceful. Especially when Natsu still exists in the guild. Laxus' face became even more unbearable. Freed, I didn't expect that Laxus, who was famous all his life, would be so brutally tortured in a parallel world. That Black Natsu is so damned. Laxus, stop talking, stop talking. From the moment I chose to challenge Black Natsu in that world, the outcome was probably doomed. It's just. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Hades, ha ha ha, that blonde kid, you have today too. Weren't you quite crazy when you were on Tianlang Island? Why, are you not crazy now? 1 second you were talking so shamelessly, and the next second you were lying on the ground. Brain, I don't understand here. This is the beauty of young people. They fell asleep. Laxus, by the way, what are you so proud of? Have you forgotten that in the future, you will also be Black Natsu's enemy? How many seconds do you think you can get there? Laxus' retort instantly silenced Brain and Hades, who were still laughing just now. Yes, it seems that in Black Natsu's future, he and others are also enemies. When they thought of this, the two of them suddenly panicked. No way. Could it be said that we will also be blamed? In the screen, a wisp of smoke gradually emerges from Laxus' forehead. Laxus fell to the ground and twitched as if out of conditioned reflex. There was no more movement. This scene is silent. It wasn't until Black Natsu got his fist that Makarov, the referee on the scene, came to his senses. Announce loudly immediately. The winner is determined. The winner, Natsu. Immediately afterwards, Makarov hurriedly ran up again and began to check Laxus's injuries. After some inspection, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I just fainted. Makarov looks at Black Natsu. It has to be you, it's really an exaggeration. Black Natsu smiled and didn't say anything more, but looked behind him. Then, it's Gray's turn next, right? Where are the people? Following Black Natsu's gaze, everyone looked towards where Gray was standing just now. But, is there any sign of Gray at that location? There is nothing but empty fallen leaves falling to the ground. When? Even Kana, who had been standing next to Gray, was stunned. If I remember correctly, Gray was still standing here just now? Why, disappeared suddenly? Kana is confused. The audience present were also confused. That guy Grey ran away. After a while, Makarov finally realized and shouted. That brat, did he run away because he saw that the enemy was too strong? Damn it! We can't let that guy succeed. Hurry up and chase him. That guy is really embarrassing. I really misjudged that guy and actually escaped from the battlefield. The angry guild members all mobilized, vowing to catch Grey who had escaped from the battle, and then force a fight. After all, who told this guy to be so excited at first, but now he kicks the iron plate and is like running away? Not that easy. A group of guys who like to make noises brought up the smoke and dust, and quickly disappeared in front of Black Natsu. Soon, only Laxus, who fell to the ground, was left, along with Makarov, Kana, and Black Natsu. Shrugging his shoulders, Black Natsu said helplessly, "Aren't these people too enthusiastic?" Makarov waved his hand, "Don't worry, many of those guys just lost money and are just looking for an outlet to vent. If my guess is correct, it will be another melee when those guys catch up with Grey." But speaking of this, Makarov looked at Black Natsu with some curiosity. "I really want to know, how much power do you still have that you haven't shown yet?" Makarov's old eyes stared intently at Black Natsu, as if to see through him completely. In response, Black Natsu straightened his expression. "So, even the president wants to come and have a fight." As he spoke, the magic power in Neza's body became violent again. The hot temperature made Makarov shudder. Waves his hands quickly, "No, no, no. Are you kidding me? How can I, an old man like me, be compared to a young man like you? Let's forget it, let's forget it." Black Natsu smiled, "Just kidding." Then he flexed his muscles and said, "If nothing happens, I will dodge first." 1. Today's special training has not been completed yet. Go ahead, remember to come to the guild tonight, it's a welcome party just for you," Makarov said. As for Black Natsu's unshakable daily training plan, Makarov got to know him well after getting along with him during this time. However, the more I understand, the more frightened I become. Even adults who specialize in physical training may not be able to withstand that level of training. Makarov cannot imagine how a teenage boy could persevere. But at the same time, I have to sigh. No wonder they are so strong. Not only is his talent abnormal, he is also even more abnormal towards himself. If such a person is not strong, who is? Looking at Black Natsu's figure gradually disappearing from sight, Kana couldn't help but ask, "President 600, where did you find this kind of monster? Where did you find it?" Makarov seems to have recalled something again, and his expression is bitter. Finally sighed, "Oh, don't ask about this. This is an unbearable experience. 1. Come and help me, help this guy up to rest, and then start preparing for the banquet." Outside the canopy. "Gajeel, it's Grey, and he's just running away." "Natsu, haha, it's so embarrassing. So from here it can be proved that you can't beat me, Grey." "Grey? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? That's Black Natsu. What does it have to do with you? Didn't you cry for father and mother when I beat you that time?" "Natsu, what? It should be you who is beaten and crying for father and mother, right? Grey, it's you, right? I remember clearly that I defeated you last time." "Natsu, that time was an accident. Have you forgotten the days when I often knocked you down?" "Lucy, it started quarreling again, ugh." "Happy, where's Urza? Call Urza, hurry up and stop them." "Myra Jane, Urza, what's wrong with you?" Inside the fairy tale guild, Urza was looking at the sky screen. His brows were furrowed. Natsu and Grey, who were already fighting in a ball behind them, had no intention of talking to them. It wasn't until Marajana's cry that Urza woke up. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so strange all of a sudden?" Myra Jane frowned and looked at Urza. As her best friend, Myra Jane could feel that something was wrong with Urza at the moment. Myra. Urza suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? Have you found any trace of me on this sky? Urza crossed her arms and tapped her index finger regularly on her arms. Asked softly. Isn't Urza just? Marajana's words stopped abruptly. That's right. Where's Urza? Chapter 108. The time is gradually approaching evening. The guild that was lively before has become quiet. Since tonight is a welcome ceremony for World Natsu, everyone has a great time. Many people have passed out drunkenly on the floor at this moment and are fast asleep. It is worth mentioning Gray. This guy was caught quickly after escaping before. The tough-talking Gray certainly refused to admit that he was weak, so he just lied about going to the bathroom. I'll be back soon. Well, I have a tough mouth, but with the instigation of everyone in the guild. With no way to retreat, Gray had no choice but to challenge Natsu Ikebanguro. The result is obvious. Until now I am still sleeping soundly with a pig's head on my head. Ha ha ha, Natsu, let me tell you, when I was alone and defeated a guild, not to mention how light the breeze was. Makarov is holding a wine barrel and leaning against a pillar. The old cheeks are as red as a monkey's butt. Looking dizzily towards the deserted direction, mumbling and boasting. Black Natsu, who was standing behind Makarov, also shook his head helplessly. This old man, didn't you forget to brag even when you were sleeping? I can't help it. After all, I am the president. We are used to it. You will also be used to it in the future. Kana said with a smile while drinking juice. Lucy, so at this time, Kana has not yet contracted the problem of alcoholism. Urza, are you an alcoholic? If I remember correctly, it should be in the past 10 years, right? Gray, indeed, ever since the president drank too much and drank Kana a glass of wine. From then on, Kana seemed to have opened up a new world. Kana, good guys, you remember it better than me. Mavis, wait. Makarov filled it. Makarov, When did it happen? Urza, don't you admit it? It seemed like it was a party at that time. You always drank too much, so you dragged Kana over to punch you. What else are you talking about? What's so good about juice? If you want to drink it, just drink it. Mavis, Makarov, at this point, I'm very disappointed in you. Makarov, Shode, you know exactly what happened. I can't even remember when this happened. This is just slandering me. While Makarov was quibbling. From the sky, Makarov's drunken voice came. Come. Natsu, have a drink with me. Kana? Come too, haha, what's the point of juice? Let you see the happiness of adults. As he spoke, Makarov stuffed all the wine barrels in his arms into Kana's hands. Drink. Drink quickly, drink quickly. Ha ha ha, what kind of juice does the majestic wizard drink? Looking at the wine barrel in his hand, Kana was a little confused. But, I am more curious. Having grown up in the Magister's Guild since she was a child, it can be said that she has been accompanied by wine every day. But due to her age, these adults never allowed Kana to drink. Therefore, even if she was curious, Kana had never tried it. But it seems different today. President? Really? Kana asked a little worriedly. Of course it's true. I am the guild president, listen to me. There is so much wine in the guild, if you don't drink it, it will be wasted. That. Kana, who was holding the wine barrel, raised his little head and glanced at Black Natsu who was standing aside. Don't look at me, I'm not interested in wine. Black Natsu waved his hand. You'd better not drink it, it's not good for your health. I'll just taste it. Kana swallowed and said. Hearing this, Black Natsu shook his head helplessly. Believe me, this stuff tastes terrible, you won't be able to stand it. Have you tried it? I have tasted the royal wine of a kingdom before, but it didn't feel very good. The royal wine of the kingdom? Were you from some kingdom before? As if his interest was aroused, Kaba looked at Black Natsu with his eyes. Well, it doesn't matter. She is a person who has a very good relationship with me. She is from that kingdom. I just know her. Kana nodded slightly when he heard this. At this moment, the closed door was slowly pushed open. A man wearing a golden t-shirt and a golden hedgehog head walked in. Looks at the drunken guild members around with disgust. Then his eyes locked on the side of the bar, where Kuronatsu and Kana were still conscious. Laxus. Kana frowned slightly. Hey, are you okay? Black Natsu greeted Laxus. Laxus took a deep breath and walked straight towards Black Natsu. Looking at Kana, Laxus said in a deep voice. Can you come out for a moment? I have something I want to tell you. Alone. Black Natsu jumped off the stool and stared at Laxus. Of course, it's best not to let others know. I'll wait for you in the backyard. After the words fell, Laxus left directly towards the back door. Could he want to take revenge on you? Looking at Laxus's back, Kana said with some worry. Do you want me to accompany you? No, it's okay. Black Natsu waved his hand, and then walked towards the guild's backyard with 10 steps. The sea breeze roars past. It brought the fine sand and dust on the ground, and also brought the salty humidity of the sea. Black Natsu's footsteps stepped on the soft sand, making a low rustling sound. All around, there is only the faint light from the stars in the sky, making the vision a little dim. However, Black Natsu easily found Laxus, who came out first. At this moment, he is facing the sea. He closed his eyes slightly, but judging from his clenched fists from time to time, it was obvious that he was not at peace in his heart. Yes, as a proud son of heaven since childhood. From childhood to adulthood, no, or from the day the crystal was implanted in my body. Strength is synonymous with him. He was able to catch up with most of the older generation of wizards in the guild at the age of 10. Able to complete all tasks below S-level tasks alone at this age. These all prove the power of Laxus. But, he is like this, but he is taken as a matter of course. Yes, of course, just because his grandfather's name is Makarov. The aloof Holy Ten Mage. Just because of this, Laxus is considered to be able to achieve all the achievements he has achieved now, thereby negating all his efforts. Even, this time, he also lost in an extremely humiliating way to the much younger Black Natsu. Laxus doesn't even dare to think about how he will be seen in the eyes of others. You clearly have the blood of Makarov, but you can't even beat a newcomer who just joined the guild? You can't even touch each other. Then Laxus is too inferior, right? The huge magic power inherited by Makarov has been blinded in vain. Laxus can tell even if he thinks with his butt, those people must think this way about him. Must. The humiliation in his heart drove Laxus almost crazy. But he finally endured it. Next to him, Black Natsu has arrived and is standing with him. Same facing the sea, same eyes closed. Is he waiting for himself to speak? Such thoughts came to Laxus' mind. However, there is nothing to worry about. Laxus was the first to speak out. Did you see anything today? This is what confuses Laxus the most. He is not sure whether Black Natsu is deceiving him or whether he really saw something. This is related to his chances of winning when he takes revenge on Black Natsu. That's why Laxus is so anxious to figure out the problem. Certainly. Under Laxus's gaze, Black Natsu spoke. You are also a dragon slayer, right? Laxus narrows his eyes. Although you hit it deeply, after I felt your thunder and lightning, I confirmed this matter, Thunder's dragon slayer. I understand this power very well. Laxus seemed to understand something and nodded slightly. So, you are also the Dragon Slayer Demon King. Black Natsu is non-committal. Laxus spoke again. You are indeed very strong, even stronger than I imagined. This is beyond anyone's expectation at your age. But... At this point, Laxus' tone changed. He turned around and stared at Black Natsu. This doesn't mean I will admit defeat to you. Natsu. You also know that I didn't use my full strength today. Your strength really surprised me, but if it happens again, I will never lose to you so easily because of underestimating the enemy. Black Natsu also turned around, and their eyes met at this moment. So, you are here to regain your position now? Black Natsu asked. Laxus did not reply immediately, but continued to look at Black Natsu. For a moment, the air seemed to be stagnant. The invisible magic power is slowly rising. After a while, Laxus looked away. I will definitely do it, but not now. This year's S-level assessment time has passed. Therefore, the S-level assessment will not start until next year. I will be waiting for you by then. I believe that with your strength, you will not lose the election. When the time comes, I will defeat you openly. So, just wait for me. After saying these words, Laxus turned around and disappeared into the darkness. On the same spot, Black Natsu crossed his arms and whispered softly, "Are you declaring war on me?" It seems that what the old man said is right, the guild still has, Zhao Zhao. Meaning? Black Natsu didn't stay where he was. Instead, he turned around and walked towards the guild. Push open the back door of the guild. The inside is still in the same chaotic state as before. Those who sleep are sleeping, those who are drunk and drunk. Over there, you can even see Kana dancing on the bar. Hey? Wait. Kana is dancing? Black Natsu looks at it intently. Good guy, I see Kana standing on an empty wine barrel at this moment, with rosy cheeks and blurred eyes. The hands are waving randomly like ghosts, as if they are dancing. He was still humming an intermittent tune. How long has it been? A barrel of wine is gone. Seemingly hearing the voice of Black Natsu, Kana settled down even more. Looks towards Black Natsu, then shakes his head randomly. It's not 1 bucket, it's 10 buckets everything. Kana points to the inside of the bar with a smile. Black Natsu comes over to take a look. What a guy. The 10 barrels of high concentration spirits that were originally neatly stored in the bar have now all turned into empty barrels and scattered on the floor. The strong smell of alcohol hits my nose. Black Natsu's mouth twitched crazily. He turned around and looked at Kana at this moment with incredible eyes. At this moment, he finally understood that there really is a genius in this world. Just like the Kana in front of me, a born alcoholic. If drinking can make you stronger, there is no doubt that the Kana in front of us will become the strongest existence in the world and suppress this era. Husband. Chapter 109. Time is flying in the screen. Soon, almost a year has passed since Kuro Natsu joined the guild. During this period, Black Natsu became completely familiar with life in Fairy Tale. First of all, regarding the issue of accommodation, Black Natsu showed all the members of Fairy Tale what it means to be rich. I bought a villa with a price of tens of millions of J and I bought it as if I didn't care about money at all. The decoration of the entire villa is countless times better than that of Fairy Tale Guild. Even the territory is not bad at all. Makarov drooled when he saw it, and he couldn't help but sigh, this guy is simply a prodigal, he doesn't understand the hard work of making money. However, strictly speaking, this guy does not seem to have a hard time making money. Although Black Natsu has not become an S-level mage so far, the most difficult tasks under S-level are as easy as eating in his hands one. Usually, you can often see that the task this guy took in the morning can be announced as completed in the afternoon. If it weren't for the time it takes to rush, I'm afraid it wouldn't even take an hour to complete a difficult task. What is this concept? To put it simply, every mission Black Natsu performs is below S level and very difficult. The remuneration is almost 1 million and above. In other words, this guy can make 1 million in 1 hour. A terrifying one. Of course, this kind of strength also made Makarov start preparing for the S-class magician upgrade assessment. The guildarts in other countries have received Makarov's message and are preparing to return to the guild to serve as examiners for the S-class magician examination. Outside the canopy. The most puzzling thing for everyone in the fairy tale guild. 793. Still about Urza. In the year since the sky was revealed, Urza's figure had never appeared. As the fairy queen, people in the guild naturally care about people who have high popularity and credibility in the guild. However, it did not appear at all in the sky. Number. It wasn't even mentioned. In other words, there is no possibility that Urza in the Black World will never return while performing a mission. The time in the sky has come to the year X778. Logically speaking, Urza should have joined the Fairy Tale Guild in X776. As a result, until now, there has been no movement at all. This has to make people think. Lucy, could it be that Urza from that world didn't join Fairy Tale? Grey, maybe Urza from the Black World didn't escape from the Tower of Heaven. Myra Jane, this possibility is not impossible. The key is, everyone else has already appeared. There is no reason for Urza not to appear. Makarov, is it possible that the relationship is different in the world? Look, isn't the Black Natsu completely different from the Natsu in our world? Perhaps Urza's life trajectory in that world would be completely different. Mavis, I don't rule out the possibility, but if that's the case, it would be a pity. Urza can't be admitted into the guild. It's really a loss. Irene, Urza. Far away in the western continent, Irene in the Albaraz Empire could not help but fall into deep thought. In fact, it was as early as the moment the sky curtain appeared. When Irene saw Urza's speech, Irene felt something was wrong. That sense of closeness that comes from the bottom of your heart cannot be deceived. However, due to the distance, Irene was unable to verify her idea. Therefore, I once secretly sent someone to the eastern continent to investigate this person named Urza. The result was also placed on Irene's desk some time ago. Urza Scarlet. He was an orphan since he was a child and grew up eating hundreds of meals in the village of Rosma. Midway, the village was attacked by Avatar. No one in the village was spared. All the adults were killed, leaving only a group of children who were sent as slaves to the Tower of Heaven for the construction of the paradise. He has lived in dire straits since he was a child. He was once identified as the mastermind of a collective escape incident, resulting in blindness in his right eye. Later, during the resistance, he successfully awakened magic and gained his freedom. However, he was betrayed by Jalal and finally escaped alone. And fairy tale was added, and prosthetic eyes were installed. Until today. Looking at the series of information in front of him, Irene already understood everything. Urza. It's my own child. Yes, this is a past that makes Irene extremely sad. More than 400 years ago, Irene in this world was forced to accept marriage. Finally, after winning the war, she became pregnant with a child. However, it was because of Dragon Slayer's transformation into a dragon. The generals of the country despised her and regarded her as a monster like Aknologia. He was imprisoned for 3 years. He also tortured Irene for 3 years. During these 3 years, Irene enchanted the child in her womb and forcibly prevented it from being born in prison. And it was this move that even made the generals of the leading country think that wasn't a child at all, but a monster. He wanted to forcefully cut open Irene's abdomen and kill the monster. Irene could no longer bear the despair. So, he no longer suppressed his dragon transformation, completely transformed into a giant dragon, and destroyed the general. Destroyed the palace and flew into the inaccessible forest. This flight lasted 400 years. For 400 years, Irene, who had been transformed into a dragon, could never return to a normal human body. Until 400 years later, I met Ziref. As a magical genius, Ziref easily restored Irene to her human form. However, this is only a physical and visual recovery. In essence, Irene is still a dragon. This result was unacceptable to Irene. B. She wanted to become a human again, and when she was on the verge of madness, she put her hope in the child in her belly. She wanted to use additional magic to completely add her own personality to the newborn child. In this way, wouldn't Irene successfully become a human? So, the child was born. But, perhaps because of her mother's instinct, in the end, Irene couldn't do anything to the newborn child. In order to prevent myself from having those thoughts constantly, Irene finally decided to abandon the child. The place of abandonment was Rosma village. And the child's name is Urza. Obviously, Urza Scarlet is his own child. When Irene learned all this, she fell silent on the spot. Your own child? Irene didn't know how to face Urza. Looking at all the hardships on her resume, Irene felt that it was her fault. If she hadn't abandoned her, then would Urza have had a wonderful childhood? If it weren't for herself, would Urza be able to act like a normal child? There are no ifs in the world. There is no doubt that Irene is ashamed of Urza. Now, I have truly become a human being, and all my worries have been completely resolved. However, as a result, the guilt towards Urza became even more intense. Irene didn't even know how to face Urza at the moment. Therefore, until now, Irene does not have the courage to take the initiative to tell all this. Hey, what is this? Irene was sitting alone in the room. He stared at the sky, dazed. Of course Urza won't appear again in the sky. Because, in the black world, Urza was not even born. If it were like the black world, maybe I wouldn't be so entangled now. However, sometimes, the development of things is always so dramatic. The moment when Irene inadvertently glanced at the sky, the pupils suddenly contracted. The mouth grows unconsciously. She saw a crimson figure flashing past in the sky screen. B. In the sky screen, Black Natsu is walking alone on a crowded street. The noise around him didn't seem to have the slightest impact on him. He just looked at the map in his hand and kept walking through the crowd. Suddenly, a girl wearing armor and with crimson hair passed by Black Natsu. Lucy, wait. Look. That back view. Myra Jane, the long crimson hair, and the armor that never leaves your body? That's Urza. Urza, eh? Did I finally show up? Grey, doesn't that prove that Urza has escaped from the Tower of Heaven at this moment? Then why not join Fairy Tail? Gajeel, who knows, maybe Urza over there joins the royal army, just like in Edela's. Edela's. Yes, in another parallel world, Urza's peer, Urza Netwaka, did not join Fairy Tail. On the contrary, he joined the royal army and became the enemy of Fairy Tail, hunting fairies all over the world. Gajeel's guess made everyone present nodded involuntarily. But, Irene on the other side couldn't sit still. Urza. Irene, who was just thinking about Urza, couldn't help but exclaimed. She had risen from her seat. His eyes were fixed on the sky. The look of disbelief continued to fill his eyes. How is this possible? Within the screen, Black Natsu obviously didn't notice the figure that just passed him. Looking at the map, he quickly left the town. Get on a carriage and start heading towards the destination, a dark guild hidden in the desert not far from the town. Mission target, Dark Guild Black Shark Vortex. Task level, Preliminary Evaluation, A+. Mission requirements, the Black Shark Vortex has been entrenched near this town for a long time, resulting in the inexplicable disappearance of many people. The reason is unknown. Therefore, a crusade mission is issued to completely eliminate the Dark Guild Black Shark Vortex. Task Reward, 2.2 million people. Chapter 110. There are barren yellow sand everywhere. You can even see some animal skulls half covered by the sand from the roadside. This is also a place where ordinary people cannot set foot. Because, once there is no specific map, you will be completely lost in this yellow sand without any direction. The carriage stopped when it reached the edge of the desert. For them, the front is a place they must not set foot on. Not only because of the risk of getting lost, but also because of the high possibility of being attacked by the Dark Guild Black Shark Vortex that has long lived in this desert. Guest, are you really okay? The driver of the carriage looked worriedly at the Black Natsu who fell in the carriage in front of him. To be honest, this is the first time a carriage driver has encountered someone who can even get dizzy after riding in a carriage. Outside the canopy, Lucy was a little unbelievable. No way? Even Black Natsu has to faint. Grey, I didn't expect that Black Natsu, who acted so powerful, would actually get motion sickness. Natsu, this is exactly the same as me. Levi, to be honest, Gajeel also fainted, haha. Gajeel? Didn't we agree that this matter will never come out? Wendy, why do you all get motion sickness? It's so strange. Sting, aren't you dizzy? Rogue, for example, Dragon Slayer will get motion sickness. Hades, Dragon Slayer gets motion sickness? What the hell is this setting? August, motion sickness? How is that possible? I have never seen Irene get motion sickness. Irene, use your brain and think carefully, have I ever been in a car? Ajeel, hey. It seems to be true. Lady Irene seems to have never taken any transportation. Brandish, that seems to be the case. Lady Irene always flies to wherever she goes. Makarov, in that case, Laxus too. Freed, impossible. I've personally taken a ride with Laxus, and Laxus didn't get motion sickness. Urza, really? Laxus, Evergreen, speaking of which, although Laxus never gets motion sickness every time he rides in a car, he does act a little weird. Elfman, what's wrong? Evergreen, for example, she is silent, sleepy, and often likes to think about life on the bus, even if others call her inappropriate. Natsu, pfft. Isn't this just dizzy? Gajeel, you're holding on, right? Freed, how is that possible? Don't slander Laxus. Laxus, well, there's nothing to hide now. I do have motion sickness. Freed, but. Big Slow, stop it, Laxus is holding on. Laxus, okay, that's true. I thought there was something wrong with my body, but now I see that Dragon Slayer seems to be the same, so there is no need to hide it. Wendy, that's not right. I didn't get carsick. Natsu, Dragneel, what is going on? Dragneel? If you ask me, I don't know. I'm not human. Besides, I've never taken any transportation in my life, how could I possibly know this? Grandigny, however, there is another possibility. The essence of dragon-slaying magic is to transform the human body into the body of a dragon. Therefore, various senses of the dragon will also be added, including sensitivity to balance. Vehicles and the like are things that constantly destroy the balance, so this is fatal to a dragon with ultra-high balance sensitivity. Urza, then. So, even giant dragons will be stunned by transportation. Grandigny, theoretically, it should be like this, but we haven't tried it yet. After all, no means of transportation can carry our bodies. Listening to Grandin's explanation, everyone in Fairy Tale Guild couldn't stop nodding. Natsu, so that's it. Grandin's knowledge is very profound. Unlike Dragneel, who doesn't know anything about everything. Dragneel? Brat, Do you want to die? Wendy, wait, why don't I get carsick? Could it be that I am a fake dragon slayer? Grandigny, well, I don't know, but it's probably because Wendy hasn't mastered the power of the dragon or something. The body has not begun to evolve in the direction of a dragon, so it will not be affected by transportation. Wendy, oh, so by talking for a long time, you are saying that I am too good. Well, it seems that the carriage has stopped. Black Natsu's expression gradually became clearer, and he rubbed his groggy head. Shakes his head gently. I'm fine, just a little motion sick. You look very bad. Do you really want to go into this desert? It's very dangerous. The carriage driver is still persuading. Really, if the other party hadn't given him a lot of money and his identity as a wizard, it would have been absolutely impossible for the carriage driver to accept this business. After all, the customer is a miner and still wants to go to the notorious desert nearby. By then, it is estimated that one more person will be missing if he is not careful. Black Natsu waved his hand, took out 50,000, and handed it to the carriage driver. Then he jumped off the carriage in one fell swoop. In a moment, my head, which was still dizzy just now, immediately woke up. Vision, feeling, and various senses, etc., all seemed to have returned to their peak at this moment. Black Natsu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he thanked the coachman and headed towards the desert without hesitation. Looking at Black Natsu's back, the driver sighed helplessly. It's really strange. You can even get dizzy while riding in a carriage. I'm afraid you won't encounter another one in your life, right? The coachman muttered something, turned around, and planned to leave. Abruptly, in the sight ahead, there is another carriage coming this way. Hey? Lao Zhangta's carriage. Please give me flowers. As a fellow traveler in the town, of course the coachman knew who the carriage that just appeared in sight belonged to. Now that we have met, we are going back alone anyway, so it is better to wait for the companion, and we can go back with a companion later. Soon, another carriage stopped steadily next to the driver. Well, miss, don't vomit, my carriage has just been cleaned. 1. Before people got off the bus, the coachman immediately heard old Zhangta's call. Immediately afterwards, you can see Lao Zhangta getting down from the front seat in a panic and opening the curtain of the carriage. What came into view was a girl wearing armor and with long crimson hair. However, what made the coachman feel extremely familiar was the girl's appearance at this moment. The face is abnormally pale, the eyes are confused, the mouth is bulging, and the whole person's complexion is extremely bad. Good guy, is this another motion sickness owner? These days, even in carriages, many people are starting to faint. The coachman was amazed again and again. 0. Outside the sky. The moment countless people saw the girl in the carriage, they couldn't help but exclaimed. Especially, in the fairy tale guild. Countless people looked at Urza in astonishment. Lucy, what's going on? Is Urza motion sickness? Happy, how is that possible? As members of the same team, we have never seen Urza riding a car. Natsu, is it possible that Urza, like Laxus, is enduring it? Grey, are you kidding? Have you forgotten the time Urza took us racing? Lucy, yes, even when dealing with Eisenwald, Urza was running across the car like crazy. Doesn't she look like someone who is going to get motion sickness? Urza, stop talking, stop talking. I don't even know when I will get motion sickness. Isn't this, shouldn't it? How so? In the guild, Makarov's brows were frowning at this moment. Will Urza get motion sickness? Of course not. So, how could Urza from another world get motion sickness? Of course, motion sickness is not surprising at all. Many people experience motion sickness to one degree or another. But the key is the degree of motion sickness and the object of motion sickness. Who can make a carriage and faint like this? The degree of motion sickness that Urza showed in the sky just now is not as bad as that of Black Natsu. The same person, different understanding of personality. But, it shouldn't mean that even physiological habits and so on are different, right? Of course, it is not impossible, refer to Natsu, and Natsu in the Edala's world. However, this still made Makarov a little suspicious. Something seems not quite right. After Urza got off the carriage, she quickly returned to normal like Black Natsu. After paying the money and sending the groom away, Urza's eyes were fixed on the direction where Natsu disappeared just now. The nose twitches slightly. This is it. After confirming the location, Urza did not hesitate and stepped directly into this forbidden area for ordinary people. The figure disappeared into a desert. 4. Chapter 111. Alvarez Empire. In Irene's room. Irene, whose eyes were fixed on the sky screen, couldn't help but frown slightly. Details that may be overlooked by ordinary people. Irene caught it. That's the scene in the picture where Urza's nose is slightly twitching at the end. As Dragon Slayer, Irene often does this action. No other reason than to smell it. However, a new problem came. Smell is something that can only be done by creatures with a super-sensitive sense of smell. Obviously, simple humans do not have this ability. Number B. Why would Urza? Thinking of this, Irene's brows furrowed even more. Not to mention where the current Urza came from. Just the ability to smell with your hands is different from ordinary people. When I think about it, Urza seemed to be motion sick. An idea jumped out at me. Could it be that it's dragon slaying magic? Are you kidding, Urza? How can you master dragon slaying magic? More and more questions filled Irene's mind. It left her puzzled. At the same time, in the sky screen, after a period of searching, Black Natsu finally fixed his eyes on a mountain-like place not far away. The mountain range is very large, almost spanning a distance of several hundred meters. Black Natsu approached the mountain bag and his nose began to move slightly. The subtle breath leaked out along the small gaps in the sand, and was clearly captured by Bai Natsu. Is the breath of human beings the 407 here? Black Natsu stood up and looked around. I couldn't help but sneered twice. It can be considered hidden, but that's the end of it. The guild of Black Shark Vortex is indeed hidden enough. No one would have thought that a guild's base would be built underground. Perhaps this is why they often kidnap residents but have never been caught. Now that the location of this group of people has been determined, Black Natsu is not interested in slowly looking for the entrance and exit of their underground building. The blazing flame gradually begins to condense in the hand. In a short period of time, a high-temperature fireball as hot as the sun was formed. Aiming at the sandbag under the standing position. Black Natsu didn't hesitate at all. He punched hard and hit him. A violent explosion sounded in this desert. The blazing fireball began to expand crazily at this moment. Then it exploded completely. The earth shook violently at this moment. Countless amounts of sand and dust were subsequently raised and rushed into the sky above 100 meters. Then it fell towards the ground, like a rainstorm of sand and dust. Outside the canopy. Seeing this scene, Jalal's face jumped in response to the violent explosion. Mirti, this guy, isn't he too direct? Aren't you afraid that the whole place will collapse? Ursha, this style of doing things. I can only say that it is worthy of fairy tale. In order to complete the mission, no matter how many things are destroyed, are you willing to do it? Brain, I have a deep understanding that these guys only think about destruction. I destroyed Nirvana at the beginning, and there is no one left. Makarov, slander. This is naked slander. We are just looking for the quickest way, and we do things in a very measured way, right? Yajima, proportion? You? Fairy tale. Makarov, of course. Look, in all these years, has it been reported that our fairy tale accidentally injured anyone? Hades, I have to say a few words about this. From this point of view, it is indeed very measured. Mavis, I agree. Laharl, of course you guys from Fairy Tale agree. But, why can't you hear other guilds destroying things when they do tasks? Why is it like this for you? Durambart, or are the people in this guild thinking only about destruction and destruction? Makarov, Durambart. Durambart, why are you calling me? Makarov, nothing, I hope you can say these things in front of me the next time we meet. Durambart, threatening me? Even if you are the Holy Ten, I will not give in. My spine is still very hard. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. Look at the speech on the marquee. Makarov was so angry that he took out his notebook. At the top, the famous ministers of Durambart are written. And, there are a few numbers behind it. Makarov once again added to the numbers. He cursed and said, "This brat has publicly criticized our guild so many times that I don't know how many times. Next time we meet, we must show this guy some color." Black Shark Vortex, Underground Guild. This guild does have 2 brushes. At least, it is really good in terms of being able to build a huge space with a diameter of about 1 kilometer underground. At this moment, more than 50 people are gathered in this space. One after another they raised their wine glasses and crossed each other. Laughter and jeers come and go. Ha ha ha, boss, the quality of the people kidnapped last time was pretty good, and we made a lot of money. When are we going to do another vote? Someone in the crowd asked. The president and boss of the Black Shark Vortex Guild is named Bruce. He had committed several kidnappings before and was listed as a wanted criminal by the Magic Council. I just didn't expect that I would be hiding in the desert on the border of the Kingdom of Fiori. We even started a guild. Upgraded the business again and turned it into human trafficking. In this era, even under the jurisdiction of the Magic Council, the problem of human trafficking is still common. Moreover, the profits are still very high, so many dark guilds have taken desperate risks. Black Shark Vortex is one of the most representative ones. Bruce, who was asked a question, smiled and patted the person who just asked the question on the forehead. "You guy, did you spend all the money allocated to you so quickly?" He shook his head. "We just traded all those slaves a few days ago. It's better to keep a low profile during this period. However, it is better not to let go of those lost people who have broken into the desert. Capture them one by one and keep them together first. When the news is over, I'll go to town and do something big." As soon as these words came out, everyone present seemed to be able to see the bright money shining in front of their eyes. With beautiful illusions, this group of members toasted again, as if they were celebrating a bright future. But reality will not give them any chance. A violent roar exploded above everyone's heads. The entire underground guild trembled violently at this moment. Countless amounts of sand and gravel fell from overhead. Dust instantly filled the entire underground guild space. Bruce shook his head to get rid of all the dust above, and then stood up angrily. Looking at the ceiling where a big hole has been broken. They could even see the blue sky from the huge hole. "Who?" Bruce yelled angrily. The next moment, a figure jumped down from the large hole that was opened. Falled in this dust-filled space. Although there is sand and dust everywhere, the members of Black Shark Vortex can still tell the general appearance of a person from their body shape. That is definitely a child, with a childish face and a body that is not too tall. Also, that cherry blossom-colored hair. Who is this kid? Did he cause the explosion just now? Only one person? Looking for death. Hey, BD, where are you from? The moment he saw that there was only one person in front of him, countless roars resounded from the crowd. Black Natsu slowly stood up straight from the ground. Looking around. Frowning slightly, where are those missing people? Bruce steps forward and comes to the front. Looking down at the Black Natsu with haughty eyes. "Mage? Are you here for the missing people? So, it's the regular guild that's coming to attack us. You can understand it this way, but the crusade is not quite right. Black Natsu shook his head gently. It should be said, it would be better to eliminate them. Wipe out. Bruce was stunned and looked at the Black Natsu at this moment. He is about 1.5 meters tall and looks like a kid who is not even 15 years old. How dare you try to destroy yourself in front of yourself? Ptah ha ha ha. The members of Black Shark Vortex who reacted laughed loudly at this moment. Are you kidding me? Such a little guy dares to say he wants to destroy us. Are you drunk from drinking milk? Are you talking nonsense here? Didn't your mother ask you to go back for dinner? Ha 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 ha. Faced with the wanton mockery from all around, Black Natsu ignored it and instead focused on Bruce in front of him. Are you the leader? Diddy 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 diddy. As soon as Black Natsu finished speaking, a rapid ringing sound came from the backpack behind him. Immediately afterwards, Black Natsu put down his backpack as if there was no one there, and took out the magic crystal communication. The next moment, the communication crystal received, and Makarov's head also lit up. President? What's the matter? Black Natsu asked. I just wanted to ask how long it will take for you to come back. The S-Class Wizard examination is about to begin, and the Guildarts have already arrived at the guild. Makarov's voice came from the other end of the magic crystal. Looking at Black Natsu who started communicating at this moment, Bruce's brows couldn't help but jump. Is this communication? He is a little unbelievable, no. It was just him, and even the members of Black Shark Vortex who had surrounded Black Natsu, looked stunned. Please. What are you doing now? You broke into our floor alone, and now you are surrounded by extremely dangerous situations. You actually still have the heart to communicate with others? Boss. Some members looked at Bruce in surprise. I have something I don't know whether to say or not. That brat doesn't seem to take us seriously. Bruce is staring hard at Black Natsu. S-level assessment? As for me, I can probably finish the matter at hand right away, but, can I come back? Walking back? Are you kidding me? You are at the border of Fiori. It will take you a long time to walk back. No, my legs and feet are very fast, it shouldn't take long to walk back. The conversation fell on Bruce's ears word for word. But the anger in his heart is about to reach its peak. 1.8 This kid, isn't he too dismissive of others? It's crazy to break into your own base camp alone, but now you're still communicating? You even said that it can be done right away? It seems, to solve the difficulty of myself and others, it is better to take some bullshit transportation. Hey! That brat over there, do you think I'll take it seriously? Finally, Bruce couldn't help but roared angrily. Makarov on the other side of the magic crystal naturally heard this roar. Somewhat surprised, he said, What are you doing? Me? I'm at the Dark Guild's lair now. Black Natsu responded. Lao Lao? Then you still dare to answer my communication. Makarov on the other side of the magic crystal was so anxious that he almost jumped up. Okay, 3 seconds to deal with them. 3 seconds. Bruce's head was filled with questions. He even began to suspect that he had heard wrongly. Old, boss. That brat actually said he would kill us in 3 seconds. The younger brother next to Bruce couldn't stand it, and pointed at Black Natsu with a trembling hand. I can hear you. BD, give them all to me, let this brat kneel down and beg for mercy. Bruce, who was almost going crazy, gave the order angrily. Next moment, the members of the Black Shark Vortex surrounding Black Natsu immediately let out bursts of piercing screams. He rushes towards Black Natsu like crazy. Thorn. A streak of red and black thunder began to flash around Black Natsu. Chapter 112. How dare you break into our guild alone? You don't take us seriously, do you? Kill this brat. Let him taste our power. Hysterical roars echoed in this low space. In just a few seconds, at least 20 people approached the Black Natsu in the center. They carry swords, guns, swords, and halberds, and their magic power is constantly activated. Magic arrays of various colors unfold on the magic weapons in the hands of the Black Shark Vortex members. Countless magics, at this moment, completely blocked all escape routes for Black Natsu. Bruce stood behind the members, looking at the Black Natsu who was overwhelmed by the crowd. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Humph! You little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. I don't know how many people I've killed for a guy like you who only has a strong mouth, huh? What? Bruce's face, which was still smiling just now, gradually turns to astonishment. It was like seeing something extraordinary. The smile completely disappeared. My mouth opened wide, looking at the red and black shadow flashing in the crowd in horror. Next moment. Boom! At this moment, a red-black light filled everyone's gaze. Numerous red and black thunders flashed at this moment, accompanied by Black Natsu's brows. Complete explosion. The thick thunder exploded at this moment, and in less than a second, the secret numbness like a spider web filled the 18 underground guilds that were thousands of meters long. And wreaking havoc here, destroying everything in sight. Boom 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 boom. Thunder is roaring, the floor of the guild begins to break, and the surrounding walls are disintegrating. The magic power accumulated in the hands of the crowd that had just surrounded Kuronatsu immediately collapsed. The two figures completely stopped charging at this moment. In other words, I am unable to move forward because I am trembling. Pairs of frightened eyes stared in the direction of Black Natsu. In their eyes, it seems that the kid who is less than 1.5 meters tall will no longer be seen in front of them. What they saw? It's a monster shrouded in red and black light. The terrifying monster with its eyes glowing scarlet stared straight at them. Unspeakable feelings filled their hearts. Tiredness, fear, and despair are all intertwined crazily at this moment. The figures began to fall towards the ground one after another. Some unlucky people accidentally encountered the flashing thunder. In an instant, the whole person was enveloped by red and black thunder, and then completely turned into charcoal. Thunder is still surging, and the underground guilds that are thousands of meters away can no longer accommodate the surge of these thunder snakes. Countless lightning strikes hit the ceiling. Countless cracks began to expand crazily, just in a moment. The ceiling above the entire guild is completely shattered. The broken stones and the endless yellow sand that fell did not completely bury this space. On the contrary, he was carried hundreds of meters into the sky by the red-black thunder that soared into the sky. The sky that was already on the verge of darkness seemed to have changed color at this moment. Illuminated by red-black light. In the desert, the insects with strong life turned over at this moment and lost their movement. Desert beasts with high combat effectiveness, even warcraft, can only come within a kilometer radius of the red and black thunder. Without exception, all of them rolled their eyes and fell to the ground uncontrollably. For a moment, with the flashing red and black thunder as the center, a radius of more than a kilometer fell into complete silence, with only the roar of the sky-high thunder. Dragneel, are you kidding? This guy's thunder actually contains dragon power at the Dragon King level. Irene, I remember that this was the thunder and lightning of the Thunder Dragon. According to what it said, this was the thunder that came from the thunder and lightning of the Thunder Dragon King. August, so, this kind of thunder and lightning, can just the roaring sound and flashing light make a person faint? Hades, this is more than just fainting, isn't it? Didn't you see the expressions on all the fallen people or beasts? That's panic. There's no mistaking that. Brain, so, what kind of terrifying abilities does this Black Natsu possess? This is simply a monster. In the desert, Urza with long crimson hair stopped. The wind howling from the front is mixed with the terrifying dragon power. The long crimson hair of Urza was blown in the face. Even his figure couldn't help but take a step back. Involuntarily, even Urza's heart began to beat violently. Urza's brows furrowed. Looking directly at the red and black thunder pillars soaring into the sky in the distance, he swallowed secretly. The sky has begun to change color, and the clouds are also rolling in. That's wrong. How could he become so strong in such a short period of time? Even I feel like my heart is trembling. Outside the canopy, Urza whispered softly while looking at the dark world. Irene's brows furrowed a little tighter. Something's wrong, something's wrong. What is the origin of Urza in that world? No one could answer Irene's doubts, so she could only focus on the sky screen again. Trying to find the clues you want. Fall down. Everyone fell down. At this moment, a total of 50 or 60 people have fallen to the ground. It seems as if he has completely lost his will to fight. Various weapons were thrown on the ground, and some charred corpses that had been struck by lightning were lying on the ground, exuding a burnt smell. The red and black thunder slowly dissipated at this moment. In the silent space, there was a sound of falling gravel, as well as the sound of heavy breathing and heartbeat intertwined. Black Natsu seems to have noticed the movement here. Turns around and looks at Bruce, who is already slumped on the floor, shivering. A little surprised. Haven't it fallen yet? Really, it seems I underestimated you just now. Your strength is no longer weaker than that of S-class Warcraft warriors from ordinary guilds. Snot is flowing horizontally, tears are mixed with sweat beads, and Bruce's cheeks are covered with blood. It is obvious that Bruce did not take Black Natsu's words as a compliment. On the contrary, what I feel is even greater fear. This guy hasn't even moved from the beginning to now. The entire guild has been completely destroyed. This kind of thing, Bruce has lived for decades and has never even heard of it. Weird, monster, you are not human at all, you, monster. Bruce is completely enveloped in great fear. So much so that the words began to tremble violently. He collapsed on the broken floor and began to use his hands and feet, rolling and crawling towards the outside world. It's too scary, it's really too scary. If you continue to stay, you will die, you really will die. With this thought in his mind, Bruce only regrets that he doesn't have 2 more legs. Complete mental breakdown. Black Natsu didn't care, so where could he run to? Lifting up the magic crystal in his hand, he said to Makarov, who was still looking confused on the other side. Something went wrong. What's going on? You must have encountered some powerful enemy, right? Listening to Black Natsu's words, Makarov asked slightly worriedly. It's indeed quite powerful. That guy didn't fall down even after 3 seconds, which is a bit beyond my expectation. Black Natsu's tone was a little helpless. So let's not talk about it for now. I will rush back as soon as possible. I'll take care of that guy first, and we'll talk later. After the words fell, Black Natsu hung up the communication. The other end. Makarov opened his mouth and blinked his eyes uncontrollably. Ah! Did you hear what that brat was saying just now? Makarov looks at Gildarts aside. Gildarts is a carefree-looking man wearing a shabby cloak, with orange oily hair on his back, and stubble on his cheeks. At the same time, he is also a taxi in the Fairy Tale Guild. He is one of the few, or even the only werewolf who can use super magic as basic magic. Hearing Makarov's question, Gildarts couldn't help but laugh out loud while holding the wine glass. Ha ha ha, that brat, does it count as strong if someone can resist him for 3 seconds? It's really interesting, interesting. He looked at Makarov. President, I have to sigh, where did you find the monster? Speaking of this, Makarov couldn't help but look proud. What do you think? I am a young genius kidnapped at a great cost. How do you, Fairy Tale's strongest magician, evaluate me? Evaluate? Gildarts strokes his stubble. Then he laughed out loud. I can only say, that brat's recent performance has aroused my fighting spirit." Although he was smiling, the eyes he looked at Makarov were full of seriousness. "To be honest, I can't evaluate him, but I'm starting to look forward to fighting that kid more and more." On the other side, Black Natsu hung up the communication and looked in the direction of Bruce. "This guy does have two brushes. In such a short period of time, I have climbed out of this huge pit and ran into the desert outside." However, Black Natsu is not worried. There is desert all around. Where can he run to? His footsteps hit the floor hard, and Black Natsu suddenly jumped up and chased in the direction of Bruce. Now, Bruce finally climbed out of the sight of the scary guy, but immediately encountered new troubles. Another girl who looked to be in her teens stopped in front of him. Long crimson hair flutters in the wind. There is a slight smile on the delicate face. Where did this little brat come from? Get out of here! Bruce, who was possessed by fear all over his body and mind, was about to go completely crazy. Without any consideration, he cursed angrily at Urza. Urza frowned slightly upon hearing this. With a move of his hand, the crimson magic circle unfolded. A sharp sword appeared and was held in his hand. The pupils of the eyes are unusually erect, and faintly, golden brilliance can even be seen surging. Stegoryus, cross/. Swipe. Two sword lights flashed out instantly, and the sword blade in Urza's hand disappeared. At the same time, a field-shaped slash gradually appeared on Bruce's body. Blood spurts out. Chapter 113. Natsu, ah. Grey, wait. Did I hear you right? Myra Jane, what's going on? Sword, dragon. Urza, eh? I became a dragon slayer. Makarov, ah? How could this happen? What happened? Gajeel, that Urza. Dragon slayer. Wendy, no way. Urza is already very strong, but after becoming a dragon slayer, what kind of monster will she become? Irene, it's a mess. It's a mess. What is all this? Hades, madam, you seem very excited. Irene, shut up. Hades, am I wrong to tell the truth? Jalal, dragon slayer magic? Urza is the dragon slayer. Most of those watching the canopy are magicians. It is even said that most of them are magicians who know Urza. Even for dragon-slaying magic, it is not unheard of. Judging from the magic Irene showed just now, it was definitely dragon-slaying magic. However, here comes the problem. Dragon-slaying magic is not a magic that can be learned if you want to. That is a very difficult magic that has been passed down since ancient times. Take it for now. There are only two ways to learn dragon-slaying magic. Or, get the dragon-slaying magic crystal from the dragon's body. Or, be taught by Long himself. There is no other way. So, how did this Urza learn dragon-slaying magic? Looking at Urza's life trajectory, she has no connection with dragons at all. What exactly is going on? Countless questions filled everyone's minds. A big question mark was placed. In the sky screen, cross-shaped blood streaks appear on Bruce's body one by one. The pace of progress also stopped. The slash just now was so fast that Bruce had no time to react. So much so that the angry expression just now remains in this scene forever. The widened eyes are still staring at Urza. The body fell weakly forward. Fine pieces of sand and dust were stirred up and rushed around. The moment Bruce fell, a figure jumped out from the deep pit behind him. Falled on the desert land. Black Natsu glanced at Bruce on the ground, and then locked his eyes on the crimson girl in front of him. Crimson? In the memory, a beautiful figure gradually emerges. Black Natsu frowned slightly. Who are you? Why do you appear here? Or why are you following me all the way? Urza crossed her arms and smiled. Have you been discovered? But it's normal for you to discover me. There are only two of us here, so of course I'm here for you. 1. Want to fight? Black Natsu said. Although I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what force she comes from, whether she is in the light or the darkness. However, Natsu will not relax in the slightest bit of vigilance. Moreover, it is very possible that this guy is here to seek revenge. After all, since I debuted, I have killed 34 if not 50 of the dark guilds. It is normal to be targeted by guys from the dark world and put bounties on you. Seeing that Black Natsu was even ready to fight, Urza's brows couldn't help but raise. He quickly said, "You misunderstood. I'm not here to fight with you or anything." Black Natsu is even more confused. Then what is your purpose? Fairy tale. Are you from Fairy Tale? I came to you because I want to join the Fairy Tale Guild. How about you be my recommender? Urza said. If you want to join the guild, you can go directly to the guild leader to make a decision. There is no need to come to me. I can't decide on this matter. Seemingly letting down some of his vigilance, Black Natsu put away his magic power and said in a deep voice. Then we have to go to Fairy Tale. You should also want to go back, right? Let's drop by. Urza relaxed slightly and said with a smile. At least, let me know your name. Of course. My name is Urza. Urza Bell. No, it's Scarlet. Black Natsu stared at Urza in front of him, his eyes slightly narrowed. However, I didn't say anything in the end. Urza is indeed a bit suspicious. Finding him in such a wilderness, what does he mean by joining Fairy Tale and letting himself be the middleman? Perhaps this is reasonable, but even the name is hesitant. Is it a little unreasonable? Of course, Black Natsu doesn't want to dwell on this. The most important thing is that Black Natsu really doesn't feel any malice from Urza. From this point of view, at least Urza will not become her enemy. As for what the purpose is, that's for sure. But, who in this world has no purpose? The purpose is not important, what is important is whether she will be detrimental to herself and the guild. These will have to wait until later to observe. The current Black Natsu just silently remembers these anomalies and remains as vigilant as he should be. Outside the canopy. Within the Alvarez Empire. Irene gritted her teeth and stared at Urza in the sky. Bell? What bell? What is going on with this Urza? Is she really my daughter from that world? Her full name is Belzarian. Irene felt like her head was going to explode. As a rule, the self in that world was not married to that BD general. Then, Urza should not exist, right? However, what is happening now is really in front of me. Irene started to feel a little confused. Not the same as Irene's kink. Over there at the Fairy Tale Guild. Although I don't know what Urza went through in the dark world. However, the fact that Urza wanted to join Fairy Tale still made everyone in the guild overjoyed. Myra Jane, it seems that no matter what we are in that world, no matter what we have experienced, we will eventually end up in the big family of Fairy Tale. Lucy, yeah, it's like, Fairy Tale has some kind of magic, it can bring us together in the guild no matter where we are or what situation we are in. Happy, is this what is called, destined by God? Carla, destined by God, you are still quite funny, Blue Cat. Wendy, however, I do feel this way, but I don't know when the me in that world will reunite with everyone. Gray, Wendy's words are still too early. Happy, by the way, I should be the next one, right? I should be born too. Gajeel, from all angles, Happy may not necessarily join Fairy Tale. Because, logically, Happy was picked up by Natsu. And why Natsu picked up Happy? Isn't it because when he was practicing boxing alone in the forest, he was so lucky that Happy's egg was smashed? Lily, It seems so. If you put it this way. It's possible that Happy was really not picked up by the Black Natsu in the dark world. In that case, Happy won't be able to join the guild. Happy, et. This kind of thing should be impossible, right? Natsu, I think so. If it were me over there, I would definitely go find Happy. Gray, you are really stupid, Natsu. The black Natsu over there has no idea about Happy. How could he go back and look for it? Natsu. It seems like this. Happy, no? I don't want to go to another guild. I must join Fairy Tail. The crusade is over, after the people from the Senate come to take over the place and interrogate the abducted people. Black Natsu and Urza took advantage of the late weather and returned to the town. The journey won't start until tomorrow, so if you really want to go, meet at the city gate tomorrow. Looking at Urza, Black Natsu said. Okay, but don't leave quietly by yourself. Urza spoke a little worriedly. Do not worry. Black Natsu waved his hand and turned towards the hotel doctor. Looking at the disappearing figure of Black Natsu, Urza narrowed her eyes slightly. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. Hey! I finally got close. I really don't know, what will that annoying guy's expression be like when he finds out? Daniel how, I'm really looking forward to it. Mom. Mother. On the other side, inside the Alvarez Empire. Irene, listening to this word, my whole body felt like I was struck by lightning. She can be 100% sure. In the sky, the mother Urza mentioned in her words, must be herself. Absolute. From Urza's face, it could be seen that she looked at him somewhat. This can prove that Urza definitely has her own genes. So, what the hell is this? Urza, where did she come from? Besides, what on earth am I doing in that world now? In the sky screen, a night passes in an instant. Early the next morning. Do you usually carry so much luggage when you go out? At the gate of the city, Black Natsu's exclamation came. At this moment, he was staring dumbfoundedly at the numerous luggage that was like a small mountain bag pulled behind Urza. Of course, it's hard to come out once, why don't you bring everything with you? Urza responded as expected. As she said that, she seemed to be in a good mood. Let me tell you, my place includes all the basic necessities of life, food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It is almost guaranteed that even if the two of us live in the wilderness, I can rely on this luggage for 3 to 5 years. Chapter 114. 3 years and 5 years. In the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov was sweating profusely as he watched this scene. Myra Jane, should I say, is she worthy of being Urza? No matter what world we are in, this serious attitude is worth learning from all of us. Gray? Have you made a mistake? Is this habit of dragging a cart of luggage with you every time you go out really worth learning? Happy, anyway, so much luggage will make you exhausted. Lucy, yeah, I totally agree. Urza, you guys don't understand my good intentions at all. Anyway, I quite agree with me over there. In the screen. The corners of Black Natsu's mouth couldn't stop twitching as he listened to Urza's explanation. However, after a while, he still sighed helplessly. Forget it, as long as you are happy. It's getting late, let's set off quickly. Etc. Just when Black Natsu was about to turn around and leave, Urza called out to Black Natsu. Ah? Is there any problem? Black Natsu stopped and looked at Urza. No, are you just going to walk back like this? You don't want to take a car, do you? We are all dragon slayers, don't tell me you don't get motion sickness. Black Natsu said matter-of-factly. Of course not, I mean we can take Dragon Slayer's special car. Dragon Slayer's special car? What the hell is this? Faced with Black Natsu's doubts, Urza did not explain too much, but planned to prove it with practical actions. With that said, Urza turned around and started rummaging through her mountain bag-like luggage. This scene is not just Black Natsu is confused. Even the audience outside the curtain were stunned. Sting, No, what is Urza doing? Rogue, isn't it said that there is a special vehicle for Dragon Slayer? Does such a thing really exist? Hades, whether it exists or not is another matter. The key is, what is Urza looking for? Brain, are you looking for a car? As soon as these words came out, the world channel became silent. Mardgear, Brain, don't be too funny. What you say is quite retarded. Agil, that's right, what kind of car can be put in the trunk? Hades, is it a model car? Haha. Brain, well, I was just joking, don't be too outrageous. In the screen, Urza was still immersed in rummaging through a pile of suitcases, and soon found a box that was not that big in the dark with doubtful eyes. This is it. Urza said. It has been gathering dust since it has not been used for a long time. You should have gone back to the hotel to pick up this thing before chasing you, so as not to suffer a lot. Urza said to herself. The confusion in Natsu's eyes became even more intense. Is this what you call a car? Of course. Urza said with her head held high. Although, due to age, it is not too majestic, it is still beginning to take shape. Look at it, the black technology produced by the Galactic Empire. With that said, Urza dropped the box in her hand on the floor. Immediately afterwards, the purple magic crystal inlaid on the box flashed. The huge magic circle unfolds. Then, in everyone's eyes, the box inside the magic circle was opened, and countless metals poured out, gathering like folds. It's like Transformers, although people in this world don't know what Transformers are. However, the scene shown is indeed like this. Along with the continuous sound of mechanical sound, various accessories are also being assembled with each other. Soon, a cool-looking magical two-wheeled vehicle, also known as a motorcycle, appeared in front of Urza and Black Natsu. It was also displayed in front of all the marquee audiences, Bai. It immediately caused countless exclamations. Hades, is it really a car? Agile, folding? Or, automatically assembled? Wall, is this alchemy? No, it doesn't look like it. What on earth is this? Brain, oh my god, I just said it casually, is it really true? Laxus, a vehicle that Dragon Slayer can ride on? Where can I buy it? I want to buy it too. Gajeel, to be honest, I think so too. Damn it, what on earth is this Galactic Empire? Makarov, Galactic Empire? Is there such an empire on the continent of Ishgar? Emerald E. Fiori, I can say unequivocally, no. But I don't know what's in the sky screen. After all, there seems to be too many differences in that world. Urza took the lead and rode the motorcycle. Although she was not very tall as she was still young, her long legs were already showing some signs of growth. At least, the current Urza ride has no problems at all. The feet can also touch the ground. Then Urza patted the back seat. Come up. Looking at the vehicle in front of him, Black Natsu's eyes were a little panicked. Can't help but ask, is this thing really okay? Don't worry, it has been tested. For Dragon Slayer, it can minimize the side effects of dizziness, no problem. Since Urza said so, Black Natsu decided to give it a try. So he took a step and sat in the back seat of Urza. Hold me tight. Urza turned her head and looked at Black Natsu. Ready, let's go. Wait, where is your luggage? I'm dragging it, don't worry, I can pull it. As the words fell, Urza stepped on the magic output pedal fiercely. The magic two-wheeled vehicle made a piercing roar, and Black Natsu disappeared in a flash. On this day, everyone in the whole town could see a cool motorcycle pulling a cart flashing by. Aroused the exclamation of countless people. The magic two-wheeled vehicle is very fast, even if it is pulling so much luggage. It was only at noon that the two of them crossed several mountains and arrived at a village in the mountains. The roar of the magic two-wheeled vehicle then stopped. Urza took off her helmet and turned to look at Black Natsu. Raised his eyebrows. How is it? Call. Black Natsu came down from his desk, his face looked a little unsightly. But he nodded slightly. I feel much more relaxed than before, but I still feel dizzy. Hearing this, Urza frowned slightly. Is it because you are stronger? I remember that the more powerful the dragon-slaying magic is, the greater the side effects will be. Black Natsu shook his head, sat on the stone pier nearby, and took a few deep breaths. Said, I'm not sure, but this damn shortcoming must be solved. Can't even the transportation specially developed for Dragon Slayer completely help you get rid of dizziness? Urza looked at the pale Black Natsu with some concern. In response, Black Natsu waved his hand. After I go back and pass the assessment this time, I have to go to the library. There are many books stored there, which should be able to help me find a way to resist dizziness. Research? You really have a lot in common with her. Both of you are the kind of people who like to explore the truth. Urza sighed inexplicably. Black Natsu slowly raised his head, staring at Urza with deep eyes, and remained silent for a while. Changed the topic, by the way, let's go to the village to rest for a while. We'll set off in the afternoon. We should be able to reach Magnolia today. 1. Urza didn't notice anything and nodded slightly. Then he and Kuronatsu walked towards the village. The entire village is very different from the town where the two of them were before. Houses with piles of stones are the main color here. Although it is not luxurious, it is better than clean. The street is not too lively, but there are still people walking here. From time to time there are bursts of shouting. Make the village look quite peaceful. The two found an open-air tea shed. Although it was selling tea, there were also food for sale here. Not long after we sat down, tea, snacks, etc. were served. The two of them, who were already a little hungry, started immediately. For the two dragon slayers, eating is a sacred thing. In other words, it is something that cannot be disturbed. However, today seems to be an exception. The discussion from other seats attracted Urza and Black Natsu. Hey, have you heard? The devil in the church has come out. Ah? It's coming out? It's impossible, right? Doesn't the church have a sacred seal? Yes, and if the devil really comes out, can we still live here well? I'm afraid we will have become corpses long ago, right? Harm. You don't know something. All this is caused by the 3 orphans on the east side of the village. It is said that last night, they entered the church, and then the strange sounds in the church disappeared. Isn't this a good thing? What a harm! Let me tell you, this morning, someone discovered the orphan's boss, and her arms turned into devil's arms. It seems that it is possessed by demons. It may break out at some point. Now everyone who knows about this matter is panicked and wants to drive those orphans out of the village. 1. Orphan, demon? Urza and Black Natsu looked at each other in their seats. Devil. Urza narrowed her eyes slightly. Looking at Black Natsu as if he was very interested, he said, how about we go take a look later? At the same time, on the other side of this continent, Anna was walking quickly towards a village that was too ordinary to be ordinary. As Anna stepped into the village gate, a wave of ripples flashed. Immediately afterwards, Anna's vision also changed dramatically. The peaceful village completely disappeared. Instead, there is a vast and boundless world. On the surface, there are countless tall and gorgeous buildings. In the sky, there are countless huge dragons flying. Not far from Anna, there is a huge square. In the square, a towering statue hundreds of meters tall stands in the center. Anna recognized this statue. It was the statue of her proudest disciple. Without any hesitation, Anna headed towards the luxurious palace in front of the square. It didn't take long before I met the person I wanted to see on this trip. How's it going? Teacher Anna, how is Natsu? how are you doing recently? Okay, that's good, but, is there something wrong with you here? Anna said to the man. Something's wrong? There's nothing wrong. Urza has arrived in the outside world, don't you know? Even, she is Bai Natsu's side now. The man's tone couldn't help but fluctuate. Urza. Chapter 115. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. The expressions of the three siblings Myra Jane, Elfman, and Lysina were a little unnatural. Village. Church. Demon. These words seemed to bring back their memories. Lysina, could it be that incident when we were kids? Myra Jane, probably, I still can't forget what happened at that time. Elfman, looking back now, I was really cowardly at that time. It was obvious that my sister had been bullied like that, but I could only hide behind her. It's really useless. Lysina, brother Elfman, don't blame yourself, we were not young at that time. Myra Jane, yes, you were still a little kid at that time, what could you understand? Now that these things have passed, there is no need to worry about it anymore. On a trail in the village, a figure is walking in front, introducing from time to time to the two people following behind. We don't know when that church existed. Anyway, as long as I can remember, the church has existed, every night. There will be bursts of murmurs coming from the church, giving the villagers nightmares. The person leading the way was a guy from the tea house before. Because Urza and Black Natsu were a little curious about the demonic incident in the church, after learning that they were magicians, they offered to take them to see it. Of course, Black Natsu also knows the purpose of this little brother. Moreover, I still hope that I and others can completely eliminate the demons in the church. So, I couldn't help but ask, have you never thought of issuing any commission or the like to let the magicians solve the problem here? Hearing this, the younger brother's face showed a trace of shame. Scratched his head, to be honest, our village cannot afford the entrusted money. This is an isolated village. Most of it is self-sufficient, and only a small part is contributed by tourists who occasionally come to this village. We have done commissions before, but the money given was too little. I think it's worth it, it can't solve the problem here. Where is the powerful magician, and he doesn't like the money, so he has been putting it off until now. So much so that he was released by that orphan. The two people behind nodded slightly. But he did not express his position. Help is okay, but it is limited to what you can do, such as easy things, and it is based on your own interest. If anyone can resort to selling misfortune in exchange for help, then wouldn't Black Natsu be busy to death? There is too much suffering in the world, and there is nothing we can do to help. Soon, a group of 3 people arrived at the church. The sacred brilliance is long gone, and what is left in the church is only the Shang-Chi in the sky. I can't pass in front. I don't know why. Ever since the demon was discovered to be unsealed this morning, we can't get close to this church. Once you get close, you will feel nausea, vomiting and other discomforts, and it may even make people go crazy. The little brother stopped in front of the church. If you want to go in, you have to be careful. One person went crazy after going in this morning. Crazy? Black Natsu looked at the little brother. So, what about the person you said sneaked into the church and released the devil last night? Is she not crazy? Her. The younger brother said after thinking for a while. No, it's just that the arm has turned into a devil's arm. Maybe he will completely turn into a devil that day, so this can be regarded as a request from our town. If you can, I really hope you can help. If the devil is really completely solved, then we will do our best to repay you. Looking at the little brother bowing to him, Black Natsu and Urza looked at each other. It depends on the situation. I'm just stopping by to take a look. I may not be able to help you. After saying this, Black Natsu turned to look at Urza. I'm going to take a look too, so don't think about it, I'll stay here. Seemingly being guessed, Black Natsu shook his head helplessly. Then you can come with me, but be careful. If you feel any discomfort, we will withdraw. 1. Soon, the two of them entered the church together. The demonic energy soaring into the sky did make Black Natsu feel a little uncomfortable. Even, for some reason, even the beating speed of his heart began to speed up. However, the strange thing is that Kuronatsu did not feel any nausea or dizziness. On the contrary, this feeling of accelerated heart rate is more like excitement. This makes Black Natsu a little strange. When entering this church, Black Natsu could feel that the symptoms mentioned by the villagers were probably caused by the demonic energy that had not yet dissipated. But why do I feel excited? Thinking of this, Black Natsu couldn't help but turn his head and looked at Urza. The pupils shrink slightly. What's wrong? Urza looks at Black Natsu in confusion. Don't you feel sick or something like that? Black Natsu couldn't help but ask. No, maybe it's because our Dragon Slayer's physique is relatively strong. Urza said, looking in the direction of the teaching statue. It is a statue of God several meters high. The two palms of the statue are clasped together, and there is a big hole in the chest, which seems to be a hole that holds some kind of heart. However, now there is nothing. Black Natsu also walked over and looked around. The main focus was on the statue. This should be the place where the devil was sealed before, right? The remaining magic power is not small, this devil should not be simple. It's really not that simple. Black Natsu turned around and walked towards the outside of the church. Where are you going? Urza quickly follows. Go and meet the person who unlocked the devil's seal. The devil might actually be in her body. I want to get in close contact with the devil and see what happens. After saying these words, Black Natsu walked out of the church. And I found my little brother and asked him to lead the way to find the person who released the devil. Outside the sky. Ziref, who was watching the sky, also frowned slightly. The scene just now clearly aroused Ziref's suspicion. About Black Natsu will become excited when facing the devil's aura. Ziref understands. After all, Black Natsu has the strongest demonic power hidden in his body. Black Natsu's strength is also accompanied by the awakening of demonic power to a certain extent. Therefore, it is not surprising to have such performance. Please give me flowers. But, what about Urza? What's going on with Urza? Why is she immune to the influence of the devil's aura? Ziref stroked his chin with one hand, his eyes lost in thought. The screen is fast forwarding. Soon, under the leadership of the younger brother, Black Natsu and Urza arrived in front of a lonely house. Unexpectedly, the area around this house was already surrounded by dense crowds of people. Some of them are holding hoes, and some are holding shovels. Roaring towards the house angrily. Damn it! Get out! Accursed family! Get out of our village! How long do you want a guy possessed by a demon to stay in the village? Just because you are here, there will be a steady stream of disasters. What's more, they picked up rocks on the ground and threw them at the windows of the house. Bang 1. The sound of breaking glass is heard. Inside the fairy tale guild. The members all frowned at this moment. 0. This is Myra Jane and the others from childhood, right? How could those people do this? I remember it was Myra Jane who helped them accept the devil, right? It turned out to be regarded as a devil. Damn it! Everyone in the guild expressed their dissatisfaction. The three Myra Jane people in the crowd saw this scene. Bad memories also came to mind. Both of them lowered their heads involuntarily. He looked a little lonely. The window that was broken by stones. A small white-haired figure could no longer bear it and came to the window. She is not very old, so at this moment, her young face is still covered with tears and fear. However, I think of my sister and brother huddled in the corner behind me. The unspeakable anger seemed to make her forget her fear. angrily roaring towards the familiar but unfamiliar villagers outside. It was Sister Myra who helped repel the demons doing evil in the church. She fought off the devil for this village. You guys are going too far. She was possessed by the devil in order to fight off the devil. Sister Myra is not wrong. Correct. The girl's voice became weaker and weaker, and she even began to crawl on the broken windowsill. The body is shaking uncontrollably, and subtle sobbing sounds are constantly coming out. However, the girl's true story not only failed to arouse the sympathy of this group of people, but on the contrary, completely angered them. The devil is the devil. If it weren't for her, how could we live in fear? All this is because of you. A family cursed by the devil. Another stone was thrown directly towards the white-haired girl. Urza, who was watching this scene, couldn't bear it any longer. Dang even intends to pull away and step forward. But, the other figure seems to be faster. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the open space in front of the house and reached out to catch the stone. Black Natsu raised his head. Although I don't know the whole thing and what the essence of the matter is, I did such a thing before drawing a conclusion. Isn't it a bit too much? Nai. Chapter 116. Click. The stone that Natsu was just holding was instantly shattered into pieces. The breeze that came with it was completely scattered everywhere. Maybe it's because of Black Natsu's sudden appearance. Maybe it's because of the scene where he can crush rocks with his bare hands. The villagers were shocked. For a moment, the villagers who were noisy just now shut their mouths. My eyes couldn't help but look at the Black Natsu in front of me. Looks like a young man, but the heroic spirit between his eyebrows is indeed something ordinary people don't have. This is a temperament slowly formed over a long period of self-confidence. Indeed, it shocked everyone present. Urza also stood up immediately upon seeing this. Looking around the scene. Everyone, we can understand your fear of demons, but, there is nothing certain yet, so how can we jump to conclusions? Besides. At this point, Urza paused and continued, besides, even if it is really a devil, she didn't hurt you, right? Isn't it a little too hasty to conclude that the people inside are heinous based on this? Speaking of which, who are you? September 17 is our village's own business, and it's not your turn to interfere. Yes, and you don't need to persuade me. It is impossible for our village to accommodate that cursed family. At this moment, the tea house boy who led Black Natsu and Urza also ran over immediately. Tell the villagers that Black Natsu and Urza are magicians. Magician. Do we have a release commission? So, is the magician taking over this matter now? The crowd started talking again. Black Natsu looks at these people calmly. Compared to talking nonsense with these people here, Black Natsu wants to see the person possessed by another demon as soon as possible. Then, test your idea. So, he waved his hand to interrupt the discussion of the crowd. Listen, we are members of the Magisters Guild, Fairy Tale. From now on, I will take care of the devil's affairs, so when you should go home, go home. We will deal with the devil. Listening to Black Natsu's words, an old man walking out from the crowd with a cane. Since the magician wants to take over this matter, that would be the best thing. As long as you can deal with the devil's matter, then our village will do its best to repay you. In this regard, Black Natsu waved his hand uninterested. Okay, you all can go back. The job of a magician is very dangerous. If you are not afraid of death, you can continue to stay. After the words fell, Black Natsu turned around, greeted Urza and walked towards the direction of the building. Although the villagers in the rear were very curious about how the young Shang Shenchi wanted to deal with the demon. However, Black Natsu's last words still echoed in their ears. Under the important decision of life, even if they are curious, they can only give up. One after another gradually left here. The scene outside was all seen by the white-haired little girl lying on the windowsill. Especially when I heard that the boy and girl who suddenly appeared were magicians. The white-haired little girl panicked. Although she has been living in this isolated village, she has still heard it from travelers who occasionally come and go. Magisters are far superior to ordinary people. The powerful strength makes them omnipotent. Even an ordinary magician can easily deal with dozens or 20 ordinary people. The white-haired little girl was really frightened. Immediately closed the window and ran towards the corner of the room in a panic. Here, a figure covered in a hoodie is huddled in this small corner. Beside the figure, there is a shivering white-haired boy wearing a small blue suit. Sister Myra. Brother Elfman, something bad is going to happen. The white-haired little girl looks extremely panicked. Hearing her call, the figure shrouded in a hood slowly raised his head. It was an extremely delicate face, but at this moment, the eyes on that delicate face were a little red and swollen, as if they were crying. The person called Sister Myra also has silver white hair, but it is covered by the hood, with only a little hair leaking out. Listen. What's wrong? The sounds outside seem to be much quieter. That's because a magician is coming. Lysina was almost crying. She held her sister's clothes with her little hands and kept searching around the room with her eyes. We have to leave quickly and get out of the back window. Hurry up, if the magician finds out, we will be doomed. Lysina said and was about to pull her sister out from the back window. But, at this moment, dong dong dong. The closed door was slowly knocked. The eyes of the three brothers and sisters were instantly locked on the door where the noise was coming from. The little boy Elfman's body trembled even more. Come yet. Marajana's brows knitted together. The silver teeth bite tightly. The right hand, and the left hand that turned into a devil's arm, blocked his younger siblings behind him. You guys stay here safely, I'll go out. They are coming for me. As long as I go, you will be safe. Myra Jane said in a deep voice. The knocking at the door gradually becomes more urgent. It also made the sweat on Marajana's forehead ooze crazily. What a joke! How can you let Sister Myra go out and face it alone? The white-haired girl Lysina was the first to disagree. Even Elfman, who had been shivering, nodded heavily. There are magicians outside. If my sister goes out alone, she will die. Stop talking. Just stay here, I'll go out and see what they want to do. Myra Jane made the final decision and pushed her younger siblings to the back. He walks towards the gate alone. Take a deep breath and look at the door that keeps making noise. Myra Jane slowly stretched out her trembling hand and held the door handle. Ignoring Lysina's shouts behind him, he opened the door and rushed out. Then he immediately closed the door tightly and leaned against the door. After making sure that the younger siblings in the room will not be harmed, Myra Jane just forced to steady her heart that was almost beating out of her chest. My eyes began to look at the two figures in front of me who were similar to myself. Is this the magician? Myra Jane muttered inwardly. These two people don't seem to have anything in common with each other. At this moment, Urza, who was knocking on the door, was also stunned. Marajana's appearance is indeed amazing. Even a person as beautiful as Urza can't help but admire Marajana's appearance. In other words, Urza never thought that the person who was so hated by the villagers would be such a beautiful girl. Unlike Urza, it is Black Natsu. He is also staring at Myra Jane at this moment. In other words, the moment Myra Jane came out, his eyes were already locked on Marajana's other arm hidden in the cloak. Although he was covered by the cloak, Black Natsu seemed to feel something, and his eyes were fixed on where he was. Perhaps it's because Black Natsu's gaze is a bit sharp. Marajana's hand hidden in the cloak closed again and hid it behind her back. I pretended to be calm and shouted angrily. What is your purpose? Urza's eyes met Marajana's. Unexpectedly, Myra Jane immediately glanced away, obviously trying to hide her panic. Urza said without paying attention. As you can see, we are magicians. Sure enough, is he a magician? Marajana's face instantly darkened, and her previous aggressive aura disappeared. The figure seems to have suddenly become much smaller. Like a pitiful young girl in distress. Have you all seen it? Yes, the devil is in me. You, come and attack me. Marajana's voice trembled, but her figure did not take a step back. 3.4. However, all this has nothing to do with Lysina and Elfman. Don't involve the two of them. Otherwise, I will fight you tooth and nail. Myra Jane gritted her teeth and spoke of her younger brothers and sisters. Her trembling voice seemed to disappear completely. The tone has also become extremely vicious. Like a cat with fried hair. With unyielding eyes, he stared at the two people in front of him. Urza was confused by the sudden roar. Looks at Black Natsu and blinks. You seem to have misunderstood. At this moment, Black Natsu finally spoke. With his arms folded, he looks away from Marajana's cloak. Said, the devil does not need to be conquered, but unfortunately, you must leave here. What's going on? Urza looks at Black Natsu curiously. To be more specific, let's go in and talk about it. Black Natsu said while looking at Myra Jane. So, are you just going to stand here and talk? Why don't you invite us in and sit for a while? Chapter 117. In a dilapidated room. A group of people are sitting around the fire. It is a stove made of simple bricks. Firewood is burned in the stove, a kettle is hung above the stove, and hot water is boiling in the kettle. Emits a grunting sound. In the entire room, apart from the bubbling sound of water, there was no other sound. Lysina hugged her sister and sat by the fire, looking warily at the Black Natsu herself and Urza sitting cross-legged in front of her. The same goes for Elfman, who is close to Myra Jane, obviously a little scared. As for Myra Jane, her heart is not at peace at the moment. She didn't know if it was a mistake for her to allow the two magicians in front of her to enter. In case they have any bad intentions, Ren. Then isn't this just sending your younger brothers and sisters into the tiger's mouth? But, when I thought about it, the two people in front of me were both magicians. They all have miraculous abilities far beyond ordinary people. In a single round, I am absolutely no match for them. If there is a complete falling out, I will not be able to protect my younger siblings. Incredibly tangled thoughts played out in Marajana's mind. Urza, Myra Jane when she was little, I have never seen her look like this before. Grey, yet, in my memory, Myra Jane always looked fearless when she was a child. I didn't expect. Sigh. Happy, it's so depressing. I still like Myra Jane who can argue and fight with Urza at 18. Wendy, Miss Myra at this time, should be in pain, right? Carla, that's of course. Alas, he obviously meant well to help people in the village get rid of demons, but he ended up being despised by thousands of people. Myra Jane, these are all in the past. To be honest, I am actually very grateful for the ruthlessness of those people at that time. Otherwise, maybe I won't be able to meet you, and I won't be able to come to such a gentle place. Myra Jane looked at the sky screen with a smile on her lips. Said softly and softly. A hand was placed on the shoulder, causing Myra Jane to look back. The smile seemed to be a little brighter. Of course, I won't meet your mortal enemy. Urza smiled sweetly. Ah, of course. She looked at the sky again. I believe that in that world, we will still be like this. As for the two people opposite, Urza is looking around curiously. This is the first time she has seen such a simple environment. As for World Natsu, he was calmly blowing on the hot water in the cup, and then took a small sip. Although there is no tea in the cup, the posture is that of a seasoned tea drinker. In this dull atmosphere, Myra Jane, who felt so depressed that she couldn't breathe, finally couldn't help it and spoke first. By the way, what do you mean by what you just said? Black Natsu raised his head when he heard this. Then place the cup in your hand on the ground. Speaking slowly, it literally means that the devil has been eliminated by you, so there is no such thing as a crusade. The devil has been eliminated. Listener looked at Black Natsu with excitement after hearing this. Really? But my sister. Can I see your hands? Black Natsu said. Hearing this, Myra Jane hid her hands behind her back like a conditioned reflex. However, under the persistent gaze of Black Natsu, he was still defeated. Trembling, he stretched out his hand. Look, but let me say it first, this is disgusting. Black Natsu and Urza both looked at Marajana's outstretched arm. That is not a hand that a human can have at all. The entire arm is an anti-human brown color. The backs of the hands, wrists, and arms all have dark purple ridges, like gems. The fingertips are extremely sharp, and there are uneven bumps on the entire arm, as if to indicate the danger of this arm. Black Natsu narrowed his eyes slightly. Then under everyone's strange looks, Black Natsu suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Marajana's arm. Gray, getting started. Gajeel, eh? This development doesn't seem right. Makarov, ah? Why did the painting style suddenly change? Gildarts, oh, the Black Natsu in that world seems to be very enlightened. I will definitely like that boy in that world, ha ha ha. Urza, Gildarts. What are you kidding about there? Hades, speaking of which, what the hell kind of development is this? Why did this guy, who was dull just now, suddenly take advantage of it? Brain, if Irene in that world saw this scene, she would probably go numb, right? Irene, Brain. If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. August, hey, I guess someone can wake up laughing when they fall asleep, right? Ulu, someone? Who? August, I don't know whether I know or not. The time has not yet come. You will know when it does. Ziref, August, you seem to be quite free recently. August, ahem. No, I'm just taking a look and expressing my opinion. Ziref, keep reading, I feel that there must be some purpose in hacking Natsu. Ziref's guess was quickly verified. Everyone present was a little confused by Black Natsu's sudden move. Urza's eyes widened at this moment. Looking intently at the two tightly held hands. The silver teeth clenched together unconsciously. Myra Jane is also confused. She thought that after seeing this arm, maybe the two people in front of her would show disgust or fear. However, I never expected that this guy was not like this. Instead, he held his hand and closed his eyes. Listener was shocked. Looking at Black Natsu with disbelief. An idea gradually emerged in my mind. This mage, does he want to pick up his sister? For this reason, even the devil's arm is ignored. Eh? What are you doing? Feeling the warmth from her hands, Myra Jane finally turned back to the miracle doctor. Immediately afterwards, Marajana's cheeks started to turn rosy as she was touched by a stranger of the opposite S*X for the first time. Speaking hesitantly. Looking at this scene, Urza's eyes started to become bloodshot. What are you making? At this moment, Hina, who is being watched by everyone, is closing his eyes tightly. Brows furrowed. There is something wrong with his face. Under Black Natsu's induction, he can clearly feel the demonic power sleeping in Marajana's body through the demon's arm. Dong 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 dong. At the same time, the feeling of accelerated heartbeat and boiling fighting spirit also came to my heart again. In fact, Black Natsu gradually became a little excited. Buzzing. Just when Myra Jane was about to interrupt Black Natsu, a strange feeling came to my heart. Her heartbeat also began to accelerate rapidly, and her body began to feel hot. The already rosy cheeks turned a little red again. Breathing becomes rapid. The eyes gradually turned towards scarlet. This strange feeling caused Marajana's face to become a little distorted. What on earth is it? My body is so strange, it feels like I suddenly have endless strength. Ah! Listen, Urza, Elfman, the three of them are collectively confused. Looking incredulously at the two people holding hands at the moment. Urza has even begun to notice that the magic power in Black Natsu's body is gradually beginning to restless, and the magic power in Marajana's body also seems to be stimulated at this moment. 797 SUCH. A discovery made Urza realize, things are not simple. At the same time, my mind seems to recall a shocking secret I once learned in the Galaxy Empire. The secret about Black Natsu is also the secret about the strongest demon, and the resonance caused by the strongest demon. Urza murmured softly, but no one heard her. She waves to stop Lysina, and Elfman. Then he shook his head. Don't worry, they too should be fine. And the fact is exactly as Urza said. Not long after, Black Natsu forcefully let go of Marajana's hand. Then he opened his eyes. At this moment, Marajana's body also softened, and her hands were involuntarily supported behind her, thus avoiding the embarrassment of falling. Sweat is spread on the smooth forehead. The slightly opened mouth is breathing heavily. The scarlet eyes gradually returned to their normal appearance, but the rossiness on the cheeks did not dissipate immediately, but faded slightly. Sister Myra? Are you okay? In the end, what happened? Looking at the younger brothers and sisters gathered around, Myra Jane shook her head gently. It's okay with me, it's just. Her beautiful eyes look at Black Natsu. What do you want to say in the end? Black Natsu gradually calmed down the restless magic power, and then raised his head. Shaked his head gently, just to confirm your situation and verify some of my guesses. Then, what's going on with Sister Myra? Lysina couldn't help but ask. Take over. Black Natsu responded. It's a kind of magic. In fact, you are not possessed by a demon at all. It's just that you passively accepted the power of the devil and lodged it in your body. The power of the devil. Myra Jane raised the demon's arm and pursed her lips. Chapter 118. Yes, this is indeed the power of the devil. Black Natsu nodded slightly. We have been to the church before and checked it out. The soul that resides in the church should be a demon's soul. After you enter the church, you awaken the magic, and receive its soul and transform it into your own power. Listen to Black Natsu's words. Looking at his arms. Myra Jane is stunned. Not long ago, the abuse from everyone in the village still echoed in Marajana's mind. She never thought that the originally amiable villagers would show such a side. I never thought that I would be despised by thousands of people because of this demonic power. All of this, in the final analysis, it's all because of this arm. Because of this demonic power. Myra Jane gradually lowered her head. I don't need this kind of thing. I don't need it at all. The sobs gradually sounded. Lysina seemed to have noticed something strange about her sister and moved closer. Hands gently wrap around Marajana's waist. Put your little head against Marajana's body. Trying to comfort my sister with my own arms. Myra Jane looked at Lysina, who was leaning in her arms, and just raised her left hand that turned into a demonic arm. But, as if he remembered something, his arms froze in mid-air. Somewhat at a loss. Abruptly, a young hand grasped Marajana's demonic arm. Lysina put Marajana's arm on top of her head with gentle force. It's okay. Lysina raised her head, with tears still on her cheeks, but a smile broke out at the corner of her mouth. I will not be afraid of Sister Myra. No matter what she becomes. Neither. Young Lysina spoke solemnly as if announcing a vow. Another figure also came up and gently placed his palm on the back of Marajana's hand. Elfman also took a deep breath and laughed. Yes, no matter what she becomes, she will still be our sister. This will never change. You. Myra Jane covered her mouth with her other hand, tears pouring out like a bursting river. Black Natsu and Urza watched this scene and looked at each other. Black Natsu said helplessly, by the way, you must have misunderstood something, right? Receiving magic does not mean that you will become the recipient, but that you will have this power, but you are still essentially human beings. Speaking, Black Natsu looked at Marajana's left hand. As for why your left hand has turned into a devil's claw now, it's just because you are completely unfamiliar with magic. As long as you master the receiving magic skillfully, you can transform back into the area. Can change back. Listena's eyes suddenly glowed with light. He quickly looked at Black Natsu, then, brother, can you help my sister change back? At this moment, Elfman and Myra Jane also looked at Black Natsu. There is hope in the eyes. Even Urza looked at Black Natsu. It's okay, but it's not me who can lift it for you, it's you who can lift it yourself. Black Natsu said. Myself, but I don't know what to do at all. Myra Jane tightens her palms. This is simple, I can teach you. Black Natsu said. Hearing this, Urza blinked in confusion, as if she was getting to know Black Natsu again. Will you still receive magic? Black Natsu turned around and shook his head as expected. No, but I can learn. Ah. Urza is completely confused. Outside the canopy, everyone who was watching the marquee was also confused. Hades, what did he just say? August, so, he wants to learn how to receive magic and then teach Myra Jane how to turn back into a human. Brain, hey, is this a method that normal people can think of? Mardgear, the key point is not here, the key point is, that Black Natsu seems to be very confident that he can learn to receive magic in a short time. Otherwise, why would you want to learn it yourself and then teach others? Irene, this confidence is indeed a bit surprising. De Maria, don't you understand? This Black Natsu is always able to do something that ordinary people can't understand every time. He is really a monster. Ulu, the key is, can he really learn it? Also, how can he learn it? Where can he learn it? Erdia, yes, if Kuronatsu knows where they can learn, then why not take them there himself? If he can't learn it later, wouldn't it be a joke? Makarov, hey, you guys, don't forget what Black Natsu relied on to get where he is today. Back then, he was a ruthless person who could learn to breathe after just one look. Makarov's words seemed to remind everyone of the scene played before. On the top of that mountain, Black Natsu just watched Dragneel once and listened to the teaching once, and then he learned how to release his breath. It also shocked countless people at the time. This is Black Natsu's talent, a talent so powerful that it makes people despair. In the screen, under the expectant eyes of everyone, Black Natsu walked aside and took out the communication magic crystal used for communication. Following a series of calls, Makarov's head soon appeared on the magic crystal. Oh! It's really strange you actually took the initiative to communicate with me. On the other side of the magic crystal, Makarov is holding a wine glass and looking at Black Natsu with a smile in his eyes. Black Natsu doesn't talk too much nonsense either. Go straight to the point and tell Makarov everything about the situation he has encountered so far. Also, let Makarov tell him how to practice receiving magic, such as the trajectory of magic, precautions during practice, and various requirements, etc. After listening to Black Natsu's story, Makarov on the other side also frowned. After thinking for a moment, he stared at Black Natsu. You mean, a girl who can innately awaken magic and receive the devil through magic? Black Natsu nods. Makarov's pupils on the other side suddenly shrank. The whole person became excited. Looking at this scene, Black Natsu knew in his heart that this guy had an occupational disease again. What I'm thinking about right now is, maybe Myra Jane sneaks into the guild or something like that. Sure enough, soon, Makarov's voice came from the other end of the magic crystal. Genius! This is really genius! You brat, I can teach you, but you must bring that girl to the guild. She is a rare and good prospect. definitely. You must bring this girl to our guild. Black Natsu rubbed his ears and nodded helplessly. Okay, I understand, hurry up and teach me. Makarov on the other side seemed to be in a good mood and nodded. Then he ran towards the guild library in a hurry. Soon, I found a book about reception. And, according to the above words, the statement was given to Black Natsu on the other side. Bob. Isn't it? Have you really started teaching? Gold mine, really, I remember Makarov himself can't receive magic, right? Yajima, that's for sure, otherwise why would I go to the library to look up information? Jalal, isn't it true that if one dares to learn and the other dares to teach, we won't be afraid of something going wrong? In the screen. Due to the difficulty of remote teaching, the teaching on receiving magic lasted for nearly half an hour. During this process, Black Natsu fully demonstrated to everyone the horror of genius. In Urza and Myra Jane, Lisa and Elfman are blinded by their eyes. Black Natsu even drew inferences and argued with Makarov. Finally, half an hour passed, and when Kuronatsu felt that he was almost done, he nodded slightly. Thank you, President. On the other side, Makarov wiped the sweat from his forehead. God knows how torturous it is to argue with a genius about the principles of magic. Anyway, Makarov decided to ask Natsu what he was asking next time. Just ask him to go to the library and do some research. Anyway, with this guy's understanding, it doesn't matter if he has himself or not. By the way, remember, you must bring the 3 Myra Jane brothers and sisters to the guild, don't forget. At the end of the day, Makarov didn't forget to recruit people. Emphasis on, goodly. Subsequently, the communication magic crystal was closed. Black Natsu raised his head and looked at the people in front of him. How's it going? You should have learned almost enough, right? The 3 Myra Jane brothers and sisters, as well as Urza, looked at each other with bewildered faces. How is it possible to learn this? It's not just arithmetic of 1 plus 1, how can it be that simple? Black Natsu frowned slightly when he heard this. I should have talked about it in detail just now. Lisana holds her head in fear. Well, I only heard one sentence, am I a waste? Elfman patted Lisana on the shoulder desperately. Lisana, believe me, you are not a waste, I am. I didn't understand a word, I even felt a little sleepy. Myra Jane blinked, I probably understood part of it, but overall, I'm completely confused. What is this? Urza took a deep breath, I can only say, receiving magic is not suitable for me, I can't learn it at all. Listening to the complaints from several people, Black Natsu was not upset. Standed up directly and clapped his hands. Forget it, I already know it anyway, let me teach you next. And strive to completely learn to receive magic before arriving in Magnolia, so that your arm can return to normal. Chapter 119. 3 poles in the sun, a new day has arrived. Black Natsu and others had already left the village at dawn. After all, it's just like what Black Natsu said yesterday. Myra Jane and others can no longer stay in the village. Even if it is already understood that Myra Jane herself is not possessed by a demon, it will not work. For the villagers in the village, it is difficult to distinguish between possessing them and receiving them. A devil is a devil, no matter whether Myra Jane himself is good or bad. It doesn't matter, as long as you are a devil, you will definitely be ostracized if you continue to stay here. This is the result of ignorance. Black Natsu has no interest in changing the minds of these villagers. It's better to just leave. Also, I will take this opportunity to fulfill President Makarov's request. Pull Myra Jane, Lisana, and Elfman into the guild. In this regard, Lisana and Elfman were extremely excited. A new life seems to be waving to them. As for Myra Jane, she hesitates. He hesitated because of his own arm. Even though Kuronatsu is fully confident, Myra Jane is still worried about whether her arm can recover. And after going to a new place, will you still be looked at in a strange way by others? This is actually normal. This experience brought great trauma to Myra Jane. Now she is like a frightened bird, and has begun to fall into deep self-doubt. And if you want to break this suspicion, it is actually very simple. That is to let her completely turn the page. This is what Black Natsu said yesterday, let Myra Jane fully master the reception of 470 magic before arriving in Magnolia. And this is the mission of several people today. Soon, a few people found a small stream and prepared to camp here. After all, everyone still has to wait until Myra Jane learns to receive magic before they can start back to the guild. Therefore, while I haven't learned yet, I still need to live in this deep mountain for a while. Listen up, Myra. If you want to master receiving magic, the first step is to understand what magic is, and the basic principles of how to use magic. The so-called use of magic, first and foremost, is magic power. In the forest, Black Natsu stands in front of Myra Jane, Lysina, and Elfman. Speaks in a serious tone. To cast magic is to materialize the magic power in the body and then release it. There are two factors involved in this. One is the intensity of magic output. This determines how powerful the magic you release is, how destructive it is, etc. The second is the writing of the magic circle. This is an important factor that determines what form your magic will take. Each magic has its own magic circle. The so-called magic circle is the trajectory of magic power. After studying these thoroughly, you can use magic. Ask a question. Lysina, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, raised her little hand. What is magic? Lysina scratched her little head in embarrassment. Black Natsu also answered this. The essence of magic is the magic particles floating in the air, hidden in the earth, and in the ocean. Magic particles. Myra Jane murmured softly. Outside the canopy. Natsu, by the way, what are magic particles? Dragneel, Lucy, Urza. Myra Jane, no way. Makarov, are you kidding? You've come to this point, and you don't even know about magic particles. Dragneel, how is that possible? I remember what I taught you. Hades, wait. You mean, the Natsu in our world, doesn't even know what magic particles are? Brain, doesn't that mean, since we were beaten like this by someone who doesn't even know the nature of magic? Urdia, is this a joke? This must be a joke. How can someone practice magic without even knowing about magic particles? Natsu was a little innocent about this. Did Dragneel teach you? Dragneel, are you kidding? This is what I talked about in the first class, the nature of magic, the nature of magic. Do you know? Natsu scratched his head, I remember. Dragneel said a lot of words that I couldn't understand, and then he asked me to feel it. Anything that feels hot is magic. I really don't know what magic particles are. Dragneel. You brat, take a good look at the sky. Let's see what others say about Natsu. Natsu, but, doesn't it feel weird to teach yourself a lesson? Dragneel, UBD, isn't it strange that you are still thinking? Natsu is already teaching others when others are criticizing you. Don't you feel embarrassed that you are still teaching? Natsu, oh. Got it, Dragneel. Dragneel, wow. I'm so angry. In the screen. Black Natsu's teaching continues. And if you want to absorb these magic particles into your body, you need to take an important step. That's meditation, and this is what you need to learn next. But at this point, Black Natsu paused. Except for what I am saying now, there is not one most important thing for a magician, Bibj. At the same time, it is also what Myra lacks most right now. Myra Jane frowned slightly and asked involuntarily. What is it? Black Natsu straightened his expression and said solemnly, that is the power of thoughts. Marajana's face is full of confusion. That's right. If you don't have strong thoughts in your heart, then you can't control magic. Black Natsu said. Myra Jane can sense magic and use it passively to forcibly receive the devil. This is your talent. But, if you don't have a matching idea, you can't control magic freely. Think about it carefully what magic means to you. What does mean to me? Myra Jane looked down at her arms, then looked up at her younger siblings. There seems to be some thoughts in my heart, but I can't grasp them. All right. At this time, Black Natsu's voice came again. Next, I will teach you how to meditate first. When you are able to master it, I will give you all the details of receiving magic. Let's start. Myra Jane and the three began to try meditation. Taking advantage of this time, Black Natsu came to Urza, who had been watching. I can't believe that you are very talented as a teacher. Urza throws a bottle of water to Kuro Natsu. Taking the water bottle, Black Natsu unscrewed the cap and took a sip. After moistening his throat, he looked at Urza. Then do you have the talent to be a teacher? Urza blinked in surprise. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said in disbelief. You don't want me to teach them, do you? I don't know how to receive magic. Black Natsu waved his hand after hearing this. It's not about teaching them, it's about teaching me. Ah! Urza is even more confused. What can I teach you? You are so strong, you don't need my teaching, right? Fencing. Black Natsu said decisively. As a Stegosaurus, you must be very strong in swordsmanship, right? How about you teach me? Urza said with some embarrassment, it's not that I don't teach, the key is. The path to swordsmanship requires years and months of accumulation. Starting from a young age, you need to lay a solid foundation in all aspects. If you don't understand anything, it will be difficult to achieve anything if you start learning halfway. Number 2 equals. Moreover, this is time-consuming and very difficult. 1. Is it time-consuming? It doesn't matter. Black Natsu shook his head. I am only 10 years old now, which can be regarded as a child. You can teach me from now on, whether you teach me or not. At least, let me make a start, so that it can be incorporated into my cultivation plan later. Looking at Black Natsu's persistent eyes, Urza sighed and nodded. Okay, but it's not a good thing to learn too much and learn too much. I hope you can concentrate all your energy. However, since you want to learn, I have no reason not to teach you. Hearing Urza agree, Black Natsu finally laughed. Then what are you waiting for? Start quickly, time is life. Black Natsu urged. Urza twitched the corner of her mouth. Is it necessary to be in such a hurry? Time flies, we must cherish every minute and every second to strengthen ourselves. Black Natsu said in a deep voice. Urza's face froze, and she scratched her head helplessly. Really, being with monsters is so stressful. If you don't pay attention, you will feel like you are wasting your life. After complaining, Urza spread her hands. The dress-up magic is activated, and immediately after, 2 long swords appear out of thin air in the hands. Hands one to Black Natsu, holding one himself. So, teaching begins. Chapter 120. Gajeel, by the way, does that guy Black Natsu also have the talent to learn swordsmanship? Urza, the first step in swordsmanship is not that simple. Even the most basic introduction requires at least a lot of basic practice. Otherwise, it will just be a showpiece, nothing more than a showpiece. Kagura, and, unlike magic, if you want to achieve success in swordsmanship, you really need a lot of talent. This is a path that values talent even more than magic. Myra Jane, is he talented? The Black Natsu over there is very talented, so it should be fine, right? Makarov, this is different. Although I don't know much about swordsmanship, I have studied it systematically and want to master more fighting methods. But it's a pity that if this thing doesn't work, it just doesn't work. It has nothing to do with magic talent. Lily, I remember, Natsu here seems to have never touched a sword or knife or other weapons, right? Natsu, why are you using that thing? My dragon-slaying magic is already strong enough. Dragneel, oh, so this is the difference between you and Black Natsu. Natsu, hey? Why are you talking about this again? Actually, if you want to get started with swordsmanship, it may be easy to say, but it may be difficult to say. In the forest, Urza and Black Natsu are holding a sword blade respectively, and Urza's voice can be heard. Speaking of 1,000, speaking of 10,000, using the method of sword can also escape without slashing, chopping, stabbing, etc. basic movements. Then, things are simple. If you want to get started, you just need to master these movements skillfully, and you must ensure the accuracy and strength of each strike. Is it precise and powerful? Black Natsu looked at the blade in his hand, thoughtfully. Then, let's start practicing, lay a good foundation, and you'll be ready. Urza said this, paused slightly, and then said solemnly. However, you have to be mentally prepared. Sometimes, the basics are the most difficult. If you want to be completely proficient, it really depends on your talent. Moreover, this is completely different from any magic. Black Natsu nodded, don't worry, I know what's going on. Let's get started. I can't wait. Looking at the eager Black Natsu, Urza shook her head helplessly. Then he pointed to a thick tree stump in front of him that had already broken. Your current task is actually very simple, which is to cut off the tree stump. Black Natsu heard this and looked over. It was an old tree stump with a diameter of more than 1 meter. On the tree stump, there are several lines drawn with magic power. Precision and strength. This is the first step for you to master. Use the sword to cut off the wooden stump along the line. You can't deviate, and you can't use any magic power. Just use your physical strength to cut off the stump. The final requirement is to get a complete section. I also practiced this way at the beginning. It was very helpful for accuracy, strength control, etc. Urza talks eloquently. Cut off the stump? I understand. Black Natsu nodded. Looking at it, Urza shook her head helplessly. I once practiced for 2.5 months before I could do this. The most difficult thing is the control of strength. It is not easy to cut off the tree stump in one go and leave a complete section. I'll give it a try first. Black Natsu raised the sword blade and pointed it towards the wooden stake. You can't use any magic power. Urza reminded again, but the next moment, a violent roar echoed through the forest. Urza stared at the Black Natsu in shock. Just now, he struck down with his sword, and the thick wooden stake exploded. It turned into countless sawdust and scattered around the earth. Didn't I say you can't use magic power? Urza blinked and looked at Black Natsu. Unexpectedly, Black Natsu spread his hands with an innocent face. I didn't use magic power, I just swung the sword down. Who knew this thing was so fragile? Urza's eyelids twitched wildly. How strong is this guy? After silently complaining, Urza shook her head. So, this is the consequence of insufficient force control. You have to think about how much force you should use. Sometimes it is not a good thing to pour out all the force. Only by having spare strength can we cope with the ever-changing battle. Control of power. Black Natsu tightened the blade in his hand. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, looking a little excited. Interesting. I understand, I'm giving it a try. Urza nodded slightly. You go ahead and practice. I'll go see how Myra Jane and the others are meditating. Urza bids farewell to Black Natsu. And Black Natsu, who was left alone, focused his attention on the new wooden stake, his expression lost in thought. After a while, try again. This time. Half of the wooden stake was cut off, but there were also gaps in the sword blade in Black Natsu's hand. Black Natsu frowned slightly. Throw away the sword blade in your hand and pick up a new sword. Keep trying. Brush. This time, the wooden pile broke completely, but it was far away from the line. Isn't the accuracy still good enough? Black Natsu looked at the chopped wooden stake and fell into deep thought again. Urza, see, it's not that easy. I think back then, I had to practice slashing and other movements every morning. This process lasted for several years before I practiced the basic movements to the point of proficiency. Lily, indeed, anyone can swing a sword, but not many can get started, and even fewer can master it. In my own words, it took me 3 months to get started and 10 years to fully master it. Wendy, it takes 10 years to sharpen a sword. No wonder it's so powerful. Gajeel, Lily, I remember that the two of us also fought swordsmanship before. I shouldn't be bad at it, right? Inside the fairy tale guild. The black kitten looked at Gajeel in disbelief. That's not a swordsmanship at all, is it? You just turned your arm into a sword and slashed at will. It has nothing to do with kendo. Gajeel, no. It doesn't matter. Natsu, haha, you'd better stop trying. Can a lame person hide behind your iron dragon sword? Gajeel, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Look at how hard-working the Black Natsu is over there. Are you looking at how laid back you are? Natsu, I was. Please give me flowers. Dragneel, Gajeel is right. It would be a waste to put such a good talent in you. Alas. Time passes slowly as a group of people practice. It is getting close to evening. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the earth. In the mountain trail, Urza and Myra Jane are walking here. Myra Jane still looks at her arm from time to time. She has made great progress today. She has already begun to feel the magic power in her body and is able to make simple adjustments. Such a discovery makes Myra Jane very happy. The day when the arm completely returns to normal seems to be getting closer. Therefore, Myra Jane was always smiling along the way. As for Lysina and Elfman, unfortunately, the two of them meditated for a day without making any progress. However, according to Urza, wanting to feel magic is the first step to becoming a wizard. Even for those who have the talent to become a magician, it is not easy to realize it, not to mention it is only the first day. Historically, some people meditated for several years before they realized the magic and became a wizard, so Lysina and Elfman were not panicked. As for Myra Jane, she has awakened magic and already has magic power in her body, but she just doesn't know how to use it. Furthermore, Marajana's talent is amazing enough, truly amazing, so Lysina and Elfman cannot compare with Myra Jane. By the way, where is Natsu? Lysina asked curiously. I don't seem to have seen him today. That guy clearly said he wanted to teach me, but where did he go? Myra Jane also looked at Urza. He is learning to chop. Urza responded. I don't know what the situation is like. I think it should be possible to hit the wooden pile without destroying it with one sword, right? Urza thought as she pushed aside the leaves blocking her path. He led a group of people to a clearing full of abandoned tree stumps. Just got here. Urza's eyes widened instantly. Looking in horror at the dozen or so wooden piles piled not far away. Each wooden stake is placed neatly, and the exposed surface is extremely smooth. On the edge of the wooden pile, there are still some lines carved by magic, which is enough to prove that this is a wooden pile cut along the lines. How is this possible? Could it be said that he did it? Urza's gaze shifted and soon found Black Natsu standing in front of a new wooden stake. At this moment, all his attention seems to have been placed on the wooden stake in front of him. The sword blade in his hand is slowly raised. Then his eyes locked on the lines on the wooden pile. A sword falls. Urza felt a flash of sword light in front of her eyes. Immediately afterwards, the upper end of the wooden stake began to slowly slide down along the magic line. The knife is cut cleanly and smoothly, and the cut surface is extremely smooth. The most important thing is that Urza didn't even feel any fluctuations in magic power. Swallowing secretly. Urza's expression has long been replaced by horror. What kind of monster is this guy? Big. Chapter 121. Outside the sky, countless people looked at the scene in the picture. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gajeel, ah? That Lily, you just said how long ago did you get started? Lily, 3 months. Myra Jane, hey. What's going on this day? Miliana, so, this Black Natsu has already started. Kagura, well, technically speaking, yes. Miliana, then how long did it take Kagura to do this? Kagura, about 2 months. Sting, so, Mr. Black Natsu's talent is even higher than Kagura's. Oruga, hey, this is a bit perverted. Isn't that guy 10 people using fists and kicks? Why is the swordsmanship so terrifying? Are you going to let people live? Urdia, no, how on earth did this guy do it? Mirti, I don't know, we don't know anything about swordsmanship either. This thing still depends on Urza and the others. Urza, to be honest, it's hard for me to imagine that someone could achieve this in one day. This can't be described as a genius anymore, right? Natsu, then what? Li, God is chasing after you to feed me. If you give me this talent 2 or 3-0, now I might be the strongest being in the Goblin Guild. This is really exaggerated. In the screen, Black Natsu seemed to have noticed the person coming behind him. Stopped his training and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hey, Urza, take a look and see if this is the case. Urza's eyes were already widened. The mouth opens involuntarily. After a while, he held back 2 words, monster. This is really a monster. Myra Jane, Lysina, and Elfman look left and right. My eyes keep flicking to Black Natsu and Urza. Finally came to a conclusion. This Black Natsu seems to have done something terrible. Brother Natsu, so awesome. Lysina, who didn't know why, held her cheek and praised it. The clock is ticking. The group's journey to the valley ended on the 4th day with Myra Jane successfully mastering the magic of reception. Myra Jane is indeed a genius. In just 4 days, she successfully learned to receive magic and not only transformed her arm back, also mastered the difficult magic of whole-body reception. Although, currently, receiving it once will completely consume Marajana's magic power, but you must know that the recipient of Myra Jane is a demon. Moreover, it is the soul of Satan that ranks among the kings among demons. It is no exaggeration to say that after Myra Jane has taken over Satan, she can even tie with the normal Urza, which is enough to prove Marajana's power. As for Lysina and Elfman, during this period of time, they gradually felt the presence of magic, which can be considered a great progress. Of course, the genius that has frightened Urza the most in the past few days is none other than Black Natsu. Can you believe that it's only the 4th day and Black Natsu is already able to compete with him in Kendo? Urza said that this is the first time she has seen such a monster in her long life. Given time, Urza would not even doubt that Black Natsu's swordsmanship would surpass hers. Of course, Urza's real strength is not in swordsmanship, but in the strength of the Stegosaurus, but, even from this point of view, Black Natsu's real strength is not swordsmanship, but magic, the more powerful dragon-slaying magic. After these 4 days, Urza has been feeling emotional almost every day. Sure enough, comparing people to each other makes people angry to death. Why does such a monster exist in this world? The 4-day practice is over. After getting along with each other for the past few days, everyone has become a lot more familiar with each other. However, for some reason, Urza and Myra Jane seem to be unhappy with each other. Of course, these are not within the scope of Black Natsu's consideration. Getting stronger. Getting stronger. Strong enough to save Dragneel, strong enough to kill Acknowledge. This is what Black Natsu is currently thinking about. After Myra Jane successfully mastered receiving magic, everyone started on their way back. The Dragon Slayer special motorcycle I used when I came here is no longer usable. After all, there are a lot more people. So, I can only take the train back to the guild. Although Natsu objected, he couldn't defeat Urza. In her words, I can bear it as a girl, how could you not be able to bear it? However, as soon as she got in the car, Urza regretted what she said. The dizziness caused by the train is much stronger than that of a carriage. So much so, in the disbelieving eyes of Myra Jane and others. As soon as they got into the car, the two strongest combatants immediately lay down. This made Myra Jane start to imagine what if she met some carjacking gangsters on the train. Can I only rely on myself, the strongest person at the moment? There were still some surprises along the way. Everyone arrived at the train station in Magnolia. Everything about the big city is revealed in the eyes of Myra Jane and others. For them, who have never left the village since childhood, everything here is novel. Especially Lysina, the little loli, has such a strong interest in everything along the way. Walking around for a while, the little girl's arms are already filled with all kinds of novel snacks. The little girl's wanton laughter was heard along the way. Soon, everyone finally arrived at their destination, the Wizard's Guild, Fairy Tale, and successfully met Makarov. When they met, Makarov couldn't help but raise his eyebrows crazily when looking at the Ying Yunyan next to Black Natsu. Good guy. I went out here and brought back 3 sisters? You are still awesome, guild arts can't do this kind of thing, it's you, Black Natsu. Makarov couldn't help but complained crazily. However, after learning the story of Ichiban Kuronatsu's trip, Makarov's eyes lit up. That look! I even want to pick up Kuronatsu and kiss him twice. A lucky star. It's really a lucky star. Not to mention that I am a monster, but when I went out, I actually brought back 2 geniuses. He is truly a genius among geniuses. Whether it is Urza or Myra Jane, Makarov can see it. These are 2 good seedlings. If it continues to grow like this, it will be a good seedling that will guarantee the Holy 10 in the future. You want to know, how many Holy 10 are there in the entire Ishgar continent? 10 place? No, in fact, the title of Holy 10 is not fully occupied until now. There are still vacancies. Although the Holy 10 does not mean that one is the strongest, it is also a threshold of strength. How many people can truly reach the Holy 10 level of combat power? But now, in the Fairy Tale Guild, there are countless good prospects who have the potential to become the Holy 10. First of all, the strength of guild arts is undoubtedly at the level of the Holy 10, and even, maybe still the level of the top Holy 10, the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Even Makarov hasn't seen guild arts take action for a long time, but this guy is undoubtedly rich. Secondly, Laxus, this guy definitely has the potential of the Holy 10, and maybe even more. Then, Mistongo, the new member who recently joined the guild, is also very strong and his future is limitless. Black Natsu, the monster among monsters, Makarov even doubts that this guy can rival Holy 10 now. Because, so far, Makarov doesn't know anyone who can make Black Natsu use the second move. Then, there are Urza and Myra Jane that Kuronatsu brought back this time. These 2 are also the seedlings of Shenshi. Prosperity. Makarov can almost predict how powerful Fairy Tale will be in the near future. Looking at Urza and Myra Jane in front of him, Makarov's old face wrinkled with laughter. That look made Myra Jane and Urza both unable to help but quietly take a step back and hide behind Black Natsu. Is this really the president of this guild? Why is he so obscene? The upright Urza looked at Black Natsu in confusion. 4.6. Makarov's smiling face suddenly fell. This is the first time someone has used the word obscene to describe it, makes me feel uncomfortable, and makes me want to cry. Finally, under Makarov's impatient urging, the fairy tale crest was engraved on the bodies of Urza, Myra Jane, Lysina, and Elfman. So far, fairy tale has welcomed more new members. The welcome banquet also started. This night, everyone was very happy, and many people were very drunk. On this night, Laxus also returned to the guild. The same plot plays out again. After practicing hard for a year, Laxus once again invited Black Natsu to the beach behind the guild. Facing the sea, Laxus's confidence grew unprecedentedly. Hey! Tomorrow is the S-level assessment. This time, I can definitely beat you. Absolute. Under the starry sky, Laxus' sharp eyes stared at Black Natsu. The words are filled with strong confidence. In response, Black Natsu also responded. Then come, if you can do it. Chapter 122. It's the next day. Myra Jane, Urza, and others who have recently joined the guild have already settled in. This can be regarded as the official start of Fairy Tale's life. Also, at last night's banquet, several people also met many Fairy Tale Guild members. Among them, there is Grey. Well, the evaluation is still surprisingly unanimous. Are there any perverts in this guild? Urza, who was not sure why, said aloud. In an instant, the guild burst into laughter. Outside the curtain, Grey was unable to complain. However, Ulu was very interested. Speaking of which, Grey, you have suffered a lot from growing up with the title of pervert over the years. Grey, I don't want to talk now, especially with you, Ulu. Would it be like this if it weren't for you? Erdia, you can't blame mother for this matter. Look at Leon next door. He is a fellow disciple and uses the same cultivation method. Why don't others have the habit of taking off their clothes everywhere? Natsu, yet. Leon doesn't seem to have this habit. Happy, is it possible? Gajeel, Grey is born a pervert. Kana, hey, I'll stay away first. Grey, ah? That's not the case. Please listen to my explanation. Carla, there's nothing to explain, just watch the movie. Wendy, well, Carla, come over a little bit. Brother Grey is right next to me. I'll move over. Grey, Wendy, you, even you. The Fairy Tale Guild seems to be particularly lively today. People who used to work outside all the time chose this day to return to the guild. The newbies who don't know why are confused. Every time I ask someone, the answer I get is a mysterious smile and said, "You will know later." Such an answer almost drives Urza and Myra Jane and the like crazy. However, I had no choice but to follow the crowd and gather in front of the guild curtain, waiting quietly. It didn't take long. The closed curtain is slowly opened. The whole scene on the stage is revealed. Above, there are only two magicians standing here at the moment. Makarov, and Gildarts. Today's Makarov has changed from the image of a wretched old man in the past. The Saint 10 costumes at the bottom of the box are neatly worn on the body. The wrinkled face is full of seriousness and the eyes are sharp. This appearance completely overturned Myra Jane and others' impression of Makarov. This old man, seems like he really has something. The moment Makarov revealed his figure, the entire guild burst into excitement. Quiet, little devils! An old voice came from above the stage. The guild that was lively before became quiet for a moment. Makarov's eyes were like swords, and he quickly swept across the entire audience, and then coughed twice. Ahem, everyone just waits. Haha, announce it quickly, Yin. I have been looking forward to this year's assessment for a long time. Who will be there? I wonder if I can be on the list. You? Let's forget it. Even I can't compare. You still want to take the S-class magician exam? What nonsense are you talking about? No matter how bad I am, beating you is still enough. Discussions arose one after another. Several people who have just joined the guild gather together at this moment. S-Class Magician Assessment. Myra Jane frowns slightly. How cool. I just asked about it, and it is said that there is only one S-Class Mage in the guild. Listener answered. It is said that those are titles only reserved for the strongest among the strongest. Elfman looked envious. S-Class Magician? I'm starting to look forward to it. Will there be one with my name? Urza rubbed her chin in thought. Your name? Are you overthinking it? My name is enough. Myra Jane responded mercilessly. You? Not to mention you, a guy who just learned magic. But, I can fight on par with you, can't I? That's just because I wasn't serious. I didn't even use dragon slaying magic. Besides, it was Satan who was strong. Satan is me, so the strong one is me. Seeing that the two seemed to be fighting again, Lysina and Elfman looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Has it started again? This is the third time today. I really don't know where these two people get the energy to quarrel every day. Just when Lysina complained, Makarov on the high platform spoke up again. I won't say much else, let's get straight to the point. There are a total of 2 candidates for this year's S-Class Magician Assessment. The entire guild members pricked up their ears at this moment, staring intently at Makarov on the stage. I look forward to having my name among these 2 quotas. Over the past year, I believe everyone has witnessed their strength, hard work, and belief. So, today, they successfully obtained the tickets to S level. They are. On the high platform, Makarov's eyes instantly locked on the corner of the guild, and he hugged Laxus who was sitting there. Laxus Daria. Countless people's eyes were fixed on Laxus. This decision is not unexpected. Laxus's power is obvious to all. When World Natsu didn't come before. He is known as the first person of the younger generation. He completes almost every task in a crushing way, which makes countless people gasp. It is enough to prove the power of Laxus. Faced with everyone's gaze, Laxus didn't care at all. It's just a figure locked in the crowd. Thought flashed in my eyes. The next step is the second candidate. Makarov did not keep everyone waiting, and looked directly at the black Natsu standing next to Urza and others in the crowd. Natsu Dragneel. The crowd once again shifted their attention, all their eyes of admiration and envy were focused on Black Natsu. That guy? He's also a monster. I remember, even Laxus was instantly killed by one move, right? Hey! So, Natsu is more powerful than Laxus. At least that was the case at the beginning, but it is not necessarily the case now. Both parties are geniuses and can complete the task in a crushing way. Therefore, I really can't tell who is strong and who is weak at the moment. There are constant discussions all around. Myra Jane looked at Black Natsu with joy in her eyes. Congratulations, congratulations, S-Class Mage, that sounds very cool. I will definitely catch up with you soon. Myra Jane clenched her little fists. This time the candidate announcement seemed to have completely aroused Marajana's interest. She no longer worries about whether she will be disgusted by the devil's power. Lysina said that Urza had approached Myra Jane before, and the two had a lot of conversations about the good and bad aspects of power. Lysina didn't know the result after that. From that day on, Myra Jane seemed to have thought a lot and no longer resisted Devil 5. This is also why Myra Jane can master receiving magic so quickly. However, Lysina also felt strange. Ever since the last time Urza approached Myra Jane, the two seemed to be in conflict with each other and became unhappy with each other. I don't know what they talked about in the end. Outside the canopy. Grey, the S-Class Mage examination, did Black Natsu over there get to this point so quickly? Urza, he is Black Natsu after all. With his strength, he is already qualified to be an S-Class Mage. Myra Jane, that's right, but how old is the Black Natsu in the picture now? You should be younger than Urza, right? Hades, Natsu Kurosage, is impossible to calculate. Brain, that's right. If you say he's several hundred years old, that's fine in theory, but if you say he's over 10 years old, that's fine. Erdia, after all, it spanned 400 years. As a rule, these 400 years are not counted. It should only be about 10 years. Sting, no matter how old you are, in this S-class assessment, Mr. Black Natsu's promotion is a sure thing, right? Freed, don't underestimate Laxus. Laxus is not weak at all. You know, in the history of our world, this is the year Laxus became an S-class mage. I believe that the Laxus of that world will be the same. Laxus, ahem, that Freed, I think, it might be better if you don't have such high hopes than 037. Gajeel, haha, Freed, you can't let your own subjective wishes influence your judgment. Dragneel, by the way, Natsu here should be an S-class mage, right? As soon as these words came out, the fairy tale guild instantly fell into silence. After a while, Natsu gritted his teeth and made a sound. Damn it! If it weren't for that black dragon, I would be an S-class mage now. Grey, if you say that, I won't be happy. I didn't lose the last test. Kana, you all just wait a minute. Last time we really went to the grave of the first generation, so if we really want to talk about it, I should be the S-class mage. Natsu, if it's possible, it must be me. The guild became noisy again. Obviously, everyone was not very satisfied with the last assessment. Dragneel looked helplessly at the shadows of the other two dragons. Finally he sighed, so, until now, Natsu hasn't become an S-class mage yet. In the sky. This time the S-level magician assessment will be held at an island called Monster Paradise on the Western Sea. Where will we decide who is this year's 5th level magician? Makarov said loudly towards the guild. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Monster Paradise? If I remember correctly, that should be the mission location of the S-level mission, right? It seems that many S-level missions point to that island. According to legend, it is an island inhabited by thousands of monsters. 1. Macau said with an ugly expression. Wakaba also raised his head and looked at Makarov with worried eyes. President, is this a bit over the top? Is it really okay? Makarov is categorical about this. Since you want to become an S-level mage, you have to adapt to the S-level difficulty. If you can't even do this, what else are we talking about S-class? But some people are still a little worried. You should rest assured. Since they are S-class backup candidates, they must have S-class strength. Guildarts spoke up at this moment. Don't underestimate these young people. Chapter 123. The assessment time is set for 1 week later. During this time, the two candidates can prepare on their own. When the time comes, gather at Harjan Port. Of course, we will go together. Makarov said while looking at the two chosen people. Laxus didn't reply, but glanced sideways at Natsu, and then moved his mouth slightly. Although there was no figure, Black Natsu could still see the shape of Laxus' mouth. I will wait for you at the final point of the assessment. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and Black Natsu's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even pay much attention to it. Black Natsu has no intention of talking trash or anything like that. Everything, just see the real chapter. Seeing that Natsu ignored him, Laxus frowned slightly, said cut, and left the guild without looking back. Makarov, standing on the high platform, watched Laxus leaving alone and sighed helplessly. Then he shook his head and focused on Black Natsu. The assessment is finally here, don't let me down, kid. I'm very optimistic about you. Even Guildarts walked off the stage and patted Black Natsu's shoulder naturally with his big hand. Ha ha ha, not bad, kid. I still remember when we last met, I told you that you are very strong. Now it seems that my vision is correct. Now I have begun to look forward to your performance in this assessment more and more. Uncle, what you are looking forward to is not these things, right? Shouldn't what you are looking forward to is the red light district on the west corner? Black Natsu also made a rare joke about guildarts. As for guildarts, the two met when Black Natsu first joined the guild. Perhaps there really is such a thing as feeling like old friends at first sight in this world. At least, that was how it was after Black Natsu met guildarts. The two seemed to be friends by nature, and they liked each other very well. It's the kind of situation where you hate meeting each other so late, so the two even became friends every year. We had a lot of conversations last time, so Black Natsu also knew that guildarts basically ran to the red light district every time he came back. Every time, I spent all the money I earned in the red light district, I would continue to go out to make money, and then come back to the red light district, and so on, extremely free. However, most people in Fairy Tail Guild don't know about such things. After all, Guildarts is the strongest elf, and he still wants to save face, so only some old guys with the same interests and hobbies in the guild know about him. Only Black Natsu knows. Therefore, the moment I heard Kuro Natsu's words, Guildarts quickly reached out and covered Black Natsu's mouth. Hey! Boy, why don't you tell me what you promised, dot. Well, I just mentioned it in a vague way. Moreover, it's more about admonishing you and worrying about your health, isn't it? My body? Are you kidding me? My body is as strong as any. Forget it, it's useless to talk to a brat like you, you're still underage. Not far away, a girl watched this scene silently. He pursed his lips slightly, then lowered his head, playing with the hem of his clothes with his little hands. Looks lost in thought. Outside the canopy. Fairy Tail Guild. Guildarts stared at the picture above, and then looked at Kana not far away. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of regret filled the depths of his heart. He couldn't help but hammer his thigh. Oh, it's all my fault. It was so obvious many times before, why didn't I notice it? Didn't you realize? Kana is actually my daughter. Next to him, Makarov murmured while drinking wine, that kid always felt lonely when he was a child. At the time, I thought it was because of his personality. Now that I think about it, it's my fault for not paying more attention to the psychological conditions of the members in the guild. What are you talking about? Kana seemed to notice the situation of the two people here. Come over. Guildarts didn't speak, just gritted his teeth, and then hugged Kana fiercely. I'm sorry, Kana, I was too careless at first, and actually, I never noticed that you were by my side. Kana was a little confused by this sudden incident. However, when his eyes saw the sky screen falling on himself in the black world, Kana suddenly understood everything. He smiled helplessly. Okay, haven't you already said it? None of this matters. Besides, it was also my own fault at the time. I kept thinking that I had to become an S-class mage before I could confess my identity. Only an S-class magician is qualified to be your daughter. But now that everything has passed, we have recognized each other, haven't we? Guildarts let go of Kana. He smiled and nodded, yes, at least now we have recognized each other. A week passed slowly under the expectant eyes of the magicians in Fairy Tail Guild. On this day, a large number of Fairy Tail Guild members gathered at Harjan Port. At the pier, a ship with the Fairy Tail flag is docked here. You must become an S-class mage. We will serve you a celebratory drink. Kana patted Black Natsu on the shoulder and said with a smile. Celebration wine? I'm afraid it's prepared for you, Kana. Myra Jane shook her head helplessly. Anyway, if you perform normally, I believe you can do it. Urza's expression was serious. Ah, wait for my good news. Black Natsu smiled, then waved goodbye to everyone, and boarded the ship with Laxus, who was leaning against the stone pillar and listening to the song silently. Subsequently, under Makarov's order, the ship set sail, slowly sailing towards the depths of the vast sea. On the lonely island, there are towering trees. Deep in the forest, roars belonging to monsters were heard from time to time. Here, fighting happens every moment. Here, every day, at least more than double digits of S-level monsters fall down and new monsters dominate. This is a paradise for monsters. The grave of mankind. Because it breeds many extremely powerful monsters, and every part of these monsters can be called treasures. Therefore, there are many people who issue quests for the treasures on these monsters, and there is no doubt about it. Each of these tasks is an extremely difficult task of dollar level. The rules are simple. The entrance to the forest. Makarov is writing and drawing in the air with a magic pen. Currently, Gildart's location is in the center of this island, and in front of you, there are two roads that Gildart's has opened in advance. Both of these roads can lead to the location of Gildart's, but because powerful monsters often come and go on the island, the dangers are unknown. It is even possible that these two roads have been destroyed by powerful monsters, but no matter what, your goal is to reach the location of Gildart's. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the middle, no matter what methods you use, find Gildart's and you will pass the first level. Listening to what Makarov said, Laxus couldn't help but smile. Oh, a level-breaking game? Interesting. Makarov looks at Black Natsu again. I have no problem, this level can be easily overcome. Then since you all have no problem, let's start choosing. Speaking, Makarov stepped aside. Behind him, two roads marked with Passage 10 and Passage 20 floating in the air appeared in the darkness and in front of Laxus. Laxus was unequivocal and took the lead towards the first passage. When reaching the entrance, Laxus stopped. Hey, Natsu. He, suddenly spoke up. Black Natsu, who had arrived at another road, turned his head in confusion and looked at Laxus. Laxus smiled and spoke confidently. You said, will these two roads intersect? Do they intersect? Black Natsu also understood the meaning of Laxus' words and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Then you won't be able to walk to the center of the island. No. The one who cannot walk to the center must be you. Laxus did not hesitate, turned around, entered the passage directly, and disappeared from Makarov's sight. Black Natsu did not hesitate and took steps forward. At this point, the assessment begins. Looking at the two people who completely disappeared from sight, Makarov breathed a sigh of relief. Then he sat down cross-legged on the spot. Slowly raised his head, the fairy law. I don't know why the first generation suddenly intervened in this assessment and set up the fairy law as a trophy for the winner. Do you want to train the next generation of presidents? Thinking of this, Makarov's eyes flashed with excitement. So, I can finally retire. Chapter 124. Makarov, Fairy Laws. Why did the first generation over there set this as a reward for completing the game? Urza, I remember that the fairy law seems to be a super magic that each president can learn, right? Myra Jane, so this time it is set as a reward for completing the game. Do you really want to cultivate a successor? Lucy, I remember that Laxus here also knows the law of fairies. Did Makarov teach it to him? Makarov, you can't talk nonsense. I have not taught anyone the laws of fairies. As for how Laxus learned it. In the fairy tale guild, Makarov looked at Laxus beside him. When asked, Laxus also scratched his head in embarrassment. Actually, I learned it secretly in the old man's study. There are books on fairy law stored in the old man's study. I learned it secretly in the study. It was originally intended to be used as a trump card in the Goblin Civil War at that time, to suppress all of you in one fell swoop, but the result. Kana, as a result, you have never thought that the fairy law can see through the inner magic, right? Laxus, that's all in the past, so let's not talk about it. Makarov, in that case, even the original generation paid great attention to this assessment in the sky, and even used her unique vision to see who is the best candidate for fairy tale in the future. Mavis, who knows, what exactly am I thinking in that world over there, but I'd better keep reading, I believe there will be an answer. The forest known as the Monster Paradise by the world is naturally one of the most dangerous forests in the world. In this forest growing on the island, there are not only a large number of strong beasts living here. There are even a large number of powerful monsters among them. Here, life is no longer safe. From the moment World Natsu stepped into this forest, the chaotic smell and noisy roar surrounded him all the time. It is different from most forests I have seen before. In other places, powerful monsters can easily circle a territory of their own and spread their scent throughout the territory, forcing other creatures not to dare to approach. But here, it's just the opposite. Black Natsu didn't even smell any fixed scent. In other words, you just smelled the scent of a beast. Just when you thought this was its territory, another scent forced its way into the territory. Then the two scents began to entangle, and eventually only one scent remained, but it would soon be targeted by other new monsters. This is like a battlefield where beasts, and monsters fight. There are countless powerful monsters, and battles are taking place on this battlefield all the time. It's really confusing. Not only did the new smell pour into his nose, it made Black Natsu frown slightly. Furthermore, guided by his well-developed sense of hearing and smell, Black Natsu quickly discovered a dark shadow lurking beside him. Obviously, Black Natsu was targeted by the unknown beast that entered the forest. The steps stopped smoothly. Black Natsu turned his head and looked directly at the bushes beside him. The leaves are shaking, and the frequency of shaking is rapid. You can even hear the rapid footsteps in the darkness. Call out! Next moment, as the bushes were pushed aside, a black figure swooped out at an unexpected speed. The speed was so fast that, by J, even caused a burst of sound. The pupils shrink. Black Natsu entered a fighting state in an instant, with the super dynamic vision brought by the essence of the dragon. In less than 0.1 seconds, Black Natsu locked onto the black shadow that was rushing towards him. The flames started to burn under my feet. Without any hesitation, Black Natsu suddenly raised his knees and turned his body 180 degrees. A high-level whip kicked the black shadow hard. The blazing flames burst out crazily. With a roaring sound, the black shadow died directly in the explosion, turning into a charred and smelly corpse and falling to the ground. The black shadow's body fell to the ground, making a dull sound. It also woke up countless people outside the sky who were stunned. Miliana, look what just happened. Yee, it's so fast. You can't even react to me? Men. Blue Pegasus Trio, we didn't even notice. Still wondering why Mr. Black Natsu suddenly became violent, and in the next second, a monster was killed. Most people are still blinded at this moment. Really, the monster attacks too fast. What's even more shocking is that Black Natsu's speed is just as fast. It was so fast that no one could react. The battle is over. At this moment, everyone could clearly see through the sky what kind of creature the monster that had fallen to the ground was. Erdia, that's Thunder Wolf. Mirdi, Thunder Wolf? It is said that it has a speed comparable to that of thunder and lightning, and even masters the magic of thunder and lightning. It is a powerful monster that can reach S level in adulthood. Jalal, even an S-class mage will suffer considerable damage if he is successfully attacked by this thing without paying attention. You are you, and in a place like this, if an injured person doesn't get rescued, it can almost be said that they have no hope of getting out alive. Blue Pegasus, Jenny, at this level, even a true S-class mage cannot guarantee that he will be able to reach the center of the island intact, right? Leon, so. Is this the S-class wizard assessment for fairy tale? Isn't this too over the top? Sherry, this is just the beginning. I don't know what will happen next. Jura, No wonder. All the S-class magicians in Fairy Tale Guild are amazingly strong. So, the selection alone is already so strict. Gray, Leon, now you know the reason why I have never been an S-class mage, right? Because, our guild's S level is really not something that humans can pass. Urza, who are you calling someone who is not a human being? Myra Jane, haha, strictly speaking, you can also be understood as a devil. Laxus, I'm okay, but there should be no problem with a holy 10. Guildarts, well, I'll just say nothing for now. In the screen, Black Natsu is still moving forward. On this journey, Black Natsu defeated at least 10 S-class monsters that were famous in the outside world along the way. Without exception, all battles are solved with one blow, some even so fast that people don't even react. The powerful strength makes people's eyelids jump wildly. However, as the depth goes deeper, the number of monsters that Black Natsu can encounter begins to gradually decrease. This situation is very abnormal. Logically speaking, the closer to the center, the more abundant food, resources, etc. will be in the forest. The most important thing is that the concentration of magic power in the center is several times denser than that at the edge. A place like this can almost be called a blessed place. Therefore, will there be no Warcraft fighting for such a place? Obviously this is impossible. The only explanation is that there is a more powerful existence living here. Or, an even larger group of Warcraft. At this moment, Black Natsu has already discovered this. He couldn't help but stop while he was moving forward. The surrounding trees are shaking, and the sound of being trampled can be heard from the ground. In just a moment, Black Natsu was completely surrounded by dense figures. All escape routes are blocked. The roar belonging to the Warcraft was heard wildly at this moment, and countless voices gathered together, resounding throughout the sky. Those are countless huge orangutans, similar in size to the common Warcraft Walken. In other words, they are Walken, forest Walken. However, unlike Walken in other places, thanks to the huge magic power here, every orangutan here has a larger body. The body also contains more powerful magic power. Of course, the most important thing is the quantity. There are too many of them, hundreds? No, there are thousands of Walkens here. With such a huge Walken tribe, even if each of them fights alone, they cannot defeat the surrounding monsters, but just by virtue of their numbers, the Walken tribe is enough to overwhelm everything. No matter whether it is a ferocious monster or an overwhelming attack, it will be completely torn into pieces. Looking at the huge group of orangutans surrounding him, Black Natsu sighed helplessly. If you let me go there, everything will be fine. Although he is a monster, he has the ability to speak. However, the leader of the Walken tribe obviously does not want to talk nonsense with Black Natsu. With a burst of roaring sounds, the workers Walken on the ground began to run crazily towards Black Natsu. Walken on the tree also jumped up with all his strength and rushed towards Black Natsu. In an instant, countless black shadows completely enveloped Black Natsu, and the collective attack launched by thousands of Walkens was enough to frighten any powerful monster in the forest and flee one. Black Natsu stood there, and the walls in all directions had reached a terrifying level that blocked his sight. The magic power gradually advances, and the black thunder begins to flash. Come over here. 1. Boom. The red and black thunder completely erupted and shot straight into the sky. Countless Walkens who rushed towards him were directly knocked away at this moment. The thunder shot straight into the sky, and the next moment, the clouds began to surge violently. Dark clouds. It completely enveloped the island. In the center of the island, the orange-haired man sitting cross-legged here suddenly opened his eyes. He could feel the ground shaking. The atmosphere is also shaking. Gildart's gaze rose upwards, staring at the black lightning in the distance. Sweat beads gradually seeped out from his temples, and then slowly slid down. That brat! The frowned brows relaxed. The corners of Gildart's mouth slowly rise. That's amazing, Natsu. Even I have started to feel a little trembling in my heart. Chapter 125. Red-black lightning dances on this battlefield. Indescribable feelings filled the hearts of all beasts in an instant. Different from advanced creatures like humans, as a magical beast, Walken's IQ is not very high, so he is not aware of the huge dragon power contained in the red and black thunder and lightning. The fear that Walkens can feel is even greater. It's as if a real dragon has descended here. At the moment when the red and black thunder and lightning exploded, thousands of Walkens stopped moving at this moment. One after another they rolled their eyes fiercely. He fell down towards the ground in a daze. For a time, countless muffled sounds were heard. The scene of thousands of Walkens falling to the ground severely stimulated the senses of everyone watching this scene. Hades, although it's not the first time I've seen Black Natsu use this ability, I'm still shocked every time I see it. Brain, yes, this kind of ability is too perverted, right? Bob, that's a tribe of thousands of Walkens. If it falls on any town, it will be a devastating disaster. As a result, now it can't even survive for 3 seconds. Gold mine, in other words, Black Natsu can probably destroy a fully armed army with just this move, right? Dragneel, you all overlooked one thing. So far, the power of this red and black thunder has not been truly released. Natsu, the true power of red and black lightning. Grand Igni, that's right, the thunder and lightning mutated from the power of a Dragon King level dragon is definitely not just as simple as shocking the enemy. Metallicana, do you remember the mode of Thunder Flame Dragon that was shown before? Only in that mode can the red-black thunder truly show its terrifying destructive power. Gajeel, so, it's hard to imagine how strong this Black Natsu would be if he went all out. Gildarts, speaking of which, is it possible that Black Natsu can even defeat me in that world? Makarov, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Kana, at this time, the Gildarts have not yet gone through a 100-year mission and have not suffered heavy losses. Their strength should still be at its peak, right? Jura, how powerful is your master Gildarts at his peak? How strong is it? I'm afraid no one except Gildarts knows about this question, right? After all, so far, except for the Black Dragon and Acknowledge, Gildarts has never shown its full strength in front of anyone. Therefore, even fairy tale members were confused. Sting, but no matter what, Mr. Black Natsu has the record of slaying dragons, and he is also a titled dragon. Irene, I have said it many times, combat power is not calculated this way. There is no doubt that Black Natsu is very strong. However, this involves a mutually reinforcing relationship. Furthermore, there were many coincidences and help in defeating the Thunder Dragon. August, so, Irene prefers Gildarts. Irene, no, I don't fancy anyone. To be precise, none of us currently know how far Black Natsu has reached. I don't know how strong this Gildarts is. So I think it's better not to jump to conclusions. In the screen, countless Walkens fell into a coma under the red and black thunder and lightning. Densely packed bodies fell to the ground. The earth is full of charred blackness that has been ravaged by thunder. The smell of meat being electrocuted remains in the air. In all directions, the voices that were noisy just now fell into complete silence at this moment. Black Natsu put his hands in his pockets and glanced at a body on the ground. Then he used magic to clear a path. Leave straight forward. On the other side, it fell with a roar of thunder. A huge monster with a height of more than 10 meters slowly landed on the ground. Laxus gasped slightly. Then he locked his gaze in another direction. Just now, from somewhere, red and black thunder soared into the sky. Laxus felt an indescribable feeling, covering the entire island in an instant. Even the huge monster that he was dueling with at that time was affected and fell into a brief freeze at that moment. It was this moment of opportunity that was seized by Laxus and gave him a fatal blow. Destroyed this huge monster blocking the road. What on earth is it? Natsu. The more he thought about it, the more Laxus frowned. That kid, when did he have this ability? Isn't he the fire dragon slayer? How come? With doubts, Laxus continues to move forward. Go over the body of the huge monster that fell to the ground and follow the road ahead to the end. After pushing aside the bushes that obscured his vision, Laxus arrived at the clearing. This is the center of the island, but there is no Gildart's figure. Yes, only Black Natsu who arrived here first. Tisk, you actually beat me to it. Laxus steps forward and stands in front of Black Natsu. You're not slow, I just arrived. Black Natsu responded. The rule is that only one person can advance, right? Laxus said. Black Natsu nodded when he heard this, so, their intention is very obvious, they plan to let the two of us decide the winner here. The corners of Laxus's mouth raised. You should know. How long have I been waiting for this day? Since, a year ago. Black Natsu asked. Laxus took a deep breath, yes. Starting just a year ago, I started a hellish training. He tore his clothes to pieces and threw them casually on the ground, revealing his strong muscles. Then clenched both fists. Magic bursts out. This year, I have shouldered too much. I have also paid too much. The golden thunder completely enveloped Laxus. He raised his head and looked at the Black Natsu in front of him. I am now. I have become a lot stronger. Outside the sky. Gray, it's so awkward, it's really awkward. Kana, these words, from our side, are basically what Natsu said. Lucy, then what will be the result every time? Myra Jane, result. Happy, killed instantly without any suspense. Lucy, so, will the situation in that world be reversed? Freed, don't underestimate Laxus. The golden thunder completely enveloped Laxus. The burst of magic power even caused the gravel on the ground to float out of thin air. Golden residual electricity fills the air. Black Natsu also began to look at Laxus in front of him. Fire begins to wrap around the clenched fist. He hooks his hand towards Laxus. Come on. Only those who are still standing can lead to the S-class door. Laxus's lips also turned into a smile. This time, I will not underestimate the enemy. Under the influence of thunder and lightning, Laxus's already thick muscles began to swell again. So much so that the entire body size has expanded a lot. Grid-like dragon scales began to protrude on Laxus's cheeks and arms. The pupils of the eyes disappear completely. Please give me flowers. Dragon power. This is the full strength of Laxus, fully demonstrated at this moment. Endless thunder surrounds Laxus. He suddenly opened his hands and roared with all his strength. Come on. Natsu. No hesitation. In other words, there is no longer any hesitation. As Black Natsu said, only those who are still standing after waiting are qualified to continue moving towards the S-class gate. Laxus is not willing to stop here, nor is he willing to lose to Black Natsu. Therefore, this time he will not hold anything back. Let's fight with all our strength. With a roar, Laxus suddenly stepped on the ground. Wrapped in the golden thunder, Laxus burst into flames instantly. The flames began to spread all over Black Natsu's body, and they continued to rise, even igniting the surrounding mountains and trees. You've really become a lot stronger, Laxus. Black Natsu has a smile on his lips, and the flames under his feet also erupt at this moment, driving Black Natsu forward to charge forward. With the blessing of flames and thunder, the speed of the two figures is also outrageous. In just an instant, a distance of several hundred meters was covered. Close. In the sight of the two people, the figure of the other party is approaching. Both sides can even hear the roar of each other's magic power. Laxus gritted his teeth tightly, and veins kept popping up on his forehead. Next moment, both of them approached each other. Laxus stepped on the ground, forcibly stopped his body, and slammed his already clenched fist. The density of thunder has even reached the level of a ball of light. Hit World Natsu hard on the cheek. Boom! At the critical moment, Black Natsu raised his left hand and chose to take Laxus' punch. In an instant, endless thunder penetrated Black Natsu's body. Surges towards the back crazily. It wreaked havoc on the earth, shattered rocks, kicked up countless dust, and caused a series of huge explosions. Countless towering trees were destroyed by the explosion and fell downwards. From above the entire island, the terrifying attack that affected a quarter of the island could be seen. At the center of the intersection of magic powers, Laxus punched out and looked at the motionless Black Natsu in horror. Bright golden thunder and lightning roamed over his body, as if it could not cause any harm to him. Immune to thunder and lightning? The red and black thunder and lightning just now was indeed you. Laxus's pupils are visible and shrinking crazily. Black Natsu, who blocked Laxus' full blow with one hand, slowly raised his head. There is still an excited smile on the corner of the mouth. This punch is really surprising, Laxus. The red bursting flames spin crazily on Black Natsu's fist. As his fist was raised, the red light even swallowed up the golden light emitted by Laxus' thunder and lightning. My vision was completely enveloped by red light. Fire Dragon's deliberate punch. A fist that was more terrifying than Fire Dragon's iron fist hit Laxus hard. My eyes have long been replaced by horror. Blood spurts from the mouth. In the sight of Laxus who flew out, the figure of Black Natsu in front began to get farther and farther away, and became increasingly blurry. My throat lost its voice due to the severe pain that hit me at that moment. The whole body is like a kite with its string broken, completely losing control. Keep flying out. Countless towering trees were smashed along the way. Until it slammed into a raised hill, causing a huge roar, thousands. Chapter 126. The violent roar echoed on the island for a long time before gradually subsided. As Laxus flew out, the dust in the sky gradually dissipated. Laxus, who was embedded in the mountain, still had his eyes widened. Recalling everything just now in disbelief. Impossible. Why is it so strong? Laxus's face also became distorted, and he struggled to pull himself out of the mountain. However, just this thing that is usually easy to do is extremely difficult to achieve at this moment. With almost all his strength, Laxus pulled himself out of the mountain bag and fell weakly to the ground. The magic power all over his body is extremely weak. Even the newly swollen muscles have returned to their original shape. The dragon scales clinging to the skin also completely disappeared. Until this moment, unspeakable pain surged into my heart. Laxus clutches his chest tightly. Now he even feels that his internal organs are about to be broken. The severe pain caused his forehead to be covered with sweat. He struggled to stand up. However, the weakness of the body is a cruel fact. Laxus can't stand up anymore. Freed, damn it, pull 323 Texas, don't give up. Stand up quickly. Myra Jane, no, the gap is too big. Urza, however, it can be seen that the power used by Black Natsu this time is much greater than the last time. Sting, but Laxus also tried his best, right? Hades, it's really hard to imagine that someone could suppress that Laxus like this. The memory of Laxus and Hades is very profound. When he was on Tianlang Island, he was even able to fight on par with himself. Although it was only a short moment, it was enough to prove the power of Laxus. This guy is definitely a genius without a doubt. But, sometimes the world is so cruel. There are people outside the world, and there is heaven outside the world. He is such a powerful genius in all aspects. But he met a monster like Black Natsu. 2 battles. 2 instant kills, who can bear this? In the sky, Lax's hammer hits the ground. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, finding it difficult to accept this fact. Obviously I have been working hard for so long. Obviously, and fully prepared. Obviously, I have made great determination and decided to avenge my shame this time. But, even if you try your best, you can't shake that guy? Where did this perversion come from? Pa bang bang! Abruptly, a high five came from the distance, attracting the attention of the two people present. Look towards the source of the sound. You can find that at the end of your sight, a middle-aged man wearing a windbreaker is walking slowly. Wonderful! Gildarts comes to Black Natsu. At the same time, Laxus on the other side also saw his grandfather Makarov and rushed over. Patted Laxus on the shoulder. This time, you performed well. However, Laxus turned his head away. A loser has nothing to say, and you don't need to comfort him. Makarov's hand froze in mid-air. Looking at Laxus's back, Makarov was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This might be a good thing for Laxus. The strongest has its own strong hand. If Laxus understands this, maybe he will no longer be so arrogant. This is really a big help to me, Natsu. Thinking of this, Makarov almost wanted to praise Natsu. On the other side, Gildarts looked directly at the Black Natsu in front of him. The smile on his face seems to be unstoppable. Although it was only a short confrontation, both of you showed amazing fighting power. It's true, a hero comes from a boy. Gildarts laughs. Uncle, are you the final boss? Black Natsu asked aloud. Of course, you can understand it this way, I am the last hurdle on your way to the S-class magician. Gildarts raises his head. The fighting spirit in his eyes has already boiled. So. Now you have no time to rest. If you want to become an S-class mage. Gildarts opens his hands. The majestic magic power spurted out instantly. At this moment, the trees began to tremble, the earth began to mourn, and the birds in the forest fled frantically. In fact, even the sky screen that I watched showed trembling visible to the naked eye. That is the pure roar caused by magic. The sky also dimmed at this moment. The ultimate sense of oppression enveloped the entire island. Just come and hit me, kid. At this moment, Gildarts passed through the sky, showing his power to people all over the world. Jura, is this the legendary Gildarts? Bob, alas, Pony actually still has such a hidden hand. The expressiveness of this magical power is enough to rank among the top 10 of the Holy 10. Yajima, there is no comparison. But this magic power that can shake the entire island is simply unheard of. Hades, is this guy stronger than he was during the battle on Tenrou Island? If he joins the war at this level, that guy won't be able to defeat me, right? Makarov, ha ha ha, how about it? This is the only wizard in history who can come back alive from a century-old mission. At the same time, he is also the only person who can face Aknowledge head-on and come back alive. Warad, Gildarts. What an amazing junior! However, the Black Natsu on the opposite side is not weak either. It's really a tense battle. Mavis, is it finally here? This is probably the battle for the strongest magician in fairy tale, right? Gildarts is definitely serious. Makarov, who was standing not far away watching all this, had already frowned. There is no doubt about this. Whether it is the overwhelming magic power pouring out from it, or the trees, rocks, etc. that are constantly being crushed and decomposed from all around. These all confirm the seriousness of Gildarts. The super advanced magic, Crush, is ready to be unleashed at any time. That is a terrifying magic that will be shattered from the molecular level once touched. Boom! The magic power that was originally like an endless ocean is expanding again. Suffocating. A substantial white light beam is formed directly with Gildarts' body as the center. At this moment, it rises into the sky. Boom boom boom. Just the roar of magic power can cause temporary tinnitus. What? Laxus, who has lost his fighting power, is sitting cross-legged on the ground, staring in horror at the white light beam soaring into the sky in front of him. Sweat continues to flow on Laxus' face. Looking at the center of the magic storm, he finally discovered. I am really too immature. Compared with those who can really leave their names in this era, there is a gap as big as a chasm between him now. So strong, is this, really human? Gildarts. Makarov's face is also extremely ugly. That BD, didn't you say it was just a test? Is this going to be an all-out fight? He never imagined that Gildarts would be such a mature middle-aged man. He was actually inspired by a kid to fight. How scary is the Gildarts at full strength? Not even Makarov knows. The only thing he knows is that this assessment has become somewhat unpredictable. Gildart's hair stood up in the pure white beam of light. White light flows everywhere on his body. Under the extreme magic power, his open eyes were also reflected in an unusually scarlet color. Also like a monster. Happy, this gesture will never be forgotten. Natsu, Gildarts was like that back then, no. This time the pressure was even stronger than last time. What a complete monster. Grey, by the way, how did Natsu pass the last test after he met Gildarts? Natsu, admit defeat. Everyone, Natsu, I'm not joking, I just gave up. That time Gildarts made me realize my weakness and encouraged me to change and become stronger. I understood that, so I passed. Lucy, is that so? No wonder I felt the extremely terrifying magic that time on Tenrou Island. Happy, it's worth mentioning that Natsu was so frightened that he cried. Natsu, there's just no way around it. There's no way to defeat that kind of monster with no end in sight, okay? In fact, even the fighting spirit will be consumed, okay? Urza, maybe it's really like 5.7. At least, looking at the sky screen, I can feel the overwhelming despair. Myra Jane, so, how will the black Natsu over there choose? The magic power soaring into the sky caused the entire island to tremble. Gildarts went all out to make the whole world aware of his terror. Even as proud as Laxus, in front of such a monster. I can't even raise any feelings of resistance. This is really terrifying. This is a world Laxus has never seen before. A world that truly belongs to the strong. Only now does he realize how ridiculous it was for him to call himself a strong man before. Looking at Black Natsu, Laxus frowned. What on earth will you do? Boom. This is the roar caused by another burst of magic power. Under the dazzling white light, the red flame gradually began to occupy a place. This is Black Natsu's response, and it also represents his determination. Looking at this scene, Gildarts within the pure white light beam also smiled happily. Now that a decision has been made. Then come on. Attack me. On the trembling earth, the strongest fairy issued a declaration of battle to the kid in front. Chapter 127. The sky has already been completely obscured by dark clouds. The entire island is reflected as terrifyingly as the end of the world. The monsters on the island may have never thought that the monster paradise, which has always been regarded as a forbidden land, would be trampled by two humans. Their majestic and extreme magic power fills this island, causing panic among countless monsters. A pair of eyes are staring at the center of the island. They don't know what happened. However, they know that there are two beings who must not be provoked. Monster? Or maybe a dragon? These are not important anymore. What is important is how to escape from here. Yes, the monsters living on this island have for the first time thought of jumping away from here. All this. All because of the great terror that suddenly descended on the center of the island. The wind is howling. Magic is roaring. The flame is burning. The unyielding will is also playing out in front of Laxus and Makarov. How will things develop? Makarov unconsciously tightened his fists. Sweat has already covered my old face. It can't be stopped anymore. Makarov knows that now, it is completely impossible to stop these two people. Come on! Natsu! With the roar of Gildarts. The next moment, Black Natsu, who was wrapped in flames, could no longer hold back and rushed towards Gildarts. The flames spurted out at his feet, even forming an extremely conspicuous mock ring because of the intensity of the spurt, which further increased Black Natsu's charging speed by 10%. It also provided 18 more powerful forces for Black Natsu's next blow. Ha 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 ha! Come on, come on! Gildarts was extremely excited, and veins popped out on his forehead. In just a moment, Black Natsu was already in front of him and jumped up high. The red flames began to turn towards a bright golden color, and dragon scales began to erupt on Black Natsu's body. Dragon power! Laxus stared intently at the dragon scales protruding from Black Natsu's body as he jumped into the air. This guy didn't use all his strength when he fought me just now. Laxus makes a horrified sound. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of Laxus and Makarov, Black Natsu, who gathered endless golden flames, punched hard. Gildarts below did not stay still and reacted instantly. Cross your hands to protect the front of your head. The next moment, Black Natsu's fist strikes. Boom! That is a power that even Gildarts can hardly imagine. That is simply not a huge power that Kuro Natsu can master at his age. The ground beneath my feet suddenly collapsed. Gildarts's feet sank involuntarily. Fire erupted above the head, and Kilworth's pupils were shrinking crazily. Smash! In front of Gildarts, magic is gathering crazily. An indescribable sense of crisis filled Black Natsu's heart. Without any hesitation, Black Natsu raised his fist and stepped on Gildart's crossed arms. His entire body turned 360 degrees in mid-air. Then it falls towards the ground. Next moment, in the sky diagonally above Gildarts, a huge pillar of pure white magic light exploded. The stone that was knocked away due to the collision between the two was hit by the light beam, and was instantly shattered into countless fragments, which were then blown away by the wind and completely reduced to nothing. The Black Natsu who landed on the ground had no time or energy to pay attention to the crushed rocks. The moment he landed, he stepped forward fiercely. 2 steps in succession, approaching Gildarts again. The fist clenched again and shot straight out. Gildart's reaction was also astonishing. He seemed to have noticed Black Natsu's actions out of the corner of his eye. Both legs bend slightly, and then pop out like a slingshot. White light clings to the fist, facing Black Natsu head-on. The 2 fists, one big and one small, collided at this moment. At the same time, it also symbolizes that these 2 huge magical powers are colliding together at this moment. Boom 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 boom. There are no words to describe the sudden explosion. The ground beneath the feet of the 2 people began to shatter into a grid-like shape, and this range even expanded to thousands of meters in an instant. Even the place where Laxus and Makarov were standing was affected. The crushed stones were carried up to the sky under the influence of the magic power of the sky. Both of them were knocked over directly. Those 2 bastards! Can't you see there's anyone here? Makarov roared angrily after being thrown into the air. Those 2 guys have put their whole body and soul into the battle. This state is really enviable. Laxus, who was also knocked into the air, was not that angry. A pair of eyes staring at the center of the battle, brighter than ever before. The collision continues. The fragmentation of the earth is also expanding crazily. An unimaginable strong wind was blown up to the center of the battle between the 2. In less than a second, all the trees around the 2 people were uprooted. Makarov, who finally landed, didn't even have time to stabilize his body. The strong wind coming from the shop blew the little body. Damn it! looking at Laxus, who was once again blown away by the strong wind not far away. Makarov frowns. One hand becomes huge and grabs Laxus, flying in the wind. On one side, make your entire body huge. In an attempt to resist the terrifying wave of air that erupted in the center of the battle. The huge Holy Ten cloak is flying wantonly. Makarov was almost unable to open his eyes in the strong wind. However, he could hear the hearty laughter coming from the center of the battle. Ha ha ha! That's how it feels. It's been a long time since I let go and fought like this. In the center of the battle, the earth-shaking changes all around were not noticed by Kilworth at all. At this moment, the eyes of this strongest goblin are all about the young man in front of him. Strong. Too strong. This is almost the strongest opponent Gildarts has ever encountered in the decades since he became an S-class mage. Gildarts. Black Natsu's face is also filled with excitement. This strongest fairy is indeed not a fake. He is really strong. So strong that there is no limit to it. Outside the canopy, countless people were already stunned. A pair of eyes stared intently at the sky screen. Watch this battle for the strongest goblin. Who would have thought that it was just an ordinary S-class wizard promotion match? How could such a terrifying battle break out? Grey, hey, is this Gildarts? Happy, what an exaggeration. Both parties are amazingly exaggerated. Irene, both of these two are perverts. That Gildarts is almost as strong as the 12 shields, right? August, more than that. The strength shown by this Gildarts can definitely equal most 12 shields. You know, he was able to reach this point without His Majesty's guidance. Agil, then, according to what August said, wouldn't it be that the Black Natsu in the picture can already match the 12 shields? De Maria, hiss. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Irene, this is no longer an exaggeration. That guy, if we count the conflict with him, maybe I won't be able to beat him. Brandish, even Lady Irene. Ziref, this is Black Natsu's true potential, and it's not even close. There are still more treasures in his body that have not been discovered. There is no winner in the fight between fists and fists. The next moment, the two of them were knocked back 2 steps simultaneously. But, without any hesitation, the two men broke out again. The fight between fists and feet, the fight between flesh and body. The battle between magic and magic is taking place at this moment. Fast attack, ultimate defense, and hardy battle are all here. Another blow, and the two retreated again. The violent flames had been waiting in Black Natsu's mouth for a long time, and the moment he pulled away, spurting out. Fire dragons roar. Roar. The loud roar of the dragon almost scared the shit out of all the monsters on the island. Countless creatures looked in horror at the depths where the sound came from. The legs and feet running away began to tremble. Gildarts waved his hand, and a field-shaped light rotated in front of him. The last time, a single blow swallowed up the flying dragon and shattered half of the mountaintop with a terrifying roar. Under the light, it gradually took on a square shape and was shattered. Black Natsu stopped roaring and let out a breath. It's really a perverted ability. Compared to being a pervert, you kid is more surprising, right? Who would have thought that such a young person would actually contain such a terrifying Emperor Li? Gildarts wiped the sweat off his cheek and laughed loudly. During this battle, I seem to see the future. At the same time, I also see your infinite possibilities. Kid. In this era, there are too many geniuses, but I am sure that you can stand out among this group of people. Thank you for the compliment. Black Natsu murmured softly. The conversation then changes. But, that's not enough. Not enough. Gildarts was stunned. Yeah, just 130. Just being at the top of this group of people is nothing to be proud of. I've heard of more amazing guys. At that time, it destroyed everything. Black Natsu said in a low voice. It also destroyed everything about me, so before I could grow enough to completely defeat it. Black Natsu suddenly raised his head. I will never stop walking. Gildarts seemed to be shocked by the heroic words. After a while, he laughed out. Came, laughing very loudly. I can feel your determination, Natsu. As an examiner, there is absolutely no problem in judging you to be qualified now. 1. But, I don't think you will end this battle so easily, right? Black Natsu's chest rose and fell violently, but his expression was unusually high. He clenches his fist fiercely at Gildarts. Of course. Let's continue the duel, Gildarts. An even more majestic magic power surges out of Gildarts' body crazily. He also clenched his fists simultaneously and looked directly at Black Natsu. Listen up, Natsu. I don't know how ambitious your goal is, but if you want to achieve this, you must become a person who can clear all obstacles and move forward persistently. Now, I will stop in front of you. Come and defeat me. Then, become an S-class mage. Go to the top. Natsu. That's of course. With the roar, the golden flames began to surge like never before, and the black thunder also exploded at this moment. Model. Thunder Flame Dragon. Black Natsu violently rose up, his fist wrapped in flames and thunder, and rushed straight towards Gildarts. Bring it on! Gildarts raised his right fist high, and unimaginable magic began to gather on that inconspicuous fist. Gildarts also took steps simultaneously. Destroy evil and reveal righteousness one day. Thunder Flame Dragon's Iron Strike. The entire island began to shake crazily at this moment. Under the incredible gazes of Makarov, Laxus, and everyone outside the sky. This island is called Monster Paradise. Under that collision that shattered the earth. Torn apart. Chapter 128. The roar that resounded through the sky reached into the sky. Under the gaze of countless people. It seems that the island in the picture can no longer withstand such a terrifying impact. Starting from the center of the battle between the two, terrifying cracks began to spread crazily towards the entire island. Just tens of seconds. The huge island was completely covered by several huge cracks. Then, as the magic power of the center continued to explode, it exploded with a bang. The entire island was shattered at this moment, turning into fragments of different sizes and scattered in all directions. In addition, countless smaller fragments were carried away by the violent waves at this moment. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the entire scene gradually fell into silence. The huge island that stood here before has completely disappeared. Instead, there are countless wrecks floating on the sea, proving that there once existed an island here that could be called a forbidden land for humans. Outside the canopy, everyone in the world who was watching the live broadcast was already stunned on the spot. This scene can almost be said to be a scene that most people will never see in their lifetime. It is also a scene that most people never dare to imagine. Yes, no one could have imagined that it was just a confrontation between two magicians. It can actually cause such a huge island to collapse. Where is the magician here? If you tell these people now that the person fighting somewhere is a god, I am afraid some people will believe it. It's really, this picture is so shocking. The sudden and terrifying explosion did not seem to be something human beings could reach. More like a natural disaster. Like divine punishment. Kagura, is this really a level human beings can reach? Lucy, it's scary, really scary. Are those two people going to destroy the world? Sherry, the size of that island is no less than a large town, right? Leon, in other words, if these two people start a fight in the town. Jura, I'm afraid it will cause tens of millions of casualties. Is this still the test for an S-class magician? You just say this is the test of the Holy Ten, but that's not enough. It's too exaggerated. Yee, men, I no longer know what to say to express my inner shock, men. Bob, the old man in that world really made a lot of money. With two such powerful monsters in his guild, he would have to wake up laughing in his dreams, right? Gold mine, that's not all. Don't forget there is Laxus. Although he is not as dazzling as Black Natsu in this assessment, his strength is exaggerated enough. There will definitely be great things to do in the future. Yujma, haha, you are wrong. Although you will be happy, that will happen in the future. I dare say that Makarov will feel uncomfortable and want to cry now, right? The fact is indeed what Yajima thought. The day after the end of the S-level assessment. The capital of King Fiori, in Rockers. In the tall castle, the sound of Makarov crying bitterly was heard. This is too expensive. Are you mistaken? It's just an uninhabited island, how could it be so expensive? In the castle hall, Makarov was holding a long indemnity sheet with tears running down his face. He almost got angry because of the heart attack. It's really too expensive. You should be satisfied. Fortunately, it is an uninhabited island. Otherwise, the compensation here would have doubled at least several times. Even so, you won't be able to afford the compensation after selling Fairy Tale. The leader of the kingdom's Sakura Knights and the staunchest guardian of the royal family, Arcadios said in a deep voice. But, for 70 million people, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Makarov still wants to fight for it. You must understand that even if this island is uninhabited, it is still my territory of Fiori. The entire island was all blown up by you, and part of our plate was missing. The money is already very little. Kingdom Minister Dutton put his hands on his back and shook his head. Makarov, 470 million. Grey, hey, how much is this? Happy, I don't know, I've never seen it or heard of it. If I buy fish, I think I can fill up the entire Magnolia, right? Bob, pft. 470 million people, I finally understand what Yajima means when he says he can cry. With so much money, Makarov can't afford it even if he sells it. Ha ha ha. Gold mine, isn't this more than just crying? I'm even beginning to wonder if Lao Ma will suddenly have a myocardial infarction and collapse. Ha ha ha. In the World Channel, all of Makarov's old friends were laughing crazily. There is a saying that goes like this. My own failure is terrible, but my brother's success is even more heart-wrenching. Originally, two extremely terrifying monsters were in Makarov's guild, which was already very worrying. However, now that this incident has happened, all the old friends suddenly feel that they are happy again. 470 million. Just calculate it as 10 million for a regular S-level mission. They all have to do more than 40 S-level missions. How long will this take? Where will there be so many S-level tasks waiting for you to do? Just thinking about such sky-high compensation makes people despair. In the end, Makarov relied on his sharp tongue to successfully reduce the price to 466 million people. Well, after all, it is still 4 million less, which is not bad. What the hell? Makarov came out of the palace with his head hanging down. As soon as I go out, I can see Kuronatsu and Gildarts sitting in the cafe outside the palace. Hey! President, have you come out? What did you say? Gildarts put down the coffee cup in his hand and greeted Makarov with a smile. The next moment, the outrageously thick compensation bill, no, or rather, it's a compensation document. It burst out directly from the direction of Makarov and hit Gildarts in the face. In Black Natsu's eyes, Gildarts, who had just been chatting with him over coffee, disappeared in an instant. The next moment, a violent roar came from the side. The coffee in Black Natsu's hand stopped in mid-air. With stunned eyes, he looked at Gildarts, who was smashed away by a book and embedded in the wall of the cafe. Eyelids twitched slightly. Then he buried his head in nothingness and continued drinking coffee. At this time, I can't help but wonder what made Makarov so angry. Therefore, it is better for me, one of the main culprits, to keep a low profile. It's best to pretend that you don't exist. Wow! Did the president make a mistake? I am still a wounded person, a wounded person. Gildarts buckles himself off the wall, then angrily complains to Makarov. Wounded. I am the wounded now. The wounded with high blood pressure. UBD, look, what have you done? Makarov, whose face was red with suppressed expression, pointed angrily at the indemnity note stuck to Gildarts' forehead. What the hell? Gildarts took down the book and opened it in confusion. Regarding the specific matters regarding the compensation of Tenrou Island, Monster Paradise. Seeing this, Gildarts' eyes suddenly widened. Incredibly, he raised his head and looked at Makarov. No way? These are all. Makarov puffed up his breath, nodded, and said nothing. Hiss. Gildarts gasped. So many. If you find it troublesome, just look at the final total amount of compensation. Listening to Makarov's words, Gildarts quickly turned to the last page. One look. Gildarts double crosses his eyes. The whole person feels groggy. The previous fights with Black Natsu were not that serious. 466 million. On the seat, Black Natsu took a sip of coffee and looked at Gildarts in disbelief. How many? Gildarts was also a little afraid that he had seen it wrong. He quickly rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. The price is still the same. However, Gildarts' whole body was numb. No, did we blow up a gold mine or something? It is said that there is indeed a mine on that island. Makarov sighed helplessly. But it's not gold, it's magic crystal mine. Although it's not much, it's really valuable. Now it's all blown up by you two. Let's think about how to compensate. I will have to write an incident report to the Senate later, as well as a letter of apology and so on. Damn it, we are already negotiating compensation with the Fiore royal family, but they also want to scold me, ugh. Makarov sets his sights on Gildarts. How to say? How much can you compensate? Gildarts pointed at himself, then his head shook like a rattle. I live in a thatched hut, and you actually ask me how much compensation I can pay. About 1 million. 1 million J. Makarov's eyes widened and he stared at Gildarts. Are you kidding me? You, the strongest wizard in fairy tale, can only give out 1 million. Gildarts felt helpless when he heard this. President, you should know. I didn't invite you to the red light district when I made money. Ahem. Before Gildarts finished speaking, Makarov coughed to cover it up. I'll talk about you later. Makarov said and turned to look at Black Natsu again. Before he spoke, Black Natsu spread his hands. Don't look at me, I don't have any money either. You know, that villa is not cheap. I only have 10 million at most. Makarov felt that his heart was starting to hurt a little. At this moment, the clerk in the coffee shop carefully handed a note to Makarov. What? Makarov looked confused. This is the damage repair sheet for the wall, please sign. The clerk seemed to notice that Makarov was angry at the moment. Pointing carefully to the wall that Gildarts just smashed, he said. Makarov's eyes widened again strength. Looking at the wall that was just smashed by Gildarts, his eyes rolled sharply. He fell down in a daze. Chapter 129. Time seems to have pressed the fast-forward button, and it continues to pass under the gaze of everyone. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed since Natsu became an S-class mage. The past 2 years have been extremely busy. After all, Black Natsu, who was saddled with sky-high debts 2 years ago, had to work very frequently to pay off the debts. Of course, it's not just Black Natsu, but Gildarts too. They were even nicknamed the hard-working duo by people in the guild. On the task board dedicated to posting S-level tasks on the second floor of the guild, almost all of them are surrounded by 2 people. However, due to the fact that there are too few S-level missions, one person is assigned at most a dozen throughout the year. And not every reward can exceed tens of millions. Thus, it took 2 full years for the two of them to collect 200 million each to pay off the debt. As for the remaining more than 60 million, all of it was advanced by Makarov. For this reason, Makarov even began to sell off his property to make up for the difference in compensation. In short, in the past 2 years, a few people have tried every means to repay their debts. Even the villa where Black Natsu lives was opened and rented out. But of course, the only tenants are Urza, Myra Jane, Lysina and others. The rent received is not too much, but at this stage, flies are also meat. In the past 2 years, many things have happened. First of all, it is the birth of Happy. Perhaps there really is a theory of destiny in this world. Just like the white world, Happy in the black world seems to identify with Black Natsu. One day, Kuro Natsu was sleeping at home when he suddenly noticed something falling from the sky. Just when I thought this was an attack from the Dark Guild. The egg covered with blue patterns smashed through the ceiling and landed directly on Black Natsu's bedside. It also attracted the attention of Urza, Myra Jane and others who also lived in the villa. After researching 470, the group decided to hatch it even though they didn't know what kind of egg it was. So, with the efforts of a group of people, Happy is born. And he became the follower of Black Natsu, almost to the extent that wherever Black Natsu goes, he will follow him. Perhaps out of emotion, Black Natsu did not refuse, but chose to adopt Happy, and one person and one cat became good friends who talked about everything. In the past 2 years, 2 S-class magician assessments have been held. Black Natsu is the examiner. The first time was last year, when Laxus became an S-class mage. This is not surprising, after all, where is Laxus' strength? Although he was still beaten by Natsu during the assessment, based on all aspects of his strength, Laxus still has the qualifications to become an S-class mage. What is worth mentioning is Laxus's attitude. Perhaps his powerful dream was shattered, allowing Laxus to fully understand himself. Therefore, during this time, Laxus began to seriously devote his mind to the important life matter of becoming stronger. As for other people's comments, Laxus expressed great disdain. Is this what makes you strong? Is this level possible only with Makarov's bloodline? Are you kidding? This is far from enough. If he was still in his strongest fantasy, Laxus might still be unhappy with these questions. However, when he knew that he was just a frog in the well, Laxus would only smile about it. What's so nice about the words of a group of people who don't understand the world of the strong at all? Even treating them as if they were their old selves would only make people feel funny. Laxus has now figured out that any evaluation from outsiders is false. When you are strong enough, even surpassing Makarov. Is there anyone else who relies on Makarov's bloodline to achieve this? Obviously, it won't happen. At that time, no matter who it is, the most they can say is that someone is better than someone who is good at it, right? This in itself is a compliment to myself. And now Laxus is working hard towards this goal. Perhaps what Gildarts said is indeed true. When people realize their own weakness, they will become gentle and humble. Makarov is very happy about Laxus's current changes, very happy. However, if you think about this change because of the battle between Natsu Kuro and Gildarts, Makarov couldn't laugh anymore, and finally cursed in his heart, "What 2 bastards!" Then he sighed helplessly. Then, comes this year's assessment. There are many strong people this year. Urza, Myra Jane and even Kana have been selected to qualify for the S-class wizard examination. And in the end, Urza naturally won with an absolute advantage and became an S-class mage. But it is worth mentioning that Myra Jane, he still performed very well in this assessment. Even once he was on par with Urza. Forced Urza can only defeat it after she activates her dragon power. His talent is really terrifying. After practicing for only a short time, Urza was able to catch up with the normal Urza. This talent can almost be said to beat most people in the guild. Even if things continue like this, we might be able to truly catch up with Urza in the future. But no one can tell what will happen in the future. But there is no doubt that Myra Jane is strong enough to be ranked S-class. It is a pity that at this stage she has met Urza, her mortal enemy. Yes, mortal enemy. Although the two of them always act very friendly in front of World Natsu. But according to other members of the guild, once these two people are no longer around, they will immediately return to the same situation as fire and water. Almost if there are 3 wrong sentences, there will be a fight. Of course, fights between companions are more limited to physical collisions, and both of them rarely use magic. With Marajana's current strength, it can almost be said that as long as Urza doesn't activate her dragon power, it's impossible to subdue her. Therefore, every time these two people fight, the fight ends in a draw, BEA. In other words, wait until Black Natsu appears before stopping. In this regard, the members in the guild all lamented that in the entire guild, the only one who can stop these two demon kings is World Natsu. Not even Makarov. Makarov went up to try to persuade him, but was slapped on the head by the two men. As a result, Makarov now hides away when he sees the two of them. I am afraid that I will be killed by these two people. So many things happened in 2 years. However, overall, everything went well. In the past 2 years, Black Natsu has also grown from the little kid he was before to a grown man. With a height of over 1.7 meters or even close to 1.8 meters, Makarov couldn't help but sigh. It's really useful for this guy to eat more. How old is he and he's already grown so tall? Looking at the bone age, it would be about 5 years old. Coupled with these years of experience, Black Natsu's face has become less immature and more mature, but the high-spiritedness of a young man can still be seen on his face. Makarov can't help but sigh with emotion all the time. The little guy back then has completely grown up. A new day has arrived as scheduled. On this day, Black Natsu and Happy came to the guild library early. Unlike other guilds, although Fairy Tale has a strong foundation, the collection of books in the library is staggering. However, few people visit here. In the entire Fairy Tale guild, there is only one little lowly named Levi who often appears here. In addition, Black Natsu or Urza sometimes come here to look for some information. It can only be said that reading books is completely non-existent for these gangsters like Fairy Tale. It is still early today, so World Natsu is the only one in the entire library. Plus Happy, the little kitten. By the way, what are we doing here? It's so early in the morning and I haven't woken up yet. 1. Happy spreads his wings and flies up and down behind Black Natsu. The little paw rubbed his eyes. The whole cat looks very tired. Of course the debt is paid off, and I finally have time. I want to do something I have always wanted to do. What have you always wanted to do? Happy is a little confused. Black Natsu came to a bookshelf, searched from above, and took down a book. Reading, of course. Outside the sky. In the Fairy Tale Guild, countless people had their eyes on Natsu. Natsu, look what I'm doing. Dragneel, if you look at others who are trying to discredit Natsu, they will improve their knowledge every chance they get, etc. Looking at you, ugh. Dragneel couldn't help sighing. Natsu suddenly felt a little wronged. It's really not my fault. The point is, those books make me want to vomit when I read them. It must be that the effects of motion sickness on transportation vehicles have extended to book sickness. After Natsu finished speaking, he looked at Dragneel. Suddenly, he realized that Dragneel was looking at him like he was a fool. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Dragneel from the side came up and patted Natsu on the shoulder. I understand you. I also get a headache and feel like vomiting when I read a book. Carla, to correct you, you are just simple students. There is no such thing as the spread of effects caused by transportation. Study, study scumbag. Natsu and Dragneel were petrified at the same time. By the way, why do you think of reading a book for no reason? Happy followed Black Natsu and sat on the seat together. This is what I've always wanted to do, but I haven't had the time for the past 2 years. One of them is this. As he spoke, Black Natsu took out a light scroll. This is like a picture, a rolled up roll of light emitting these words. As Black Natsu spreads out, Happy also saw the words above. Fairies, Law. Chapter 130. Grey, Fairy Law? I remember, isn't this the trophy of the final winner in the previous S-class assessment? Lucy, so, it seems that Black Natsu has not been seen using this magic in the past 2 years. Wendy, have you not learned yet? Mavis, it's unlikely. With Kuronatsu's talent, even super magic like fairy law can't be learned even after 2 years. Hades, it's also possible that you haven't learned it at all, and you're just starting to learn it now, right? After all, the law of fairies is difficult to say and simple to say. It's a magic that requires a lot of talent. Makarov, indeed, when I first learned this, I didn't spend much time. If you use Black Natsu, you should be able to master it quickly, right? In the sky screen. Happy is also full of doubts. What does this have to do with what you want to do? Do you want to learn this magic? In response, Guo shook his head gently. This magic is not difficult. I have learned it before and mastered it. However, because of this, I discovered a fatal problem. Fatal question? Happy scratched his head. Obviously some don't understand what Black Natsu said. In this regard, Black Natsu was also helpless. I only discovered this after I learned it. The law of fairies, formerly known as dark magic's law, is essentially a life that defines the world according to its own standards. The performance of magic is very powerful. It has evolved to this day and has been able to destroy all those who are considered enemies by the caster. However, such elimination is not without cost. The price? What is it? Happy asked curiously. Reduce the life of the caster. Black Natsu's expression was serious. Urza, reducing life. Then, in the fairy tale guild, everyone turned their attention to Makarov at the bar. In response, Makarov nodded slightly. Indeed, goblin laws have such drawbacks. If you want to take someone else's life, you need to pay for it with your own life. The more objects are taken away, the more lives will be lost. Myra Jane, in that case, is the essence of this magic actually a death charm? Hades, it's understandable, but if you live long enough, this can be ignored. Erdia, a long enough life. I understand. That's why Mavis over there wants to hand over the laws of fairies to Black Natsu. Mirti, are you saying that because Black Natsu is a dragon slayer and is likely to have a lifespan like a dragon in the future, Black Natsu won't have to worry about using fairy laws? Tay, it's very possible. If there is no other reason, let's continue reading. In the screen. Happy was stunned by what Black Natsu said. The pupils were trembling slightly, and he said incomprehensibly after a while. So, is it really necessary to learn such magic? This is what I want to do next. Black Natsu opened the book in front of him. Name of the book: Equivalent Exchange Magic. I want to understand the logic of this kind of magic consuming life, and see if it can be improved. Maybe this side effect of reducing life can be eliminated. Happy nodded understandingly. I see, then, what is the second thing? Happy continues to ask. The second thing. Black Natsu raised his head helplessly. I just want to see if I can solve the problem of motion sickness in Dragon Slayer. Otherwise, every time I ride in a car, it would be like hell to me. The feeling is really too uncomfortable. Therefore, now that I finally have time, I must study it to see if it can be completely solved. That's right. Every time you make a car, you will completely lose your combat effectiveness. This situation is indeed very dangerous. Happy also nodded in agreement. But, is this kind of thing really possible? It feels like there is no other way around it. Happy. Black Natsu put down the book. Speaking with a serious expression, every magic has its own principles. Rather than saying that magic is a creation of miracles, we can say that magic is a kind of cause and effect. Because of some principle, the result of magic release was obtained. Then, if you want to rewrite magic to achieve new effects, you should understand its principles, and then change the principles reasonably, maybe we can get the effect we want. Magic always needs someone to study and explore. Happy scratched his head when he heard this. It's so complicated, I can't understand. Black Natsu shook his head slightly, you are still too young now. Speaking of this, Black Natsu paused slightly, as if he thought of something. Looking up at Happy. However, there are some things that you need to learn from a young age, so that you can be ahead of others in the future. No, it should be said that you are a lot ahead of other cats. So, just study with me in the library today. I believe it will be of great help to you. At the moment Black Natsu finished speaking, Happy was immediately confused. Why, you were pulling and pulling, did you pull it in yourself? Me? I can't do it. My head hurts when I see these books. Happy seems to still want to fight for it. It's okay, that's just a normal reaction. For a kitten like you, studying is boring, so that's why you feel dizzy and want to sleep. But, that's just because you haven't truly experienced the pleasure of learning. And a sense of accomplishment. It can be said that this is the easiest way to achieve success. After you experience this sense of accomplishment, believe me, you will fall in love with learning. Happy's eyes are filled with intense confusion and astonishment. Will you fall in love with learning? Of course. Black Natsu smiled. So, sit down for me and take a good look at what I am going to do. I will ask questions in the day meeting. J. Rubbing the blue kitten's still dizzy head, Black Natsu smiled. Then he began to devote his body and mind to the study of the book in his hand. From time to time, explain a certain problem to Happy and let him think about what the answer is. In just 10 minutes, the hair on the blue kitten's head is beginning to explode. Black Natsu continues. Half an hour later, bloodshot eyes gradually began to fill Happy's white eyes. It looked at the Black Natsu who asked him questions, and his breathing became rapid. An hour later, Black Natsu's gushing voice made Happy's head start to smoke. So, what is the concept of lifespan? Black Natsu asked. Yes, it refers to the maximum length of the biological lifespan. Happy hesitated for a while before answering. Then what affects the lifespan of living things? Black Natsu asked again. Yes, except for the influence of various external forces, it is the activity of life cells. Happy said uncertainly. What is the difference between the cells of magicians and ordinary people? Black Natsu continued to ask. Happy is sweating profusely, because our cells also store magic power, so magicians generally have more lives than ordinary people. So, what is the principle of all magic released at the cost of life? Well, extract the power contained in the cells. Since this is the power that provides life, it will be more powerful than the conventional stored magic power. When the power in the cells is extracted, the cells will die, which will in turn affect the length of life. After a series of questions and answers, Happy slumped down on the table. The whole cat seemed to be soaked with sweat. A pair of big hands strokes Happy's head. Very good, you remember everything I just said. *YNTT. Black Natsu nodded happily. Happy felt a little sad when he heard this. According to World Natsu, if he couldn't remember it anymore, he would definitely have no fish for dinner. For the sake of delicious fish, Happy is willing to risk everything, using almost all his brain power. Only then can I remember these messy things. Outside the canopy. Urza, isn't this Happy too miserable? Myra Jane, I think Happy over there is about to collapse, right? Gray, oh, I can't help it. Who made Happy meet a monster? Not only is he a pervert, but he knows everything, and he also pulls others to learn from him. Carla, however, the effect seems to be very good. Even that stupid cat can learn such advanced things. Lily, yes, so, from a certain perspective, having such a friend can urge us to make progress. It's just that this Happy is a bit too miserable, haha. Happy was already stunned. Pointing to himself in disbelief, by the way, can I actually say such profound things? Natsu, ha ha ha, Happy is very good. Although I don't understand what it is saying, Happy over there seems to understand. It should be okay for you here, right? Happy heard this and looked at Natsu in shock. How is that possible? You over there know everything, how come you don't know anything here? Natsu, In the picture, Happy is sitting on the desk sweating profusely. Keeping breathing heavily, next to me, blue hair has piled up into a ball of yarn. Happy looked at the yarn ball next to him and suddenly felt like crying. If this continues, will I go bald? Happy said pitifully. Black Natsu put down the book in his hand and looked at it helplessly. Okay, stop complaining, go to the shelf in Area B and get me a book. I remember it was a super magic practice experience written by the first generation more than 100 years ago. Let me refer to it. Happy nodded, then spread his wings and flew towards Area B. Soon Happy flew back with 2 books in his arms. I think I found something interesting, I can take a look at it later when I relax. Happy's voice came from a distance. What? Black Natsu raised his head. Looking at the 2 books Happy handed over. One is a notebook from the first generation, and the other is a book with strange patterns all over the outer shell. It looks a bit like some kind of fairy tale. Just the 2 book titles are a bit strange. Memory of Time. Black Natsu frowned slightly. It's quite interesting. Putting the book on the table, with a hint of curiosity, Black Natsu slowly opened the book. Buzz. Abrupt, intense purple light burst out from the opened book. Just for a moment, the entire library was enveloped in that light. Then, it shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire sky in purple. The guild also shook violently. Makarov, who was drinking his morning drink at the bar, suddenly spit out his drink. Looking at the guild shrouded in purple-black light with horrified eyes. The pupils are trembling. What exactly happened? At the same time, the light lasted for nearly half a minute. It gradually dissipated. Happy, who was blown to the ground by the strong wind, pushed away the books that were on top of him. What happened? Natsu. Happy's call did not receive any response. With doubts, Happy began to look towards the seat where Natsu was sitting just now. The expression gradually changes to shock. Holding his cheeks with both paws, Happy's horrified cry spread throughout the entire public rash. Natsu, disappeared. Hero. Chapter 131. Hades, what happened? Disappeared. Brain, a book? It can actually make Black Natsu disappear? What kind of book is this? Kagura, doesn't anyone care where Black Natsu went? Erdia, could it be, the world in the book? You, the world in the book? This kind of thing is a bit too outrageous, right? Irene, so, what is this? Urza, this book. I seem to have a reflection. Lucy, you should remember this too. Lucy, let me think about it. Its name is Memories of Time? I remembered. That's a book that can take people back to the past. Natsu, is it that time when we went back to the book we read when we were kids? Gray, hey, I didn't expect that book to be still in the guild. Urza, that's of course. I remember when we were teleported back, it was already the year Lucy joined. It hasn't even reached that time in the picture, so of course it will exist. Jura, wait. You just said that was a book sent back to the past. Leon, is there something so perverted in your fairy tale? Wu 890 Rudiya, teleporting back to the past? Does such a thing really exist? You, didn't Black Natsu and the others also teleport to this era through the Eclipse Gate? So it's not unbelievable that something capable of time teleportation exists. De Maria, now, I suddenly feel that my ability at this time is beginning to be a little off the mark. What the hell are you guys doing? Is there such a thing as traveling through time? I've never heard of it, okay. August, but this kind of thing really exists, doesn't it? How on earth did Fairy Tale obtain such perverted things? Makarov, well, I seem to have some impression. I remember, many years ago, I was at a red light one night, no, I was drunk in a certain restaurant, and I picked up this book on the way back. I just casually threw it in the guild study room. I didn't expect it would be something like this. Mavis? Makarov, you picked up such a dangerous thing and threw it so casually in the guild library. Jalal, this is something that can travel through time. If any changes are made to the past, then it may have a serious impact on reality. How could something like this be disposed of so casually? Makarov, no, it's really not my fault. Who knew that thing was so dangerous? Irene, so, World Natsu must have been transported to the past now. Really? As Irene finished speaking, countless people's eyes were fixed on the sky. The entire sky turned grey for a short time at this moment. This time did not last long, about tens of seconds. The entire light curtain gradually returned to normal. When Black Natsu slowly opened his eyes, everything seems to have become strange. The books around him have long since disappeared, Happy is no longer with him, and even the guild he was in has completely disappeared. Black Natsu gets up from the ground. Rubbing his dizzy head, he looked around. Here it is. He is now in an open space. There are no buildings around, just like a wilderness. Not far away is the coastline. The sea water was slapped on the beach under the roar of the sea breeze. Inexplicably, it made Black Natsu feel familiar. On the right side, there is a lush forest. Even Black Natsu could see two strange-colored squirrels staring at him curiously on the top of a certain tree. You seem to be wondering why this person appears out of thin air? What on earth is it? Black Natsu stands up from the ground. Looking sideways, he saw a book scattered on the ground not far away. Reminiscent of time. It is also a book that has just burst out with bright light. Is the devil this thing is doing? Black Natsu did not hesitate, immediately came to the book and picked it up. Unexpectedly, on the open books, some papers showed traces of being burned by the flames. It's like the book encountered sporadic sparks falling on it, causing many holes in the pages. What the hell is going on? Many words were burned. This discovery made Black Natsu feel helpless. The original plan to study this book thoroughly and find out my current situation was shattered. I don't know if it's because of the burst of white light just now, or if it's my own fault. The book was damaged, resulting in a large number of keywords being lost. Sighing helplessly, Black Natsu put the book in his arms. Looking into the distance. In the end, I decided to get out of this place first. At least, we must find villages or towns where humans exist. Only in this way can we figure out where we were teleported to, how to get back to the guild, etc. Natsu quickly headed towards the forest city. Surprisingly, the forest does not seem to be very long. In less than 10 minutes, Natsu walked out of the forest and saw a town lined with buildings in front of him. The town is not too big, but it is still a place with people, which can help Natsu figure out the current situation. Without hesitation, Black Natsu slowly stepped into the town. But, something unexpected happened. The whole town seems to have no life at all, air of gloominess. On the quiet street, not a single soul can be seen. The houses on the street are also extremely shabby, as if they have not been repaired for a long time. It seems as if only the footsteps of World Natsu alone are left in the entire town. Putting his hands in his pockets, Black Natsu's brows gradually wrinkled as he walked. Is this a city of death? What exactly happened? Suddenly, Black Natsu saw a window of a residential building being opened. A little girl sticks her head out of the window. There is someone, Mom, where is there someone? The little girl seemed very surprised, as if outsiders were rare people. She shouted towards the house in surprise. Just when Black Natsu wanted to step forward quickly and ask, a pair of big hands immediately pulled the little girl in, and then closed the window tightly without mercy. Black Natsu was stunned. He stood outside the window and stared blankly through the closed window at the blurry figure inside quickly retreating. Ajima, alas, Black Natsu is considered a bad guy. Hades, it seems like this family is very vigilant, or maybe the whole town is very vigilant. Irene, yeah, it's obviously broad daylight, but there's no one on the street. This behavior is very abnormal. Erdia, I'm curious, what happened in this town? Also, what era is this? Is it the age of dragons? Ulu, dragon. In this case, maybe it can be explained. August, are you saying that because of the dragon, people here stay behind closed doors? This is not very reasonable. If it is really because of the dragon, it should be the same as the village where World Natsu met last time. Everyone might be busy on their way. Mavis, wait everyone. There is something I don't know whether to say or not. Makarov, first generation. Mavis, it's just that, everything in the sky screen feels a little familiar to me, but I can't remember it. Well, it just feels familiar anyway. Urza, is it possible to make the first generation feel familiar? In the picture, Black Natsu frowned. He was about to ask something, but the shadow in the window had disappeared. Obviously, the mother hid in the room with her daughter and did not intend to have any communication with Hinaz. Sighed helplessly. Black Natsu had no choice but to continue walking forward. As he turned a corner, Black Natsu's pace stopped instantly. Look! Look at the huge building in front of you in horror. At this moment, everyone outside the sky was stunned. In fact, everyone is too familiar with that 1.3 building. At the same time, it is also the most iconic building in the town of Magnolia. Grey, isn't that Chaldean Cathedral? Natsu, Chaldean Cathedral? It seems to be true, but, what the hell is the dragon lying on top? Happy, a blue dragon? No, that's a dragon, right? In the picture, Black Natsu obviously also recognized the huge building. It's unmistakable, that's the Chaldean Cathedral in my memory. However, the church at this moment looks extremely dilapidated, and there is a huge blue skeleton dragon lying above it. In other words, the remains of skeletons that have been dead for a long time. Chaldean Cathedral. Black Natsu couldn't help but exclaimed. Then if you say so. He turned around and looked at other parts of the town. This is Magnolia. P.S. Regarding the update issue, I'm sorry to all readers, because I have something to do today, so today's update will be a little later. Normally, there are 3 updates a day, but most of the time there are 4 updates. Chapter 132. X686, in the forest on the west side of Magnolia. Black Natsu came to a riverside alone. Get down and wash your cheeks with water. He lets out a long breath. Looking at the reflection in the water, his eyes fell into deep thought. Just now, he found a bell tower in the town of Magnolia, and obtained keyhole messages from above. The current time is X686. He traveled through time. In other words, I traveled through time again. From the year X780, we traveled to an era nearly 100 years ago. And if he remembers correctly, this era is the era when the Wizards Guild and Fairy Tale were founded. Judging from the current situation in Magnolia just now, it is obvious that the current fairy tale has not appeared yet. The entire town does not know what kind of oppression it is, causing the people in the town to stay behind closed doors like frightened birds. Bai Natsu was shocked. If you want to understand the situation of this era, there is no chance at all. In addition, the sky is getting darker now, so Black Natsu has no choice but to come to the forest here to rest for the night. And look for food and the like. The most important thing is to study the book Memories of Time. Black Natsu doesn't know why he was transported to this 18th generation. However, there is no doubt that that book will be the key to his return to the future. Ku already started chirping dissatisfiedly. Black Natsu stood up and rubbed his belly, which had begun to feel full. Sure enough, only at this time can we understand the benefits of bringing so much luggage with Urza every time she travels. I felt inexplicably emotional. Black Natsu turned around and planned to find some food first. An inexplicable wind comes from afar. The steps of Black Natsu were instantly stopped. The pupils began to shrink crazily, and even the magic power was rioting uncontrollably. Looking firmly at the woods ahead, the keen sense of crisis made Black Natsu aware of the fatal threat hidden in front. Boom! The thunder sounded at exactly this moment. In the brief blue light caused by lightning and thunder, the workers. Black Natsu saw the figure standing deep in the woods. He was wearing a black robe, with white silk hanging on his shoulders. He seemed to be a young man with black hair. His expression was one of shock, as if he had seen something incomprehensible. Black Natsu frowned, and all the muscles in his body were tense at this moment. Who is that guy? Black Natsu swears that this is definitely the most thrilling moment he has ever faced. An indescribable breath poured into his nasal cavity. It made him feel as if he was suffocating. That is the breath of death. The man in front of me has a strong breath of death attached to him, as if the god of death has come to the world. Creepy. Boom. The lightning exploded again, and the black-haired man's face once again emerged in the lightning. He is standing there, like a sculpture. Looking at Black Natsu, the shock in his eyes has faded, but there is a hint of a different emotion. Crash la. Heavy rain fell from the sky, hitting the ground with a dense sound of raindrops. The smell of rain seems to have washed away the nauseating smell of death. The black-haired boy also steps forward simultaneously. Then we came to the edge of the woods and stood more than 10 meters in front of Kuronatsu. My face is covered with water drops, I don't know if it's tears or rain. The expression in his eyes is unusually soft, just like the way Dragneel looked at him in the past. The hesitation in Black Natsu's eyes is even worse. It's really you, I finally see you. The man's voice became choked for a while. Who are you? Thunder is roaring and heavy rain is pouring. On the edge of the lotus pond, two people from different eras but inextricably linked meet at this moment. Natsu, it's that BD. Evergreen, I also have a memory of him, when he was on Sirius Island. Elfman, isn't that Zeref? Makarov, Zeref? That guy was actually hacked. Did Natsu meet him? Natsu, I also met him on Tenrou Island. Zeref, perhaps, this can only be said to be a fateful encounter, Natsu. Natsu, destiny? Who has a destiny with you? The dangerous guy who almost brought endless death on Tenrou Island. August, how could you be so? Zeref, well, August, all this has not happened yet. If possible, I would like to continue to hide it. August, then, okay. Irene, by the way, what kind of dumb words are you talking about? In Vel, even within 12 shields, only a handful of people know about this matter. In order not to affect His Majesty's layout, we will wait for the opportunity to explain. Brentish, mysterious. DeMaria, I suddenly became a little curious. What is it that I have to hide until now? August, don't say it, don't say it. Irene, tisk, forget it. Anyway, Black Natsu has met His Majesty. Maybe their conversation can reveal something. Who are you? Looking at the man in front of him who was choking for no reason, Black Natsu frowned and asked. The man who was asked the question was slightly startled. But he quickly reacted. With a wry smile, he lowered his head. Yes, you really shouldn't remember me. Only this is right. What are you talking about? The man hesitated. The unknown emotional fluctuations in his eyes are even more obvious. Opened his mouth, and finally said a nonsensical sentence, You have finally grown up. Black Natsu's confusion became even more confusing. He took a step forward involuntarily. Who knew, at this moment? The man's expression changed to one of horror. I also retreated quickly. No way. Don't come close to me. His roar caused Black Natsu to stop walking. You can't come close to me. You can't come close. The man gasped and kept mumbling this sentence. Slowly raised his head, his expression was so painful. I just want to take a closer look at you, but this distance is already the limit, so, don't get close to me. Dong dong. Just as the man finished speaking, a strange heartbeat sounded in the silent space. In an instant, Black Natsu sensed a fatal threat. That kind of feeling, Kuro Natsu will never make a mistake in judgment. This is the first time that I feel like this. It seems that the darkness that can swallow everything is gradually approaching. The man began to hold his head in pain and fell to his knees weakly on the ground. His pupils are trembling, or in other words, his whole body is trembling. It's coming. It's coming. Run, run, Natsu. The man howls in pain. Run. Death, the hunt is coming. Dong dong. The violent heartbeat, even Black Natsu could hear it clearly. The next moment, a black aura visible to the naked eye emerged from the man's body. Starts to spin around the man crazily. And it continues to spread around 083. In that short moment, Black Natsu could see the man's pupils changing from white to red. It seems to contain such sadness and despair. Boom boom boom. The black aura is spreading, all the flowers and plants that have been touched begin to wither, the earth begins to dry up, and all the trees die. Even the falling raindrops seem to be suspended in mid-air at this moment. In the entire world, there is only the sound of the deadly black breath whizzing by. Black Natsu didn't hesitate at all. The fatal warning from the bottom of his heart made him retreat violently towards the rear. The next moment, he jumped directly into the water. Boom! A black aura enveloped the whole place, and everything began to die. The whole world seems to have fallen into black and white. That is the color of despair. The rain gradually begins to fall. The sound of pattering brings another color to the dead world of the film. The moment the leaves falling in the air hit the raindrops, they could no longer hold on and completely turned into powder and dissipated. The life here has been deprived of life. In the same place, only the man is left kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly. How could I do this? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The man's body is shaking. He seemed to feel it again, the feeling of depriving others of their lives. He had obviously tried his best to avoid it, and it had obviously been this state for a long time. However, when I saw that figure, the once suppressed feelings in my heart couldn't help but burst out. And it is this kind of emotion that brings the punishment of death. This is the curse of God Ramel of Angsur. The more you care about something, the more you will lose. I already don't want to take anyone's life anymore. Who else can kill me completely? Chapter 133. Kagura, what just happened? Miliana, the earth, trees, flowers and plants all died in an instant. Jenny, hey, what kind of ability is this? Isn't this too exaggerated? Angel, is this Zeref? Yukino, I once heard rumors about Zeref. This is a man who can make all things die. Isn't that what you're talking about? Hades, the hunting of death. I will never forget that black aura in my life. Brain, it seems like there are too many things that you won't forget, right? You said the same thing about Natsu's thunder flame dragon before. Hades, you actually pick on my sentences at this time? Is there something wrong with you? Ursha, in short, this is Zeref. As someone who has resisted this move head-on, I can clearly understand the feeling of despair. You are you, Tia, have you ever done this move before? Erdia, yes, mother, but the movement at that time was much smaller than that on the sky screen. If, at that time, I was facing this level of death hunting. I'm afraid I'm dead now. Jalal, is it so strong? Elfman, that's it. When we were on Tenrou Island, if Natsu had arrived in time, we would all have died there. Natsu, that time, thanks to the scarf Dragneel gave me, I was saved. Lucy, so, Black Natsu will be fine this time, right? Urza, not sure. You know, this Black Natsu doesn't have a scarf. Myra Jane, but, he has a dragon scale bracelet, doesn't he? Should it be possible? In the picture, everything has completely withered. In this space, everything has entered death. The black-haired man knelt on the ground, his body trembling and his voice sobbing. Despair seems to favor this man again. He felt unspeakable grief. He killed his own Thunder Flame Dragon mode. A sudden shout echoed in this space. The black-haired man suddenly raised his head, and his eyes blurred by tears could not help but look at the water that was not calm. I don't know when, the entire pond began to bubble violently. White mist like steam continues to rise from the lotus pond. Stab! Red and black thunder and lightning began to emerge from the water. Unspeakable huge magic power suddenly exploded. Boom! The water surface surged violently at this moment. The next moment, the blazing flames suddenly burst out, directly breaking through the shackles of the water surface. Incomparably thick flame pillars, mixed with red and black thunder, shoot straight into the sky. This is... The black-haired man looked at all this in horror. The pupils are trembling violently. The extremely high temperature of the flame even made him feel the burning sensation. How come? Everything that has happened so far seems to have completely subverted his imagination. The next moment, the sun's figure emerges from the flames of the sky. The blazing flames mixed with the crazy flashing black thunder gathered in his hands. That's too fast. It's so fast that it's hard for men to react. The powerful fist hit the black-haired man on the cheek. Boom! A fierce punch even left a deep punch mark on the black-haired man's cheek. Wow! Blood spurted out at this moment, and with horror, the black-haired man took off directly from the spot. Unspeakable pain filled the black-haired man's heart. He could even hear the sound of his cheekbones cracking. With extreme shock, the black-haired man flew out. The body is like a cannonball. Been blown away at super high speed. I just encountered a rotten tree along the way, which did not even cause any hindrance to the black-haired man. The whole dry tree is like Kilworth's shattering. Completely reduced to pieces. Then it was completely burned by the accompanying flames. Boom 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 -1. A series of violent roars spread straight through the entire forest. Now, a corner of the forest. The eyes of several figures were also attracted by the violent roar. The girl with long light yellow hair and a bunch of stupid hair on her head seemed to be frightened. Speaking in astonishment. What happened over there? Is anyone fighting? Warad, who had green hair like leaves, said in a deep voice. Battle? Such a silent battle? This is not a good thing for us. The other head is wrapped with a bandage, and the man named Presido frowns. Ha ha! This is the voice of the only man named Yuri who fell on the ground, his body covered with bandages, and his consciousness almost fell into coma. Outside the sky. Hades, this is me. Me when I was young. Warad, didn't I say it before? This is the year X686. I remember this year seems to be the year we met Mavis. Mavis, it was also the year Fairy Tale was founded. Makarov, so, the man who fell on the ground is my father. Laxus, that, is my grandfather? Yuri Dolia. Mavis, also, the location of Black Natsu happens to be Magnolia. I remember this day. This was because we were rescuing a mother and daughter in Magnolia, so we were forced to fight the Blue Skeleton, the dark guild that was entrenched in Magnolia at that time. In the end, he was seriously injured and forced to flee into the forest, right? Warad, yes, we didn't know magic at that time, so we were seriously injured by the Magisters Guild. Urza, the timing is right, then. She looked sharply at the sky. In other words, in the dark world, can Black Natsu still meet the first generation? Grey, this is really outrageous. Makarov, you haven't realized the seriousness of the matter. Black Natsu is not a person of that era at all. Once he does something somewhere, it is likely to have a huge impact on the future. Mavis, isn't it still a big impact? The trajectories of that world and our world are completely different. Everything in that world is strange and unknown to us. We can't predict what will happen. Erdia, so, time travel is really a scary thing. Lucy, so, what kind of sparks will there be between Black Natsu and the founder of Fairy Tale over there? In the sky. The sudden loud roar made Mavis and the others feel a little uneasy. Presido, there is no doubt that there is definitely a magician over there. Warad, besides, just hearing the movement over there is so scary. He must be a very, very powerful magician. A very powerful magician. Mavis held the corner of her clothes with her little hands. The eyes are somewhat regretful. Now is not the time to dwell on this, Mavis. Looking at Mavis's appearance, Presido couldn't help but said. None of us expected that the Cyan skeleton would be so powerful. This is a miscalculation on the part of all of us, not your fault alone. Warad also took a deep breath and nodded. Instead of dwelling on the useless things, it is better to think about the current predicament. Yuri's injury is very serious and is no longer enough to support him to the next town. Now he must treat his wounds and rest. Presido said, I can handle the wounds, but we can't just sit idly by and ignore the threats over there. If it's not a human but some kind of ferocious beast, our lives will be in danger. Mavis stands up suddenly. Let me go check it out. Mavis. In Mavis's sight, a girl named Zara wearing a plaid shirt made a worried voice. Mavis gritted her teeth, then forced a smile. It doesn't matter, I am the only one among us who can do magic. Even if we encounter any crisis, I am more likely to escape than you are. So, let me go, and I'll see if I can find some drinking water. Although, it is a bit cruel to let a 13 or 14-year-old lowly explore the unknown. However, I have to say that Mavis's proposal is the most correct method. Others, even Warad, the only one who is not injured at this moment, cannot take on such a task. Mavis' phantom magic can also confuse opponents to a certain extent and create opportunities for herself to escape. In this way, Mavis quietly walked towards the direction where the roar just came from. At this moment, the other side. The sky is filled with smoke and dust. In front of Black Natsu, countless dry tree trunks have been completely destroyed. Only a bare long ravine is left. At the end of the ravine, there is a black-haired man lying on the ground covered in blood. The white cloth has been stained with blood. Everywhere on his body was covered with the charred blackness of the flames, as well as the green smoke after the thunder and lightning. Well. Suddenly, the black-haired man moved. Then, under the gaze of Black Natsu, he slowly stood up. A strange black aura seeped out from the wounds all over his body. Then cover the wound. When the black aura disappeared again, a scene happened that shocked even Black Natsu. All previous injuries have recovered as before. As if nothing happened. If it weren't for the blood-stained white cloth, Black Natsu would even think that he didn't hit this guy. This time, he is no longer crying. The eyes are full of smiles. He looked at his open hands, looking a little excited. Like a madman. How can it be done to this extent? You can actually beat me like this. There seems to be light in those dead eyes again. He looked at Black Natsu again, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something. However, after hesitating for a long time, he gave up the idea in his mind and sighed softly. However, it is not enough for the time being. But I will wait for you. At this growth rate, you will definitely be able to do it. 2189. In response to the incomprehensible words of the black-haired man, Black Natsu frowned and put away his fists. Is this guy crazy? Definitely, the current black-haired man gives Black Natsu the feeling that he is crazy. May I have your name? Black Natsu asks loudly. Ziref. Just remember this. Ziref patted the dirt on his body and seemed to have a smile on his face again. Although I really want to say many things to you, but considering your life safety, I still have to leave. Ziref did not hesitate and turned around. Time is really long. More than 300 years have passed. Hope it can be faster. I already can't wait any longer. He stood still, staring at the sky, as if he saw hope again. I moved forward very happily. The figure completely disappeared from Black Natsu's sight. That guy, why makes me feel this way? Black Natsu did not force the strange person to stay. Instead, he touches his own chest and feels the wonderful feeling coming from the bottom of his heart. It's like, we know each other? Ziref? The most vicious black mage in history, what is the relationship between that guy and me? The previous conversation between Ziref and himself echoed in his mind, and Black Natsu seemed to have caught something. However, I am not sure at all. Because, that kind of speculation, is really a bit too whimsical. Rustle, plus. That was the sound of sand and gravel being trampled on the ground. Black Natsu turned around reflexively and looked directly at the figure that suddenly broke in. At this moment, Black Natsu seemed to see a fairy. Chapter 134. Well, I'm just curious and want to take a look. Mavis, who was being watched by Black Natsu, suddenly became panicked and took 2 steps back. God knows, Mavis really just plans to watch from a distance. However, who knew that when I first came here, there was a little noise due to the soft sand and gravel on the ground, which also alerted the seemingly powerful magician one. She doesn't even know whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, so she just rashly breaks into other people's sight. What will happen? Even Mavis can't hold back one. The wing-like decorations on the hair on both sides were pulled down at this moment. Mavis is like a frightened rabbit at this moment. As soon as the other party makes any bad move, Mavis plans to run away immediately. Whether you can run or not, you have to at least struggle, right? Black Natsu stared at the elf-like girl in front of him, his eyes a little distracted. The golden curly hair that reaches the ankles, the decoration like wings, the extremely delicate face, and the most iconic dull hair. These characteristics are exactly the same as the description of Mavis in Black Natsu's memory. The eyes then move down. Barefoot? That is almost correct. You must know that according to records, Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale, always walked barefoot. According to her, it will be more comfortable to walk with your feet pressed. Although Kuronatsu doesn't know what the reason is. But, maybe this is why Mavis looks like an elf, or a goblin. However, meeting Mavis here is not a good thing. Natsu is still aware of the paradox about time. He does not belong to this era, so if he has any influence in this era, will it change the world more than 100 years later? Black Natsu doesn't know, so now he is a little afraid to act rashly. 953, on the other hand, fell into deep thought, thinking about the powerful relationships among them. The brows also wrinkled. Excuse me, are you a magician? Just when Black Natsu frowned and thought, Mavis's voice came out again. He raised his head and looked at Mavis. The girl didn't seem to be wary of him at this moment. The small bodies are hidden behind the trees. Only one head popped out and asked cautiously. However, seeing that Natsu still didn't reply, Mavis' inner curiosity was aroused even more. You can't speak. It's really pitiful, but it doesn't matter. I once learned sign language from a book. I can communicate with you in sign language. As he spoke, Maibiki began to raise his hands and gesture. The general meaning is also very simple. Hello, I didn't bother you, right? I need water, I have to come here to get water. While gesticulating, Mavis looked at the lotus pond on the edge of Black Natsu. Black Natsu bit his lip, and finally sighed helplessly. Although he really wanted to say nothing, do nothing, and leave here directly to avoid any impact on this era. But, now that things have happened, the impact does seem to have occurred. Mavis did see himself in the forest. The legendary black mage Ziref did have a long conversation with him and even had a fight. The development of things has completely exceeded expectations. In other words, he has left his mark on this era. Then, let's make peace with it now that it's here. The inner tangle has completely disappeared, and Black Natsu finally spoke. Of course, but, the water may be a little hot. 1. It turns out you, Bayad, can talk. Mavis looked at Black Natsu in surprise. Black Natsu crossed his hands and nodded slightly, it's just that I was thinking about something just now. As he spoke, he looked at Mavis, by the way, how dare you walk alone in this forest like this? It's very dangerous here. Black Natsu is not just referring to threats such as monsters hidden in the forest. More, it's Ziref. The power that is enough to deprive others of their lives is extremely dangerous. Once touched, even life will be lost. I am not alone, I have companions. Mavis responded, speaking of this, her expression was a little dark. It's just because of me that they were injured, so I had to come out to get water. It seems that Black Natsu's move of crossing his arms and his kind attitude made Mavis feel a little more at ease. Carrying the kettle for fetching water, Mavis walked out from behind the tree, then came to the lotus pond and started fetching water. The water is very hot, as if it has just reached the boiling point. In fact, this is indeed the case, and it is precisely this that makes Mavis extremely frightened. Her green eyes looked around. The lotus pond is very large. According to a rough estimate, the diameter must exceed hundreds of meters. And now, the entire lotus pond is boiling with heat, like a natural hot spring. However, Mavis, who has been here before, knows that there are no hot springs here. The only explanation must be because of the young man behind him. Looking around again, the trees near the lotus pond have completely disappeared, and there is a huge ravine not far away. These all prove how fierce the battle that happened here was. This boy is very strong. This thought came to mind involuntarily. After thinking of the previous encounter in Magnolia Town, and the two companions covered with bandages, and the oppressed residents of Magnolia Towns, Mavis took a deep breath, closed the lid of the kettle, and seemed to have made a decision in her heart. She stood up and looked at Black Natsu. What's wrong? Aren't you leaving? Black Natsu, who originally didn't want to have much to do with this era, asked strangely. Well, I know this may be a bit presumptuous. Mavis lowered his head, his voice hesitant. But, we really have no choice. I think, it may be fate that I can meet you here at this juncture. 1. As the voice continued to speak, Mavis seemed to become more and more determined. She raised her head and looked directly at Black Natsu. 15-year-old Black Natsu is a head taller than Mavis, who is about the same age. I think you should be a great magician, right? Black Natsu frowned a little more when he heard this. It seems that the next words are a bit difficult for Mavis to say. Sweat has already covered her cheeks. So, I want to ask you, can you teach us magic? Because we really have enemies that we have to defeat. Outside the canopy. Hades, isn't it? Could it be that, our magic in that world was all taught by Black Natsu? Warad, hey, this joke is not funny at all. Mavis, something's wrong. Something's wrong, things are starting to become more and more wrong. Makarov, well, I would like to ask, first generation, who taught you your magic? Mavis, now that things have happened, there is no need to hide it. It was Zeref who taught us magic in the first place. Dark Mage Zeref. Everyone in the guild, Grey, so, in that case, we have some connection with Zeref. Kana, it's better not to mention that kind of relationship that can't be fought with 8 poles. Hades, if you really want to recall, Zeref at that time just helped us get started, right? Myra Jane, but you can also call me a teacher. Just like me in that world, Demon Go was also taught by Black Natsu. Listen, wait a minute. If you put it this way, doesn't it mean that Sister Myra and the first generation in that world are actually brothers and sisters? Makarov, it's chaos, it's total chaos. Is this all about the book? Zeref, it shouldn't be Black Natsu who teaches Mavis magic, right? If Black Natsu teaches Mavis magic, then, what about me? August, didn't His Majesty encounter Black Natsu in the scene and leave on his own initiative? Hey? Wait. Left. In the Alvarez Empire, August, who was leaning on a chair and drinking tea, couldn't help but shake his hands. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces, making a crisp sound. The tea also splashed onto the 12 shields on the side. De Maria, hello? August, are you in a daze? Brandish, August? What's wrong with you? Agile, August? Why can't you hold a cup of tea? Is it Alzheimer's disease? The shouts of the crowd did not disturb the stunned August. His eyes widened, and a bad premonition gradually emerged. Broke in. If Zeref in that world leaves the forest, does that mean that the 2 people who were supposed to meet, no longer meet at all? In the screen. Faced with Mavis's request, Black Natsu hesitated and was about to refuse. I really want to ask you, we really need magic and more powerful power. No matter what magic is used, as long as it can defeat the enemy in front of you. Mavis' pleading words are heard again. Looking at Mavis begging in front of him, Black Natsu really didn't know how to refuse her. After all, this is the first generation president. What should we do now? First generation. As if thinking of something, Black Natsu's mind recalled the previous S-level assessment. According to the laws of the goblins sponsored by the first generation according to Makarov. It's destined, could you say? The thoughts in his mind became clearer and clearer, and Black Natsu began to get a little excited. He looks at Mavis again. I can teach you magic, but there are conditions. When he heard this, Mavis suddenly became excited. This is natural, please tell me, as long as I can do it, I will definitely work hard to do it. Actually, it's very simple. I teach you magic, and you tell me something about the outside world. Things from the outside world. What do you want to know? Anything can be done, of course, but more focus is on Zeref, dragons, and the like. I believe that with your erudition, there should be no problem. Mavis touched her chin, thought for a moment, and nodded heavily. Okay, then it's great. Chapter 135. Makarov, really? Black Natsu really chose to teach the first generation magic. Urza, why did things develop like this? Mavis, so, now I should be called Black Natsu Master. Hades, wait. I can't accept it anymore. If things develop like this, wouldn't it mean that the me in that world would be hostile to my teacher in the future? Brain, pft, what would your expression be like when you met Black Natsu on Tenrou Island in that world? Haha, it's interesting to think about it. Hades, I'm so annoyed. What is this? Erdia, could it be that out of respect, you in that world would choose to retreat? Jalal, it shouldn't be possible, right? Speaking of which, the fate of Hades here is a bit strange. In the end, he was killed by his old master. Hades, no matter what, I can't accept the fact that that brat. Well. Warad, hoo-ha-ha, actually it's quite interesting if you think about it carefully. Who knows how far Black Natsu will grow in the future of the Black World? Grey, speaking of which, can Black Natsu really teach the first generation and others well? Urza, I think it should be no problem. After all, Black Natsu's learning ability is so strong. Correspondingly, his reserve of magic knowledge should also be very strong. Isn't the Myra Jane in that world well taught? The screen continues. Hey? You mean, he can teach us magic? This boy? Are you so capable? Inside the gathering place of Mavis and others. After Mavis's cheerful introduction, the other people immediately looked at Black Natsu suspiciously. Don't underestimate others, he is the person who caused a sensation in the forest before, he is. At this point, Mavis paused. Slender fingers touched the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't know how to describe it. After a while, he opened his hand and made a big stroke. Anyway, he is a very, very strong mage. Just when everyone was looking at Black Natsu. Black Natsu's eyes are also looking at this group of people. Yuri Daria? The last name is the same as Chairman Makarov, so he should be the elder or father of Chairman Makarov. Presato. The second generation president of Fairy Tale, this Black Natsu still knows about it. Warad, the fourth active Holy Ten Mage, was a monster known as the Four Heavenly Kings of Ishgar in that era. Sure enough, the founders are all geniuses among geniuses. But Black Natsu frowned slightly. The keen senses can detect that a vague gaze is falling on him. But Black Natsu can't see any figure. Doubts began to fill the depths of Black Natsu's heart, and he thought for a moment. His eyes are fixed behind a big tree. Black Natsu swears that he really noticed the gaze coming from here. But, can't see it. Thinking of this, Black Natsu also began to think, and after a moment of silence. Until he noticed Mavis looking towards the big tree from time to time, Black Natsu seemed to understand something. Magic power gradually begins to surge. The black pupils also began to change towards the color of gold. Dragon power is also a method to completely transform your body into a dragon. The next moment, with the help of dragon vision, Black Natsu successfully saw the timid figure hiding behind the big tree. It was a girl with twin ponytails in a light yellow dress. It seems that he saw the look of Kuronatsu looking this way. The girl named Zara was shocked. She quickly hid behind the big tree. A phantom created unconsciously. Black Natsu muttered to himself. A flash of understanding also flashed through my heart. Outside the canopy. Following Black Natsu's gaze, everyone clearly saw Zara's existence. Natsu, eh? There was nothing there before. Grey, the person who suddenly appeared, what exactly is going on? Mavis, that's Zara. She took a deep breath. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would still have the opportunity to see her, even though I couldn't communicate with her. Makarov, just now in the sky, Black Natsu mentioned the phantom created unconsciously. Is this really the case? Hades, that's true. That was a person, who died on Sirius Island many years ago. World, it's just because Mavis learned phantom magic at that time, but deep down she couldn't believe the fact that Zera existed, so she activated the magic passively. Unconsciously created a phantom named Zera. Mavis, because it is a phantom that even the caster does not recognize, others cannot see it. However, the moment the caster recognizes it, the phantom will disappear. Hades, in the final analysis, it's just another personality created by a lonely person who can't accept the fact of being alone. Lucy, this story, is similar to Wendy, an illusory partner who appears just to stop being lonely. Wendy, then, why didn't the original generation use phantom magic to summon Zera again? If you don't want to separate, then just continue to maintain it. Why do you choose to leave the person you cherish like President Robert? World, it can't be helped, since it is a phantom with personality created by the unconscious. Then, at the moment of recognition, the phantom pool will cease to exist. Even if the same Zera is recreated, it is no longer the previous Zera, but a new Zera. In the fairy tale guild, Mavis lowered his head. He shook his head gently. Actually, it's okay. She laughed. Zera has always been in my heart, and this will never change. The moment he realized that Zera was a phantom created by the unconscious, Black Natsu seemed to understand something. The tacit understanding did not mention this matter. Instead go directly to the topic. This is not the first time for Kuro Natsu to be a teacher, so he has some experience at least. First, let's start with the first lesson on the source of magic power and how to feel it. In the forest at night, a group of people gathered around the bonfire and sat cross-legged. One after another they closed their eyes tightly and were meditating hard. This is the first step to becoming a mage, and it is also the biggest difficulty in determining whether a person is qualified to become a mage. Therefore, Black Natsu did not disturb everyone, but sat alone by the campfire, eating barbecue and studying the book called Memory of Time. The brows also furrowed. The contents of the book are engraved with ultra-ancient characters. That is a text that is older than the age of dragons that Kuro Natsu lived in before. Please give me flowers. Therefore, even Black Natsu would have great difficulty deciphering these ultra-ancient texts. This is not the most important thing. Even if it is an ultra-ancient text, it can be answered by comparing it with the modern text and the Dragon Age text mastered by Kuro Natsu. The most serious thing is the missing part, which is purely based on guesswork. Even Black Natsu is one head and too big. Hey! What is the teacher doing? At this moment, a figure quietly came up behind Black Natsu and suddenly patted his shoulder. Mavis! Looking at the figure behind him, the corners of Black Natsu's mouth couldn't stop twitching. This first generation player is too eager to play, isn't he? Is this memory time? Before Black Natsu could say anything, Mavis noticed the book in Black Natsu's hand. Do you know the words on this? Black Natsu looked at Mavis in surprise. Hearing this, Mavis nodded slightly. This should be a super ancient text, right? I once saw some annotations in a book, but I don't know much about them. 1. Is that so? Black Natsu nodded. I have to say, you are quite knowledgeable. Hearing this, Mavis scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, thanks for the compliment. Okay, are you done meditating? Black Natsu asked. Speaking of this, Mavis felt a little helpless. No, I just feel a little tired, so I take a rest. There should be no problem with this, right? In this regard, Black Natsu did not refute. The practice of magic is indeed not that fast. You have to slow down and take your time. Hades, fart. This Black Natsu is farting. When he learned magic by himself, wasn't he extremely fast that time? Now you actually say you have to slow down. Brain, however, this sentence is indeed true. Magic cannot be rushed, otherwise the foundation of what is cultivated will be unstable. Makarov, however, Black Natsu has not shown any signs of unstable foundation. Hades, so I'm calling him a bullshit. Although Brain is right, this sentence is very strange coming from Black Natsu's mouth. Irene, is it possible that someone else's talent has slowed down to such an extent that they have improved their basic skills? Hades, if you want to chat like this, there's nothing to say. Since you have a rest, why not tell me some things about the outside world? Black Natsu put away the books, took a skewer from the campfire and handed it to Mavis. Mavis happily took the meat skewers and took a bite. Isn't it too delicious? The ultimate taste bud experience makes the wing-like decorations on both sides of Mavis flap involuntarily. Black Natsu just smiled at this. After quickly wiping out the meat skewers, Mavis also looked at Black Natsu with her green eyes. I remember you wanted to know about dragons and Ziref and stuff like that, right? Black Natsu nodded in agreement. Actually, I don't know much, but I do know a place that combines the 2 points you mentioned. What? Black Natsu looks at Mavis in confusion. Galactic Empire. It is the only empire today where humans and dragons coexist. Chapter 136. Makarov, Galactic Empire. Mavis, I remember that Urza from the Black World seemed to have mentioned this name before, right? Laxus, it seems that the vehicle that can be used by Dragon Slayer was developed by this empire, right? Sting, also, Mavis from the Black World just mentioned that this is a kingdom where humans and dragons coexist. Logia, dragon. That era should have been more than 300 years after the Dragon Clan. How can creatures like dragons still exist? Dragneel, the Dragon Clan should have perished at that time. What is the reason for this? Grand Igni, this galactic empire seems to hide many secrets. In the sky screen. Black Natsu also felt a little curious about this. Tell me in detail. Mavis also nodded after hearing this. Actually, I don't know much about this empire. I just heard Yuri and others mention it not long ago. The seat of the empire is on the continent of Ishgar, which seems to be far away from us. It is a super powerful force that has become famous recently. As Mavis said this, he looked at the sizzling and greasy skewers roasted on the campfire 107. Swallows silently. Looking at this scene, Black Natsu still doesn't know what Mavis is thinking. He shook his head helplessly, then took out a bunch of almost cooked skewers from the campfire and handed them to Mavis. Here. Mavis was so happy that her eyes seemed to be glowing with gold. Then I'm welcome. Taking the skewers, Mavis started cooking immediately. By the way, continue to tell. The reason why I say it became famous recently is just because of Ziref. Ziref. Black Natsu's hand while adding firewood stopped in mid-air. The brows furrowed. In my mind, I once again recalled the black-haired man I met in the forest before. Mavis puffed out her cheeks and nodded with her mouth full of oil. Yeah, that's right. Originally, this galactic empire has always been secretive. However, I don't know who spread the rumor that Ziref, the most vicious and cruel black mage in history, visited the galactic empire. And, it seems that some kind of cooperative relationship has been established with the galactic empire. Therefore, the galactic empire was also given the title of evil by other empires on the continent. Because of this, I was hated by other kingdoms. Of course, there may be some ambition reasons involved. Many kingdoms use this name to seek to unite other main countries of Ishgar. Combat against the Galactic Empire together. In fact, many kingdoms also covet the land, population, and prosperous economy controlled by the Galactic Empire. Therefore, as soon as the slogan was shouted, countless countries joined in and gradually launched a crusade, hoping to annex this empire. It is said that I am still fighting until now. Mavis wiped her greasy hands. Jade green eyes look pitifully at Black Natsu. That, master, I still want it. It's not done yet, wait a minute. Black Natsu heard this and rolled his eyes at Mavis helplessly. Then he took out the tissue and handed it to Mavis. Please help F***ck, I have oil on both hands. I'm afraid it will get on my clothes. You know, I have mysophobia. With that said, Mavis stretched out her two greasy little hands towards Black Natsu and smiled playfully. What does this feel like? Imagine a cute blonde loli who is smaller than yourself acting coquettishly in front of you. I guess no one can stand up to it, right? In the end, Kuronatsu gave in. Really, how come someone who is clearly a misophobic would still make his hands so oily? While helping, Black Natsu complained. Hey hey. In response, Mavis could only smile in response. Outside the canopy, Makarov had already petrified on the spot. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Mavis in disbelief. First generation. Even Laxus couldn't help but swallow. It turns out that the first generation still had such a side. When asked, Mavis' expression stiffened. What am I doing over there? Irene, haha. I didn't expect that today I would be able to see the famous scene of Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale, acting coquettishly. Besides, it seems to me that something is wrong. Could it be that Mavis in that world also? August, impossible. Irene, what did you say? August, I said, impossible, absolutely impossible. There is something strange about Irene. By the way, aren't you the one who usually shouts the most about this kind of thing? You didn't laugh less when you teased me before, right? What happened today? Was your body taken away? August, this is absolutely impossible. Look, the Mavis in the picture is still a loli. She is only over 10 years old. Brentish, but August, didn't you say you approved of Black Natsu and Irene-sama before? Black Natsu was only 10 years old at that time. Hades, haha, I remember, what do you mean, age is not a problem. August, shut up, can men and women be the same? Mavis, no, where did you get into this? Is it really okay to say this to my face? Lucy, actually, I'm not surprised that the first generation would be like that. Gray, isn't this strange? Lucy, think about it, how old were the first generation at that time? What's wrong with acting like a spoiled child to your master at the age of 13 or 14? It's like Wendy acting coquettishly towards Black Natsu when she was little. Wendy, hey? Why did you bring me here? In the sky, after helping Mavis wipe her little hands. Mavis then continued to speak. It was this war that surprised the whole world. No one thought that dragons actually exist in this kingdom. That was the Dragon Knight Legion formed by the giant dragon. Once it appeared, the entire battlefield showed a one-sided situation. 1. It's hard to imagine that more than half of Ishgar's coalition forces would be suppressed by an empire. This has never existed before. After witnessing the powerful strength of the Galactic Empire, some kingdoms began to retreat and actively seek peace. Speaking of this, Mavis also spread her hands helplessly, but the conflict has been made, how easy is it to let it go? This Galactic Empire is not an easy one to mess with. It is said that their queen is a proud and arrogant person. It is impossible to pay for previous mistakes with just an apology. They also want benefits, a lot of benefits, to make up for the impact of the war on them. These benefits are beyond the reach of those kingdoms. With no choice but to do so, the war started again. This time, even more terrifying rumors have spread. saying that what the Galactic Empire and the Black Mage Zeref have jointly researched is something terrifying enough to destroy the world. 1. They wanted to use this to rule the entire continent of Ishgar, so other kingdoms that did not participate in the war could not sit still and join the coalition one after another. At this point, the war situation has almost evolved into a situation where the Galactic Empire is alone against the entire continent of Ishgar. Queen, rumor. Black Natsu frowned slightly, seeming to catch something from it. This rumor should have been spread by those in the kingdom, right? In this regard, Mavis also nodded in agreement. Yes, when I knew this, my first thought was the same. After all, this excuse is too forced. I don't know how those people believe it. Black Natsu touched his chin. It's also possible. They also know that this rumor is false. I'm afraid they promised some benefits or something, so they let those kingdoms join the crusade. Mavis shrugged noncommittally. Who knows, but maybe only the kingdom of Fiori where we are currently is not involved in the war. After all, they claim to be permanently neutral in 3.3, so they shouldn't ruin their own brand. So what is the current situation of the war? Black Natsu asked again. In terms of the battle situation, since we are fighting against an entire continent, even the Galactic Empire with the blessing of dragons will have some difficulties. So far, the war situation is still in a stalemate, and I don't know how long it will last. Speaking of this, Mavis sighed slightly worriedly. In the final analysis, the war is actually fought against the people. For the ambition of these kingdoms' top officials, I don't know how many lives will be affected. Black Natsu did not object. Indeed, in the final analysis, war only hurts the people, no matter where they are. Take a deep breath. Last question. Who is the queen of the Galactic Empire that you are talking about? Queen. Mavis thought for a moment, then shook her head. This queen seems to be very mysterious, no one knows her specific name. But it's fun to have a nickname. What? Dragon Queen. Chapter 137. Hades, Dragon Queen. Brain, no way, this title seems familiar. Jalal, I remember, this seems to be Irene's title, right? Brandish, Lord Irene? Could it be, that it's really you? Irene, what does it really have to do with me? If it does, then it is also the Irene of that world, okay. August, so, in that case, the predecessor of this so-called Galactic Empire was the Kingdom of Dragunov. Mardgeir, then, it's not surprising, the Kingdom of Dragunov itself is a country where dragons exist. Urza, wait a minute. The predecessor of this Galactic Empire is the Kingdom of Dragunov. Then, why am I in that world? No one could answer Urza's question. Even Irene in this world doesn't know how Urza in the Black World came to be. How to explain this? Doubts. Endless doubts filled Irene's mind. She looked at the sky again, her eyes full of confusion. What happened in that world? In the sky screen. The moment he heard the title Dragon Queen, Black Natsu fell silent. My mind couldn't help but recall the figure with crimson hair. Calculate the time, for her, it should be more than 300 years ago, right? Master, what are you talking about? The figure of Mavis calls Black Natsu back from his thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, you should have had enough rest, right? It's time to continue meditating. Hearing this, Mavis was shocked. Now? Of course, you see they are all still meditating. Then I'll eat a bunch, okay? Mavis's eyes were fixed on the meat skewers on the campfire, and the taste was already leaking from the corners of her mouth. 18 Okay. Black Natsu shook his head with a smile, then took another skewer of barbecue from the campfire and handed it to Mavis. After finishing the food like a storm, Mavis happily ran to meditate. Only Black Natsu is left standing, staring at the beating flames. looking deep in thought. Irene. The time gradually comes to early morning. Concentrate. In the journey of magic, the most important thing is concentration. Nothing should affect you. In an open space, Black Natsu stands in front of everyone who is sitting cross-legged and meditating. Speaks in a deep voice. The wind blew from nowhere, blowing the grass on the ground. Suddenly, Mavis, Yuri, and Warad all looked in the direction of Presido. At this moment, Presido, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was concentrating completely. The next moment, black and white magical particles began to appear on Presido's body. This is... Mavis's eyes widened in surprise. Magic particles. Yuri's voice was also hesitant. Warad also became a little excited. At this moment, Presido opened his eyes and looked at the magic particles wrapped around himself with some surprise. Is this magic particle? Congratulations! Black Natsu said with a smile. Brain, will you be able to sense the magic particles the next day? Midnight, it's really amazing. Makarov, Presido, his talent is unquestionable. Hades, you think that in that era, there were almost no geniuses who could surpass me, right? Erdia, what about Black Natsu? Hades. That's not a human, that's a monster. How can you compare me with a guy who can learn magic at a glance? I'm talking about people. You can't compare with anyone you want, right? Just like Myra Jane from before, and her younger siblings. Laxus, hey, it's not bad, but it's about the same as me. Warad, ha ha ha, as a descendant of Yuri, he is indeed better than his predecessor. Laxus, where, if I really want to talk about it, I'm still far away. Hades, your attitudes towards me and Warad are quite different. After all, we can be considered your seniors. Laxus, forget it, it's already my quality that I didn't raise your ashes. Hades, Makarov, look what you can teach me. Makarov, What? I'm old and my ears are bad. Hades. Perhaps Presido's success inspired others present. Especially Yuri, as a good brother, how can he accept his backwardness? Until late at night, Mavis planned to take a rest, but Yuri was still meditating. I think you should continue tomorrow. Mavis spoke out to dissuade. Don't disturb me yet, I'm meditating. Yuri's brows knitted together. Didn't the master say it? Don't be too forced, you have to let go of your mind to do it. Mavis's words seemed to completely wake Yuri up. I thought of it. This won't work. Speaking, Yuri stood up directly from sitting cross-legged. Perhaps for me, sitting cross-legged is not the best way at all. I can never calm down while sitting cross-legged. I can't sit still. Maybe exercising can help me liberate my mind better. With that said, Yuri immediately started doing push-ups, squats and other physical exercises. Looking at this scene, Mavis couldn't help but twitch her lips. Really, is this really the case? Hey! Hey! Stop talking, I seem to feel it. Yuri's expression is extremely exciting. The moment he finished speaking, the golden magic factor gradually began to emerge. Really possible? Mavis was stunned. In this case, I can't waste it. It seems that the inner fighting spirit has been ignited. Mavis quickly grabbed Zara and got up to practice together. Soon, another 2 days passed. These people are worthy of being the founders of fairy tale, and all of them are incredibly talented. In just 2 days, 3 people and even one Zara felt the existence of magic particles. So, the second phase of training began. Enhancement of magic power, and advanced training in use. Everyone has a different approach to this step. However, the core thing that remains unchanged is the transformation of magic power and the characterization of the magic circle. Change. Presido looks at the right hand that glows with dark purple light. Then he closed his eyes and gestured his hand like a gun. aiming at the trees ahead. Then, fire the magic power. Call out. Dark purple magic light bullets are fired. Hit the tree, a small hole appeared. Although the destructive power is very low. But that's just the beginning. I succeeded. Surprise and smile appeared on Prisito's cheeks that had not changed for thousands of years. On the other side, under the waterfall, Yuri is standing up and squatting under the pressure of the powerful waterfall. According to him, this is the most effective way for him to sense magical particles. And this is indeed the case. Under such high-pressure training, he really felt the powerful magic energy, which came from the sky, thunder. Not far away, Black Natsu squinted his eyes slightly as he crossed his arms and looked at Yuri, who was wrapped in thunder. So, is this inheritance across generations? No, there should be 2 generations apart when it comes to Laxus's generation, right? Shaking his head, Black Natsu turned and walked away. Now that everyone's cultivation is on the right track, there is no need to keep an eye on it, and one's own cultivation cannot be neglected. In the direction of Mavis, countless phantoms overlap around her. The phantom magic that was difficult to control in the past has become more and more easy to control. However, phantom magic can never be used as the main magic. When faced with a crisis, there is still no way to fight back. For this reason, Mavis has been extremely distressed recently. Another training place. Warod continued to wrap green light around his fists, launching an attack on the rocks in front of him. However, little effect was achieved. Boom! Another punch, Warod hit the stone hard. Looking at the tiny crack above, he sat helplessly on the ground. It's useless, the magic particles seem to be useless to him at all. Wrapping it around the fist to strike does not even have any amplitude to the attack. It just makes my fist less painful. Am I really not talented? It's obvious that both of them are. Thinking of this, Warod looked a little depressed again. In the distance, a low muffled sound caught Warod's eyes. Following the sound, Warod slowly moved forward. Soon I saw the Black Natsu, who was doing leapfrog with a huge stone on his back. Is this his special training? Seemingly noticing Warod's arrival, Black Natsu also stopped practicing. Throw the stone on the ground. Suddenly, there was another violent roar. What's wrong? Have you encountered a bottleneck in your practice? Black Natsu clapped his hands and asked. I think I may not have the talent to learn magic. Warod lowered his head, his tone full of helplessness. Don't belittle yourself, you have extraordinary potential. Maybe you just took the wrong path of development. Black Natsu put his hands on his hips and responded calmly. The path to development. Yes, magic is not a single thing, and it is not necessarily all offensive magic. Black Natsu looked directly at Warod. Think about your own position within the team. Everyone is indispensable. Yes, since you can't focus on the direction of attack 410, then. Black Natsu's words stopped abruptly. Warod also fell into deep thought at this moment. Position. Yes, from the beginning to the end, he was not the main attacker. What he has been doing, isn't he assisting those 2 frizzy guys, helping them wipe their butts and so on? Auxiliary. Thinking of this, Warod's eyes become brighter and brighter. I understand, I have always played the role of a supporter from beginning to end, and I shouldn't stick to the direction of attack, support, my position is support. Warod couldn't wait to understand and closed his eyes. Suddenly, green light began to bloom continuously. A cluster of buds gradually grows from his open palm. Looking at the fragile buds, Warod seemed to see a new life. This is my magic. At the end of the day's practice, Warod, Prisito, and Yuri were gathering together, excitedly recounting today's gains. But there is no trace of Mavis. Kuronatsu, who noticed this, seemed to understand something and turned around and left the scene. The other side. Mavis is sitting on the tree trunk depressed. I'm the only one left. Mavis looks at her dangling little feet. What's there to be upset about? Zara said with relief from the side. Actually, I'm not depressed. Mavis smiled and then raised his head. I just hope that I can learn a magic to protect my important people. Mavis, I've been with you for a long time. Black Natsu's voice came from behind, and the two of them looked up. Zara was slightly startled. Hey! We are talking about best friends, what are you doing here? Black Natsu glanced in the direction of Zara. That's why I'm here. Then he locked his eyes on Mavis. Originally, I would not agree to you, but there is one thing that makes me very confused. Now that I think about it, maybe this is really destined. The reason why that magic came into my hands is to teach it to you at this time. Yunli Wuli's words made the two girls present look at each other in confusion. A magic? What is it? Existences that transcend conventional magic are called super magic. Black Natsu's expression was serious and he spoke word by word. Fairies Law. Chapter 138. Awesome. I feel full of strength all over my body now. In the forest, Yuri clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. The exercises in the past few days have made him truly feel that his strength has been greatly enhanced. And, most importantly, I learned magic. For him who has been ordinary for most of his life, this is definitely something worth getting excited about. That's right, now we can finally fight. Warod's expression is equally excited. Even Presido, who always had a dead fish face, rarely smiled. Magic is indeed the most magical thing in the world. By the way, where's Mavis? Looking around, Presido asked curiously. Mavis. Yuri also looked elsewhere. Brows wrinkle slightly. Speaking of which, she has been mysterious these past few days. I don't know what she is doing. Da-da-da. The sound of rapid footsteps was heard not far away, attracting everyone's attention. Isn't this coming? Warod smiles. The next moment, a girl wearing a black Lolita costume and her long blonde hair tied into twin tails ran over from the jungle. Look, look, look! Mavis shouted to everyone excitedly. Look, fairy girl, Mavis is here. Mavis, who came in front of everyone, raised her head proudly and spoke with a smile. Elf girl? Are you still having fun? Looking at Mavis at this moment, Yuri twitched the corner of his mouth. Of course. This is what the master praised. Mavis said proudly. Master. Yuri scratched his head in embarrassment. Speaking of which, I haven't even called him master yet. It's really, the age gap is a bit big, and it feels very awkward. That being said, that young man is worthy of being our master, isn't he? Warod said aloud with one hand on his hip. Presido, who was crossing his arms on the side, nodded in agreement. In this era, those who are masters are teachers. Others are better than us and even teach us magic. This is already a huge favor. Hades, no, are you really called master? The me in that world, actually called that kind of brat my master. Warod, ho ho ho, Presido, you can't deny the Black Natsu of that world. In that world, he is indeed our benefactor, so there is nothing wrong with calling him master. On the contrary, it is very interesting. Mavis, that's right, isn't Presido so thoughtful? Hades, no, I'm just awkward. There is no Black Natsu who denies that world. It's just that I really can't connect that Black Natsu with the Natsu of our world. It's just weird. When I think about calling that brat my master, I feel uncomfortable. Back then, I was beating up that guy Natsu. Hades outside the canopy looked awkward. However, everyone in the dark world seems to have become accustomed to it. Well, that's right. Yuri laughs again. Seemingly thinking of something, he looked at the people in front of him excitedly. You say, we have to entertain the master well no matter what. It can also be regarded as a celebration of our success in learning magic and our gratitude to the master. Master seems to like eating this aspect very much. How about we have a big meal? This is a good thing to note. I can spear fish, and my tree magic can turn a fork into a fork. Warod clapped his hands and suggested. My lightning strikes faster than mine. When the lightning strikes, all the fish in the water will float. Yuri waved his hand, indicating that no, he might as well go by himself. Prisido shook his head, in that case, I'll go catch some wild beasts or something. Warod, that's great, I'll be in charge of firewood and the like, and I can also get some vegetables by the way. The group of people were discussing in full swing. However, Yuri keenly discovered that Mavis, who was extremely excited just now, rarely participated in the discussion. What's wrong? Yuri asked curiously. Mavis's expression became a little hesitant. I'm sorry, you will probably be disappointed. Several people present looked at each other, a little confused. In this regard, Mavis sighed helplessly. Master, long ago, after teaching me the last magic, he already left here. Left? Hey, isn't it? You didn't even say hello. Leave without saying goodbye. Mavis nodded slightly. Master said that the reason why he stayed was to teach us magic. Now that we have all learned magic, and have the ability to protect ourselves, his mission has been completed. So I plan to leave. The excited expressions of several people present gradually calmed down. Becomes a little silent. After a while, Yuri asked aloud, well, Master, did he say where he was going? Mavis lowered his head and shook his head gently. According to what he said, he had things he had to do, and we also had things we had to do, so there was no need to know where he went. 1. If there is still fate, we can still meet. Prisido frowned slightly, he is really a mysterious person. So, does the reception banquet come to nothing? Yuri also became a little depressed. Actually, I haven't finished speaking yet. At this moment, Mavis suddenly raised his head, a glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Everyone present looked at Mavis. Anything else? Maybe I know where the master has gone. Mavis said proudly. You know? But didn't the master say it? Yuri looked at Mavis doubtfully. I didn't say it, but I can deduce it. His destination should be the Galactic Empire. Galactic Empire. Prisido couldn't help but put down his hands and stood up straight from the tree trunk he was leaning on. If I remember correctly, that place is still in a war situation, right? It's such a dangerous place. Mavis, I don't know what kind of obsession he has with the Galactic Empire, but what we know is that when he goes to the Galactic Empire, he will inevitably be unable to do without fighting. 1. It is foreseeable that this will be an extremely dangerous journey. Warod also spoke in a deep voice. Then, we can't let the master go alone. At least we have to help, right? Yuri, the most impulsive, was the first to stand up. If you want to help, take me with you. Warod agreed. I just want to go and see what kind of empire it is, which has attracted countless covetousness from the entire continent. Prisido raised his head, and the fighting spirit in his eyes began to boil. However, Mavis kept shaking her head, no. Have you forgotten what we have to do? The Dark Guild still entrenched in Magnolia, the Blue Skeleton. Mavis' green eyes looked at the people in front of her. Blue Skull. At the mention of this name, everyone present fell into silence. Yes, there is a blue skeleton waiting for them in Magnolia. The last disastrous defeat is still vivid in my mind to this day. And the cries of innocent people in the oppressed towns are still surrounding them. We need to liberate this town. Mavis raised her head, her gaze firmer than ever. As the master said, this is something we must do. Since it must be done, we must do it well. Only in this way can we live up to the magic taught to us by the master. Mavis's voice is not loud, but it is still deafening. But, should we just ignore the master who goes to that dangerous area alone? Yuri clenched his fists. Who said it doesn't matter? Mavis looks directly at Yuri. We can wait until Magnolia is completely liberated, and take this opportunity to practice our magic, and then go to the Galactic Empire to help the master. At that time, we who are more powerful will definitely be able to help the master. On the other side, Black Natsu is walking alone in the forest. For this time, I have rashly intervened in the affairs of this era. Even, Qian Zhao, Black Natsu doesn't know what impact this will have. But, it's just like what he thought before. Perhaps, all this is destined. Perhaps somehow, he should have come to this era. Do something, and then leave quietly. Black Natsu stopped when he reached the edge of the forest. Turn around and look into the distance, at the town called Magnolia. The birth of fairy tale shouldn't take long, right? It's such a pity that I can't participate, otherwise, what will happen if my photos and other things are passed down to the era of my existence? It seems interesting to think about it, but it is not a realistic possibility. It is outrageous for me to rashly intervene in the affairs of this era. It would be better not to leave any photos or records. Besides, Black Natsu believes that Mavis can do it. Destroy the Cyan skeleton and finally create fairy tale in Magnolia. This is what Black Natsu said, Mavis must do. And in my own words, transfer. Black Natsu pulled his gaze back and took steps again, heading in an unknown direction. Destination, Galactic Empire. At the same time, it is also the hometown where Urza was born, and the country where the Dragon Queen exists. Chapter 139. Urza, Galactic Empire. Is Black Natsu finally going to set foot on that land? Myra Jane, what is the place where Urza grew up in the underworld like? Listen, perhaps, Sister Urza can find the mystery of your life experience somewhere. Makarov, unlikely, after all, that era was still hundreds of years ago. It's been hundreds of years. I guess Urza's parents haven't even been born yet. Mavis, it's possible to meet Urza's ancestors. Lucy, as for our ancestors, we might not be able to recognize them even if we meet them, right? Just like my ancestor Anna, until I met my mother, I didn't recognize that it was my ancestor at all. Gray, that's true. After all, the similarity is not high. However, it is also good to learn about the Galactic Empire. Maybe this Galactic Empire is really the empire where Irene is in that world. Brain, yes, Irene and Black Natsu also have a history. I don't know what will happen. At the same time, the direction of the Alvarez Empire. Irene was also frowning at this moment. Looking at the Black Natsu rushing on the screen, I became extremely nervous. What kind of place is the Galactic Empire? The screen continues. After leaving the surrounding area of Magnolia, Black Natsu took the lead in arriving at a town called Maya City to take a short rest. Of course, eating to replenish physical strength is secondary. The most important thing is the map to the Galactic Empire. Boss, check out. In front of the mountains of dinner plates, Black Natsu raised his head, shouting towards the store owner. Hey! Here we come! The boss rushed over from the bar and looked at the dinner plates that couldn't be placed on the table. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Guest, you spent a total of 790,000. 79? A little expensive, right? Black Natsu frowned slightly. Guest, I'm sorry, you really ate too much. You consumed more than half of the inventory in our store in one meal. You know, due to the war going on across the continent recently, all kinds of raw materials the prices are going up like crazy. As a result, the price will be much more expensive than before. This is also a last resort. I am really sorry. Speaking, The boss bowed slightly. Apologetic beyond words. Is it the reason for the war? Black Natsu nodded slightly. Then I understand, it's reasonable to be more expensive. Speaking, he took out cash from his pocket and placed it on the dining table. Although this number was earned during previous S-level missions, since the currency has not been revised, it can also be used here. Okay, welcome to your next visit. After receiving the cash, the boss bowed again. By the way, where do you sell maps here? Maps that can lead to the Galactic Empire. Galactic Empire. When the boss heard this, he suddenly became nervous. Then he kindly admonished, I think you still look like a student, right? The Galaxy Empire is now a place of right and wrong. There are wars happening nearby there every day. If you go there now, you may be affected by the war. If something really happens, it would be better to wait until after the war is over and go there. In response to the boss's persuasion, Black Natsu smiled and shook his head. You don't have to worry about this, just tell me where to buy it. The store owner opened his mouth, but finally sighed helplessly. Anyway, when you go there, you have to be careful about everything. If you really need a map, I can provide it to you. 1. At the end, he added, of course, it's free. After all, you spent so much here. That would be troublesome. If it is available here, there is no need to spend time buying it. After a while, the store owner came over with a rolled map. This is a map we posted in our home, but we can't go there due to the recent war, so we won't need it anyway, so I'll give it to you. Thank you, picture board. Taking the map, Black Natsu turned around and was about to leave. 54. A figure crashes straight into him. It's not that Natsu didn't notice it. In fact, at this moment, all his attention was on the map in his hand, and he was about to open it and look at it while walking. Therefore, I did not notice the figure coming behind me. The two of them bumped into each other. First feeling. So fierce. Yes, it's really fierce, so fierce that it's a bit exaggerated. A soft feeling pressed against Black Natsu's chest. The next moment, the person was knocked directly to the ground. Muttered a whimper. Ah! The figure was knocked over and sat on the ground. Until this moment, Black Natsu could clearly see the figure in front of him. That is a figure covered in a cloak. The over-the-knee socks cover the white calves, but reveal the slightly chubby thighs that look like absolute territory. The chest covered by the cloak is extremely majestic. Under the hood, a fair and delicate face is revealed. What is worth mentioning is the unknown black symbol on her head, which is extremely conspicuous. A book fell to the ground. Also attracted the attention of Kuronatsu. That is a book full of mottled traces of time. Several large characters are engraved on the cover of the book. And a strange feeling once again clung to Black Natsu's heart. The heart begins to beat faster, and the body gradually begins to feel hot. Black Natsu frowned. One hand touches his chest. The burning feeling coming from my heart is unprecedentedly strong. Even Bibite, it was even more intense than the moment when Black Natsu came into close contact with Marajana's demonized arm. What on earth is it? Outside the sky. Inside Tartaros. Mardgear's eyes were fixed on the sky screen. His eyes were full of horror. That book, and this novel discovery made him couldn't help but look at the same ancient book he had been holding in his hands. The cover of the book is also engraved with those big characters. And the Book of End? So, that person is actually Sela. That idiot, how could something as important as the Book of End be scattered on the ground so casually? Same. In an unknown place, Ziref was sitting cross-legged with an expression full of horror. But, soon, the fear disappeared. Instead, there was helplessness. The Book of Eden unexpectedly met Black Natsu. Is this a fateful choice? Things have become unpredictable. Inside the canopy. Black Natsu forcefully calmed his restless heart. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled the woman on the ground up. "Are you okay?" he asked. I don't mind." The woman seemed a little panicked, her eyes evaded, and then she locked her eyes on the EDN book on the ground. "Immediately squat down and pick it up." Then he quietly hid it in his cloak. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice you." After apologizing to Black Natsu, the woman walked directly past Black Natsu and came to the bar. "Boss, do you still have the map to the Galactic Empire?" "I'm just a restaurant here, not a map seller. The only map is on that person's body, so if you want it, you can go find him." The boss points to the Black Natsu behind the woman. However, this ordinary suggestion was immediately rejected by the woman. "No." "Hey." The boss was confused. "Since the two of you are going to the Galactic Empire, it just so happens that you can be with each other and it will be relatively safer. Is that okay?" "No. Absolutely not." The woman's head shakes like a rattle. Then he said, "In that case, I will take my leave." With that said, he left the store in a hurry. However, once the woman leaves, the boss can just stay there. "Hey, it seems like you haven't paid me yet." Eating overlord meal. Thinking of this, the boss suddenly became very angry. He immediately picked up the broom beside the bar and chased him out of the door. But, it is a pity that when the boss rushed out, where was the figure of the woman just now on the street? "Is it so fast?" The boss's eyes widened. At this moment, Black Natsu's voice came from behind him. "That's not an ordinary person. So it seems that it must be a magician. Damn it, do magicians also eat king's meal?" The boss carried the young master and cursed. Black Natsu shook his head and said hello to the boss. "I go first." "Okay, walk slowly." Although he is still angry, the boss still tries his best to greet his customers with a smile. This is the most basic thing in doing business. After all, the customer is God, not to mention such a big customer who can eat 790,000 J in one meal, that is the God among gods. Of course, the guy who just skipped the bill doesn't count. When I thought of this, the boss suddenly became very angry and returned to the store, carrying a broom and cursing. At this moment, Black Natsu is standing on the street. The nose twitched slightly, and his eyes quickly locked in one direction. Is there anyone else chasing that woman?" Black Natsu whispers softly. The decision was quickly made. "Catch up. That woman is very strange." Of course, what is even more strange is the book in her hand. I don't know why, but Black Natsu always feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity with that book. Chapter 140. Boom. 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 In the forest, a huge explosion was heard. The soaring flames broke the towering trees. In the midst of the diffuse smoke, a figure shrouded in a hood rolled out in an awkward manner. "Hey, hey!" Rapid breathing was heard, and Wei's chest was rising and falling. Listen to the rapid footsteps coming from behind. The woman gritted her teeth. Strengthening the legs on his hands, he started running forward. "Ha ha ha, don't run away, you can't escape." There is wanton laughter from behind. Immediately afterwards, several figures holding long knives rushed out from the diffuse smoke and dust. The head of the rough man quickly locked his eyes on the figure who was fleeing in panic in front of him. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Go! Catch her, the devil's head is very valuable." As bounty hunters who have been traveling nearby, they have been looking for the guy in front of them for a long time. It has long been determined that she is the devil. In today's era where everyone hates demons, a demon's head can be exchanged for a large sum of money. Thus, the pursuit was launched. When we were at the hotel before, several people had been crouching outside the store, waiting for this guy to come out and catch her. But what I didn't expect is that this guy's ability is a bit weird. He actually controlled one of them in turn. I took advantage of this opportunity to escape. However, I have been working as a bounty hunter for many years, so I have a unique understanding of tracking. That's why I caught up with the devil here. With the rude man's order, the 4 or 5 younger brothers behind him immediately rushed to their feet. The magic power is attached to the feet to achieve the effect of speeding up. The rapid sound breaking through the air from behind made the woman panic. She turned her head, 4 figures were approaching rapidly. In desperation, the woman's eyes immediately glowed with white light. Order! Attack your companions! Among the 4 people who were galloping, the man at the front suddenly stopped. The whole person's expression also became dull. Immediately afterwards, he immediately raised the big knife in his hand and slashed at his companion beside him. Lao San! The man shouted loudly, then raised his knife to block. Don't be afraid, that demon is not that strong. It can control a person to its limit. A rough man's voice came from behind again. Second brother, you block the 3rd child, and everyone else, go straight ahead. That little devil can't handle it. Outside the canopy. Inside Tartaros, who already knew the identity of the hooded woman. Kyoka looked at Sila not far away with some surprise. No, are you, so weak at this time? After all, Kyoka only met Sila after Tartaros was founded. Therefore, we really don't know what the situation of Sila was before that time. More than 100 years ago. Sila frowned slightly. He seemed to recall something and said helplessly. I was just created more than 100 years ago, and I am indeed not that strong. Then why did you have the Book of End on you at that time? Kyoka asked her doubts again. After all, in her reflection, the use of End has always been kept by Pluto. You would never allow anyone else to touch you. Sila also explained this. When I was created, the Book of End was near me. I don't know why, but there is a voice in the dark that keeps telling me to take End to destroy Zeref. Therefore, I traveled around the world with the Book of End, until I met Pluto, and then gave the book to him. So, Pluto felt the call of End and followed its instructions to create Tartaros. Kyoka nodded clearly. At this time, there was movement in the sky again, and his eyes moved to the sky. Clear. Haha, 10 million, here I come. The other 2 guys rushed over excitedly, holding knives. Looking at this scene, a trace of despair flashed in the woman's eyes. The next moment, the 2 men stepped forward. The big knife in his hand slashed at the woman's body without mercy. Call out! A sudden sound breaking through the air was heard at this moment. The rocks flew from nowhere, as if carrying a huge force, they hit the blade of the knife that was slashing at the woman. Boom! The powerful force directly shattered a long knife, causing the other slasher to stop abruptly. The broken blade fell on the ground. The frightened woman also fell to the ground. The hood then slides off, revealing that extremely delicate face, and the 2 horns on the top of the head that are like horns. This is a symbol of the devil, but it is more like a beast-eared girl than a devil. After all, a woman's entire body is the same as a human being, except for a pair of horns on her head. Who is it? In the rear, the rough and arrogant man, the 3rd child and the 2nd child who had just been controlled also rushed here, looking around with fierce glares. Even the woman who fell to the ground raised her eyes in shock. Everyone can clearly see Black Natsu sitting on a thick branch not far away with his legs crossed. It's you. The woman's voice was a little surprising. Where did this brat come from? Don't you want to live anymore? The rough and arrogant man looked at Black Natsu angrily. However, Black Natsu ignored their thoughts and looked at the woman on the ground. Looking at Black Natsu, the woman blinked and then seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly tried to put the hood back on. No need to hide it. Black Natsu from above speaks. I have long seen that you are not human. The woman's hand froze in mid-air. Sinja bit her lower lip tightly, she raised her head and looked at Black Natsu with tearful eyes. The expression looks a little aggrieved. So, do you also want to kill me and exchange me for the bounty? In exchange for bounty? Black Natsu was stunned. Then he shook his head. I'm here to make a deal with you, he said. Deal? The woman was stunned, and so were the other guys at the scene. The rough and arrogant man frowned. Kid, are you too indifferent to others? Please give me flowers. 0. This little devil is our prey. If you want to make a deal, you should also ask for our consent, right? There should be rules in the circle of bounty hunters. Black Natsu, who was sitting on a branch, glanced sideways at the rough and arrogant man below, but ignored him. Instead, he looked at the woman below. I'll help you solve these troubles. Tell me what the book in your hand is. Book. The woman tightened the books in her arms very vigilantly. You don't have much time. Black Natsu interrupted the woman's words, and then gestured with his eyes to the group of bounty hunters who were staring at him with their blades in hand. Hey! You kid, are you just ignoring what our boss said? Lao San, who had just been controlled, immediately felt unhappy. Originally, being controlled by such a weak demon was already very embarrassing. I was so angry that I met this arrogant Shayawai. Immediately cursed loudly. Make a decision quickly. Black Natsu remained calm, staring directly at the woman below. 0. The woman's heart is extremely tormented. But the rough and arrogant man in front was already impatient to wait. Both damn guys, let's just kill them together. You go catch that devil, and I'll go and cause trouble for that brat. As the order was issued, the 5 people immediately began to take action. The boss, who was completely ignored, stepped on the ground and rushed straight towards the branch where Black Natsu was. On the other side, the other 4 people also raised their knives and slashed at the woman. I agree. Under the crisis, the woman couldn't care less and immediately shouted loudly. Black Natsu, who was sitting on a branch, smiled. Make a deal. Next moment, Black Natsu jumps down from the branch. At this time, the rough and arrogant man who was leaping high was about to wave the sword in his hand, but he immediately felt a sense of suffocation. A palm grabbed his throat. Then, a huge force came, and the huge body of the rough and arrogant man was strangled like a chicken. And he rushed towards the crowd of 4 people below. Wow! The face has turned the color of pig liver, and the rough and arrogant man's hands began to wave in the air. But it was of no avail. Black Natsu choked him and threw him into the crowd below. Next moment. Boom! An explosion soaring into the sky resounded. The dazzling firelight completely obscured the sight of the 4 people below. A powerful explosion exploded in the center, and the strong wind caused even the woman who was close at hand was blown away. It took a full 10 meters to hit the ground and rolled continuously. The shouts from that group of people have completely disappeared. The woman who finally stopped herself put her hands on the floor and raised her head with difficulty. A rolling heat wave swept over. She saw the figure slowly standing upright in the flames. The flames are burning, and the young man in the flames has his eyes locked on the woman. My promise has been fulfilled, now it's your turn to tell me what the end book is. Chapter 141. Hades, the Book of End, appeared here. Brain, end? That kind of thing actually exists. Erdia, by the way, what exactly is this end? Why do you look so surprised? Ulu, I once read about it in an ancient book, and it only existed in legends. Jalal, the strongest demon. Mirdi, what? The strongest demon. Lucy, is End a demon? Or, the strongest demon? The strongest? How come you have such a title? Hades, to be honest, we don't know anything about this, but I think Pluto should know something. After all, he is holding the end book in his hand. Mardgear, humph. A mere human being deserves to know the detailed information of End? Stop dreaming. Natsu, what are you talking about, UBD? Are you that amazing? Gray, yes, he is said to be the strongest demon, but has anyone seen End? I've never heard of it before, okay. Natsu, I agree, what a piece of rubbish, something that can only hide. Dragneel, Natsu, you'd better not sound so absolute. Mardgear, by the way, let me tell you something about this human being, End. But there was an existence that even the Fire Dragon King could not destroy. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. Natsu was shocked. Impossible. Dragneel is so powerful, how can he not destroy the so-called End? Even the strongest demon is unlikely, right? 5 old. Dragneel, in fact, I did not destroy End, but there is a reason for that. After hearing these words, Natsu suddenly became excited and stared directly at Dragneel. I knew that Dragneel couldn't be defeated, there must be some reason. Hey, Dad, what on earth is that? Dragneel, well, we can't talk about this yet, otherwise it will affect you. What is it? Why can't you say it? Natsu was a little crazy. Dragneel, okay, if you can't say it, you can't say it, at least not now. You are not yet at the level where you can know all this. Take a good look at Tianmu will answer it if possible. Dragneel, who didn't want to get entangled in this issue, pointed to the sky. In the sky, Black Natsu and the cloaked woman have come to a stone pier to rest briefly. Black Natsu jumped onto the stone pier, then sat down, placing one hand on his bent knee. Looking at the figure in front of him, he said. My name is Natsu, Natsu Dragneel. My name is Sila. Sila stands here, one arm wrapped around the elbow of the other. He lowered his head and spoke softly. Every demon will have a code name, and my code name is Goddess of the Chill Moon, Goddess of the Chill Moon Sila. Devil. Black Natsu murmured softly. But, when talking about this, Sila immediately raised his head. Although I am a devil, I have never hurt anyone so far. On the contrary, I have been hunted by you humans since I became conscious. You humans have always wanted my life and wanted my head in exchange for a bounty. I didn't do that. Listening to the endless muttering, Black Natsu twitched his lips and clarified a fact. I know, this is why I choose to believe you, maybe. While saying this, Sila quietly raised her eyes and glanced at the Black Natsu in front of her. You are different from those humans, you. It's better to say less compliments and talk about other things, such as this book. Black Natsu looked at the book stuffed in Sila's arms. Sila also sighed softly after hearing this. But recalling the previous agreement, Sila had no choice but to reach out and slowly pull out the book from her arms. I have to say something here. Sila is really the most magnificent person Natsu has ever seen. Do you believe that just taking out a book from the front of your chest will cause a tremor? It's really a bit exaggerated. Even, it is much grander than Irene. As for other women, such as Urza, Myra Jane and others are still growing and developing. Also Mavis. Forget it, let's not mention it. Soon, the quaint book appeared in front of Black Natsu. This is the Book of End. What does it do? Or, what does it record? Black Natsu asked. I wonder if you have ever heard of, the devil in the Book of Zeref. Sila asked. I heard that the demon was created by Zeref. Because of this, Zeref is called the most vicious wizard in history, right? Sila nodded slightly, yes, and the reason why it is called the Book of Zeref is actually because our life situation exists in the form of a book. This book, too, carries a demon, the strongest demon named End. The strongest demon. Like everyone else's reaction, the moment he learned the news, Black Natsu's expression was one of surprise. But it soon returned to normal. Looking directly at the book, so, this is an extremely dangerous thing. Hearing this, Fa immediately shook his head. No, on the contrary, the Book of End is not dangerous. It is currently sealed. As for how to unblock, I don't know. Then why did you bring this book? Black Natsu asked again. I don't know. Sela shook her head. This book has been with me since I became conscious. It is our strongest power to eliminate Zeref. Therefore, I need to take this book to find Zeref, and then destroy Zeref. Black Natsu's mind once again recalled the scene when he met Zeref before. At that time, Zeref was also muttering strange words such as destroying himself and killing himself. After contacting everything Sela said. So Zeref is a death-seeking lunatic. Sela's expression is also full of doubts. I don't know, I really don't know, I only know that Zeref is the creator of us demons, and the purpose of creating us is to kill Zeref. Looking at this appearance, Black Natsu couldn't help but sigh. Then he stretched out his hand towards Sela. Show me. Oh. You've already said so much, so it doesn't matter if you show it to him, right? With this thought, Sela handed the book in his hand to Black Natsu. Just got it. The atmosphere of simplicity comes from the pavement, and the books that have been wandering for more than 300 years naturally have the mark of time. The surface of the book cover is not flat to the touch. Black Natsu can clearly feel that, his body is restless. Tai. Here it comes. That weird feeling is here again. Black Natsu's eyes as he stared at the book were gradually replaced by horror. He closed his eyes tightly and felt it carefully again. He could clearly feel that his blood seemed to be gradually boiling at this moment. This feeling is completely different from when I touched Marajana's hand before. This time, it is countless times more intense than any previous contact with demons. Before thinking about Zeref's conversation with himself, he almost couldn't believe his guess. I definitely have some relationship with Zeref. It is even said that he and the devil definitely have some unknown relationship. Otherwise, what is the reason for this resonance? But, how is this kind of thing possible? Black Natsu can't believe it. Outside the canopy, looking at the stiff Black Natsu, countless people also fell into confusion. Natsu, by the way, what was I doing in that world? Gray, close your eyes tightly. Are you asleep? Sting, please, how did you come up with this possibility? This is obviously impossible. Rogue, I feel like Mr. Black Natsu is sensing something. But I can't tell. Nameless place. Zeref looked nervous. The eyes were full of astonishment. Did the Natsu of that world resonate with N to such an extent? The devil's seeds have taken root and sprouted during this period of time. I really don't know whether it is good or bad. Zeref looked up at the sky and sighed inexplicably. In the picture, Sela is standing there, playing with the hem of her clothes with her little hands. Like a primary school student who made a mistake, he didn't dare to look at Natsu's expression. However, out of the importance she attached to the Book of End, she couldn't help but speak out. Is that okay? Sela's voice did not receive a response. She just raised her head and was about to say something. My eyes. But they widened instantly. Looking at Black Natsu in disbelief. The end book that was originally closed was actually opened by him? Opened? Are you kidding? That is the book of the strongest demon. Now it is opened. Out of curiosity about End, Sela also tried to open the book and take a look at the contents. However, every time, she would be burned by the unimaginable high temperature. It happens every time. During this journey, it's not like she hasn't seen demons before, and it's not like there haven't been demons paying attention to the Book of End. However, without exception, no demon can open it. It will even be backfired by the Book of End, causing both body and soul to be destroyed. But now, right in front of her, the Book of End is opened. 74. A slight sound was heard, and Black Natsu closed the book with rapid breathing. Point 1. Just now, as soon as I opened the book, unspeakable malice surged into my heart. Like an ocean of evil, it seems to completely submerge Black Natsu. Therefore, Black Natsu immediately closed the book without even taking a second look at it. He doesn't know whether this is because of the book itself or because of something else. However, he clearly knows that this book is not simple, and neither is Yi Ping. The book was closed, and the sound of rapid breathing still failed to wake up the frightened Sila. At this moment, Sila's beautiful eyes were staring at Black Natsu, and countless possibilities flashed through her mind. Until Black Natsu waved his palm in front of his eyes. Just came back to his senses. She stared at Black Natsu and murmured, "Maybe I know what I'm going to do next." Black Natsu forced 4.5 to calm down the boiling blood and the malice in his heart, and then raised his head. "If I guessed correctly, you originally wanted to go to the Galaxy Empire to find Zeref. After all, he is your creator, and your task is to destroy him." Sila nodded. Hearing this, Black Natsu spoke up again, "You'd better not go. Zeref is no longer in that place. I met him not long ago." "Is that so? What about you?" Sila asked. "What is your purpose of going to the Galactic Empire?" Unknowingly, Sila's tone towards Black Natsu already had a strong flavor of respect. "You don't need to know this, I have to go to the Galactic Empire." Black Natsu looked at the book in his hand and spoke without raising his head. Although the malice in his heart has not subsided, with Natsu's character, it is not difficult to suppress it to this extent. "I just said, I know what I should do." Sila's tone was very persistent. "Then what do you want to do?" Black Natsu raised his head and looked directly at Sila, but was stunned. "I saw Sila kneeling down on one knee facing me at this moment. Bow down and murmur, 'I will follow you until the day of death.'" The sun shines directly down, shining on the two people. Also reflected on Sila. The loose black robe has already spread out, revealing the perfect body wrapped in gorgeous tube-top clothing. Looking at it from Natsu's angle, it's just dark and can be seen naturally. That half is as majestic as a snow-capped mountain. Chapter 142. Tartaros. This is a mobile island floating in mid-air. It is also a guild where the entire guild is formed by demons. At this moment, in the main hall of this guild, Pluto Mardgear is looking at Sila in the screen with a gloomy expression. This guy will surrender to a human being. He couldn't believe everything in the picture. As a devil, logically speaking, he should hate humans extremely. Surrendering to human beings is something Mardgear could never have imagined. But, all of this really happened in front of him. This couldn't help but make the face of the King of Hades full of gloom. But, on second thought, as a demon, it is impossible for Sila to kneel to a human being so willingly. Then, there must be some hidden secret in this that Mardgear doesn't know. Hidden secrets. He looked at the books in his arms. His brows also wrinkled. Is it because of the end book? Recalling everything in the picture just now, it seems that this is really the case. Sila chose to surrender to that human the moment she saw Black Natsu being able to open the Book of End. Thinking of this, Mardgear couldn't help gritting his teeth. He reached out to touch the book again and tried to open it. But that hot feeling came to my heart again. Unspeakable fear completely enveloped Mardgear at this moment. Must stop. Otherwise, you will die, you will really die. The temperature on his fingertips that seemed to be melting frightened Mardgear. 18. He immediately gave up the idea of opening the end book. At the same time, he let out a long breath. Unknowingly, sweat had already covered the cheeks of the King of Hades. He breathed heavily and stared directly at the end book in his hand. If even I can't open something, how can that human being open it? He couldn't figure out how a human could open the book of the strongest demon. This kind of thing isn't consistent with common sense at all, okay? be? Thinking of this, Mardgear's pupils shrank sharply. An almost impossible idea appeared in his mind. The palms holding on to the armrests of the throne involuntarily exerted force. Boom! The handrail was shattered. Mardgear's expression also turned ferocious. That brat, how is it possible? How is it possible? And the outside world has long been in a quarrel because of Sila's words. Hades, no, this can't be done in Qiandiangzi. People follow you when you walk on the road? What is the charm of this? Brain, and he's actually a demon? Who doesn't know how arrogant those demons are? Jalal, Hades, you'd better save it. If you really want to talk about it, you in that world are also the little brother of Natsu. Hades. That's an apprentice. BD apprentices are a bit hard to accept. Erdia, however, I am very curious, why does this little devil suddenly have such a sunrise? Irene, well, I'm already used to what happened to Black Natsu. August, yes, you are the most loyal follower of others in that world. Irene, shut up. Lucy, is this the protagonist's aura? None of the novels I've written are as outrageous as Black Natsu, right? Wherever you go, are people following you? Levy, even Lucy's novel. Happy, shouldn't it be said that Lucy lacks imagination? Lucy, damn cat. Shut up. Everyone in the guild was in a quarrel. Natsu was keenly aware of Igneel's silence. He couldn't help but look at Igneel curiously. What's wrong with you? At this moment, Igneel was staring at the sky. His expression was a little complicated. After hearing Natsu's cry, he looked at Natsu. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. Oh, it's nothing. A hole. What do you mean by sighing? Natsu, who seemed to be irritated by Igneel's attitude, roared angrily. Hearing this, Igneel held his cheek with a dragon claw and spoke calmly. Look at Black Natsu over there. He's so lucky that the dragons are starting to get jealous. I don't know what's going on with you, this idiot. Why is there such a big gap between the same people? Natsu. Say it again, Black Natsu is Black Natsu, I am me. Igneel turned his head. If you want to say that, it's actually right. Even if they are in the same position in different time and space, strictly speaking, they cannot be counted as the same person. When you said that, I immediately thought about it. It would be great if I were Igneel in that world. I estimate that by the time we are here, I would have hugged countless grandsons. Natsu. Everyone in the guild, so, is this what this dragon is thinking about? In the screen, two figures are walking leisurely on the path in the mountains. After 2 days of traveling, Black Natsu and Sela have arrived at the border of the Galaxy Empire. According to the map, if you cross this mountain range, you have officially entered the territory of the Galactic Empire. I have to say that this war that shocked the entire Ishgar continent was indeed a bit ferocious. Even though they were separated by a vast mountain range, Kuronatsu could still vaguely hear the ever-resounding explosions coming from far away. It sounds like the battle is fierce. Host. Sela was about to speak when she immediately saw the almost collapsed look in Black Natsu's eyes. He quickly covered his mouth. I'm sorry, sir. I asked, why do you have so many honorifics? Black Natsu was speechless. Ever since this guy announced inexplicably that he would follow me 2 days ago. It's like a piece of brown candy, you can't shake it off no matter how hard you shake it. What's even more outrageous is this guy's name. She even wanted to call herself Master at one point. This extremely evil name even reminded Black Natsu of the humans who were enslaved by dragons 400 years ago. I feel extremely uncomfortable just thinking about it. In the past 2 days, Kuronatsu has corrected me countless times, just call me by your first name, no honorific is required. But Sela, this woman, doesn't seem to understand. Still shouting to himself. It was so bad that Natsu almost thought he was that evil slave owner. Well, since I have chosen to follow you, I must treat you with respect. Sela didn't think anything was wrong. Black Natsu scratched his head after hearing this. Oh, it's up to you, but don't call me master or anything like that. You're not a slave. Then, I'll call you sir, how about young master? Sela seemed to have thought of something and spoke enthusiastically. It's much better than what you had before. Black Natsu shook his head helplessly. Sela felt happy and asked quickly. Master, are you hungry? Do you need to eat something and take a rest? Black Natsu heard this and looked into the distance. After some estimation, we should be able to arrive at the Galactic Empire at about 1 p.m. Let's take a rest. The two sat down on the spot, and Sela quickly took out some food from the backpack she was carrying. This is the supply purchased in the previous town, enough for 2 people to eat the Galactic Empire. By the way, what do you know about the Galactic Empire? With nothing to do, Black Natsu looked at Sela and asked. Galactic Empire. Sela quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, and then began to speak. To be honest, I was born not long ago and I don't know much about the Galactic Empire. But what we know is that Zeref once appeared in the Galactic Empire, 460, so that's why I wanted to go there before. Then you know, what is the project that Zeref appears in the Galactic Empire and cooperates with? Since it will lead to a crusade from the entire Ishgar continent. Black Natsu asks again. Speaking of this, Sela's expression also became a little stiff. Lowers his head slightly. What else could it be because of? In fact, it's because of the devil. It is rumored that Zeref's cooperation with the Galactic Empire is related to research on demons. These are unacceptable to humans. After all, before this, there were some demons created by Zeref that caused serious harm to the world. The two races of humans and demons have long been at war with each other. This time the Galactic Empire and Zeref are cooperating to study demons, creatures that are unacceptable to humans. 1. As a result, the conflict between humans and demons completely broke out. As you have seen before, as soon as I appear, I will be hunted down by bounty hunters. Speaking of this, Sela's tone was also filled with helplessness. From my birth to now, I have been avoiding those bounty hunters all the time. Until I met you, young master. There is research on demons. Black Natsu also looked a little solemn. If the guess is correct, the Galactic Empire is the kingdom of Dragneel 300 years ago. Also Irene's kingdom. But, how could Irene's kingdom be related to the devil? Irene, what is the purpose of studying demons? I'm afraid I can only get the answer to all this after meeting Irene. Thinking of this, Black Natsu quickly swallowed the dry food in his hand. Claps his hands and stands up. Looks at Sela. Let's go, we have to hurry up and hurry up. 1. Try to get to the Galactic Empire before the afternoon. Okay, Master. Chapter 143. Crossed the mountains in front of me. The line of sight also broadened. At this moment, both Black Natsu and Sela, as well as the audience outside the curtain, all widened their eyes in horror. Humans. All are human beings. At the foot of this mountain range, there is an unimaginably large plain. However, this plain landscape has been completely filled with dense figures. The sky-high shouts echoed across the sky. The armor they wear is different. But the target is an astonishing stagnation. That is, at the end of the plain, the thick city wall towers into the clouds. The city wall spreads for almost 10 kilometers, and countless figures are also standing on the city wall, confronting the densely packed soldiers below. Above the city wall, a dozen giant dragons are flying here. Their mouths spurted out blazing flames, forming a high wall of flame within 200 meters in front of the city wall. The distance of 200 meters seems to be a restricted area of life. Any soldier who dares to pass through the flame-restricted area will be completely burned to ashes. However, soldiers can't do it, but magicians can do it. Accompanied by neat military orders. In the phalanx of tens of thousands of magicians, countless magic light bullets soar into the sky. Then he rushed straight towards the city wall of the Galactic Empire. The light bullet easily broke through the shackles of the flames and smashed towards the flying dragons and the towering city wall. The violent explosions were like endless firecrackers, resounding continuously. Under the intensive attack, even the city wall had gaps. Countless lives were lost in this explosion. However, before the coalition forces could be happy, the same number or even more magic light bullets rushed out of the city. He carried out covering blows again and again towards the densely packed figure. The flames shot into the sky, and the screams, despair, and cries seemed to have drowned out the roar from behind. This entire battlefield is like a large meat grinder, with hundreds of human beings losing their lives every moment. Lucy, is this war? The blood is almost turning into a river. Kagura, I don't understand. It's really okay to go to this point just for a rumor. Miliana, so many lives, sigh. Hades, actually, this has nothing to do with the rumor, it can only be said to be the trigger. Brain, that's right. Even if there really is a demon, to be honest, as a high-ranking person in the kingdom, it is impossible for him to issue such a desperate order. To put it bluntly, even if there are demons, what does it have to do with them? They can't control it. After all, the distance between many kingdoms is already thousands of miles. Just studying some demons, what threat can it pose to them? I can't understand it anyway. Jalal, so, after all, it is the greed of people and the development of the tense that have made the whole thing irreversible. Urdia, for example, these kingdoms covet something within the Galactic Empire. So much so that they are extremely jealous and would not hesitate to start a war. Ulu, in addition, since the war has started, everyone has become really angry. For the Queen of the Galactic Empire, it is absolutely impossible to let go of a beating for no reason. It would be too humiliating if we don't get compensation. As for other kingdoms, the losses have reached this level. If we don't get some benefits back, wouldn't it be a loss to my grandma's family? Makarov, so, both parties are waiting for the other side to bow down, and then compensate themselves, etc. But in fact, it is impossible for both parties to bow their heads. Mavis, unless one party's losses exceed the limit that it can bear, or even face the crisis of destruction. Only those who have a red eye can stop. Speaking of this, Mavis couldn't help but sigh. But when that time comes, I wonder how many people will sacrifice their lives for the interests of high-level officials. Irene, anyway, if you think about it from someone else's perspective, if I were Irene in any world, I would never bow my head. A group of greedy hunting dogs have set their sights on me. They regard me as prey and they still want me to bow my head. How is this possible? Only by beating them hard. Beating them until these people become silent and trembling. Beating them until their expressions change. Only then can we have true peace. Almost all the entrances and exits of the Galactic Empire are surrounded by coalition forces. How are we going to get in? On the outside of the battlefield, Sela looked at Black Natsu with an ugly expression. How else can I get in? I have to force my way in. Black Natsu, holding his hands in his arms, stared directly at the dense battlefield ahead with a serious look on his face. Forced to break in. Sela's tone was very surprised. Looking at the crowd in front of him with widened pupils. After making an estimate, he said. We must at least exceed 10,000 people before we have a chance to approach the Galactic Empire, and we must avoid being considered enemies by the people of the Galactic Empire. This is almost an impossible thing, Master. Sela's expression is a little ugly. Damn it, my command spell is currently too weak. If it can be stronger and can control more people, maybe I can bring the young master in without any injuries. It doesn't matter, breaking through 10,000 people is not impossible. Black Natsu rubbed his wrist. When the time comes, hold me tighter. If you can avoid moving, try not to move. 1. Let's go. Speaking, Black Natsu took the lead and walked forward. Gray, are we really going to go directly like that? Lucy, don't you hide it. Or disguise it. Sting, is this Mr. Black Natsu? He is fearless even if he has to break through 10,000 people. Rogue, that's true, but that's tens of thousands of people. Just trampling something is enough to completely crush someone, right? Frosh thinks so too. Although she was a little confused, Sela was still grateful and took a step forward to keep up with Black Natsu. Hey! What are you doing? This is a battlefield, not a place for a brat like you. Black Natsu and Sela, who did not deliberately hide their figures, were quickly discovered by the soldiers on the battlefield. Some soldiers immediately spoke up, trying to stop Black Natsu and his 2 men. But, the moment I looked at Sela, the soldiers' eyes are red. Damn! It's a devil! There's a devil here! Hurry, hurry! Catch them both! The soldiers' roar immediately attracted the attention of more soldiers. Devil! Appeared at the rear of their camp. It must be reinforcements from the evil Galactic Empire. Suddenly, countless people turned the muzzles of their magic guns and aimed them at Black Natsu and Sela. Hey, is he still such a beautiful devil? There are also beautiful devils. Hey! It's true, except for the horns at the beginning, there is no difference from normal people. Ha ha ha, then I think this devil should let her taste the ferocity of humans. Dot. Ha ha. It's okay, but it has to be your boy. Since we are approaching the Galactic Empire, Sela does not continue to wear the hood. After all, wasn't it said that the Galactic Empire is also studying demons, so it is not strange for demons to appear in the Galactic Empire. However, I never expected that I would be targeted by these soldiers. Those extremely insulting words can be understood even by Sela, who has just been born. Instinctively, he hid behind Black Natsu in fear. Haha, up. Remember, the female devil stays here, so that when we are done having fun, we can use her head to exchange for a generous bounty. A group of soldiers swarmed up and rushed straight towards Black Natsu. I don't know why, Sela can clearly feel that the temperature around her is rising rapidly. A cluster of sparks couldn't help but overflow from the corner of the mouth in the darkness. Facing this group of figures, Black Natsu's expression was extremely cold. But the heat in the mouth has already reached its peak. The next moment, it explodes. Boom 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 boom. A huge amount of black flames burst out from Natsu's mouth. In an instant, the entire group of people rushing towards them were enveloped. How powerful is that? Dozens of people were reduced to ashes in an instant, and the burst of flames formed a terrifying fire pillar 10 meters in diameter. The trend continues unabated and rushes forward. Wow! What is this? Wang Zhao's fire? Where did it come from? Is it so scary? Boom boom boom. The flames roared crazily like a dragon's roar resounding across the battlefield. Its scale was so large that it could even burst straight out of the Galactic Empire wall from where Black Natsu was standing. 1. It directly blasted a huge gap into the dense crowd. It's like a road opened by man. The dazzling flames, the scorching heat, and the loud roar of the dragon even attracted the attention of the Galaxy Empire. At this moment, a figure standing on the city wall, who was constantly directing the soldiers, also noticed the commotion over there. The whole body became temporarily stiff. Looking in the direction of the flames in disbelief. No. It can't be right. That flame. It's Natsu. The queen named Irene's eyes widened. The whole person was stunned on the spot. After 3 seconds, the horror faded away, replaced by indescribable excitement from the bottom of my heart, which shot straight to the Tianlang cap in an instant. Tears were already welling up in his eyes body. Her hands cover her trembling lips. It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. 300 years. 300 years. I've finally waited for you. Chapter 144. Hey, 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 is it true? That brat? Did that brat do everything just now? That kind of flame? Who is he? Among the soldiers, countless people looked in horror at the ground that had not yet cooled down and the road that was forcibly opened and still burning with flames. The sound of swallowing saliva is heard. The low voice of sweat echoes. A hole. What are you afraid of? That guy must be a reinforcement from the Galactic Empire, come to me quickly and kill him. A roar similar to that of the captain came from behind. However, the scene just now is still reflected in the minds of countless people. That kid, although he looks young, his strength is indeed unexpectedly strong. No one is willing to gamble with his life, unless the benefits are really great enough to make people abandon life and death. And the captain seems to know this very well. Immediately roared out. Whoever gets that guy's head will be promoted to the 3rd level. The reward will be 50 million. Along with this roar came out. The eyes of countless soldiers turned red. 50 million. The level has been upgraded to 3 levels in a row. This is almost a wealth that ordinary people cannot accumulate in a lifetime. Wealth that even some magicians cannot match. Now, it is placed in front of this group of soldiers. No one can remain indifferent anymore. You know, in the era of Black Natsu, 50 million J was also a huge number. Even S-level tasks don't have such a high amount of money. In the face of such huge wealth, no one cares about truth or falsehood anymore. A dense crowd began to swarm over. They were all robbed by me, I'm sure of this guy's head. Up, up, up. Kill him. We must not let him pass. Charge, charge. Kill him. The overwhelming roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Above the walls of the Galactic Empire. Irene's dynamic vision clearly captures this scene. Immediately. Her face instantly darkened. That is an expression that has never been shown since the beginning of the war. Anger even caused veins to appear on her fair forehead. Clenching his silver teeth tightly. Irene growls angrily. Those bastards, if I don't show off my power, do they really think I'm a sick cat? Bells Ariane. The rapid wind pressure suddenly surged inside the city wall. Countless soldiers on the city wall were forced to squat down, looking in horror at the behemoth that had been sleeping in the city square. Bells Ariane. The absolute patron saint of the Galactic Empire. Strength is enough to reach the top of the titled dragon. Normally, I don't take action easily, but once I do, it will be a crisis of annihilation of the country. But, yes. This giant dragon, which has been sleeping and recharging its energy, listened to the Queen's call at this moment and opened its eyes. The overwhelming wings then flapped, and the strong wind pressure seemed to blow down the city walls. Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the entire battlefield at this moment. I heard it. Young Master's flame. Belkarian flew into the sky and arrived at the edge of the city wall. Irene jumped on Belsarian's back. Queen! Do you want to come in person? Above the city wall, a woman with long green hair, a perfect figure, but claws and feet like a beast couldn't help but exclaimed. Kyoka, guard this place, I have to teach those guys a lesson. Dare you touch my man? Irene's voice is deep. Outside the sky. Irene's eyes widened. His breath became chaotic at this moment. Some people exclaimed in disbelief, what is that BD talking about? Similar to Irene's reaction, there is also being in Tartaros. A demon named, Bai Kyoka. At this moment, I was looking at the sky in disbelief. That is me. In the depths of Hades, Mardgear's mind is filled with questions. Kyoka. Why is that guy in the Galactic Empire? Hey? Sela swore to follow Black Natsu, Kyoka also followed Irene, and where is I, Tartaros? The soldiers who were completely blinded by their interests were completely unaware of the irony of Bel's Aryan riding in the sky. All of their sights have been completely occupied by the Black Natsu in the center of the crowd. That is walking money, walking happiness. Walking for the rest of my life. If someone beats you to it, there will be no place to cry even if you regret it. Countless people held swords, guns, swords, and halberds in their hands, making strange screams from their mouths, and frantically looked towards Black Natsu for medical advice. Even Sela was shocked by this terrifying formation. The crowds were so dense that they were too numerous to count. It's so dense that you can't even see anyone's specific face. The noisy sound almost makes this devil's ears ring. This will be trampled into a pulp, right? Sela really felt this despair. Fear even made her eyes tremble. Master, you, run quickly. Swallowing forcefully, Sela moved her trembling legs, trying to block Black Natsu. I am a devil, I should be able to attract their attention. I will buy you time to escape. Although the voice is trembling with fear. However, even a devil has his own bottom line, and even a devil has something that he must protect no matter what. For Sela, that's Black Natsu. Although it is strange, obviously, we have only known each other for less than a week. But, since the moment I saw Black Natsu opened the end book, Sela understood that this was her mission. For the young master. Even if I lose my own life, I will not hesitate. Black Natsu grabbed Sela's trembling palm. Stay safe and sound behind you. After the words fell, the sullen Black Natsu walked forward slowly. Countless figures have reached mid-air. The sharp blade flashes coldly in the sun. Black Natsu suddenly raised his head. The pupils completely turned golden. Stab! The red-black thunder and lightning is like a surging spiritual snake, and its density is like a surging wave. With Black Natsu as the center, it surged out from the depths of the earth. And it started to spread crazily around. The red and black thunder snake dances wildly in the crowd. Indescribable momentum also began to erupt at this moment, centered on Kuronatsu. The pressure of Dragon King level is fully displayed at this moment. The whole world seems to have changed color at this moment. The clear sky has been completely obscured by dark clouds. The sea of red and black thunder and lightning swimming on the ground also seemed to be pulled by the sky, and countless thunderbolts went straight to the sky. Dye the dark clouds into red and black. The earth is shaking until now. The atmosphere is also shaking crazily. The sky also roared. Its range covers a fifth of the battlefield, and the red-black thunder's reach even includes tens of thousands of people. Boom boom boom. The wind is howling. The thunder is roaring. The whole world seems to be in a forbidden state. The crowd that was just in the air and ready to attack suddenly stopped. As their eyes turned white, one after another lost all consciousness and fell from the sky. Not only that. Within the raging range of the sea of red and black thunder and lightning, countless people were affected by the pressure of the Dragon King at this moment. Countless people completely lost consciousness under the roaring thunder and extreme wind pressure. Puff puff. Dense sounds echoed across the battlefield. Every time a sound is heard, it means that someone has fallen. And this series of sounds is so dense that it takes up every millisecond. In the sky, Furion has stopped flying. Irene on the back has already widened her eyes. On the city wall, countless people have opened their mouths. Outside the sky, the whole world is horrified. They saw this with their own eyes. I witnessed this extremely exaggerated scene with my own eyes. Like dominoes, the crowd began to fall in pieces. How much is that number? Hundreds? Thousands? No. Tens of thousands of people. Yes, tens of thousands of people just lost consciousness and fell straight to the ground like dead people. The densely packed bodies piled up on the ground, even raising the height of the ground. Such a spectacular scene left countless people dumbfounded. Hades, I can't find words to describe my mood at this moment. Brain, is this ability really that exaggerated? August, tens of thousands of people. Even if there are tens of thousands of pigs, they will be exhausted, right? De Maria, just like, all at once. Zeref, Black Natsu. Has he grown to this point yet? Mavis, with such a person existing, what other tactics are needed? Makarov, with this expressiveness, I believe that Black Natsu can defeat an entire kingdom by himself. Isn't this too exaggerated? In the screen. Even Sela felt dizzy. However, it seemed that Kuronatsu deliberately avoided her, and she did not fall with the others. However, everything that is displayed in front of her now almost makes her lose consciousness with shock. This young master seems to be so strong that people can't understand him. On the sky, Belzarian woke up first. Then he flapped his wings and fell in the direction of Black Natsu. It's really you, Belzarian. Looking at the giant dragon in front of him, Black Natsu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When the suspicion was confirmed, my heart was relieved. Young master, I haven't seen you for 300 years, but you gave me such a big surprise when we met. This. Its eyes looked at the endless bodies lying on the ground all around. The shock in my heart still cannot be calmed down. You know, although for them, more than 300 years have passed. But, for Black Natsu, the group passed the song? It has grown to this extent in such a short period of time, which is enough to shock people. Call out. At this moment, a figure jumps straight down from Belzarian's back. Falls in front of Black Natsu. Irene. Looking at the crimson figure in front of him, Black Natsu pursed his lips. He doesn't know how to face Irene. For him, the past events did not last long, but for Irene, it was 300 years. What a long day it was. Even Black Natsu can't imagine it. Irene stood up straight and stared at Black Natsu. The lips are trembling slightly. She finally took a step forward, and arrived in front of Black Natsu in a few long strides. Looking at the man who is almost as tall as himself. Irene didn't hesitate at all and directly held his cheeks with both hands. Leans forward. In the center of this battlefield where countless people fell to the ground, in the center of the battlefield that shocked the world. The two people who crossed the torrent of time embraced each other. Kissing fiercely. Chapter 145. Outside the sky, countless people had already been petrified on the spot. This was a more serious surprise than the one he had just blackmailed Natsu. Gray, hey, in front of so many people, is it really okay? Lucy, but, this is so romantic. Wendy, the encounter spanned hundreds of years, the passionate kiss after the emotional explosion, well, my face is so red. Carla, oh, he is still a child after all. Lily, no. But, this is indeed very impactful. Urza, how could this happen? In the bottom of my heart, that bad feeling is getting stronger and stronger. What's going on? Myra Jane, hey? Urza, you must have never seen a kiss before, so you are so uncomfortable. Urza, what the hell? How could I not have seen? I've seen a lot, okay. Kana, pft. You're so tough talking, you even stuttered when you spoke. Makarov, that kid is good, he's really good, ha ha ha. Gildarts, otherwise, Black Natsu is a talent. Look at other people's such romantic love. It reminds me of those years with Lien, Diva, Sammy, Lylan, Stephen, Martina. Running with them in the sunset. That's my lost youth. Boom! A wine barrel flew from not far away and hit Gildarts and others hard on their heads. A whole dad! After talking so much, there is no mention of my mother's name. Kana's roar echoed throughout the guild. The other side. Alvarez Empire. In the conference room of 12 Shields. There was also a roar of wolves. Agil, oh. I didn't expect Irene-sama to have such a side. Wall, it's amazing. Since you are so proactive, do you mean you don't care about anyone's opinions at all? Brandish, or maybe it's Lady Irene. I'm impressed by her attitude of daring to love and daring to hate. De Maria, Psizizi. On the battlefield with so many enemies, the fierce kiss and such romantic love made even me a little excited. August, so, De Maria, do you want to give it a try? De Maria, don't, just think about this kind of thing. I don't have the determination of Lord Irene, and it takes hundreds of years. It's enough for 3 reincarnations of life, old age, illness, and death. How can we always maintain our original aspirations? August, perhaps, this is love. I can only say that it is indeed Irene, ha 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 ha. Invel, I really don't know what Irene's expression looks like now. It's very interesting to think about. Right now. In the noisy conference room, Irene's roar suddenly came. You bastards! Is there anything left to do? Why are you laughing? His Majesty the Emperor is coming back soon, and you damn guys are still sitting here watching the sky. Shut up, Mom! Waves of cracks were heard in the conference room. It starts from the floor and extends to the roof. Fine dust fell from the ceiling and sprinkled on the table. The 12 shields present quickly shut their mouths at this moment. His eyes were constantly looking around. Irene is angry. Even though I wanted to laugh out loud. Especially August, that old face could hardly hold back at this moment. Thinking of the series of relationships involved, the smile from the heart made the usually serious face look a little distorted. Inside Irene's boudoir, countless objects had been smashed to the floor. The towering chest was rising and falling violently. The more I thought about Irene, the more I felt unhappy. He glanced hard at the sky. Black Natsu, you are really my nemesis. After muttering something dissatisfied, she immediately stood up. No, I can't hide here, otherwise those bastards will laugh at me secretly. Damn it! Irene scratched her crimson hair in annoyance, and walked hard towards the conference room on high heels. The screen continues. With Black Natsu's soaring momentum, tens of thousands of people fell, completely shaking the entire battlefield. Even many years later, many people still remember this scene firmly in their hearts. In that chaotic battlefield like a meat grinder, the true king of the Galactic Empire, with one man's power, has intimidated all the coalition forces on the entire continent. So much so that for the next 3 months, the Allied forces were afraid of the existence of Black Natsu. Don't dare to act rashly. This is really the first time in the entire history of the development of the magic world. The scene returns to the present. Monster, a monster came from the opponent's camp. The situation is not right. Retreat. Retreat. Quit the Galactic Empire 200 miles away and take a temporary rest. Some trembling sounds passed through the magic amplification and were transmitted to the entire battlefield. Except for the tens of thousands of people at the end, the people who were still standing began to retreat toward the rear. That look makes me afraid that I don't have enough legs. One after another, they run away frantically toward the outside. The soldiers of the Galaxy Empire also watched this scene. An unbelievable feeling filled their hearts. So, we won. One soldier seemed to be in disbelief, so much so that his tone began to tremble. Won. Really won. Because of that person who suddenly appeared on the battlefield, we really won. And that person is so close to Queen Irene. No, Don't you think that person looks familiar? If you put it like that, it seems to be true, as if you have seen it somewhere. Oh, are you all idiots? Look behind you, look at that huge square. Isn't there a statue of him standing there? After this soldier's reminder, the people on the city wall looked towards the large square behind, where a solemn statue hundreds of meters high is standing. Kyoka's eyes are also fixed on the statue. The pupils shrink slightly. Memories over the years come flooding back. That is the statue that Irene-sama is always looking at and falling into silence. That is the statue of the person who saved this country hundreds of years ago. That is also the statue of Lady Irene, the person who cannot be loved. That is what Irene personally calls the future Dragunov. No, now it should be said that he is the destined king of the Galaxy Empire. The destined king. The corners of Kyoka's mouth curled up slightly. Looks down again. My mind recalled the previous scene where tens of thousands of people were shocked and fell down. The psychological horror still hasn't subsided. Take a deep breath and murmur, it seems, our empire is about to welcome a great king. The war seems to have come to an end at this moment. However, this is not the end. Whether it is Black Natsu, Irene, or Belzarian, they all know it very well. Please give me flowers. The coalition forces have only retreated a few hundred miles, but this does not mean that they intend to withdraw their troops. The ambitions of those kingdoms have still not been realized, and they will not be willing to give up everything that is enough to make people jealous just because of the intimidation of one person. The war will definitely continue, but not now. Irene is now immersed in the embrace of happiness, unwilling to let go for a long time. Forward. Belzarian glanced away with some embarrassment. Waited for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute. No, haven't you kissed enough yet? Finally, Belzarian couldn't help but turned around and complained. I obviously slept well, but Irene, you went to all the trouble to wake me up, are you just here to eat a mouthful of dog food? Belzarian was embarrassed, of course, equally embarrassed. There is also Sela following Black Natsu. How has the young Sela ever seen such a scene? After being affected just now, my head that was already a little dizzy was even more dizzy now. Cheeks are as red apples. The little hands don't know where to put them. Steam begins to come out of my head. Belzarian's words finally woke up Irene. It also made Irene realize again that this is a battlefield. It is a battlefield that attracts everyone's attention. And what did I just do? Under the gaze of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people. Thinking of this, Irene's cheeks suddenly turned even redder. Belzarian couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. Really, don't you ignore people now for this kind of thing? Belzarian. Irene stepped on the ground in shame, looking like a little woman. Even Black Natsu was a little surprised. Okay, I won't say it anymore, but it's time for us to go back, right? It's okay to stay here all the time. You guys should have a lot to say, right? Irene nodded slightly, then go back first. Speaking, she looked at Black Natsu again. You can take a good look at what changes have taken place in the kingdom of Dragunov in the past 300 years. At the same time, tell me what you have experienced over the years. Black Natsu smiled and nodded slightly. The group of people all climbed onto Belzarian's back. As the wings flapped, the group of people flew high into the sky. The moment after crossing the city wall, overwhelming shouts resounded at this moment. The hero is back. Hero. The hero who saved our empire twice. No, it should be the return of the king. King. Yes, Tian's return. Ha ha ha. The king of our galactic empire has finally returned. From now on, the galactic empire will definitely become more prosperous. Cheers and noises mixed together, ringing in Black Natsu's ears. How about it? This is your empire, and they are also your people. Irene looked at the Black Natsu in front of her with a smile. Black Natsu smiled, so, according to you, I am already the king of this empire. What about you, princess? Irene couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. Ruddy color spreads across Irene's cheeks on one climb. She lowered her head involuntarily. Yes, it's not impossible. Begging. Chapter 146. The Kingdom of Dragunov, or in other words, after being renamed the Galactic Empire, after more than 300 years of development, it seems to be completely new. Black Natsu still remembers that when he last came to this kingdom, the low houses, simple buildings, etc. were still the symbols of this kingdom. So now, the entire royal capital of the Galaxy Empire is like a future world full of futuristic feeling. Here, Black Natsu can even see countless disc buildings floating in the sky relying on magic power. Countless gorgeous civilian magic airships. On the ground, there are tall buildings towering into the sky everywhere, and the light of magic is fully displayed on the buildings. In mid-air, there are various magic weather vanes floating out of thin air. On them, there are signs pointing in various directions. Obviously, the popularity of magic airships has reached every household here. Moreover, the concept of harmonious coexistence between humans and dragons is still implemented here. From time to time, Black Natsu can see giant dragons flying freely in the sky. And many exclusive buildings built for the dragon. Even Black Natsu can see the demons living in this gorgeous city. They are real demons. But surprisingly, they get along very well with humans. They seem to have completely lost the brutality that demons should have. There is truth, goodness, and beauty that uniquely belongs to human beings. In other words, even demons are not necessarily cruel and are born to stand in opposition to human beings. Those are the first batch of experimental creatures. Seemingly seeing through Black Natsu's doubts, Irene gave an explanation. As she spoke, she also looked at Sela. Just like this demon, they were created not long ago. They are not evil as imagined. Instead, they are like innocent children. I believe that even demons, or any sentient creature, will become like humans after being well guided. Sela next to Black Natsu was stunned. She looked at Irene in front of her in disbelief. This may be the most beautiful words she has ever heard since she was born. I don't know since when, devil became synonymous with evil. Newly born demons like them clearly have no harmful intentions, but they are still labeled as evil. Then he was hunted down until today. Sela doesn't understand why the mere difference in race should be classified as evil. I don't deny that there are many demons who are extremely cruel from birth, but, don't humans? As long as your heart is towards the light, the devils are just different races. The truly evil ones are those whose hearts are polluted and only know how to kill. Your Majesty Queen, thank you very much for your recognition. Sela stood up straight and bowed deeply towards Irene. Irene smiled and shook her head. The Galactic Empire has maintained the concept of peaceful coexistence from beginning to end. Just like humans and dragons can live together peacefully, facts also prove that we are right. Under the premise of peaceful development and common progress, the Galactic Empire has successfully continued to this day. I also believe that the same goes for demons. As long as you have intelligence and humanity, then in my opinion, you are human beings. Coexist harmoniously and make progress together. Sela murmured softly. Outside the canopy. Galuna Island. The villagers who were staring at the sky already had tears in their eyes. Irene in the sky seemed to express their feelings. Who says that demons are born synonymous with evil? Who said that all demons are bad guys who kill without blinking an eye? Who says that demons are inherently hostile to humans? As demons, they have never thought about this. All they think about is how to survive and how to laugh. They also contain kindness. However, it is because of the devil's appearance that he is viewed with prejudice by people. Feared by everyone, feared by everyone. These are never what they want. They also want to be treated as equals and want to move forward hand in hand with mankind. However, the prejudice in people's hearts is like a big mountain, firmly oppressing them. They were forced to be trapped on the isolated Galuna Island. How great would it be if our world also had a place like the Galactic Empire? The old village chief, who was wearing a cane, wiped the tears from his eyes and murmured softly. By the way, what do you mean by the first batch of experimental creations? Black Natsu keenly captured the key point and asked involuntarily. In this regard, Irene couldn't help but look serious. We are going to the palace soon, come and see for yourself. Speaking, Irene looked into the distance. Amidst the clouds and mist, a tall and gorgeous palace that breaks through the clouds comes into view. This is the palace of the Galactic Empire, and it is also where Irene usually lives. The dragon lands in the square in front of the palace. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Irene, Black Natsu and Sela also entered the palace. And he went straight to 10 heavily guarded gates. Due to the presence of Irene, the group of people entered the closed gate easily. We came to a huge room filled with experimental equipment. This is my laboratory. Opposite is the testing site. At the same time, it is also the breeding ground for demons. Irene said, pointing to the huge transparent glass window on the laboratory wall. Through the window, you can clearly see the countless culture tanks on the other side of the window. Before you came, you must have heard about the cooperation between the Galactic Empire and Zeref, right? Irene turns around and asks. Both men nodded. So, the project you are cooperating on is the devil? Black Natsu asked. To be precise, it's life construction technology. Irene corrects. Do you still remember the idea of perfect dragon transformation that you mentioned to me 300 years ago? Black Natsu nodded. I have been thinking about this issue for the past 300 years, but if you want to create space in the human body for the dragon seed to grow perfectly, you must have the support of data. To put it simply, it is an example. After all, there are many questions are not yet resolved, so experiments are needed. Irene explains. The experimental subject option makes me extremely difficult, because the power of dragon is not something ordinary people can possess. At that time, most of the existing dragon slayers had been eroded by the power of the dragon. I once tried to use my own body to experiment, but I couldn't start. 1. Speaking of this, Irene couldn't help but sigh. Therefore, in the past 300 years, I have always relied on Belsirian's help to suppress the growth of the dragon seed in my body. This situation lasted until the arrival of Zeref a few years ago. The method of creating life he mastered opened up new ideas for me. Perhaps, I can use this method to construct a simulated life form to simulate the state of Dragon Slayer. Of course, strictly speaking, this life form is not alive, it is just a simulation. Irene said seriously. In this way, fine adjustments can be made in various aspects based on performance. Finally, we came up with the truly perfect way to transform into a dragon. Listening to Irene's explanation, Black Natsu nodded in understanding. To put it simply, it is to use Zeref's method of creating life to construct a virtual life form and conduct simulation experiments on this life form, right? 1. The corners of Irene's lips raised slightly. As expected of you, I can get through it in a matter of seconds. So, the cooperation began, and we don't know why Zeref agreed to such a request. That day, he stared at your statue in the square for a long time, and finally agreed to hand over this technology to us. 1. Speaking of this, Irene couldn't help but look at Black Natsu. I can only say that you are really the lucky star of our empire. Irene was joking, but Black Natsu's expression gradually became serious. What Zeref did and so on began to get closer and closer to the direction I guessed. Irene's voice continued, and Black Natsu had no intention of interrupting, and continued to listen quietly. Zeref demonstrated the structure of life for us, but due to its complexity, we also studied it in depth for a long time, and then successfully created the first batch of demons born in our empire. Perhaps the advanced technology 0.0 of our galactic empire has been added, so the demon created this time is very different from Zeref's. That's the ones you see outside. Among them, Kyoka's talent is the strongest, and he has now become an indispensable warrior for the empire. The successful birth of the first batch of demons, as well as observations over the past few years, have successfully proved that we have completely mastered life construction technology. And the life we built is more stable than Zeref's. The stability here refers to character and nature. Most of the demons created by Zeref are uncontrollable. There are only a few that are close to human existence and possess real human emotions. Wait a minute. Black Natsu, who had been listening, suddenly stopped Irene. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became serious. Is this considered violating the taboo of life and death? The only person in history who violated a taboo was Zeref. On the way to creating life, he was cursed by the god Angsa Ramel. I have seen that kind of curse with my own eyes. This shouldn't be a legend, but a real existence, right? Then, how are you okay? Chapter 147. Black Natsu's doubts can be said to be the doubts of all the viewers outside the curtain. Yes, to this day, there is only one recorded person who has truly touched the taboo between life and death, Zeref. However, he also paid the price for touching the taboo of life and death. The curse of God Ankramel on him was the price. The more we value life, the more we take away it. Although he has become immortal, this is for those who love life. Isn't it a form of eternal torture? If you think about it for a moment, this is really a scary thing. That means that you will be alone until the end of time. You cannot feel family affection, friendship, love, and you can only struggle in eternal pain and entanglement. This is the curse of the god Ramel of Ankh. For those who violate absolute taboos, eternal punishment. But, why did the Galactic Empire in the sky screen actually create so many demons? Why didn't it suffer this curse? Lucy, the god Ankram Ramel, as recorded in the books I have read, is the god of life and death. It is recorded in the book that thousands of lives are under the control of the god Angsa Ramel. Logically speaking, there is no way such a large-scale creation of life would not alarm this god, right? Levi, Xiaolu and I have different views. God is illusory, and no one knows whether it really exists. Rather than a curse, I am actually more inclined to the rules of the world. Hades, the rules of the world. Does a little girl dare to lie about the rules of the world? Zeref, maybe. I know why. We can really understand it as the rules of the world. Once violated, this curse will be incurred. Of course, the existence of God is not excluded. It was divine intervention or something. After Zeref's words fell, the world channel seemed to fall into silence. After all, this person is truly cursed. Perhaps, he 18 can really know what the reason is. Brain, so, what exactly do you mean? Zeref, I don't know how to describe my feelings, I have never thought about this kind of problem before. But, I have a feeling that the curse is definitely not caused by the boundary between graduate students and death. In the nameless place, he looked towards the sky. His brows were furrowed. Perhaps it was caused by the creation of demons, no. It should be the ether demons, a race like this. So, only the founder will be cursed. Sela looked at Irene who was explaining to Black Natsu with a puzzled face. Actually, that's not right. Irene shook her head gently. Zeref once gave a similar answer to this question. The overall summary is roughly like this. Irene said and looked towards the training room ahead. The reason why we are cursed is because Zeref studied life and created the group of ether demons. The only way for the creation of the ether demon to be born is human intervention. That is, the life structure technology, through the creation of Zeref, the Ether Demon group has truly appeared in the world. They are a new race that is truly independent of the demons that existed in the original world. Zeref was punished and cursed, and the race of Ether Demons truly gained the qualification to survive in this world. It also means that the world has truly recognized the Ether Demon clan. Therefore, what we do is just to conform to the birth method of the Ether Demon clan. Therefore, strictly speaking, it does not count as creating life. Outside the canopy. After Irene's explanation, countless people couldn't help but suddenly realized. Brain, so, this is the card mechanism. Hades, so, I understand. The Galactic Empire took advantage of the loopholes in the world and successfully created life. Hiss. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that everyone can create an Ether Demon? Having said this, Hades' words suddenly stopped. He couldn't help but recall the magic he had used. In the Book of Zeref, Chapter 4, Paragraph 12 of the Forbidden Magic the Executioner of Heaven God's Punishment. The essence of that magic is to create demons from humble clods of soil. If you look into it carefully, that can be regarded as the most basic form of life. Similar to single-celled organisms. Hades This way you can perfectly avoid the curse of God Ramel of Anxur. Jalal, but, if Zeref doesn't tell you how to create the Ether Demons, no one can create it. Mavis, research without authorization, may also lead to unpredictable consequences. Makarov, this thing is really scary, so it's better not to touch the taboo of life and death. In the screen, after Irene's explanation, Black Natsu also nodded slightly. Irene saw this and continued to tell. Originally, after successfully mastering this technology, we were preparing to start the second phase, which is to construct an experimental body to study the feasibility of Dragon Slayer's perfect dragon transformation. Even the experimental questions have been successfully constructed, but, who knows, the news will leak out at this time and become an excuse for other kingdoms in the mainland to attack us. 1. So, the war broke out. Speaking of this, Irene's tone was full of helplessness. Those bastards should really come and see what the devil they fear looks like. I dare to say that the etheric demons we created are more innocent than those guys who are obsessed with profit. Black Natsu heard this and shook his head slightly. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't admit it. In the final analysis, this is just an excuse to unite the entire continent to eat away at the Galactic Empire. Even if there is no such thing, they will make it up. Irene nodded with deep understanding. Those bastards, in the negotiations some time ago, they dared to ask us to cede land and compensate their empire for hundreds of years of finance. Really, what do we think? Irene speaks angrily. Then how did you respond? Black Natsu looks at Irene. How else to respond? If they have the ability, then come and attack me. The moment she said these words, Irene's back straightened up. The tone is firmer than ever. I can only say that Irene is worthy of being a queen, and her arrogance in braving the world's disapproval is something that ordinary people cannot express. By the way, that experimental subject you mentioned, can I go see 10? Black Natsu looked at Irene and asked. Perhaps I can help you improve this experiment. Your words. Irene also looked at Black Natsu simultaneously. The expression gradually becomes excited. If you say it, it must be possible. This is your theory. But, I may not be able to stay long. Black Natsu said aloud. As soon as these words came out, Irene and even Sela on the side couldn't help but widen their eyes. Irene asked anxiously, aren't you going to stay? Stay and be the master of this place. Master? Do you want to leave? No matter where you go, Sela will follow the master. Hearing the words of the two people, even Black Natsu couldn't help but smile bitterly. I can't stay. I am not from this era. As he spoke, he took out the book that recalled the time from his arms. Because of it. A book? What is going on? What happened to you? Irene quickly asked. The current Black Natsu has completely given up after experiencing the incident of teaching Mavis magic. I don't care what kind of impact my actions will have on this world, or in other words, the future world. Perhaps, this is how the world should be? Perhaps, what should Black Natsu do for this era? Throw away all the worries in your mind. Black Natsu began to explain to Irene. From how to join the Magisters Guild, fairy tale, to how to come to this era. Irene was informed of all this. To be honest, Irene is blinded at the moment. That is to say. Strictly speaking, you come from that era more than 100 years later. Black Natsu nodded when he heard this. Sela's expression is also full of anxiety, so, if the young master goes back, I have to wait 100 years to get to the young master. Black Natsu nods again. The two women looked at each other. They fell into silence one after another. After a while, Irene slowly opened her mouth. More than 100 years, it's not hard to wait, it's not hard to wait. Maybe it's because I've experienced something like this before. Irene's acceptance level is relatively high. Black Natsu heard the sadness in Irene's words. Hundreds of years are enough to watch a person grow from an ignorant youngster, to an angry young man, to a high-spirited young man, to a gradually mature middle-aged man, to a languishing old man, and finally to death. Irene has gone through this process 3 times. When I originally thought that everything was going to be over and done with, I found out that it was still the first time. This is a bit too cruel. Black Natsu opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. Just his palms unconsciously stroking Irene's long crimson hair. It doesn't matter. I've been waiting for 300 years, and it's only a mere 100 years. Irene says with a smile. Aren't you going to see the experimental subjects? Let's set off quickly, we have to hurry up. With that said, Irene held Black Natsu's hand on her wrist and walked forward. By the way, wasn't this place called the Kingdom of Dragneel before? Why was it renamed the Galactic Empire? On the way, Natsu asked curiously. Because, you. Irene turns to look at Black Natsu. 300 years ago, blazing flames descended on this land, bringing new life to the Kingdom of Dragneel. So, the people called you the blazing sun that brought the newborn to the Kingdom of Dragneel. 1. The Galactic Empire also got its name from this, the Milky Way that exists with the Sun as the center. In other words, the meaning of the existence of the Galactic Empire is because of you. 680. Black Natsu's body stiffened. Irene, this, I. Irene smiled, then stopped, and opened the closed door in front of her. It's here. What appeared in front of me in the darkness were a dozen huge magic crystals. Contained within the magic crystals was an inanimate body similar to a baby. The front end of the magic crystal is a cylindrical platform with 10 books placed on it. Black Natsu walks forward. The cover of each book is marked with the code name of the body and the famous minister. These are experimental subjects successfully cultivated using my dragon-slaying genes and life-building technology. Irene introduced from behind. I will tell you the principles of life construction later to facilitate your experiments and research. Black Natsu's eyes wander over these 10 books. The moment he reached the circular platform in the center, he stopped. Looking at the books placed above. Then he looked at the embryo in the magic crystal behind him in disbelief. The eyes gradually turn into horror. Hey? What's wrong? Irene noticed something was wrong with Black Natsu and couldn't help but ask. I want to ask. Black Natsu picked up the book and swallowed secretly. Did you choose the name of the book yourself? Of course. Irene nodded. It can be said that these are all constructed from my genes. Strictly speaking, they can be said to be my clones. Of course, I have to name them. Irene said aloud. As for what to call Irene number 1, number 2, etc., it's too ridiculous, so I gave them all a name for easy calling. Black Natsu's eyes turned back again. Looking at the book in his hand, I feel that my head is a little dizzy at the moment. Really, the impact is too huge. At this moment, following the line of sight of Black Natsu, everyone outside the sky can clearly see the number and name on the paper. Outside the canopy. In Fairy Tale, countless people's eyes widened at this moment. Lucy covered her mouth in horror. Natsu, Grey, Elfman, and even Makarov, etc., all had their eyes bulging at this moment and their mouths opened to the widest extent in their lives. The pupils of Myra Jane, Kana, Wendy, Carla, etc. were all trembling crazily. Urza's body also went rigid at this moment. The picture of the sky screen is extremely clear. The fonts above are also fixed on the sky screen. 007. Name code, Urza. Chapter 148. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. Countless people stared at the crimson figure standing in the center with their eyes rounded. Grey swallowed secretly. Urza. Myra Jane, no way. Urza is actually a devil. Kana, haven't you grasped the point? The point is not about whether the devil is a demon or not, the point is what Irene from the Black World said before. Urza is an experimental subject created using her genes. Natsu, are you kidding? Urza, didn't Urza grow up with us? What does it have to do with that Irene or something? Makarov, you idiot, the experimental subject's statement is the underworld's statement. The key now is the relationship between Urza and Irene. The Urza in the dark world has Irene's genes in her body. Doesn't that mean the Urza in our world also has Irene's genes in her body? Mavis, this is really amazing. According to the parallel theory, people from two different worlds may have different abilities despite their different personalities. But these are all acquired influences. Before being in the same position, the innate must have the same points, such as genes, heredity, appearance. Of course, appearance is determined by genes, so whether it's Urza from the dark world or Urza from our world, at least, they have the same genes. And this similarity. Mavis paused, her green eyes filled with unspeakable horror. Lucy, that means Urza's biological mother is really Irene. It seemed that this sentence was so shocking that Lucy's voice was trembling. Hiss. After coming to such a conclusion, the entire guild couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Even Urza, who was in the center of the guild, was already stunned on the spot. She incredibly set her sights on the World Channel. Urza, Irene, are these real? Irene also quickly recovered in the World Channel. Irene, Urza, Urza, tell me. Is this true? What is the relationship between me and you? Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. Urza's roar was heard, and for a moment the entire guild was silent. Even Natsu and Grey, who are usually the most energetic, invariably closed their mouths at this moment. Cold sweat continued to seep from his forehead, and then gradually slid down his cheeks. Happy hid behind Lucy's boots in fear. He stuck out his little head and looked at Urza at this moment in horror. Well, it's so scary, I have never seen such a terrifying side of Urza. Lucy swallowed with dismay. He cast a sidelong glance at Happy, don't hide behind me. I'm also afraid of Urza being angry. Woo. In the World Channel, the rolling sky seemed to feel Urza's anger and fell into stillness. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding and stopped sending barrages. The whole world stage was left to Irene and Urza. Within the Alvarez Empire, the 12 shields were also shocked. They looked in disbelief at Irene, who had arrived in the conference room not long ago and was sitting in the main seat. Now, this is the third of the two great men of the Empire. The strongest female mage in the Alvarez Empire had already lost her domineering power at this moment. His face was filled with unspeakable guilt. Irene, this is indeed true, you are really my flesh and blood. After a while, Irene's words appeared on the World Channel. Urza almost laughed out loud. So, the person who abandoned me in Rome village back then, was actually you. Irene, hey. I know this is a bit unacceptable to you, but please believe me, I really have my reasons. Urza, I really can't imagine what difficulties would make a mother abandon her daughter. Do you know what I went through after that? Irene, I know, since the front-end time discovered your existence, I have investigated your life trajectory. The destruction of the village, the Tower of Heaven, the wandering of a single person, and carrying the crime of betrayal until adulthood. The more she spoke, the deeper Irene's voice became. I know I'm sorry for you, but I really had my difficulties at that time. I'm afraid that if I don't abandon you, I won't be able to help but kill you. As soon as these words came out, the whole world was shocked again. Makarov, I can't stand it anymore. Killing your own child? What on earth do you think? Gildarts, I can't imagine that there are people in this world who would kill their own children. Looking at the dark world, you shouldn't be this kind of person, right? Or, do people from different worlds have different positions and principles of conduct? Gildarts is furious. In other words, the members of the Fairy Tale Guild are very angry. The children in this guild are all homeless for various reasons. Therefore, I can empathize more with this situation. They couldn't imagine that there would be someone in this world who could kill their own children. Maybe it's no longer called a person, and it's not an exaggeration to call it Sans Hung Dushan. Erdia, I know how painful it is to be abandoned by my mother, but I am very lucky. It wasn't until the end that I realized that it was not my mother who wanted to abandon me, but that she was deceived by ABCH. So what about you? I hope you were also deceived by ABCH to do such a thing. Brain, no, I did do that thing back then, but, I swear, I really didn't have any conversation with Urza or Irene. Don't blame me for everything, okay? Ulu, it's okay if you don't mention it. I'll get very angry when you mention it. Why don't you damn guy come back to life? Brain, are you just targeting me? Irene, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to anyone's encouragement. It was my decision to abandon Urza alone. But, there is really a reason behind this. If Urza is willing to listen, I can tell you. As for how you want to treat me in the future, that's up to you, Urza. No matter what the ending is, I'll accept it. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. After a brief period of disbelief and hysterical roars, Urza's inner depression has almost been vented. To be honest, Urza has never really struggled with whose child she is until now. And why was it abandoned in that village? After all, if she didn't have such an experience, then Urza probably wouldn't have been able to come to such a lively family like Fairy Tale, right? However, anyone would be angry the moment they knew that their life experience was ruthlessly abandoned, right? Urza is a sane person. At this moment, I have adjusted my mentality. Taking a deep breath, you go ahead, but there is one thing I want to explain. Irene stared intently at Urza's words on the World Channel. Urza, no matter what the reason is, I do not lack your love. At Fairy Tale, they have given me happiness that you cannot give. No matter what, my real family is Fairy Tale. Urza. Inside the guild, Makarov stared at the crimson figure standing not far away. There are tears in my eyes. Irene, I understand. The cause of everything comes from 400 years ago. At that time, I did not wait for someone as amazing and talented as World Natsu. What is before me is that only marriage can preserve the kingdom. Next, Irene started her story. From the background of the times, why they got married, to being imprisoned by that general. He even turned into a dragon in order to protect the child in his belly. After killing the general, he hid in the mountains in the form of a dragon. Until 400 years later. Only after meeting Ziref did he successfully transform back into human form. However, such changes are only changes in appearance. Irene is still a dragon inside. Because of this, she couldn't sleep or taste food. This kind of mental torture drove Irene into madness all the time. Finally, one day, Irene couldn't bear the dragon's body anymore. The extreme thoughts that she had been tortured for a long time made her focus on the child in her belly. Use additional magic to transfer your personality to the child's body. In this way, you can get a new life. So, Irene gave birth to a child that had been sealed in her belly with magic for more than 400 years. That child was Urza. Just when Irene was about to take action. But she couldn't bear to do it. Perhaps, it's because you laughed at the beginning. Irene's voice drips with self-deprecation. That smile made my heart ache and made me tremble. I found that even extreme thoughts would become insignificant in front of your smile. So, I chose to abandon you in that village in order to be afraid that I might not be able to bear it any longer and attack you. Before that, I had inquired about the folk customs in that village being very simple. I thought, you could grow up healthily in that village, but I didn't expect that you would disappear later. I once thought that you had met with misfortune. But, I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to see you again. In the conference room of 12 Shields, Irene seemed to be wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. It wasn't until recently that my body finally returned to normal due to the weather, but I know that all this is irreversible. Perhaps, only when that extreme thought is eradicated will I know what a wrong decision I made. It is precisely because of this that I have never dared to speak out about this matter. Maybe I am cowardly. Anyway, I don't expect to be forgiven by you, but, if possible, can you let me love you again? Urza. Chapter 149. Can you let me love you again? Look at the words in the sky screen. Urza couldn't help but close her eyes tightly. She doesn't know what attitude she should take to face the current Irene. Discussions also started on the World channel. Bob, it looks like. I seem to be able to understand it gradually. Goldmine, it's understandable that I've been in pain for 400 years and my emotions are getting distorted, but, no matter what, it's still my own flesh and blood. Erdia, yes, no matter what, you shouldn't have the idea of taking action on your own children, right? Jalal, you should pay attention to her emotions at that time. The emotions she had been tortured for 400 years. At that time, it was good that she was not on the verge of madness. I think, this is understandable. After all, she didn't do anything to Urza after all, right? Hades, love and love, are really the most tormenting things in the world, right? Mavis, but, it is undeniable that love makes this world rich and colorful. Love makes ordinary people great. Isn't it? Ziref, love, but there are some things that cannot be loved. At that time, Irene must have been the same person as me. It's because of love. She gave up her crazy thoughts and kept her children as far away from her as possible while she was still unwavering. From a certain perspective, this is also a manifestation of love. Ulu, mother and child. This is really true. The hemp rope is specially cut at the thinnest places. I don't know what to say. It depends on you. Don't let other people's opinions determine your future. Urza, you should decide for yourself. Would you like to decide for yourself? Inside the fairy tale guild. Urza held her forehead with one hand, completely covering her eyes with the back of her hand. Her body was shaking. For more than 20 years, the maternal love that had never been touched suddenly appeared in front of her in such a dramatic way. Should she embrace this love? Or, reject this love? Kana took a gentle step forward and hugged Urza. She could feel the trembling of Urza's body and the low whimpering sound. I don't know what to say, but, Urza, trust me. There are no parents in this world who don't love their children. Even for playboys like Gildarts. Not far away, Gildarts was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth, and wanted to say that he was no longer a playboy. However, in the end, he sighed helplessly. Looking at the two girls hugging each other, they didn't interrupt. I really don't know how to deal with a mother who appears out of nowhere. Urza's voice choked up. Makarov moved elsewhere. Then he wiped the corners of his eyes. What a poor child. He couldn't help but sigh softly. After a while, Urza, who was leaning in Kaina's arms, raised her head. She had already wiped away the tears from her eyes. Taking a deep breath, he slowly smiled under the gaze of everyone. Everyone, why are you so heavy? Urza said with a smile. Urza, you. Lucy looked at Urza worriedly. It's okay with me. Urza pushed Kaina away and stood up straight. The keen people have discovered that Urza seems to be no longer trembling at this moment. Those are all over, right? Urza asked softly. Makarov nodded. From the moment you joined Fairy Tale, everything has passed. Yes. Urza exclaimed. She looked at the sky again. Speaking softly in the World Channel. Urza, maybe you are actually a sad person too. I can also understand how you feel. If it were me, I might choose this way. So, I don't blame you. Within the Alvarez Empire, Irene, who was silent, suddenly raised her head. His eyes were filled with hope again. Irene, so. Urza, even so, my parents are still the president. From the day I joined Fairy Tale, my parents were only the president. It was before and it is now. I don't deny that there is a mother like you, but I think I still can't accept it. Irene, it doesn't matter. As long as you don't deny me. I can wait until the day you really admit it. Mavis, well, speaking of it, this seems to be the most perfect solution. Urza's words, just give her some time to accept it slowly. Irene, I know, I don't force anything, as long as you don't deny me. Agil, alas, I didn't expect that Master Irene actually has a blood relative outside. Brandish, however, everyone is happy now. Irene-sama's knot in her heart has been resolved, right? You are you, it's great, everyone is happy. So, misunderstandings are often at work. As long as the misunderstandings can be resolved, there is room for maneuver in many things. Ursha, yes, just like me and my mother. Lucy, anyway, Urza finally knows her life story. Grey, if you put it this way, Irene is called the Queen of Dragons, so wouldn't Urza be called the Daughter of Dragons? Gajil, hey? Daughter of the Dragon, Son of the Dragon, etc., aren't they describing us? Lily, don't put too much emphasis on your face, someone else is the real dragon girl. Urza, what the hell? Have you forgotten my title? I'm the Fairy Queen. Myra Jane, that's right. The Fairy Queen is no less than the Dragon Queen. Listen, so, this gene is really powerful. It seems interesting that a queen will give birth to a queen. It seemed that he was happy that Urza could accept the past calmly. People in the guild also breathed a sigh of relief. It's time to joke. In the World Channel, those who were supposed to speak continued to speak. The situation seems optimistic. Guildarts, everyone is happy now. They never thought that Urza would have such a powerful relative. Mavis, yeah, Irene, whether it's the Irene in the dark world or the Irene in our world, seems to be ridiculously strong. Happy, when I talk about Irene from the black world, I can't help but think of Black Natsu. By the way, they are still a couple, right? Wendy, the love between Irene in the black world and Black Natsu is also very touching. The love that spans time is very romantic when you think about it. As soon as Wendy's words came out, the entire World Channel fell into a brief blank at this moment. Within the Alvarez Empire, the corners of Irene's mouth gradually stiffened as she stared at the sky. Inside the fairy tale, the eyes of countless people gradually turned to horror. Only Igneel's eyes looked a little strange. Nameless place. Zeref's expression is also very exciting. It seems that I am extremely excited. Mavis's pupils gradually began to tremble. Mavis, just, what did Wendy say? Carla, in the Black World, AI, Irene and Black Natsu. Hades, they seem to be a couple, right? Brain, hey guys. It turns out that exciting points are waiting for everyone here. Urza is actually Irene's daughter. It's the same in the Dark World, it should also count, right? Swordbite Tiger, Minerva, count it. Why not? After all, it was created by Irene's dragon genes. Cobra, if I remember correctly. In our world, Urza seems to be in the same guild as Natsu, right? Ungir, they are companions, and their relationship seems to be similar to that of a sister and a brother. Mardgir, the relationship between humans is really eye-opening for demons. Jalal, not only in our world, Urza and Black Natsu in the Dark World are also companions. Gildarts, this guy. Not bad. Kana, that's right, you ghost, why don't you join in the fun less? Natsu, wait. I figured it out this time. Happy, Natsu, I think it's best if you don't talk now. Natsu, what? I thought about it for a long time and finally figured out the relationship between this. You see, the Black World is a parallel world to our world, and many places are interconnected. I in the Dark World actually fell in love with that person named Irene. Then, Urza created with Irene's genes should be called Irene's mother, right? Should we call him Kuro Natsu's dad? Speaking of this, Natsu seemed to remember something funny. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Then if you put it into perspective, is the Urza in our world just one generation below me? Ah ha 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 ha. Everyone. Lucy covered her cheek with one hand, it's over. Igneel sighed helplessly. Dear old friends, I'm going to go back and rest for a while. This head is a bit unbearable. Even my heart feels a little uncomfortable because of the anger. Grand Igni, go and rest. Igneel, we can understand you, choosing such a brainless successor, alas. Grey turned his head in Urza's direction with some fear. It was discovered that Urza was lowering her head at this moment. A black aura visible to the naked eye gradually emerged from her forehead. Makarov had long sensed something was wrong and was always there to persuade him. Makarov, well, Urza, don't be angry, these are completely two worlds with no connection at all. Don't worry. The sound of gnashing teeth gradually came from Urza's mouth. I am not angry. Urza's fists were clenched tightly. I want to kill someone directly, so I won't be angry at all. She slowly raised her head, her crimson hair covering half of her face. The only exposed eye shines like a devil. Makarov's heart was so frightened that he beat wildly. Not far away, that careless guy Natsu was still laughing with his hands on his hips. This guy is usually quite stupid. How come he still understands it at a critical moment? Makarov couldn't bear to close his eyes. Urza had turned around. His crazy eyes stared straight at Natsu, who was laughing endlessly. Everyone else in the guild turned around unbearably. This guy is so brave. Natsu. Urza's roar was heard instantly. Natsu, who was laughing with his hands on his hips, opened his eyes in confusion. But he only saw a speeding shadow flashing in front of him. Next moment. Boom. Wow. Natsu spat out a mouthful of blood and his whole body flew up uncontrollably. That speed is even faster than the speed when Gildarts ascended to heaven after being struck by the destroying evil and revealing righteous one day. It directly broke through the ceiling of the guild. The huge roar made everyone terrified. It is quiet now. The entire guild fell silent, except for Natsu's shouts that kept coming from the air. Ah! Chapter 150. The screen continues. In a short period of time, Black Natsu seemed to have gone through countless thoughts in his mind. It's like the flash of memories that appear at the end of death. The days spent with Urza flashed through my mind like crazy. Until, a white and tender palm brushed in front of Black Natsu's eyes. This awakens Black Natsu. What's wrong? Irene looked at Kuro Natsu strangely. Is there anything strange about this book? Irene asked. Black Natsu took a deep breath and opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. It would be better not to say this kind of thing. Black Natsu doesn't know the reason why Urza successfully evolved from an inanimate experimental body to a real human being, or in other words, a real demon. If you say it like this, will it change Urza's level of evolution? Black Natsu doesn't know. I can only say that, time travel is indeed the most complicated thing. There are so many things involved that people dare not act rashly. It's better to just let nature take its course. If any problem arises, blackmail Natsu to solve it. As for what will happen in the future and what kind of people will appear, it's best not to tell people at this point in time. Only in this way can we ensure that everything will proceed according to the originally established track. Black Natsu shook his head. It's okay, I just didn't have a good rest for some reason. Really? Irene looked at Black Natsu suspiciously. Forget it, let's just take a look today, how about it? Do you have any ideas about the experiment? Irene asks aloud. Speaking of this, Black Natsu frowned slightly. I also have some ideas, but I need something. What is it? Just say it, there is nothing in this world that the Galactic Empire cannot get. Irene pats her chest. It caused another turbulent wave. Looking at this, Natsu couldn't help but smack his lips. Shaked his head and threw away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Things like Urza and Irene were all temporarily forgotten. The most important thing at the moment is the test of perfect dragon transformation, which is related to Irene's life. After all, until now, Irene has relied on Belsarian's suppression to maintain her human body. What if Belsarian disappears one day? At that time, without the suppression of Belsarian, the dragon seed will grow wildly in a rebound style. At that point, Irene will never be saved again. Besides, I also need this kind of strength zone. Also, Urza must have been born because something went wrong in the experiment, so Black Natsu needs to keep an eye on it and don't travel through time. If we lose our companions, there will be big trouble. What I need is very simple, I want the Dragon Slayer magic crystal. When Irene heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. You really dare to mention it? But, it's not nothing. This time it was Black Natsu's turn to be stunned. You really have it. You know, the Dragon Slayer demonic crystal is almost the rarest thing in the world. Each one can only be taken out from the body after the death of a dragon that has reached at least the title level. That is the crystallization of the dragon power of a titled dragon. Although ordinary dragons also have it in their bodies, it is not considered a dragon-slaying magic crystal because the dragon's power is not pure enough. How can it be so easy for a title-level dragon to fall? Even in the previous era of dragons, there were very few dragons who could aspire to be crowned dragons. Irene smiled proudly. I said, there is nothing that the Galactic Empire cannot do, so you have to know more about your own empire. Dragon-slaying magic crystal, there are almost 3 in the Galactic Empire's inventory. They are the dragon-slaying magic crystal of the Thunder Dragon that I fought with you before. That piece was left for you, but you didn't use it at the beginning. Then there is the dragon-slaying magic crystal of the Storm Dragon, and the dragon-slaying magic crystal of my own Stegosaurus, which I got accidentally while exploring the northern continent, also known as the Kiltana continent. Stegodragon's dragon-slaying magic crystal. Black Natsu was overjoyed. They were right, this time they were completely right. 100 years later, Urza's dragon-slaying magic will be the dragon-slaying magic of Stegosaurus. Besides, I know that there are at least 10 dragon-slaying magic crystals on this continent. However, most of them are just legends, and we are not sure of their authenticity, and we have no use for the time being, so we ignore them. Irene spreads her hands. If you need it, we can go look for it. In response, Black Natsu said loudly, try to find it as much as possible, but I may be too late. The current 3 yuan should be enough. Irene nodded, then, I'll send someone out to look for you immediately. It's getting late today. Let's have a good night's rest and start tomorrow. In response, Black Natsu nodded slightly. But... night. In Black Natsu's restroom, Black Natsu's exclamation came out. No. Why are you here? In the room, Irene shows off her long legs. You are the king of the Galaxy Empire, and I am also the queen of the Galaxy Empire. Therefore, our bedroom must be together. Don't you know? Black Natsu's eyes couldn't stop twitching. Just, there's no other room. Irene frowned upon hearing this. I used to take the initiative to live in a tent with others, but now I want to talk about other rooms. Men are indeed fickle. Black Natsu, 1. Weren't we still young before? Now. I have grown up now. Irene looked at Black Natsu up and down, unable to stop the evil smile in her eyes. That look, just like a female gangster. All right. The magic circle unfolded behind Black Natsu, and a line of red light directly bound Black Natsu and dragged him towards Irene. It's almost dawn. As the voice fell, the sky suddenly turned black. Only one line of large characters appeared on the entire screen. The day passes slowly. Outside the sky, Gildarts spurted out a mouthful of old blood. F***ck. It's gone. Makarov couldn't help but keep shaking his head. Oh. This Tianmu is a bit ignorant. How can you skip it at this time? What happened next? President? Do you want to know what happened next? Suddenly, an extremely cold voice sounded behind Makarov. Makarov froze. His body shook involuntarily from the soles of his feet to the top of the Tianlang cover. Urza. Next, let's go to the sky and watch. Along with the roar, Urza's heavy punch hit Makarov like a wolf. Wow! With horror and shouting, Makarov ascended to heaven where he stood. The ceiling that already had a hole suffered once again, and a second big hole appeared. Urza turned her gaze again and looked at the helpless Kilworth. Gildart's eyes rolled wildly. Me? You go to heaven too? Boom. I am innocent. Gildarts's voice disappeared completely into the guild as his body moved further and further away. 3 big holes have appeared in the ceiling. The small stones that kept falling fell to the ground, making a slight sound. But in the guild it is so clear. Urza's eyes scanned the entire room. Suddenly. You are you? You are you is looking for me. I'll go out and answer the private message. Grey rolled out of the guild. Please give me flowers. Happy, I'm going to check on Natsu and give him a shot. Happy cried and flew away. Lucy, I also dislike Natsu, so I went out to make up for it. 17. Lucy pulled Happy's feet and was carried away. Wakabar's pipes all fell to the ground, and he knelt on his knees and crawled on the ground. Then I looked around the side of the pipe, and from time to time something came out, but I couldn't be seen. I couldn't be seen or anything like that. Fried frowned. Turning to look at Laxus. Laxus, this guy is too. Boom. Fried also took off instantly. Laxus was staring at Urza, who suddenly appeared in front of him, sweat breaking out on his forehead. I'm not a guild member yet, I don't know anything. In the Alvarez Empire, August couldn't help but nod. Not bad, not bad. He seemed to have imagined the moment when his brother was born in the dark world of the future. The smile on the old face could not be stopped. Unexpected. The sudden burst of magic shocked August. The next moment, the huge conference room table was split into two directly where Irene was. Violent roars continued to resound in this space. August. Did you just laugh? Irene looked sideways at August. 0. August swallowed secretly. I have Alzheimer's disease. As I get older, I can't control my expression. In the sky, one day passes, and the next day comes. The dragon-slaying magic crystal was also delivered to the laboratory. In this regard, Black Natsu and Irene also started research on the direction of perfect dragon transformation. After all, the current battle situation has been temporarily stabilized because of Black Natsu. At least during this period, there should be no more wars. Therefore, Irene was free and started researching together with World Natsu. The combination of two geniuses has greatly improved the progress of this research. However, there are still countless problems waiting to be overcome, so the perfect dragon transformation is still a long way to go. By the way, I've actually been wanting to ask a question. Lunchtime, Hina. Natsu and Irene were sitting in the center of countless papers, eating the food brought by Sela. Black Natsu, who seemed to have thought of something, asked Irene. Hey? What? It's about this war. The last time I came here, I only saw a dozen dragons fighting with the enemy outside the city, and their range was firmly controlled. The city wall is not far away. But, aren't there many other dragons in the empire? There is even a title-level dragon like Belzarian. It stands to reason. Even if the entire Ishgar continent unites, this war should not be like this. This is the right opponent for so many giant dragons. Why, only dispatched a small number of dragons to resist, create an isolation zone, and stop those people from attacking the empire. With that kind of density and the formation of the soldiers, even I can defeat 1/5 of them with my power. If the Galactic Empire uses all its firepower, it should be able to quickly defeat them. To resolve the battle, right? This is indeed a big doubt that World Natsu has had after observing the Galaxy Empire these days. If we say, the Galactic Empire itself is not strong. Even if only the dragons on the periphery are left, Black Natsu can understand why the situation is deadlocked. But, in the Galaxy Empire, there are obviously more dragons flying, and there are obviously more powers hidden that have not been revealed. How can you be willing to let people from other kingdoms put knives on your neck? Isn't this totally unreasonable? Listening to Black Natsu's doubts, Irene quickly swallowed the food in her mouth. Then he put down the bowl and chopsticks and sighed softly. You are right, if we use full firepower, we can even defeat all invading enemies with the overwhelming power of the dragon. But, it's not that we don't want to do this. But I can't. Door. Chapter 151. Cannot. Outside the sky, countless people were whispering to each other, some of whom were not able to understand what Irene meant by can't in the black world. You obviously have more powerful strength, but you can't use it. And was forced into a tug-of-war with the enemy? What is the truth behind this? However, Tianmu soon gave the answer. Can't. Black Natsu also looked at Irene with doubts on his face. Yes. Irene put the bowl and chopsticks in her hand helplessly on the ground. Then a pair of eyes stared at the Black Natsu in front of him. You still remember Aknologia who made a big splash at the Dragon King festival 300 years ago, right? Hearing this, Black Natsu paused while eating in his hands. Aknologia. He narrowed his eyes slightly. How could you forget such a thing? He has always regarded it as his goal and always remembers the name Aknologia. It is also the culprit that forces Dragneel and other dragons to choose to enter the body of Dragon Slayer to survive. Outside the sky, countless people also sat up straight at this moment. Especially within the Fairy Tale Guild. As they had actually encountered Aknologia and had been sealed away for 7 years. 187 can better understand the horror of Aknologia. That is true, and all living things have a cliff edge, despair. In the screen. Black Natsu nodded silently. Irene continued, 300 years ago, shortly after you disappeared, the war between humans and dragons came to an end in the entire world. Amidst this stalemate, Acknowledge officially debuted. None of us know how Acknowledge evolved to be so powerful. But there is no doubt that Acknowledge's strength at that time had already shown overwhelming terror. At that time, no dragon could be that guy's opponent. And its purpose is also extremely bloody. It wants to exterminate all dragons, whether they are hostile to humans or helping humans. Therefore, the dragons that exist in our empire are also on Acknowledge's hunting list. Speaking of this, Irene couldn't help but sigh. This doesn't seem to be a battle of the same level at all. The arrival of Acknowledge hastened the end of the war. All dragons that still exist have been poisoned by it. At that time, I made a decision to hide the Galactic Empire and never participate in worldly affairs or participate in any affairs on the continent. And announced to the outside world that the kingdom of Dragneel has been destroyed. Laughs self-deprecatingly. You can also understand that we are afraid, so we are hiding. However, this decision has allowed us to continue to this day. Even until this war, no one knew about the existence of dragons in our empire, until the beginning of this war. 1. So, what you are saying is that the reason why not all the dragons are dispatched is because they are afraid of attracting Acknowledge's attention? Black Natsu asks. Irene nodded, yes. That guy is so exaggerated. Even if he travels around the world, he can still feel the aura coming from the titled dragon. Therefore, we can only use a small amount of weak dragons to maintain the battle situation. Once too many dragons are used, or if they are too strong, Acknowledge may be attracted. It's even possible that our current actions have attracted Acknowledge's attention. Irene sighed softly, so, it's really frustrating to be suppressed by such a powerful guy. Acknowledge, what's going on with that guy? Tell me about it. Seemingly interested, Black Natsu asked Irene. To be honest, Black Natsu's understanding of Acknowledge is still recorded in the Book of Revelation, and briefly mentioned by Dragneel and others. However, no matter which side, the description of Acknowledge is not comprehensive, only how terrifying this guy is. How ruthless and so on. However, it seems that no one knows how this guy was born. No one knows what this guy's code of conduct is. It is simply like a mechanism given by the world, a mechanism that exists for the purpose of killing. Acknowledge. Irene frowned slightly. I know a lot about this guy. To put it simply, this guy was actually the same as us 400 years ago. It's the human dragon slayer. Laxus, dragon slayer. Laxus's eyes widened instantly as he crossed his arms. Sting, dragon slayer? Are you kidding? That guy, isn't he a dragon? Rogue, I think, it should be something like dragon transformation, right? Before, it seemed that Irene from the Black World and Mr. Black Natsu, hadn't they been working hard for the perfect dragon transformation? Gajeel, before, Metallicana and the others said that during the time they were hidden in our bodies, they also helped us suppress the sprouts of dragon seeds and prevent them from transforming into dragons. Could it be that the result of dragon transformation is the same as the so-called Acknowledge? Metallicana, to be precise, that's true. However, you don't have to worry about this. From the moment our work is completed, you will no longer have the tendency to transform into dragons. In the sky, Irene's words continue. None of us know what this guy has been through, but what is certain is that his dragon-slaying magic has gone astray. At least, in my opinion, that is the wrong direction. It is strengthening itself by hunting dragons, similar to upgrading by killing monsters. The essence of magic is emotion, even if it is dragon-slaying magic. Every time you kill a dragon and bathe in the blood of a dragon, Acknowledge will be stained with the resentment of the dragon, and this resentment will make it stronger one. But, at the same time, it will also gradually lose its humanity. the desire to kill will also become stronger and stronger. It is simply like an abyss. Once you step into it, you can never turn back. Until this resentment, anger, rage, and countless other negative emotions accumulated in it, it completely transformed into a giant dragon. Sela covered her mouth in horror and murmured, "So, it can also be understood that Aknologia is simply a collection of countless dragon clans' resentments." Black Natsu frowned. "This Aknologia is completely different from the previous one, right?" Irene nodded slightly. "It can be understood that way. In short, Aknologia can no longer be regarded as the human being it once was. In other words, the previous Aknologia died long ago, and what remains is the current dragon of destruction. This is the wrong ending caused by wrong evolution. So, I'm not surprised that Aknologia can reach where it is today, that guy." Irene's voice paused and she spoke with a solemn expression. "It is the evil of the dragon clan. It is created by gathering the negative emotions of the entire dragon clan, the pure evil. Do dragon slayers eventually become evil dragons?" Black Natsu couldn't help but sigh after understanding this information. Dong dong dong. There is a knock on the closed door. Also interrupted everyone's conversation. "Come in." Irene looked at the door and said. Soon, Kyoka, who has long green hair, a plump figure, but different limbs than human beings, walked in with a piece of paper and a metal box. "Hey, is Sela here too?" Kyoka looked at Sela and couldn't help but joked. Sela looked serious. "I am the young master's follower. Where the young master is, I will be there." Kyoka couldn't help but shook her head when she heard this. "Why are you so serious? You should smile sometimes." Sela blinked. "I can only smile at the young master." Kyoka's eyes twitched. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to pay attention to you." As she spoke, she looked at Black Natsu and Irene. "King, Queen, I brought what you want." As he spoke, he placed the metal box in front of the two of them. Black Natsu put down the bowl and chopsticks upon hearing this and quickly approached Jin Yongxiang. "Open it slowly. Stored here are 3 diamond-shaped magic crystals that emit bright light." The moment the box was opened, Black Natsu could even clearly hear the roar of a giant dragon. Shocking! Among them, there is the magic crystal of the Stegosaurus that our empire already has, and there are 2 other pieces that were searched during this period, which are the dragon-slaying magic crystal of the poisonous dragon and the dragon-slaying magic crystal of the ice dragon. Kyoka introduced. "Our search team has traveled all over the Ishgar continent, and only found these 2 pieces in 1.2 places where the Dragon Slayer magic crystal has been recorded." "That's enough." Black Natsu's eyes were fixed on the Dragon Slayer demonic crystal, and he nodded slightly. "The 3 pieces here, plus the Thunder Dragon's magic crystal that still exists in the Galaxy Empire, and the Storm Dragon's magic crystal, make a total of 5 pieces. It should be enough. After all, if it is just a test, maybe only 1 piece is enough. By the way, this is the information that Her Majesty the Queen asked me to pay attention to. She said that this should be of great interest to you." Speaking, Kyoka handed the paper in his hand to Black Natsu. "That is a newspaper. Looking at the date, it seems to be from a few days ago. The headline on the front page of the newspaper has a few simple words written in bold font. The Liberation of Magnolia. The Establishment of the Magisters Guild and Fairy Tale." Below the words is a picture. The figure above is very familiar to Natsu. Only 4 people. Mavis is jumping up and down happily at the front. Warad and Presato with their arms folded, and Yuri with one hand on his hip, full of momentum. Looking at the familiar figure on the screen, Black Natsu couldn't help but smile. Fairy Tale. Mavis, you finally accomplished what you had to do. Chapter 152. Time is passing slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed by in an instant. During this period, Black Natsu was conducting experiments on perfect dragon transformation with Irene. I also didn't forget to repair the book called Memories of Time. That is what you rely on to return to your original world, so you must never give up. Besides, Black Natsu can already vaguely feel that he is gradually being rejected by this era. This feeling is different from that of Black Natsu passing through the Eclipse Gate and leading to 400 years in the future. Perhaps this is the difference between Memory of Time and Eclipse Gate. The Eclipse Gate is even more perfect, using everything that can be used, and even relying on the power of the celestial spirit world, so that the people of Shiyu can perfectly adapt to that era. Simply put, it is to allow the people who time travel to truly leave their mark on the era after time travel and become a person of that era. Although Memories of Time is also extremely powerful, in the final analysis it is just a book. The time travel it brings is like a person being violently lost in another period of time. Now Black Natsu is even starting to feel something. If Black Natsu does not return to his original world within the time limit, something bad is going to happen. Disappear? Eradicate? Or even, exile for a long time. I don't know any of this. Anyway, the consequences are definitely not a good thing. In the past 2 months, Black Natsu has gained a lot. First of all, it is the project of perfect dragon transformation. Breakthrough progress has been made. Using the Ice Dragon Slaying Magic Crystal to test experimental subject No-001. They succeeded in completely integrating the 18 Dragon Slaying Magic Crystal into the experimental subject. This kind of integration is different from the second-generation Dragon Slayer like Laxus, which simply and crudely implants the Dragon Slaying Magic Crystal into the body to obtain the power of Dragon Slaying. Rather, the compatibility with the Dragon Slaying Magic Crystal is cultivated through Irene's Dragon Slaying gene carried by the experimental subject itself. Finally, like a dragon, the Dragon Slayer demonic crystal is completely integrated into the body and becomes part of the experimental subject. This step alone failed 4 times, causing the experimental subjects numbered 001 to 004 to be scrapped directly. You can imagine how difficult it is. However, Huang Tian paid off and finally managed to integrate into experimental subject No-005. Then, the second step is to combine the Dragon Slaying Magic Crystal with the dragon power existing in the experimental body. In other words, it means transplanting the dragon seed into the Dragon Slaying Magic Crystal, thus achieving a process of allowing the dragon seeds to germinate in the Dragon Slayer demonic crystal and grow freely. In this way, it is equivalent to finding a space for the dragon power, a source of pollution, to develop freely, so that it will not affect the user's mind and so on. It also allows the user to freely mobilize the power of the dragon in the magic crystal, thereby completing the free transformation into a dragon and freely transforming into a perfect human dragon. So far, the tests on these 2 points have been very successful on No-005. This is a huge experimental success. In addition, in the restoration of the Memory of Time books, countless experts in the Galactic Empire who are proficient in ancient texts are used to research and decipher them. There are some signs now. However, this sign is actually not good. The essence of the book Remembering Time is actually a key that can travel through time and connect thoughts. Simply put, when you open this book, it will take you back to the time point of the events recalled in your mind at the moment you opened the book. And this also explains why Black Natsu came to the era more than 100 years ago. Because, at that time, what he was remembering was the law of fairies. The one who is reminiscing is Mavis, the first president. Therefore, I was pulled into this time node by recalling time. In addition, the book Remembering Time actually has a time travel effect. And, this time limit is surprisingly short. Only 6 hours. Yes, 6 hours. Strictly speaking, once the 6 hours are up, you don't even have to worry about how to go back, the memories will take you back. But, in fact, Black Natsu stayed at this time point for 6 hours. If you do the math, it's been almost 3 months. This is absolutely unreasonable. So, it is obvious that Youngji was burned by the personal magic power of Black Natsu when he traveled through time, resulting in damage to the books. So much so that the time travel was fixed at that moment. Simply put, if all the missing fonts in the book are restored now, the time travel effect will also start. 6 hours later, Black Natsu will disappear from this time node and return 100 years later. Therefore, after understanding the underlying principles, Black Natsu stopped the repair of the last few words. 1. At least, I can't go back now. No matter what, I have to finish what I am doing before going back. However, considering that the world is becoming more and more repulsive, Black Natsu can only speed up. So much so that he has even been living in the laboratory these days. Irene has become a little dissatisfied recently. Finally, on this day, the experiment numbered 005 was successful. Black Natsu can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next step is to repeat the experiment to make sure that this is not an accident. At least 3 experiments must be successful before this method can be used on real people. Irene put her hands on her hips and spoke with excitement on her face. Then hurry up and do it. Black Natsu also nodded. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the door was knocked again. Immediately afterwards, Kyoka walked in. The Queen, the coalition forces have sent another request for negotiation, do we want to accept it? Negotiation. Irene frowned slightly when she heard this. Those guys are really evil, tell them I'm not free. Besides, there is nothing to talk about. We have only one request, let them go back to where they came from. I don't have time to waste time with them. I understand. Kyoka nodded. Then he looked at Black Natsu, by the way, King, your friend has arrived in the